Chapter 1. This is actually the world of the game. At the break of dawn, as the first light of day began to seep through the horizon, a multitude of ordinary people had gathered outside the Golden Sun sect, densely packed in front of the mysterious realm of seeking the Tao. Jiang Han slapped his cheeks lightly, surveying his surroundings with a sense of disbelief lingering in his eyes. This sensation, this atmosphere, this odor, it reeks of sweat. Have I truly crossed over? Jiang Han marveled at the bustling crowd around him, which comprised burly men, scholarly youths dressed in fine attire, and women adorned in elegant skirts. With 3 years having elapsed, I have cultivated the cleansing marrow technique to the 4th level, and today I shall surely penetrate the realm of seeking the Tao and join the Golden Sun sect, embarking on the path of immortality. Haha, Rin brother, your confidence is quite grand. I have already cultivated the cleansing marrow technique to the 5th level, yet I do not possess your unwavering certainty. The path to immortality, once embarked upon, promises eternal life at the pinnacle of cultivation. One could even seize the stars and command the tides. It is truly a tantalizing prospect. Among the crowd, the murmur of voices reached Jiang Han's ears, snippets of conversation revealing the ambitions of those around him. Upon overhearing the discussions, Jiang Han's expression shifted, a flicker of skepticism crossing his face. Golden Sun sect? Realm of seeking the Tao? Jiang Han blinked in astonishment. Why do these terms sound so familiar? Could it be? He widened his eyes, memories from before his crossing flooding back. If his recollection served him right, the Golden Sun sect and the so-called realm of seeking the Tao were indeed the backdrop of the cultivation-themed single-player game Grand Tao Sword Ancestor, of which he had been utterly enamored not long before his transference. Was it mere coincidence? As he pondered, a sudden gasp escaped his lips, a sharp intake of breath as he felt his mind explode with a cacophony of thoughts. A searing pain coursed through him, as if it were descending from the heavens. Fragments of unfamiliar, dense memories surged forth, inundating his mind in torrents. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Han stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The suffocating ache in his head dissipated as if it had never existed. Rubbing his swollen forehead, he realized that an abundance of strange memories had materialized within the briefest of moments. In an instant, the tides of time had shifted. It felt as though he had experienced the life of another for a span of 20 years within a heartbeat. The memories in his mind belonged to the body he now inhabited, one that also bore the name Jiang Han, sharing the same surname and given name, hailing from a small city within the territory of the Great Jing dynasty. The original aspirations of this individual had merely been to travel to the capital to take the imperial examination and attain fame. But before he could embark on that journey, he was discovered by a cultivator from the Golden Sun sect, who sensed a faint trace of spiritual roots within him, thus bringing him here to participate in the entrance assessment of the sect. As he skimmed through the memories in his mind, Jiang Han was left astounded. His previous conjecture had proven accurate. He had indeed crossed over into the very game world he had once played, and the current location was precisely the trigger point for the first scene in the game. However, at this moment, he was merely a passerby among the masses, no longer a player destined for greatness. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Han gradually acclimated to his present circumstances, even feeling a flicker of excitement within his heart. As an orphan on Earth, he had always been solitary, unburdened by attachments, enduring a life of relentless toil under the exploitation of his employer. Now, having crossed over, he was liberated from such trivialities. A sense of relief washed over him. Being transported to a world of cultivation within a game is delightful, he mused. With the strategic knowledge embedded in my mind, I could undoubtedly thrive in this realm, and through diligent cultivation, I might truly escape the confines of mortality, achieving eternal existence amid the cosmos. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The allure of immortality was an irresistible opportunity for anyone. Moreover, in this world, attaining longevity would also grant him unparalleled power. The memories in his mind acted as a kind of cheat, enabling him to effortlessly acquire invaluable treasures that could elevate his cultivation to the zenith of power. For instance, right in front of him lay an extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Han raised his head, his gaze piercing through the throngs of people, fixating on the resplendent gates of the Golden Sun sect shrouded in a grand formation, then shifting to a colossal stone, towering 10 stories high, situated to the left of the gates. The massive stone bore the character Tao inscribed deeply into its surface, though no special energy emanated from it. Upon laying his eyes on that character, Jiang Han felt a tremor resonate through his very soul, as if his essence were being drawn towards it. The stone of seeking the Tao outside the Golden Sun sect concealed a mysterious realm of enlightenment. The deepest part of the realm of seeking the Tao may hold the core inheritance of the ancestor of the Golden Sun. Jiang Han contemplated. The ancestor of the Golden Sun, a formidable figure who established the sect 15,000 years ago, had achieved the 7th realm of the 10 realms of cultivation, the spirit realm. The 10 realms of cultivation include opening meridians, nurturing qi, innate realm, Yuan Dan realm, purple mansion realm, cave heaven realm, spirit realm, returning void realm, 10 tribulations realm, and ascending to immortality. Beginning with the opening meridians realm, ascending to the immortal realm allows one to shatter the void and ascend to the heavens, achieving boundless longevity and becoming an immortal being. The Golden Sun ancestor, at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, had dominated an entire epoch 15,000 years ago. When the Golden Sun sect was founded, it stood as the foremost sect within the entire territory of the Great Jing dynasty. In the present day, within the vast boundaries of the Great Jing dynasty, the strongest realms among the 4 major sects and elite cultivation families barely reach the 4th realm, the Yuan Dan realm, or the 5th realm, the Purple Mansion realm. This illustrates just how precious the core inheritance of the Golden Sun ancestor truly is. It comprises a complete volume of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, sufficient to guide one all the way to the spirit realm, along with other invaluable protective treasures. For a novice embarking on the path of cultivation, this inheritance is akin to an unexpected windfall. Even for the elders and high-ranking members of the Golden Sun sect, it holds immense significance. After all, even the Golden Sun sect's library possesses only incomplete remnants of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, allowing descendants to cultivate only up to the Cave Heaven realm. The Golden Sun Heart Sutra is indeed a remarkable treasure. The power cultivated through it is enduring and profound, capable of sustaining itself indefinitely, and its offensive capabilities are exceptionally potent, making it the most formidable cultivation technique in the early game. As Jiang Han pondered this, he felt a surge of desire welling up within him. If he could cultivate the complete version of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra as a foundation for his practice, it would lay the groundwork for an impeccable Tao foundation. It must be the complete version housed within the realm of seeking the Tao, as the incomplete version in the sect's library would not suffice. The incomplete version of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra could only enable cultivation up to the Cave Heaven realm, and it was stripped of essential elements across various realms, rendering it a simplified version of the technique. The power cultivated from it, when compared to the complete version, would be inferior in purity, recovery speed, and enhancement of spell potency, all falling short by a significant margin. Of course, being a simplified version, it also had lower entry requirements. Without the complete Golden Sun Heart Sutra, it would be challenging to even begin. Chapter 2. Activating the player panel, the venerable Jin Yang Lao Zu is indeed a formidable figure. 15,000 years ago, he followed the first emperor of the Jing dynasty into the untamed wilderness, carving out a territory amidst a land rife with monstrous beasts and malevolent demons. That it was he who laid the foundations for the Jing dynasty, a realm that now sustains billions of inhabitants. At the pinnacle of his strength, his prowess was only a hair's breadth shy of that of the first emperor of the Jing, the complete version of the Jin Yang Heart Sutra. The core legacy of Jin Yang Lao Zu must be obtained. As memories of the Jin Yang sect's background flowed through his mind, Jiang Han contemplated earnestly in his past life within the gaming world. Although Jiang Han had never encountered Jin Yang Lao Zu, The Jinyang Heart Sutra was the essential technique within the first chapter storyline, the secret realm of seeking the Tao, which every dedicated player striving for perfection was compelled to acquire. However, obtaining the Jinyang Heart Sutra was no trivial matter. One must fully traverse the secret realm of seeking the Tao to succeed. Jiang Han's brow furrowed in concern, sensing the situation had grown quite intricate. The entire secret realm of seeking the Tao is divided into 3 phases. Currently, the area outside the Jinyang sect gates is teeming with countless individuals, all eager to breach the secret realm and join the sect. Yet they merely need to conquer the simplest region of the first phase. Such individuals typically enter the Jinyang sect as outer disciples. Only those exceptional prodigies have the opportunity to advance to inner disciples by overcoming the second phase of the secret realm. As for conquering the third phase of the secret realm, it is virtually impossible for an uninitiated native relying solely on their innate strength. Even if it were possible, the odds would be exceedingly slim. Such celestial talents are not nurtured within the confines of the Jinyang sect. As for the design of the storyline, the final layer of this challenge is solely intended for players. This is because players can swiftly grow stronger through combat, especially with the monsters within the secret realm dropping experience orbs that catalyze the player's power, allowing the first chapter's players to revel in their progress. Thus, for players, traversing the entire secret realm merely requires a bit of time and is not overly arduous. Yet, I am no longer a player. Jiang Han's brow knitted deeply, his forehead contorting into a shape. To traverse the entire secret realm, one must at the very least cultivate the Cleansing Marrow technique to the utmost 12th level. The Cleansing Marrow technique, bestowed by the Jinyang sect, is specifically designed for those mortals aspiring to join the sect. Serving as a purification practice that it does not qualify as a true cultivation technique, but is more akin to martial arts. Mastering the Cleansing Marrow technique to its depths allows even the mundane to wield a measure of martial prowess, enabling them to surmount the challenges set within the secret realm to assess their aptitude and potential. Approximately every 20 years, the Jinyang sect gathers a batch of mortals from its domain to bring them to the sect's gates. Distributing the Cleansing Marrow technique. Once 3 years have passed in their cultivation, these mortals embark on their expedition through the secret realm, vying for a chance to enter. Jiang Han's original self was also brought here 3 years prior, and had likewise practiced the Cleansing Marrow technique. To cultivate the Cleansing Marrow technique to the 12th level within 3 years, it is an insurmountable challenge. The first 10 levels are manageable, but from the 11th level onward, the difficulty of advancement escalates dramatically. Even those prodigious disciples who enter the Jinyang sect's inner circle may require 3 to 4 years to reach the 10th level of the Cleansing Marrow technique, while the subsequent 11th and 12th levels could take decades to surmount. The difficulty of progressing in this technique far exceeds that of authentic cultivation methods, perhaps even to a staggering degree. Even if players slay monsters to amass experience, they would need an enormous quantity to fill the abyssal void between the 11th and 12th levels. Akin to an insatiable pit, buzzing with energy, Jiang Han felt the potent force within him. Sensing a mighty dragon coursing through his meridians, he opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of disappointment. The Cleansing Marrow technique stood at the 6th level. While not the worst, it was merely average. This level of cultivation would only guarantee his success in passing the first phase of the Secret Realms trials, allowing him to become an ordinary outer disciple of the Jinyang sect. Was he destined to tread the path of a mortal cultivator for the rest of his life? He longed for more than that. He aspired to be the protagonist of a thrilling tale. Suddenly, amidst his disappointment, Jiang Han's eyes widened. He beheld lines of golden text materializing in the air before him. You have activated the player panel for the first time. Your current level. Cleansing Marrow Technique Level 6, 56. You may enhance your cultivation progress through meditation, combat practice, and defeating formidable foes to gain experience. Current location. Outside the Jinyang sect. What is this? Upon seeing the golden text manifesting before him, Jiang Han's mind went blank. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Those gilded letters were none other than the game system notification from his memories. Activating the Cleansing Marrow technique has allowed me to awaken the player panel? Have I inadvertently brought the player system from the game into this world? Jiang Han gasped, quickly regaining his composure. and soon his heart surged with elation. With the identity of a player, the trials of the secret realm across its 3 phases, and the core inheritance of Jinyang Lao Zu, he now had a glimmer of hope to acquire them. The only requirement was to invest some time in accumulating experience. More importantly, with the identity of a player, his cultivation speed would far surpass that of the natives. Moreover, players possess the formidable trait of guaranteed returns for efforts expended. Whether meditating, dueling, or slaying monsters, every action yields experience and progress. Furthermore, he would never regress due to laziness in cultivation. The strength gained would be permanently solidified within his body, sparing him the need to waste time on daily reinforcement. That, in a sense, this could be likened to the great Luo, a tribute found in certain tales of primordial chaos. How utterly overwhelming! Just this aspect alone renders even the most extraordinary native prodigies inferior to players. In this moment, Zhang Han's ambitions soared. Immortal, perhaps that is merely a starting goal, that he believed that in this new life, he could once again ascend to the pinnacle of this world as a player. The realm of Dao ancestors. That is the true essence of eternal immortality, unmatched supremacy, transcending the cycles of reincarnation, and attaining great freedom and leisure. An unparalleled being, far beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. He reveled in this delightful fantasy. Suddenly, boom! Zhang Han felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, the intensity rivaling that of an earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9. The entire plaza outside the Jinyang sect was thrown into disarray, with people staggering about. Fortunately, although these individuals were mortals, each had cultivated the cleansing marrow technique to some degree and possessed a foundation in martial arts, preventing anyone from falling. Amidst the cacophony, Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat as he cast a glance toward the peculiar stone on the left side of the Jinyang sect's gates. Upon seeing it, his heart jolted. Indeed, the source of the tremors emanated from that stone. At this moment, the immense 10-story-high peculiar stone seemed to awaken, activated by some unseen force. Cracks appeared on its surface, golden fissures radiating a molten brilliance akin to pure gold, as though a volcano were poised to erupt from within. This spectacle, the secret realm, is about to commence. Zhang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the identity of a player, this secret realm, a setting designed for players to indulge in during the first chapter of the game, would also serve as his launchpad to greatness. Chapter 3. The Black Mist Armored Soldier Look. Quick, observe that peculiar stone. The tremors originate from that giant rock. Is this stone the so-called trial the Jinyang sect speaks of? Is the secret realm of seeking the Tao contained within it? How astonishing! Amidst the clamor, the crowd gathered outside the Jinyang sect's gates erupted in fervor. One by one, they soon realized that the violent tremors were coming from the 10-story-high, peculiar stone in the plaza. Boom! 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 After a series of resounding blasts, everyone felt a ringing in their ears and became momentarily dazed as the terrifying vibration subsided. A radiant light surged from the surface of the immense peculiar stone. Layer upon layer, the onlookers gaped, their faces illuminated by the brilliant glow. In that moment, the peculiar stone, bathed in the early morning light, seemed to transform into a blazing sun, temporarily replacing the crimson orb in the sky. A multitude of intricate and esoteric patterns began to rise from the stone's surface, forming a formation of 99 layers that enveloped it in an aura of sanctity and inviolability. The weight of its presence felt like an ocean, rendering the crowd speechless. Though they were here to seek the Tao, the gathered mortals had only practiced the cleansing marrow technique for 3 years and had never witnessed such a spectacular display. Naturally, they were utterly awestruck. Even Zhang Han, who had grown accustomed to the various visual effects of online games and films in his previous life, found himself momentarily dazzled by the spectacle before him. The grandeur of the formidable array, with its layers upon layers of intricate formations, was a sight that far surpassed anything he had previously encountered in games or movies. This was not merely a visual spectacle. It bore down upon him with a terrifying weight, akin to a mountain pressing upon his shoulders. Suddenly, Zhang Han was jolted from his reverie as a golden scroll soared forth from within the daunting quest stone. Radiating an overwhelming aura of authority, the scroll unfurled. Bold black characters against a white background materialized, and a voice, imbued with an unidentifiable gender, yet filled with gravitas, began to recite the words inscribed upon it. The quest stone had awakened, heralding the path to immortality outside the Jin-Yang sect. The incantations echoed like an enchanting melody, embedding themselves deep within Jiang Han's mind, even without his conscious effort to memorize them. A sense of exhilaration washed over him. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found this moment surreal. The content of the recitation was so familiar that he could recite it backward without hesitation. It mirrored the opening lines of a storyline from a game he had played in his previous life. The text detailed the opening of the quest secret realm, wherein any mortal who had attained the 4th level of the cleansing marrow technique could enter to participate in the Jin-Yang sect's entrance examination. Within the secret realm, participants would be tested on their 3 years of cultivation, with their temperament and aptitude subjected to a final appraisal. Failure to navigate the challenges posed by the secret realm could lead to death. Those lacking the courage to confront such peril were advised to withdraw, for once they made the choice to enter, their lives would hang in the balance, and retreat would be impossible. Indeed, those who lacked the fortitude to face death within the quest's secret realm would forfeit their eligibility to pursue the path of cultivation altogether. In such cases, their memories of 3 years of training would be erased, their inner energy from the cleansing marrow technique rendered null, and they would be sent back to the mundane world below. Conversely, those who survived despite failing to conquer the quest's secret realm could become auxiliary members of the Jin-Yang sect, though they would not enjoy the same privileges as the sect's disciples. They would still possess significant authority in managing the sect's affairs within the mortal realm. Jiang Han lifted his gaze to see a golden prompt from the player's system hovering before him, an indication visible only to him. Rendering him unconcerned about prying eyes, the prologue revealed that the quest's secret realm had been activated. Embarking on the eternal path of seeking immortality is fraught with thorns. Only those who are courageous and pure of heart may seize the opportunity for transcendence. By choosing to enter the quest's secret realm, you will engage in the first trial of the Jin-Yang sect's entrance examination. Success will pave your way to cultivation. Failure will result in death. Should you choose to forego this path, you shall return to the mundane world, where opportunities for spiritual connection will be scarce henceforth. Although the warnings seemed daunting, Jiang Han felt little trepidation that a smile crept across his face. For he had already made his decision. How could he possibly abandon the quest secret realm? In the square, a throng of eager mortals, who longed to embark on the path of cultivation, exchanged anxious glances. The notion that the Jin-Yang sect's examination could involve life-and-death stakes was news to them. Some timid souls began to falter, yet many others displayed fierce determination, their expressions twisted with fervor. Those whose aptitude was woefully inadequate lamented their fate, for after 3 years of training, they had failed to reach even the 4th level of the cleansing marrow technique, rendering them ineligible to enter the quest's secret realm, a chance they would never have again. Enter, enter, enter. Moments later, a swirling portal appeared before the quest stone at the entrance of the Jin-Yang sect. The anticipation that had lingered in the square erupted as countless figures surged forward, leaping into the vortex that led to the secret realm. With a decisive step, Jiang Han felt a wave of lightness envelop him, as if the very air buoyed him upwards. His inner energy surged, and with a gentle push against the ground, he found himself soaring effortlessly through the I in a single step. He could traverse a distance of 5 meters, a speed that, in his previous life, would have marked him as a superhero. Having reached the 6th level of the cleansing marrow technique, his strength, born of martial discipline, was formidable indeed. As he passed through the vortex, he sensed as though he were breaking through a veil of darkness. Akin to walking through water, the cacophony of voices faded into silence, leaving him in a serene void. In the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed as the light pierced through the massive quest stone. The Jin-Yang sect's entrance, and the bustling square vanished without a trace. He found himself in a desolate expanse, with only the blackened earth beneath him and a sky shrouded in a gray mist. Encapsulating this vast realm of the quest secret, was this truly the interior of the quest secret realm? The first trial's domain. The atmosphere was palpable, mirroring the scenes etched in his memory, albeit rendered in more vivid hues. Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings. He was utterly alone in this cavernous paradise. Moments ago, thousands had entered the square, yet now the array's power had isolated them. It was evident that the quest's secret realm was an extraordinary construct, woven from numerous formations, manifesting a spatial complexity that was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, a disturbance caught his attention. What was that? Jiang Han's expression shifted as he turned to investigate. Before him, upon the distant black soil, wisps of smoke coalesced, rapidly forming a towering figure clad in full armor, wielding a hefty broadsword. Though 2/3 of the figure's face was obscured by a helm, it was clear that the visage was devoid of features. Only a swirling mass of black mist and 2 crimson eyes flickered within. Chapter 4. The first trial of the quest's secret realm. Was this the array puppet, the creature he must confront in the first trial of the quest's secret realm? The so-called array puppet was not a being of flesh and blood, but rather an ephemeral entity conjured by the formations. Its prowess was formidable. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. Experiencing this firsthand was far more exhilarating than merely playing a game. The array puppet before him was a visual marvel, far beyond anything he had witnessed in his past life. Having reached the 6th level of the cleansing marrow technique, his perception had sharpened considerably. Even from a mile away, he could discern the intricate designs etched into the armor of the array puppet. Its robust physique, supernatural speed, and enhanced vision were sensations he had never experienced before. But a scroll materialized before him, detailing the rules of the first trial within the quest's secret realm. The objective was simple: survive and advance. Should he vanquish the array puppets and reach the end of this cavernous realm, he would have succeeded in this initial challenge. The scroll also outlined the 3 phases of the quest's secret realm's trials, along with the corresponding rewards for each stage. Those who triumphed in the first phase would gain entry into the Jin Yang sect's outer disciples. Those who overcame the second phase would ascend to the inner disciples. And for those who reached the third phase, should they exhibit remarkable prowess, a slim chance awaited them to become a true disciple of the Jin Yang sect. Yet, even that was merely a flicker of hope. Throughout the years, he had heard no tales of anyone securing true disciple status within the third phase of the quest's secret realm. True disciples. Their status was nearly equivalent to that of some ordinary elders within the Jin Yang sect. The resources available to them for cultivation were beyond the imagination of outer disciples, even causing inner disciples to drool with envy. Should he attain true disciple status, with the abundant resources and treasures provided by the sect, he could undoubtedly forge a path to the Yuan Dan realm. A lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Han clenched his fists. He would strive for the position of true disciple and seize the core legacy of the Jin Yang ancestor. What others deemed unattainable was not beyond his reach. Here I come. Jiang Han took a step forward. With that step, it seemed he had triggered a mechanism. The black mist-clad array puppet, situated a mile away, sprang to life. The metallic plates of its armor rattled, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Boom! The armored boots struck the ground, shattering the black earth beneath in a tremor. The speed at which the array puppet advanced was astounding, causing Jiang Han's eyes to twitch in disbelief that it was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Han witnessed the array puppet cover a distance of dozens of meters with each stride. Each footfall sent shockwaves through the ground, raising clouds of dust and leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. Such speed, such destructive force. If this were the world he once knew, it would be the stuff of cinematic legends. Even facing a squad armed to the teeth with modern weaponry, this entity could likely engage in a fierce battle, perhaps even claim victory. In this realm, its power was at least comparable to that of a martial artist who had reached the 4th level of the cleansing marrow technique. The requirement for participation in the quest's secret realms examination was no mere coincidence. The array puppet possessed combat strength rivaling that of a 4th level practitioner. Those who had labored for 3 years to attain the 4th level of the cleansing marrow technique might have gained the initial qualification to participate. Yet the likelihood of their survival was slim. After all, the first trial of the quest's secret realm entailed more than merely confronting a single array puppet. What lay ahead was merely an appetizer. Generally speaking, only those like Jiang Han, who have attained the 6th level of the marrow cleansing technique, possess a significant assurance of passing through this trial. Allow me to test your mettle first. Jiang Han squinted his eyes and with a swift motion, drew his long sword from his waist. The marrow cleansing technique cultivates true energy, rendering it compatible with any weapon. Having practiced outside the gates of Jinyang sect for 3 years, the sect not only provided for the basic needs of all participants in the assessment, but also allowed them the freedom to select their preferred weapons. Each individual could choose the arms they were most accustomed to wielding. Of course, these were merely mundane weapons, albeit constructed from sufficiently sturdy materials. The sword in Jiang Han's hand was naturally one he had selected himself, an imposing 3-foot-long green blade. The sword was robust, with a hard texture suitable for hacking, smashing, and stabbing. Jiang Han held no particular objections to this weapon. After all, as a modern individual, he had never been skilled in swordplay or combat. This was his first encounter with wielding a blade in a fight. The choice of weapon mattered little to him. Lacking experience, he could only learn on the fly. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the sword firmly, adopting a stance of calmness amidst the chaos, awaiting the approach of the shadowy armored soldiers. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He knew that, having recently traversed into this realm, he lacked any substantial combat experience. Thus, adopting a defensive posture was the most prudent strategy available to him. After all, he had only just arrived in this world without adequate time to hone his martial skills. While he possessed memories of the original owner's sword training, those memories were as insubstantial as fleeting illusions, merely an intellectual understanding devoid of practical application. Combat techniques are heavily reliant on the body's instinctive responses. Without prolonged training or intense life-and-death encounters, such instincts cannot manifest. Nonetheless, Jiang Han did not dwell overly on his concerns. After all, being at the 6th level of the marrow cleansing technique endows him with superior strength, speed, and defensive capabilities compared to the shadowy armored soldiers that a lack of combat experience would not render him utterly overmatched. He simply needed a moment to acclimatize. Before long, the shadowy armored soldier charged forward. A heavy blade whistled through the air, aiming directly for Jiang Han, who stood defensively with his sword. "Come on, meet your end." Jiang Han retaliated fiercely, swinging his sword towards the approaching soldier. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The looming shadowy figure, brimming with menace, executed a swift maneuver at the moment of their clash, evading the full force of Jiang Han's powerful strike as effortlessly as a slippery eel. Swish! The soldier's heavy blade arced with a chilling gleam, narrowly grazing Jiang Han's 3-foot green blade. In a heartbeat, it swung down towards Jiang Han's exposed neck. Damn it! The disparity in combat skills was glaringly apparent, and Jiang Han felt a chill run down his spine. This was not a mere game. He had crossed into a tangible world, far removed from the digital realms of his past games. The differences in combat techniques between players and monsters were negligible. Now, upon his initial encounter, the reality was starkly different, and an unseen pressure began to weigh upon him. It seemed that this trial in the realm of seeking enlightenment was not as easily surmountable as he had previously imagined. The distinctions between reality and gaming were profound, and even minor differences could prove fatal, yielding unpredictable consequences in a flash of inspiration. Jiang Han summoned the vast reservoir of martial true energy within him. "True energy, shield me. Explode," he commanded. Boom! With a low roar, the 12 primary channels within him surged, unleashing a torrent of true energy. In the next moment, a crimson-tinged aura enveloped his body, forming a protective barrier that encased him in a 360-degree armor of true energy. Clang! The soldier's blade struck the surface of Jiang Han's energy armor. In an instant, it felt as though it had collided with a massive iron block, causing the soldier to recoil from the impact. Chapter 5. Li Yangzi. The crimson flame, true man, the shadowy armored soldier, staggered back from the force of the blow, unsteady on its feet, its weapon wavering in hand, revealing a significant opening in its defense. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed with determination as he retaliated. Whoosh! He swung his sword, aiming for the creature's exposed vulnerability. The soldier's visage was engulfed in swirling black mist, eyes glowing with fury. Despite its unstable stance, it suddenly grounded itself, contorting its arm in a manner that seemed impossible for any normal human. and swung its weapon upwards in a defensive arc clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated around them. In a moment of dire peril, the soldier managed to block Jiang Han's strike, which could have torn through its armor. Once more, it displayed a level of reflexes and combat skill that far surpassed Jiang Han's own. Boom! A tremendous force erupted. In the next instant, the shadowy soldier was sent tumbling sideways, crashing into the ground. The sound of its armor echoed through the air, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Even though Jiang Han's blow had been partially deflected, it still sent the soldier flying several meters away. The combined weight of its body and armor was at least 300 kilograms, yet Jiang Han had managed to propel it such a distance with a single strike. One could only imagine the sheer strength Jiang Han possessed. This was the might of the 6th level of the marrow cleansing technique. By the standards of his previous life, such power could only be measured in tons. Humph, you wish to contend with me? We are 2 minor realms apart. Do you understand the concept of numerical superiority? Jiang Han relished the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the attack, aiming to strike down the shadowy soldier, which now lay in a most undignified position. A modern individual, Jiang Han had never experienced such exhilarating encounters, dancing with blades on the battlefield. The thrill was intoxicating, especially after witnessing the shadowy soldier being dominated by his might. This sensation of engaging in a full-force battle, akin to striking a punching bag, brought him an unparalleled rush of excitement. In the midst of this fray, Jiang Han felt his movements becoming more fluid and coordinated. His precision in striking improved noticeably. His combat experience was visibly advancing with each passing moment. While Jiang Han reveled in this newfound power, the shadowy armored soldier found itself in dire straits. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. The soldier was utterly beleaguered, as though it were a ball being volleyed around the battlefield, at the mercy of Jiang Han's swordplay. The cold, biting winds howled through the lofty heights. Below lay the majestic mountains of Jinyang Sect, and every gust of wind felt like a shard of icy steel. Should any participant from the realm of seeking enlightenment, even those at the 12th level of the marrow cleansing technique, be swept away by these fierce winds, they would surely be reduced to nothing more than dust in an instant. For these seemingly ordinary mountain winds were anything but. They formed a crucial component of the sect's protective array. The chilling winds of the formation possessed unparalleled might. Not even those who had long trodden the path of cultivation, such as innate or even Yuan Dan realm practitioners, could withstand the onslaught of these winds without facing grave peril. At this moment, 2 figures sat cross-legged amidst the chaotic winds. The tempestuous gales veered away from them, as though the very fabric of space around them had been warped, rendering them untouchable. These 2 individuals were esteemed elders of Jinyang Sect. Belonging to the upper echelons of the sect, they gazed intently through the layers of formations, their eyes fixed upon a peculiar 10-story stone outside the sect's gates. Their gazes shimmered with golden light, penetrating the stone's barriers to unveil the myriad hidden spaces within. Indeed, this batch of mortals ascending the mountain possesses quite a number of promising talents. Their potential exceeds that of previous years by at least 20 to 30%, remarked an elder with flowing white hair and eyebrows to match, known as Li Yangzi, nodding in approval. Within his deep-set eyes, countless figures flickered, revealing those engaged in combat against the shadowy armored soldiers within the realm of enlightenment. Truly remarkable. Although we cannot sense their energies through the peculiar stone, merely observing their battles against the soldiers reveals that several among them have cultivated the marrow cleansing technique to the 9th level. Approximately 12 at the 9th level, 21 at the 8th, and altogether 123 at the 6th and 7th levels. The youth known as Jinren, with flowing crimson hair and eyes that flicker like flames, gazes down at the extraordinary stones below, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Anyone who has attained the 6th level of the marrow washing technique or higher shall be deemed the new blood of their Jinyang sect. Who knows, perhaps in a few centuries, one among them may emerge as a formidable figure on par with their ranks, a master of the Purple Mansion realm, thus further enhancing the sect's foundational strength. The crimson-haired youth's primary focus remains on those at the 9th level of the marrow washing technique, as well as those at the 8th level. These individuals harbor the potential to enter the inner sect. As for those at the 6th and 7th levels, they appear rather mundane, possessing merely ordinary talents, typically destined to become outer sect disciples. Absent any fortuitous encounters, they are likely to reach no more than the innate realm in their lifetime. Quite unremarkable. Suddenly, the elder with white hair and eyebrows, Li Yangzi, shifts his gaze and fixates on one of the many exam candidates, Li Yang. "What has captured your attention?" inquires Qi Yinjinren, turning to him. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply noticed a rather intriguing little fellow at the 6th level of the marrow washing technique," replies Li Yangzi with a smile. "Oh. A mere child at the 6th level of the marrow washing technique has piqued your interest. Old man, who might this child be? Could he possess some extraordinary talent?" Qi Yinjinren asks, curiosity evident in his voice. "Not exactly. I merely find him amusing," Li Yangzi replies with a slight smile, his wrinkled fingers gesturing downward nonchalantly. It is this little fellow. The water mirror materializes amidst the swirling clouds, revealing an image of a young boy engaged in combat with a black mist soldier array. Upon closer inspection, the combatant is none other than Jiang Han. The crimson-haired youth watches with curiosity, but soon his brow furrows deeper and deeper. Such clumsy combat skills. They seem hardly distinguishable from those of a true mundane who has never practiced at all. Qi Yinjinren's expression turns peculiar, and he glances disapprovingly at Li Yangzi beside him. This young man shows an utter disregard for our Jin Yang sex assessment. After 3 years of practicing the marrow washing technique, he possesses not but a 6th level cultivation without any protective combat experience. "Calm down, Qi Yin," Li Yangzi chuckles, stroking his white brows, his gaze filled with intrigue as he observes the water mirror below. As he watches Jiang Han once again send a black mist soldier array flying with a single sword strike, akin to batting a ball, he chuckles softly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Li Yangzi, have you lost your senses? What is excellent about this? His combat technique is woefully inept. It takes him ages to defeat a mere array soldier. How can you find this praiseworthy?" Qi Yinjinren frowns, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Han in the water mirror. Grumbling to his old friend beside him, "I assure you, I have not lost my senses. Why not take a closer look?" Li Yangzi shakes his head with a smile. "Take a closer look?" Qi Yinjinren's brow raises in skepticism, the flames in his eyes flickering. "I find it hard to believe that this careless lad possesses anything special," he mutters, refocusing his attention on the water mirror, scrutinizing the battle between Jiang Han and the black mist soldier array. As he observes, his expression shifts. He discovers that Jiang Han's initially clumsy movements and subtle sword techniques are evolving at a remarkable pace. What? This lad is concealing his true abilities. How is his combat technique improving so rapidly? Qi Yinjinren muses, casting a surprised glance at Li Yangzi. "I told you this boy is interesting." Li Yangzi smiles. "It does not seem he is merely concealing his abilities. It appears he genuinely lacked combat experience before, having focused solely on his cultivation. The speed at which he has progressed after engaging with the array soldier, coupled with his current combat methods, rivals the results of several months of arduous training by an ordinary person in mountains. In terms of combat intuition, this boy could indeed be regarded as a talent, a combat genius." Qi Yinjinren furrows his brow. Scoffing, he is merely employing some mundane techniques. The path of cultivation is vast and profound. Our skills and techniques far surpass these rudimentary swordplay tactics. Call this lad a combat genius is rather premature. Besides, his innate talent is ultimately too lacking. Without mastering techniques, it has taken him 3 years merely to reach the 6th level of the marrow washing technique. Such poor aptitude guarantees he will not advance far along the path of cultivation. Whether he can break through to the innate realm after opening his meridians remains uncertain. Cultivation is fundamental. Without a solid foundation, a mundane will merely return to dust after a century. The path of cultivation begins at the opening of the meridians, while the nurturing of qi allows for the transformation of the body with the essence of heaven and earth. Only upon reaching the innate realm does one truly transcend the ordinary, experiencing a genuine metamorphosis of life, thus gaining a lifespan unimaginable to those bound to the mortal realm. Qi Yinjinren concludes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Han in the water mirror, as if he has already inscribed the young man's fate. Perhaps, Li Yangzi chuckles softly, amused by his hot-headed disciple's commentary. Why should you be vexed by a junior? Let us simply observe in silence. Humph, Qian Jinren retorts, staring intently at the water mirrored. I am not vexed by a junior. I merely speak my mind. Very well, very well. Li Yangzi chuckles in resignation. His fiery-tempered disciple is not ill-intentioned. He simply has a tendency to act impulsively, speaking and behaving as if he has ingested gunpowder on the black earth of the first layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, amidst the swirling mists. Zhang Han laughs heartily as he wields his sword against the array soldier. The 3-foot Qing Feng sword in his hand grows increasingly nimble, almost as if it has become an extension of his own arm. Zhang Han feels as though the sword has come alive, no longer an inanimate object, but a companion that has fought by his side for years, sharing an unspoken bond with him. The sword is akin to a loyal hound beside a hunter, easily commanded and in perfect harmony with its master. With each strike, Zhang Han's sword technique becomes more ferocious, swift, and aggressive. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes him. He unleashes a powerful arc with his sword. This strike, seemingly preemptive, seals off the retreat of the black mist soldier array, as if the soldier had willingly offered its neck to the blade. The sword plunges deep into the soldier's neck. The 3-foot Qing Feng sword, infused with martial essence, proves to be incredibly sharp. One decisive strike sends the soldier's head flying, severing it cleanly from its body. The protective armor around its neck is effortlessly sliced through, offering no resistance against Zhang Han's might. Ah, what a thrill! I got carried away. Zhang Han sheathes his sword with a satisfying clang, a hint of regret flickering across his face. He was enjoying himself immensely, only to find that his opponent was so fragile. Unexpectedly dispatched with a single strike despite its heavy armor, it was all for show, utterly useless. Yet, Zhang Han's attention swiftly shifts to a new occurrence. He gazes into the air before him, where lines of golden text are materializing out of thin air. Notifications from the game system regarding his victory. Congratulations! You have achieved a resounding victory in your first battle. You have gained an increase in martial skills, sword technique 59, that you have slain the Black Mist Array soldier, earning experience 21, that you have obtained Spirit Fragment X1. Gasping in surprise, Zhang Han's eyes widen as he absorbs the series of notifications. 3 rewards. The latter two are expected. Gaining experience from defeating monsters and the Spirit Fragment drop are things I anticipated. But what in the world does sword technique 59 mean? Zhang Han's expression reflects utter confusion. Chapter 7. Ascending Realms, Triggering Trait Selection. To think, I have traversed to this place, becoming the world's sole player, yet the mechanisms of the game system have subtly shifted, aligning more closely with reality. Zhang Han took a moment to ponder and grasp the intricacies of the situation. In his previous life, while playing games, there was little disparity in combat techniques between a pure player and monsters, as the gameplay was predominantly a bird's-eye view experience with limited opportunities for intricate combat maneuvers. Most, it involved weaving through hordes of monsters and casting skills. However, reality was far more dynamic. Battles unfolded rapidly, not merely determined by numerical values, but also governed by a concept known as combat technique. The disparity in combat skills could lead to outcomes where the weak triumphed over the strong, allowing for battles against opponents of higher tiers. Consequently, the player system underwent modifications, enabling the acquisition of experience not only from defeating monsters, but also in the realm of combat techniques. How brilliant! With this newfound understanding, Zhang Han felt a surge of exhilaration. A modern individual accustomed to comfort, his combat skills had indeed been a significant shortcoming. But now, the tides had turned, with just a few more encounters against the array of puppets. This former weakness, which had plagued him, would soon be rectified. In fact, there was potential for significant development in this area. For instance, the varying levels of mastery among cultivators were akin to the proficiency of martial artists with their weapons, reflecting the strength of combat techniques. Advancing through the ranks of various cultivation methods was no simple feat. The differences in mastery levels could result in substantial enhancements to combat capability, even among two individuals of the same cultivation level using identical techniques. The disparity between a novice and a master could be astonishing. They could be overwhelmed by the superior party within mere rounds. with the system's ability to consistently improve combat techniques post-battle. Jiang Han could easily foresee himself mastering numerous techniques in the realm of magic. While other cultivators might specialize in a scant few techniques, Jiang Han could excel in all: defensive, offensive, agility-enhancing, and the bizarre. He envisioned becoming a truly formidable and versatile warrior. Enough of this. It was time to examine the spirit fragment. This item was crucial for rapidly enhancing his foundational cultivation, and he couldn't afford any shortcomings. That would be disastrous. Jiang Han flipped his palm, and the sole tangible item he had recently obtained from the Black Mist puppet, a spirit fragment, materialized in his hand. The fragment resembled a delicate shard of jade, as thin as a cicada's wing, transparent, and emanating a soft blue luminescence. Inside, luminous, tadpole-like specks darted about like fish swimming through water. These specks fluctuated in formation, sometimes clustering together, other times dispersing into a starry display, lending the fragile jade piece an enchanting sense of fragmentation. Here, within the secret realm of seeking enlightenment, Jiang Han was aware that others were undoubtedly watching from outside. Yet he felt no fear. The creations from the system were invisible to anyone but him. Even if he were to reveal the spirit fragment, the system would obscure and correct his movements, making it appear as though he were merely lost in thought. He had confirmed this with the system the moment the spirit fragment dropped. Jiang Han felt confident in the power of the system. There was no room for doubt. He certainly couldn't leave such a treasure unused, or he might find himself relegated to the outer sect of Jin Yang's sect. That was unacceptable. In truth, Jiang Han had little to worry about at this moment. Li Yangzi and Qi Yinzhenren, two immensely powerful cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, remained oblivious to any anomalies regarding Jiang Han. Even after he had slain the puppet, his actions appeared to them not as idle musings, but rather as a normal practice, as if he were reviewing the spoils of a recent arduous battle. The spirit fragment was akin to an experience elixir. Upon use, it could enhance the player's current cultivation experience, facilitating a swift advancement in their cultivation realm. Jiang Han gazed at the spirit fragment in his hand, a thrill coursing through him. In the game. During the early stages, even a single spirit fragment could yield a significant amount of experience, causing one's cultivation to soar. After all, the initial maps were genuinely exhilarating. He silently prayed not to be nerfed, hoping for the same effect. With determination, he began to use the spirit fragment, whispering the command. Suddenly, the delicate jade piece shattered and vanished, and the luminous tadpole-like substances surged into his palm, coursing through his veins, spreading throughout his body. Boom! Jiang Han's eyes widened as he felt a warm current surge through his limbs. It was as if boundless power was erupting from within. This sensation, was his body evolving? Jiang Han's eyes brightened. At that moment, he could distinctly perceive his body strengthening. Every cell, every muscle becoming more resilient. As a profound strength was birthed from within, he turned his focus inward to his dantian and observed the martial energy rapidly increasing within. In a mere moment, it had surged to 30% more than its original amount. Soon, that sensation of growth began to wane. Jiang Han discovered that his martial energy had expanded by 50%. Achieving 1.5 times its original quantity, he was filled with joy as lines of system prompt messages appeared before him. The golden text was particularly pleasing to the eye. You have used a spirit fragment and gained experience points 357. Congratulations. Your martial realm has advanced to the 7th level of bone washing technique. Jiang Han casually opened his personal panel. Host, Jiang Han martial realm. 7th level of bone washing technique. 1. Swordsmanship. Initial insight, 42, evaluation. You are now considered an elite in the realm of mortal martial arts. The use of a spirit fragment had allowed him to break through a minor realm. Jiang Han grinned widely, feeling reassured. The effects of the spirit fragment had not been adjusted or weakened. It retained its original potency. This single spirit fragment equated to 7 or 8 months, even a year's worth of arduous cultivation spent meditating and refining spirit energy. Suddenly, the air around Jiang Han twisted. His personal panel information rapidly vanished, replaced by a new system prompt. Activation of the attribute module. Due to your breakthrough in a minor cultivation realm, you have gained an opportunity to select an attribute. Current selectable attributes: True Chi Enhancement, Tough Skin, High Speed, Colossal Strength. Jiang Han's mouth fell open, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this system prompt. Attributes: the ability to choose an attribute upon breaking through a minor realm. He was astonished. This was not part of the original game content. If he recalled correctly, this was a violent module he had downloaded during his second playthrough after completing the game. Initially, it was merely for amusement. Could it be that upon crossing over, he had not only brought along the player system, but also this violent module? Incredible! Jiang Han was stunned. Was he now invincible? If memory served him right, this module allowed for an attribute selection each time he broke through a minor realm. The effects of attributes could stack, cultivating the player into a true super monster. This was no longer a mere hexagonal warrior. Jiang Han examined the 4 attribute options before him. True Chi Enhancement, Chi Strength 10, Total Chi Amount 10 Tough Skin, Defense 20 High Speed, Movement Speed 15 Colossal Strength, Strength 20. The content was straightforward and easy to comprehend. Each option promised an unreasonable boost to one's power. These 4 attribute choices comprehensively covered the aspects of combat power that Jiang Han needed to enhance, yet he could select only one. He understood that these were fixed attribute options available for each breakthrough in the bone washing technique. Regardless of which he chose, it would grant a transformative enhancement to the current prowess of his technique. As the number of choices accumulated, the resulting effects would be unimaginable. The bone washing technique comprised 12 minor realms. If he consistently selected the Colossal Strength attribute from the first realm to the 12th, the effect of the Colossal Strength attribute would culminate in a staggering 240 to his strength. Such an outcome was outrageous. Ordinarily, the bone washing technique would naturally amplify physical strength as one ascended through the realms. The strength aspect was indeed the technique's forte. For instance, at the 7th level of the bone washing technique, Jiang Han's raw physical strength, without any enhancements, would already exceed 1.5 tons with a single arm. Advancing to the 8th level would yield a qualitative leap. The 12 levels of the Shisui Gong are divided into 4 distinct stages. The first of 4th levels belong to the early phase of Shisui Gong, where the enhancement of physical strength and the amount of true energy gained from each minor realm is minimal. The 5th to 7th levels constitute the mid-phase, during which the increase in physical strength and the volume of true energy becomes significantly more substantial. The 8th to 10th levels mark the late stage of Shisui Gong. The effects derived from each minor realm in this phase are comparable to the cumulative enhancements gained from the 3 minor realms within the mid-phase. The 11th and 12th levels represent the consummate stage of Shisui Gong, which is also the most challenging level to attain. Which attribute should I choose? Jiang Han's gaze wandered over the 4 available attributes before him, momentarily rendering him indecisive. This is not a game. Once selected, there is no option to revert. Hence, one must tread carefully. After a brief pause, Jiang Han reached a resolution that he chose the attribute of great strength. After all, this attribute provides a percentage-based enhancement. From a cost-effectiveness perspective, selecting the great strength attribute, which offers a fixed increase of 20 in physical strength, aligns perfectly with the focus of Shisui Gong on enhancing bodily power. As Jiang Han's thoughts solidified, the other 3 attribute options swiftly dissipated, while the one representing great strength swiftly integrated into his being. Buzz! A surge of formidable power seemingly erupted within him. Jiang Han distinctly felt his arm muscles swell momentarily before swiftly returning to their original streamlined form. His strength had indeed increased. Jiang Han moved his limbs, casually wielding his sword a few times. With his current acute control over his body, he could effortlessly discern that his physical prowess had indeed risen by 20% compared to before. He estimated that at this moment, a single swing of his sword could unleash a force equivalent to 1.8 tons, 1,800 kilograms of power. Quite formidable. Jiang Han felt exhilarated. With such arm strength, if he were to return to Earth, a single punch could effortlessly vanquish several champions. Having familiarized himself with his current physical strength through casual swordplay, Jiang Han sheathed his 3-foot Qing Feng sword with a crisp sound. Regrettably, the system had only permitted him to select one attribute upon breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level of Shisui Gong. His original self had no opportunity to reselect during the 6 attribute choices made while progressing from the 1st to the 6th level of Shisui Gong. Jiang Han felt a twinge of regret. This implied that even if he were to cultivate Shisui Gong to the 12th level, he would forever forfeit half of his attribute selection opportunities. Each breakthrough in a minor realm offered fixed attribute options. Jiang Han had already resolved to select the Great Strength attribute for every subsequent breakthrough, opting for an extreme approach to bolster his physical power. Dispersed selections clearly lack the advantages conferred by specialization. The Great Strength attribute is currently the most outstanding option for enhancing combat power, delivering immediate results. Naturally, Jiang Han chose to stack it as much as possible. Now, with half of his attribute selection opportunities lost, when he ultimately cultivates Shisui Gong to the 12th level, he can only elevate the enhancement value of the Great Strength attribute to 120 in physical strength, given that his original self had poor aptitude. It took him nearly 3 years to reach the 6th level of Shisui Gong. He originally believed this was due to bad luck, but it now seemed to be a twist of fortune. Jiang Han sighed, reflecting on the wondrous nature of fate. Had his original self possessed superior aptitude, upon his arrival, would he have already cultivated Shisui Gong to the 9th or even 10th level? In that case, the number of selectable attributes for the 12 minor realms of Shisui Gong would have been considerably reduced. However, although Jiang Han felt a sense of loss, he was not overly distressed. The fixed Great Strength attribute linked to the current cultivation of Shisui Gong merely correlates with the physical power derived from it. In simpler terms, the Great Strength attribute chosen during the elevation of the Shisui Gong realm can only enhance the physical strength cultivated through Shisui Gong. Once Jiang Han embarks on the path of immortality and practices the techniques of the Celestial Sect, the meager enhancement provided by the Great Strength attribute will gradually become negligible. Naturally, new techniques will offer even more powerful attribute enhancements. Thus, this minor setback remains within Jiang Han's realm of acceptance. Gains are indeed fortunate, while losses are inconsequential. Jiang Han composed himself and departed from the area where he had slain the first Black Mist armored soldier. He made his way deeper into the 1st level of the Dao-seeking secret realm. After traversing a short distance, an unexpected event unfolded. The Black Mist surged in a nearby open space, coalescing into clusters seemingly out of thin air. The mist solidified and quickly took on humanoid forms in the blink of an eye. 2 figures clad in armor, wielding crude blades, emerged, their faces entirely obscured by black mist. Upon closer inspection, there could be no doubt these were Black Mist armored soldiers. This time, the number of Black Mist armored soldiers standing in Jiang Han's path had doubled. There were 2. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. And 4 became 8. As he delved deeper into the 1st level of the Dao-seeking secret realm, the number of Black Mist armored soldiers would inevitably increase. Jiang Han had anticipated this, so he was not taken aback. Instead, he felt a sense of eager anticipation. Come forth. Jiang Han licked his parched lips and grinned. Contribute more fragments of spiritual essence and battle experience to me. Chapter 9. Diminishing Returns? Outsider, perish, kill. The 2 Black Mist armored soldiers raised their crude blades and charged at Jiang Han with furious roars. Though they were ethereal beings formed by formation, these soldiers possessed a rudimentary form of intelligence, harboring emotions akin to living beings, primarily directed towards annihilating intruders. Their mission was to eliminate all foreign challengers. Humph. Jiang Han scoffed, drawing his 3-foot Qing Feng sword from his waist with a sharp sound. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, Jiang Han was engaged in fierce combat with the 2 Black Mist armored soldiers. This time, despite facing 2 soldiers alone, his situation appeared even more perilous than during his previous battle. Yet, from the outset, Jiang Han sensed a distinct difference. His cultivation level had risen. His combat skills had improved. Even with the number of Black Mist armored soldiers doubled, the pressure he felt now was considerably less than when he initially faced a single soldier. It felt remarkably effortless. Although engaged in combat, there was an air of leisure akin to a pleasant outing that he moved with grace and ease. TSK, these 2 foes are far too weak. During the battle, Jiang Han felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With insufficient pressure, the potential for skill advancement through combat had diminished. He could clearly perceive that his progress in sword techniques at this moment was nowhere near as significant as it had been during his previous encounter. Even suppressing his own strength to the 6th level of Shisue Gong yielded no improvement. As for suppressing it to the 5th or even 4th level. Jiang Han briefly considered deliberately engaging in prolonged combat with the 2 Black Mist armored soldiers, but quickly dismissed the notion that it simply would not work. Better to eliminate them swiftly. The strength and combat skills of the Black Mist armored soldiers were rather mediocre. Given their limited numbers, even if he were to severely suppress his own cultivation level, it would not affect the outcome, as he could easily crush them at any moment. In such circumstances, they posed no genuine threat to his life. Without the looming terror of life and death, true pressure could not manifest. Consequently, substantial progress would be elusive in terms familiar to players. This false weakness is not recognized by the system. The system does not grant infinite opportunities for skill enhancement through combat. Jiang Han understood now that he must maintain a certain level of combat power against the monsters he faced. Just like in a game, when high-level players farm low-level monsters, if the level difference is too great, experience points will diminish to a certain extent, rendering the farming of trivial monsters fruitless. The 2 Black Mist armored soldiers before him were clearly categorized as low-level monsters by the system. Thus, a swift resolution was in order. Jiang Han's expression hardened, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes. In the next moment, his actions became fiercely decisive. The sword surged forth like a dragon. A chilling light erupted from Jiang Han's 3-foot Qing Feng sword. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of his sword escalated dramatically, and the strength of his arms surged to an unprecedented level. 1,800 kilograms of force. With all his might. Boom! The speed of Jiang Han's sword was so rapid that it left behind afterimages, curving into 3 arcs that deftly evaded the crude blade of 1 Black Mist armored soldier. And in an instant he cleaved the soldier, armor and all, in 2. After dispatching that soldier, Jiang Han's sword momentum showed no signs of waning. With a swift turn of his sword, whoosh! In a flash, he struck down another Black Mist armored soldier who was brandishing its blade. 1 swing severed its neck, and its head soared into the air. Separated from its body, congratulations! You have slain 2 Black Mist armored soldiers. You have achieved a resounding victory. You have made progress in your combat techniques, gaining 9 in martial arts sword skills. You have slain a Black Mist armored soldier, gaining 22 experience points. You have slain a Black Mist armored soldier, gaining 17 experience points. You have obtained a fragment of spiritual essence. This round of rewards is rather underwhelming, as he swiftly scanned the golden-hued system prompt suspended in the air. Jiang Han smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. His initial intuition had proven correct. The enhancement in combat skills from slaying 2 Black Mist Legion puppets was significantly less than during his first encounter. The experience gained for his martial sword techniques had merely increased by 9 points, a stark contrast to the previous 59 points. Fortunately, the normal experience accrued from defeating the Black Mist Legion puppets remained unaffected, still fluctuating around 15-22 points per puppet, which was considered standard. Regarding the spiritual fragments, however, he was somewhat discontented, as he had only obtained a single fragment from the 2 slain puppets. It was evident that the drop rate was not guaranteed with each kill. Jiang Han, however, remained satisfied in this regard, as it was not unusual for no fragments to drop even after defeating 2 puppets. Since both battles had yielded rewards, he held no real grievances. The effects of the spiritual fragments were potent. One could provide 300 to 400 points of cultivation experience, equivalent to the yield from 20 to 30 puppets. Naturally, Jiang Han hoped for more drops. Yet, luck was an unpredictable factor. He could only silently pray for better fortune in the encounters to come. Avoiding any misfortune, the Dao-seeking secret realm was a place of enjoyment, boasting a commendable drop rate, with spiritual fragments not being particularly elusive. However, the number of monsters available for defeat was inherently limited. Unlike a game, one could not stubbornly remain in one location awaiting infinite respawns. Should luck prove excessively unfavorable and insufficient spiritual fragments were dropped, he anticipated facing challenges in acquiring the core inheritance of Elder Jinyang later on. Continuing onward, Jiang Han pocketed the spiritual fragment, opting not to utilize it while refraining from using this item. His cultivation realm would not surge dramatically in a short time, preventing his combat power from escalating excessively. Jiang Han deliberately chose this course of action to maximize potential benefits. After all, a slower ascent in his cultivation realm would lead the system to assess his current strength as inadequate, allowing him to accumulate additional sword technique experience from encounters with greater numbers of Black Mist Legion puppets. When the time came to enhance his power, a stockpile of spiritual fragments would enable a rapid breakthrough in his cultivation realm. With this mindset, Jiang Han soon found himself in another battle. This time, for Black Mist Legion puppets confronted him. Faced with their combined assault, it became apparent that these creatures had begun to exhibit a rudimentary form of cooperative attack, akin to a nascent combined strike technique. Instantly, Jiang Han sensed that the difficulty of this fight had increased significantly. Pressure returned to him, yet he remained unperturbed. Even smiling, he felt his proficiency in sword techniques rapidly advancing once more as the battle progressed. While Jiang Han joyfully engaged in fierce combat with the Black Mist Legion puppets, in another part of the Dao-seeking secret realm's first layer, participants were embroiled in their own fierce struggles against the puppets. Some fought valiantly, pushing through with difficulty, while others, like Jiang Han, reveled in the thrill of battle. Some met their untimely demise, while others demonstrated overwhelming strength, effortlessly dispatching numerous Black Mist Legion puppets and advancing to the final area of this testing phase. In the external world, high above, the elders Li Yangzi and Qi Yin, both of the Jinyang sect, had long since shifted their focus from Jiang Han, now concentrating on the three most outstanding individuals within the first layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm. For Li Yangzi and Qi Yin, their previous interest in Jiang Han was merely a fleeting amusement, an idle diversion in their eyes. He was ultimately just a young practitioner at the 6th level of the washing marrow technique. Though his combat skills might exhibit a certain talent, his overall cultivation quality was undeniably lacking. 3 years of practice had only brought him to the 6th level, which foretold a limited future on the path of cultivation. He was hardly noteworthy. In stark contrast, the true candidates worthy of Li Yangzi and Qi Yan's attention were those prodigious individuals who had attained the 9th level of the washing marrow technique within the same 3-year time frame. At this moment, as they delved deeper, they discovered 3 hidden gems among the originally identified 12 practitioners at the 9th level of the washing marrow technique. These were 3 true prodigies who had reached the 10th level. Separated by a layer of celestial barriers, they could only gauge the participants' cultivation levels through the fluctuations of true energy emitted during combat, unable to perceive the strength of each individual directly. Although they had previously speculated that the overall quality of the participants was high, leading them to believe there might be even stronger contenders among them, they were not prepared for such a pleasant surprise. 3 practitioners at the 10th level of the washing marrow technique had emerged. Among these 3, 2 were male and 1 female. Li Yangzi, with his white hair and beard resembling that of an ancient sage, sat cross-legged amidst the clouds, his frail, aged hand extended outward, fingers gently tapping the air. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere rippled like water. The scroll materialized from the undulating waves, landing in his grasp. Senior brother Li Yangzi. Do take a look. Discover the backgrounds of these 3 youngsters. They may well be the treasures of our sect's future. Qi Yin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, fixated on the scroll in Li Yangzi's hands. This scroll contained information on all participants in the Dao-seeking secret realm, detailing their origins and names. Naturally, the Jinyang sect conducted thorough background checks on potential disciples, ensuring they were well informed. With a rustling sound, Li Yangzi began flipping through the scroll, pages turning rapidly. Each page was filled with densely packed text and exquisitely rendered illustrations, akin to photographic quality sketches of the practitioners. The methods of cultivators were astonishing. Even their artistry captured the essence with a mere few strokes, making it seem as though the figures were alive. Soon, Li Yangzi's actions ceased, settling on the page, depicting a beautiful young woman. Xiaoyu, from the city of Yinzhou in the Great Jing Dynasty, the daughter of a wealthy merchant, age 16. His gaze swept over the accompanying description. Li Yangzi and Qi Yin then turned their attention to the Dao-seeking secret realm below. Focusing on the independent space where Xiao Yu was located at that moment. Clad in a flowing purple gauze dress and veiled, Xiao Yu appeared ethereal, her form gliding gracefully among the Black Mist Legion puppets. Despite her seemingly delicate physique, she exuded immense strength. Rather than wielding traditional weapons like swords or blades, her delicate hands served as her weaponry. With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Yu single-handedly engaged a staggering 64 Black Mist Legion puppets. The puppets coordinated seamlessly, even displaying an understanding of combined attack techniques, merging their strengths to unleash destructive power surpassing that of an individual puppet. Such a scene would leave those at the 4th or 5th level of the washing marrow technique utterly despondent. Yet, Xiao Yu appeared unfazed. Her extraordinary agility allowed her to navigate the battlefield like a butterfly flitting through a garden, effortlessly evading the assaults of the Black Mist Legion puppets while launching her own strikes in the interim. Each palm strike landed with a resonating impact on the chests of the puppets, causing them to collapse as if struck by a speeding train, their armor shattering and bodies succumbing to the force. In mere moments, the 64 puppets fell as if reaped like wheat, leaving no trace behind. Once the battle concluded, Xiao Yu dusted off her pristine purple attire, which bore no signs of the struggle, and continued forward with an air of nonchalance. In the distance, she could already glimpse the teleportation array leading out of this celestial realm. Having dispatched the last wave of monsters in the first layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm, she had indeed completed her task. Yangzi once again turned the scroll in his hands. Moments later, he paused on the entry for the second of the 10th level prodigies, Tian Yong, from the city of Yu in the Great Jing Dynasty. Age 17, hailing from humble beginnings, orphaned at an early age, in the midst of the swirling gray mists and black earth, Tian Yong donned a raincoat, his hair unkempt, wielding a pair of heavy hammers. He fought with unparalleled ferocity, similarly facing off against 64 Black Mist Legion puppets. The ground trembled with each resounding clash. One could only witness the relentless hammering down as the assembled Black Mist soldiers crumbled like mere toys in a child's hand, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. One after another, they were effortlessly smashed, their forms shattering into nothingness. Following Tian Yong, the gaze of Li Yangzi, the crimson-flamed true man, was fixed upon the last remaining individual, Yin Yongzhong, hailing from the prestigious official family of Yunzhou City in the Great Jing Dynasty, where his father held the esteemed title of the city's ruler. This man wielded a long sword and, remarkably, hailed from the same place as Xiao Yu. He too was engaged in combat against the 64 Black Mist soldiers. Yet his fighting style was far more elusive and peculiar. The long sword in his hand pierced through the faces of the Black Mist soldiers with almost imperceptible motion and without any significant disturbance. They simply collapsed lifelessly to the ground. How curious it was that among the 3 prodigies, 2 originated from Yunzhou City. The Crimson Flame true man mused with a hint of intrigue. It seems this small Yunzhou city has amassed quite a fortune of luck for the Jing dynasty in recent years, ultimately benefiting my Jinyang sect. After observing the 3 most exceptional individuals, his interest in the remaining candidates waned considerably. There were 3 prodigious talents at the 10th stage of the bone-washing technique in front of him, while the rest, even those at the 9th stage, appeared somewhat lacking in comparison. Xiao Yu, Tian Yong, and Yin Yongzhong had already passed the first trial of the Dao-seeking secret realm, and now they could afford to wait. The second trial would not feature the soldiers, but rather require the candidates to compete against one another, commencing only when all participants had arrived. The Crimson Flame true man pondered aloud. I wonder how many days it will take for the remaining individuals to clear the first trial of the Dao-seeking secret realm. We shall wait, most, it will be 10 days. A mere blink of an EYL. Yangzi extended his thin, withered hand, smiling as he stroked his white beard, stating if after 10 days there are still those who have not passed the first trial, by the rules, they shall be directly eliminated. With that, he closed his eyes, no longer paying heed to the scenes unfolding below. The Crimson Flame true man waved his hand, releasing a small triangular flag, from which scorching white flames erupted into the sky. He too seemed indifferent to the candidates below, engrossed in refining a magical artifact he had acquired some time ago. Meanwhile, Zhang Han had just concluded his fierce battle with the 4 Black Mist soldiers. Chapter 11. 10 Intersect Quotas in the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. The desolate black earth was replaced by a vast expanse free of the oppressive fog. The candidates were no longer scattered across different spaces, but had been transported to a shared arena. The first to arrive were naturally Xiaoyu, Tianyong, and Yin Yongzhong. At this moment, they beheld several enormous platforms, seemingly crafted from extraordinarily sturdy materials, all enveloped within a protective aura, rendering them temporarily inaccessible. As the trio descended into this realm, a ripple of formations shimmered in the air, conjuring ethereal inscriptions. These inscriptions revealed the specific rules for the second trial of the Tao-seeking secret realm. This layer was to be a contest of combat among all candidates. They would be randomly paired, and the top 10 victors from the duels would gain entry as inner disciples of the Jinyang sect. Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A competition. Tianyong lifted his gaze, also regarding the lofty inscriptions that I must secure one of those 10 intersect positions. Look over there. Yin Yongzhong, appearing like a graceful young gentleman with his sword at his waist, pointed towards the left side, where numerous water-like reflections floated in midair. The multitude of images nearly filled half the sky. Upon closer inspection, the contents of these reflections depicted the various candidates from the first trial of the Tao-seeking secret realm, including scenes of Jianghan battling the Black Mist soldiers. The sheer number of water images was staggering, numbering approximately 1,000 to thousands had entered the first trial, but many had clearly been eliminated. Those eliminated either perished or voluntarily withdrew after realizing they could not proceed further. However, anyone who chose to exit would forever be barred from entering the gates of the Jinyang sect and would be relegated to a life of servitude. These water mirrors are quite advantageous. They allow us to scrutinize the strengths of our opponents. Consider it a small reward for those of us who entered the second trial first, Yin Yongzhong remarked with a smile, gazing at the myriad reflections. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. The three individuals by the colossal platforms were not well acquainted. Despite Yin Yongzhong and Xiaoyu sharing a common origin from Yinzhou City, their backgrounds were vastly different, and they had never known one another before. As competitors, they clearly had no intention of deepening their interactions. Soon enough, each of them separated, engrossed in observing the water mirrors that captivated their interest. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously. Within the water mirrors, the martial artists were locked in fierce combat with the Black Mist soldiers. The foremost experts had already engaged in battle against a squad comprising 32 Black Mist soldiers. These skilled fighters were, of course, those who had cultivated the bone-washing technique to the 9th stage, primary targets of focus for Xiaoyu, Tianyong, and Yin Yongzhong, as for those at the 8th stage. They occasionally caught the trio's attention, but those at the 7th or 6th stages were deemed too weak to warrant their time. As time flowed slowly, more individuals surfaced in the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. The experts at the 9th stage of the bone-washing technique began to pass through the first layer, causing the water mirrors bearing their combat scenes to dissipate one by one. The images shattered. Not only did these successful candidates vanish, but those of lower cultivation levels, such as those at the 4th or 5th stages, also recognized their inability to overcome the increasingly formidable Black Mist soldiers and chose to forfeit. Those who stubbornly clung to the hope of victory were ruthlessly eliminated. Days passed. After one day, the number of water mirrors in the sky diminished from over 1,000 to 600. After 2 days, it fell to 400, leaving just over 200 on the third day. As evening approached, more than 150 individuals had gathered around the massive platforms in the second layer. Only 3 water mirror images remained. Soon, 2 of the remaining mirrors shattered, revealing that their occupants had been eliminated. One perished, the other withdrew. The second layer showed no new arrivals, maintaining a count of 150 participants. A vast multitude of martial artists had entered the Tao-seeking secret realm, seeking a chance at transcendence. Yet only a mere 150 had passed the first trial, holding the hope of enlightenment. The arduous path to seeking immortality became evident at this moment. The sky, once obscured by the numerous water mirrors, was now as clear as if licked clean by a dog, leaving only the final water mirror suspended in place. Naturally, all eyes, including those of Xiaoyu, Tianyong, and Yin Yongzhong, converged upon that solitary water mirror, Watching the scene unfold within, there stood Jiang Han, engaged in battle against the Black Mist soldiers in his pursuit of extracting sword technique experience from the soldiers. Jiang Han had progressed slowly, deliberately withholding the use of his spiritual fragments. His cultivation level remained at the 7th stage of the bone-washing technique. Each time he encountered a squad of Black Mist soldiers, he would linger in combat for an extended duration, resulting in him being the last individual yet to leave the first trial of the Tao-seeking secret realm. Over the course of 3 days, he had fought tirelessly, depleting his true energy and leaving his body utterly fatigued. Afterward, he would sit in meditation to recuperate. When hunger struck, he would consume some dried meat he carried, and when thirst arose, he would sip sparingly from his water pouch, resting on the ground whenever fatigue overcame him. Thus, despite his slow advancement, after 3 full days, Jiang Han had reached the final region, currently embroiled in battle with a full 64 Black Mist soldiers. In the reflective surface of the water mirror, Jiang Han casually wielded his 3-foot azure peak sword, moving with an ease akin to a spring outing beneath the forest of blades, whenever several blunt blades threatened to strike him. He seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly swaying his body to evade their deadly arcs. The sword in his hand, neither too long nor too short, appeared as though it had come to life. It seemed to merge with the wind, unleashing a vast expanse of invisible sword energy that cleaved through the air, effortlessly shattering the heavy blunt swords wielded by the Black Mist soldiers. Outside the water mirror, the spectators were left dumbfounded. This display of skill appeared astonishingly effortless, leading them to question their own existence. Although Jiang Han in the water mirror seemed to possess merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the washing marrow technique, how could he so easily combat over 60 Black Mist soldiers? Those who were similarly at the 7th level of the washing marrow technique found it particularly hard to accept. Who is this individual? Observing the scale of the unleashed sword energy, it was clear he was only at the 7th level. Yet could he truly be this formidable? The Black Mist soldiers couldn't even touch him. Shouldn't someone at the 7th level be fleeing from the soldiers and hurrying into the teleportation array instead of attempting to confront this legion head-on? A cacophony erupted. In an instant, the crowd was astonished. Chapter 12. The Mysteries of Martial Arts. Is this sword intent? No wonder everyone was so shocked. Those present had emerged from the first trial of the path-seeking secret realm, and as veterans, they understood just how formidable the combined might of the Black Mist soldiers was. Ultimately, the 64 Black Mist soldiers united were particularly powerful. The first layer of the path-seeking secret realm did not require one to slay all the Black Mist soldiers. In fact, avoiding them sufficed, as long as one could withstand a multitude of attacks and reach the teleportation array at the end. They would pass the trial. By heaven's grace, most of those who had successfully passed the first layer had not been capable of defeating the united 64 Black Mist soldiers. They had taken a more evasive approach, relying on their speed or risking injuries to slip into the teleportation array. After all, among the 150 who passed, the vast majority were merely at the 6th or 7th level of the washing marrow technique. Based on prior experience, one would need at least the 8th level of cultivation to confront a united force of 64 Black Mist soldiers. Moreover, most individuals at the 8th level were incapable of achieving this. Only the most elite experts among the 8th level could barely manage it. Common practitioners at the 8th level would typically defeat a portion of the Black Mist soldiers before rushing into the teleportation array, their vital energy nearly exhausted. Only those of the 9th level possessed the confidence to obliterate a united force of 64 Black Mist soldiers with overwhelming prowess. Yet, what were they witnessing now? A mere individual, possessing only the 7th level of cultivation, appeared to be toying with a horde of Black Mist soldiers as if walking a dog. It seemed he intended to challenge an almost impossible task. Madness! How arrogant and presumptuous! No matter how skilled his footwork or sword techniques, he was still just at the 7th level, with limited physical strength and internal energy. It was only at the 8th level that one experienced a significant transformation. The increase in strength was incomparable to those earlier realms. The united force of 64 Black Mist soldiers, having formed a specific formation, would elevate each soldier's strength, posing a considerable threat to a martial artist at the 7th level, far beyond the previous soldiers. while he appeared relaxed. The sword energy he released had not penetrated the armor of even a single soldier. If he did not retreat soon, he would find himself in grave danger once his internal energy was excessively depleted. It was impossible for someone at the 7th level to slay these Black Mist soldiers. Just wait and see. He would surely retreat. In front of the water mirror, discussions erupted. Some believed Jiang Han was attempting the impossible. Others dismissed him with disdain. Meanwhile, some remained indifferent, engrossed in their own cultivation, paying no heed to the scene within the water mirror. Among the crowd, Xiao Yu, Tian Yong, and Yin Yongzhong, who had isolated themselves in a clear space, were also observing the water mirror, pondering Jiang Han's fierce battle with the soldiers. Their profound cultivation allowed them to perceive much more than the raucous crowd nearby. What exquisite swordsmanship! Was he refining his sword skills by engaging numerous soldiers? Given his stance, he must have already perfected a particular sword technique. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted beneath her veil, clearly astonished by Jiang Han's remarkable combat prowess against the soldiers. A perfected sword technique, known as master-level swordsmanship in the mundane world. A youthful master at such a tender age? Truly astonishing. Watching the streams of sword energy swirling around Jiang Han, effortlessly repelling the oncoming blunt swords, Xiao Yu found herself captivated, her fair cheeks flushed. Reflecting inwardly, she felt that although her cultivation was superior, her sword skills paled in comparison to that of the young man in the water mirror. As she continued to observe, she suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on the water mirror. Tian Yong and Yin Yongzhong furrowed their brows, revealing their confusion at that moment. Jiang Han in the water mirror abruptly retreated 10 steps. Escaping the encirclement of the Black Mist soldiers, with a swift motion, he sheathed his 3-foot azure peak sword. Exhaling a long sigh, a look of satisfaction emerged on his youthful face, as if a previously unseen aura was building within him. In Jiang Han's eyes, time seemed to slow. The movements of the soldiers appeared to lag, and with a swift motion, he grasped the sword sheath in one hand while the other naturally fell to grasp the hilt of the sheathed sword. Today, his swordsmanship had transcended the mundane. There was no further to advance. This battle was destined to conclude. Jiang Han murmured softly, and with a decisive grip on the sword hilt, he moved. A resonant sound of the sword pierced the heavens. A chilling light flashing forth, he extended his sword forward, and before him appeared an invisible sword energy several feet long. The air was torn asunder, emitting a sound akin to fabric being sliced by a sharp instrument. In midair, the sword energy he unleashed traversed the void, seemingly slow, yet astonishingly swift as it cleaved towards the roaring, enraged Black Mist soldiers. In an instant, the sword energy struck one of the Black Mist soldiers charging forward, landing upon his chest armor. With a tearing sound, the soldier felt a sudden chill in his chest, followed by a dizzying whirl of his surroundings, and the next moment, he seemed to catch sight of his own heels. In the briefest of instances, he had been cleaved in two. Then came the second, third, fourth, and fifth. After a single strike, more than 6 Black Mist soldiers fell, their bodies smoothly severed in twain, despite being bound by formation and clad in heavy armor. The seemingly indomitable Black Mist soldiers were as fragile as butter beneath a hot knife, easily pierced like thin paper. Unyielding was this sword intent, a sword intent surpassing master-level swordsmanship. How could this be? Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Remarkable! Yin Yongzhong's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips as he clapped in delight. Somewhat impressive. Tian Yong snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes, fixated on Jiang Han wielding his sword in the water mirror, outside the path-seeking secret realm. High above the gates of the Jinyang sect, an elderly figure with white hair and brows, Li Yangzi, observed the water mirror before him, a look of genuine astonishment crossing his aged face for the very first time. The art of martial mysteries, sword intent. It appeared he had not merely grasped the rudiments of sword intent, but had truly taken the first steps in mastering 1/10 of its essence. How could this be possible? With hair flowing freely and flames flickering in his eyes, the fiery elder also regarded Jiang Han with newfound seriousness. Until now, he had dismissed this young man. Martial arts for mortals were but trivial skills. However, Within the realm of mortal martial arts, there existed a saying: the pinnacle of martial mastery transcends the mundane, transforming the mundane into the mysterious. An ordinary body can contend with the divine. This was the essence of martial mysteries, also known as sword intent. If wielding a knife, it would be knife intent. If using a spear, it would be spear intent. This represented a martial art that transcended the peak of mortal mastery. A truly extraordinary skill. This young man, merely 3 days prior, had struggled with his swordplay. How could he have grasped martial mysteries in such a brief time? Chapter 13. The extraordinary prodigy from 120 years ago. The real man of Crimson Flame exhibited a look of astonishment, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. The lad before him, whom he had utterly disregarded just 3 days prior, had now accomplished something that left him utterly astonished. A mastery of martial arts that transcended comprehension, a full 10% of sword intent. This was not merely a nascent form of sword intent, nor a mere hint of it. In terms of combat skill and comprehension, throughout the annals of the Golden Sun Sect's entrance examinations, those who could achieve such a level were indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How intriguing, how exceedingly intriguing. Initially, he had merely found this young fellow somewhat interesting, but to his surprise, the lad had indeed brought unexpected delight to his old heart. Master Li Yong stroked his beard and smilingly said, "Junior brother Chien, do you recall the last time a disciple exhibited mastery of profound techniques during our sect's entrance examination? The last time, the real man of Crimson Flame diverted his gaze from Jiang Han, who was now ruthlessly dispatching the array of shadowy armored soldiers with ease. The ensuing battle was devoid of any suspense. If my memory serves me correctly, the last disciple to grasp the concept of intent was none other than the nephew of Master Ming Yi, who entered the sect 120 years ago. That particular cohort was dominated by Master Ming Yi's nephew, who, after entering, overwhelmed many within the inner sect and subsequently ascended to the ranks of our sect's foremost inner disciples." At this point, the real man of Crimson Flame paused momentarily. His previously brash demeanor, which seemed to dismiss everyone around him, had softened slightly, revealing profound admiration. Master Ming Yi's nephew possessed extraordinary aptitude, insight, and fortune. Having only practiced for a mere 120 years, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm and was on the verge of breaking into the Purple Mansion realm. It would not be long before us old fellows were surpassed by him. The real man of Crimson Flame sighed in reflection, recalling that in his youth, he too had been a paragon of excellence. Else he would not have attained the Purple Mansion realm. However, when it came to the brilliance of one's ascent, the rapidity of cultivation, and the strength of innate aptitude, he found himself lacking in comparison to Master Ming Yi's nephew. "What this?" The real man of Crimson Flame glanced at Master Li Yong beside him, chuckling. "Why bring up Master Ming Yi's nephew now? Do you truly believe this Jiang Han lad can be compared to him? 3 years of martial arts cultivation, and he too grasped sword intent upon entering," Master Li Yong remarked casually. "After all, Ming Yi was also adept with the sword. Why can't we make a comparison?" "Not at all. He is leagues away." The real man of Crimson Flame waved his hand dismissively, snorting, "This Jiang Han lad, as cultivation aptitude, is woefully inadequate. He has merely attained the 7th level of the bone-washing technique." When Master Ming Yi's nephew participated in the entrance examination, his cultivation level had already reached the 11th level. He was truly dazzling. In the realm of cultivation, one's aptitude is paramount. Jiang Han clearly lacks the requisite talent for a successful path in cultivation. Even if he masters sword techniques, what of it? He is but a leaf adrift on the water. Moreover, even in terms of sword intent, this lad falls short of Master Ming Yi's nephew, who had mastered a full 20% of sword intent. After the real man of Crimson Flame finished speaking, he shook his head and glanced at Jiang Han, who was on the brink of annihilating all the shadowy armored soldiers. What a pity if this lad had a slightly stronger cultivation aptitude. He might have been considered a genius. Though he may not rival Master Ming Yi's nephew in prodigiousness, he might have had a chance to touch the realm of true inheritance that in this world, there are ultimately no what-ifs. Poor cultivation aptitude is simply that, poor. Such foundational talent cannot be altered postnatally and has a fatal impact on one's future cultivation journey. Junior brother Chien, do not forget that just 3 days ago, Jiang Han was almost entirely ignorant of martial combat techniques. Master Liang remarked, he has battled the array of shadowy soldiers for 3 days, yet has elevated his sword technique to a 10% mastery. Such comprehension is utterly astonishing. 3 days. The real man of Crimson Flame shook his head, skepticism etched across his face. Who knows if this lad was deliberately concealing his capabilities beforehand? I cannot believe he truly went from being entirely unversed to mastering 10% sword intent in just 3 days. That, in my view, this lad had already grasped sword intent, even if he hadn't He must have reached the pinnacle of a sword technique 3 days prior. Perhaps he feigned ignorance of martial skills, deliberately suppressing his strength while battling the soldiers, using this method to hone his combat experience. The real man of Crimson Flame was resolute in his conviction to master sword intent in 3 days. That is utterly ludicrous, absolutely impossible. Look at you getting worked up. What you say does hold some merit. Seen in this light, Jiang Han is indeed far behind Master Ming. It is indeed a shame. Master Liang chuckled, observing the visibly agitated expression of his junior brother, the real man of Crimson Flame. You seem quite fond of that young fellow Ming-Yi. After all, you were the one who guided him into the sect, weren't you? I recall you even wished to take him on as your disciple. But alas, it seems that the sword path is more suited for your junior brother. Although I longed to take him on as a disciple, I could not delay Ming-Yi, the real man of Crimson Flame remarked, seemingly recalling something. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a flask of exquisite wine from his storage treasure, boasting, you see, this flask of crimson blood brew was personally gifted to me by that young lad Ming-Yi. He occasionally visits me, and we share a close bond. The crimson blood brew is a fine wine. Junior brother Chien, how could you keep such a treasure hidden? Master Liang's aged face lit up with delight, his expression blooming like a chrysanthemum, utterly captivated. Quickly, pour some out for me to taste. Gasp. The real man of Crimson Flame inhaled sharply, his expression one of agony as he watched Master Liang fill a large bowl for himself without hesitation. Brother, I can scarcely bear to drink this crimson blood brew myself. How could you just guzzle it down? And you filled such a vast bowl. Don't be so stingy. What harm is there in me enjoying a bit of your wine? Master Liang exclaimed, savoring the drink with a look of pure enjoyment, effortlessly evading the real man of Crimson Flame's multiple attempts to reclaim the flask. That old rascal. Drink more slowly. Hand it over. Hand it over. My crimson blood brew. Outside the gates of the Golden Sun sect, chaos ensued in the skies. Meanwhile, Jiang Han continued his fierce battle with the remaining shadowy armored soldiers until the end. Chapter 14. A unique entry. With a swift motion, Jiang Han extended his 3-foot azure blade, unleashing a stream of sword energy that seemingly transcended distance, striking the final shadowy armored soldier 5 meters away. Piercing its throat, boom! In the next instant, the shadowy armored soldier's head exploded, collapsing to the ground as a headless corpse. Last, the battle came to a halt. It's over. Jiang Han flicked the non-existent blood from his blade. Sheathing it with a satisfying click. As he raised his head, he beheld a golden inscription materializing in midair, visible only to him. It was the battle settlement information from the player system. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one grow. You have experienced a battle that astonished all and achieved a resounding victory. After a prolonged clash with 64 shadowy soldiers, your sword technique has surpassed its previous limitations, gaining sword technique experience 2719. Killing a shadowy soldier, experience 19. Killing a shadowy soldier, experience 17. Killing a shadowy soldier, experience 21. Obtain spirit fragments 42. Jiang Han casually opened his personal panel. Host, Jiang Han Martial Arts Realm. 7th level of Bone Washing Technique. 89. Sword Intent. 10%. 1. Evaluation. You are now a master in the realm of mortals. What a relief! Despite having accumulated spirit fragments over these 3 days without using a single one, Jiang Han had passively gained a considerable amount of cultivation experience through defeating the shadowy soldiers, bringing him very close to breaking through to the next level. The sword technique he had once elevated to the pinnacle had vanished. The sword technique section was replaced with a new term. Sword intent? 10% sword intent. ISNT. This something one can only comprehend after embarking on the path of cultivation and learning the sword techniques of the immortal sect. It seems to be a prerequisite for grasping the realm of unity between heaven and man before reaching the innate realm. Jiang Han found himself quite puzzled that if memory serves, one must reach the second realm of cultivation, the nurturing Qi realm, before they can utilize the advantages of immortal sect techniques to comprehend such a state of enlightenment. Right? In his previous life as a gamer, despite various exploits, he had never gained sword intent during the entrance examination. Sword intent. This is remarkable, as long as one comprehends a mere fraction of the sword intent. Even though it currently remains an unnamed, attribute-less force with only a simple enhancement to combat prowess and devoid of any special effects. Once the path of cultivation is embarked upon and various sword techniques from celestial sects are encountered, one will soon be able to effortlessly assimilate them. This will lead to the realization of corresponding celestial sword techniques' unique sword intents, significantly amplifying their power and even granting the ability to engage in battles beyond one's own level. Following the mastery of sword intent comes the profound state of unity between heaven and man. This realm is even more formidable, constituting a special enlightenment stage essential for transcending into the innate realm. Once this threshold is crossed, it signifies an undeniable transformation from the acquired to the innate, culminating in the attainment of an innate cultivator's physique. The state of unity between heaven and man is still distant and does not warrant excessive contemplation. If I recall correctly, a mere fraction of sword intent can approximately double one's combat strength. With each subsequent increment of sword intent, the multiplier will surpass twofold, leading to increasingly exaggerated enhancements to overall combat prowess. Jiang Han scratched his head, a wave of elation surging within him. This phenomenon is remarkably potent in augmenting combat strength in the early stages, when the effects of cultivation techniques are still relatively weak. This aspect is even more formidable than the effects of the techniques themselves. After all, it is a realm of enlightenment that can only be mastered by surpassing two major realms. Take the marrow cleansing technique. For instance, even if one were to fully attain all 12 layers of the tremendous strength attribute, it would merely enhance the physical power yielded by cultivation by a factor of 2. 4. Just slightly elevating the sword intent to 30% could potentially amplify combat strength by 5 to 6 times. Should it reach 100%, the enhancement would be unimaginably vast. This clearly surpasses the combat augmentation provided by this cultivation technique's attributes. It is only later, as one ascends in realm and the effects of various cultivation technique attributes become increasingly extraordinary, that the benefits derived from those attributes will outshine the enhancements granted by this unique realm of enlightenment. However, within the attribute module, there exist even more extraordinary elements, such as unique attributes. If one could obtain a unique attribute in the early stages, the sword intent realm of enlightenment would pale in comparison. Unique attributes are exceedingly rare, and acquiring them is purely a matter of luck. Their effects are enigmatic and surpass the fixed enhancements provided by the cultivation techniques themselves. For now, Jiang Han harbored no particular thoughts regarding this aspect. Speculating is futile. This phenomenon is also entirely random within the attribute module's framework. The underlying logic is simply chance-based acquisition, relying on fortune. It is a delightful little surprise left by the creators of the attribute module, intended to bring joy to players upon their unexpected acquisition. The effects? It can only be said that certain unique attributes are indeed extraordinarily powerful, with effects that can rival those of special enhancements. Jiang Han vaguely recalls that a unique attribute in the later stages is exceptionally explosive, granting practitioners of clone techniques a berserk effect that allows them to effortlessly manifest hundreds or even thousands of clones. Simply outrageous. In battle, a single command could unleash a torrent of forces upon the opponent. Terrifying, cultivators of the same realm would find themselves in utter despair. It is worth noting that an ordinary cultivator, even when fortunate enough to obtain the exceedingly rare clone techniques, can at most manifest a single combat clone. Buzzing. Not far away, A teleportation array intermittently revealed strange patterns of Tao, its myriad of intricate designs astonishingly profound. The teleportation array, with a diameter of 4 zhang, is somewhat diminutive and can only accommodate one individual at a time. Zhang Han did not hasten to step onto it. Instead, he sought a clear space nearby and sat cross-legged. It was time to elevate his cultivation realm. Zhang Han flipped his palm, and a fragment of spiritual essence, shimmering with a radiant glow, appeared in his hand. The icy sensation spread across the surface of his skin along the central line of his palm, providing a slight sense of comfort in the somewhat stifling environment. Since entering the first layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, aside from the spiritual essence fragment obtained from the first Black Mist soldier array that was slain, he had yet to utilize any of the other fragments dropped. Now was the time to employ them. In the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, the challenge would no longer be battling monsters, but rather engaging in a competition among participants, akin to a small contest for entry into the Golden Sun sect. Competing against others is vastly different from confronting those array soldiers. Among the participants, some possess profound cultivation levels, even reaching the 10th layer of the marrow cleansing technique. With the rare occurrence of an 11th layered, a multitude of memories flashed through Zhang Han's mind. He must not stumble at this juncture. Before entering the second layer, he must ensure that his cultivation level is adequately elevated. Thus, paired with the sword intent he has just comprehended, he will soar to new heights. If memory serves correctly, only 10 spots are available for entry into the inner sect, with the rest relegated to the outer sect. One must secure a position among the top 10 to succeed. Zhang Han's goal is first place. Only in this manner can he rightfully obtain the core inheritance from the Golden Sun ancestor when he ventures into the third layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. This is also one of the prerequisites. Let me see how many fragments of spiritual essence I have accumulated. 1, 2, 10, 50. The player system comes equipped with a certain storage space, and at this moment, Zhang Han extracted a considerable number of spiritual essence fragments. Soon, they were neatly arranged before him, forming a substantial pile. These fragments, produced by the system, are visible only to him or the outside world. Others merely observe him meditating beside the teleportation array. Consolidating his post-battle insights. Chapter 15. Ascending Realms. The crowd in awe in the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. Surrounding the massive, sturdy arenas, voices surged like a tide, having witnessed the scene within the water mirror, where Zhang Han effortlessly swept aside all opposition with a single sword, akin to harvesting wheat. The crowd erupted in excitement. It was impossible to remain composed. In just a matter of minutes, Zhang Han had annihilated all the Black Mist soldier arrays that had besieged him. Such prowess, such devastating power. Although he was at the 7th layer of the marrow cleansing technique, he was already comparable to the pinnacle experts of the 9th layer. Wasn't he? Preposterous, the youth within the water mirror, wielding the 7th layer of the marrow cleansing technique, had directly overwhelmed 64 Black Mist soldiers in unison. How could a sword energy possess such might? I too practiced the marrow cleansing technique at the 7th layer. Why do my attacks lack such an effect against those Black Mist soldiers? Not to mention you. Even as someone at the 8th layer of the marrow cleansing technique, my attack power pales in comparison to his. What on earth just transpired? You truly lack experience. That youth clearly demonstrated sword intent, a full fraction of sword intent at that. Sword intent. What is that? Are you familiar with master-level sword techniques? Only by surpassing master-level sword techniques and attaining an unfathomable realm can one grasp sword intent. Wow, that's incredible. The crowd's clamor intensified. A cacophony of exclamations filling the air. Some infatuated maidens blushed like peaches, gazing at Zhang Han seated cross-legged within the water mirror, their eyes brimming with hearts, longing to devour him whole. Throughout history, heroes have adored beauty in a world where strength reigns supreme. A powerful man wielding such formidable abilities naturally captivates the opposite sex. In this moment, all eyes are on him. Countless ordinary cultivators marvel at Zhang Han's achievement of the seemingly impossible. Those of higher cultivation levels squinted, one by one beginning to take note of Zhang Han. Xiaoyu, Tianyong, and Yin Yongzhong, the three currently recognized as the most powerful cultivators, also fixated on Zhang Han, who had just concluded a fierce battle. Mastering sword intent is indeed impressive. However, his cultivation level is still too low, merely at the 7th layer of the marrow cleansing technique, even with the enhancement of a fraction of sword intent. He can at most exert the combat power of an ordinary 9th layer practitioner. Tianyang's expression remained stoic as he coldly observed Jiang Han meditating within the water mirror. Merely possessing the combat power of a 9th layer practitioner does not qualify him as my opponent. With this thought, Tianyang turned his gaze towards Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong, who were his next challengers. Soon, he would defeat these two opponents and ascend to first place, securing entry into the inner sect of the Golden Sun sect. How intriguing. After vanquishing the Black Mist soldiers, he did not immediately depart the first layer of the trial grounds, but instead began to meditate and cultivate on the spot. Yin Yongzhong's gaze was calm as he observed Jiang Han within the water mirror, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Could it be that after concluding a fierce battle, a moment of inspiration led to a breakthrough in cultivation? Suddenly, Yin Yongzhong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He beheld Jiang Han in the high-altitude water mirror, seated cross-legged with closed eyes, as his aura surged dramatically. A crimson stream of energy erupted from around him, swirling upward. Boom! The blood-colored energy expanded several feet outward, as if enveloping his body in a layer of crimson energy armor. Jiang Han's long hair, cascading behind him, stirred as if moved by an unseen wind, soaring like a deity or a demon. True energy transformed into a barrier, blood energy manifesting externally. He genuinely achieved a breakthrough. Yin Yongzhong blinked in surprise. Xiaoyu's purple gauze dress fluttered in the breeze, her veil obscuring her stunning features. Yet her pair of lively eyes could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. This moment, she too quietly observed Jiang Han meditating within the water mirror, witnessing his long hair dancing in the wind and the immense blood-colored energy soaring skyward. Earlier stunned by the sword intent, her emotions gradually returned to calm. 7th layer of the marrow cleansing technique. Surprisingly, a breakthrough has indeed been achieved. This advancement, combined with the formidable power of the first level of sword intent, could potentially unleash the pinnacle combat prowess of the 9th level of the washing marrow technique, perhaps even surpassing it. A flicker of extraordinary light danced in Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes. That I end this way. Although there remains a slight gap, it seems there exists a possibility to contend with my peers. No. As Xiao Yu gazed at Jiang Han in the water mirror, a look of astonishment gradually surfaced on her delicate face. At this moment, a cup of tea's time had already elapsed since Jiang Han's cultivation breakthrough. Yet, the seated Jiang Han showed no signs of rising or ceasing his practice. In fact, the blood-red aura swirling around him intensified, its scale astonishingly expanding. 5 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet. When the surging dragon-like aura of blood energy expanded to a full 10 feet, a thunderous roar resonated. Jiang Han, seated cross-legged, had his long black hair billowing wildly behind him, his entire being enveloped in a rich aura of vitality, slowly levitating a few inches above the ground. How is this possible? Xiao Yu's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief. Floating in mid-air, a brief suspension. The 9th level of the washing marrow technique? At this moment, not only was Xiao Yu astonished, the indifferent Tianyang not far away, the ever-calm Yin Yongzhong, and all those who had previously been vociferously discussing Jiang Han's feat were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Each face quickly revealed a look of shock. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire 2nd layer of the secret realm of seeking the Tao, outside the mountain gates of the Jinyang sect. High in the sky, Li Yangzi and Qi Yinzhenren also bore expressions of astonishment, taken aback by Jiang Han's sudden change. They were even more shocked than when they had witnessed Jiang Han comprehending the first level of sword intent. In just a cup of tea's time, he had succeeded in breaking through 2 minor realms consecutively. How could this be accomplished? An epiphany? Or perhaps the battle sank physique? Qi Yinzhenren was astounded. Finally taking a serious look at Jiang Han, who was seated in mid-air, seeming to recognize this once disparaged youth for the first time. The world is vast, filled with wonders on the path of cultivation. Some individuals may suddenly attain enlightenment. They may experience a surge in understanding or an explosive rise in cultivation level to unimaginable heights. Since ancient times, there have been tales of such phenomena. For instance, a mortal scholar with no cultivation might suddenly comprehend the Tao before a mural in the mountains, achieving enlightenment in a single day, grasping the 10 realms of immortality, and ascending to become an immortal. Similarly, practitioners in the world possess many extraordinary qualities, such as the innate sword body, bloodthirsty bone, reincarnated Tao embryo. Furthermore, among the multitude of rare physiques, the Battle Saint physique is exceptionally elusive, almost never seen in a millennium. It is said that those with this physique grow exponentially stronger with each battle, their cultivation and understanding as effortless as eating and drinking, seemingly unbound by the constraints of realm bottlenecks. However, the Battle Saint physique requires constant life-and-death combat to rapidly enhance itself. Historically, many prodigies with such a physique have met untimely ends. They often engage in ceaseless battles, tasting blood on the blade. A single misstep can lead to death and dissolution. Every action, every choice, bears a price. Chapter 16. You drink a little wine, and you attempt to strike me with your sword? The Battle Saint physique? An epiphany? Li Yangzi downed the contents of the gourd filled with red blood brew in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp, and remarked to the still meditating Jiang Han, both possibilities could be true. Let us observe further that if he truly possesses the Battle Saint physique, our Jinyang sect has struck gold this time. Indeed, Qi Jinren nodded, his eyes shining. The Battle Saint physique? If true, a disciple with such potential would be incomparable to his disciple Ming, perhaps even possessing a deeper foundation. Wait, just as Qi Jinren was immersed in excitement, a sudden thought struck him. He turned mechanically, his gaze falling upon Li Yangzi's left, where a gourd lay toppled on its side. Its mouth wide open, clearly drained of its contents. My red blood brew. Qi Jinren's face twitched, letting out a wail as he lunged toward the gourd beside Li Yangzi. This time, he easily seized it. However, when he tilted it downward, not a single drop remained. Senior brother Qian, I must say, your wine is truly remarkable, Li Yangzi said with a satisfied smile, stroking his beard. Yet the quantity is insufficient. Let us have Ming send you some more another day, and we shall drink heartily together. Ah, old rascal. I demand a duel with you. Return my red blood brew. Qi Jinren roared. Junior brother, do not be hasty. It was merely a little wine. Why draw your sword against me? On the desolate earth, beside the shimmering blue light of the teleportation array, Jiang Han sat with closed eyes, cultivating that a strong wind swept through, stirring the surrounding gray mist restlessly. Blood-colored aura enveloped Jiang Han, his energies surging toward the heavens that a trace of joy and serenity appeared on his face. This was the positive emotion brought forth by the breakthrough in his cultivation level. Each advancement in cultivation represented a small leap in the essence of life. And the instinct of life enveloped Jiang Han in a profound sense of joy and happiness. It felt akin to a child nestled in their mother's embrace or being enveloped in amniotic fluid before birth. Warmth, comfort. Within him, a sensation of rebirth surged forth, an entirely new, vast, and immensely powerful force emanating from the depths of his dantian. Throughout his flesh, organs, and cells, his body underwent a transformation. Every muscle seemed to be rejuvenating, rapidly becoming taut and robust, bone marrow like frost, blood akin to mercury, muscles forged of steel. Before Jiang Han, fragments of spirit particles, thin as cicada wings and resembling jade, glimmered with points of luminous energy, crumbling and vanishing. The disappearance of these spirit particle fragments further intensified Jiang Han's internal aura, growing stronger and stronger. In the unseen air, numerous golden prompts from the system flashed across the screen. Using one spirit particle fragment, experience gained 397. That using one spirit particle fragment, experience gained 355. That using one spirit particle fragment, experience gained 410. Normal experience consumption. Player's cultivation is advancing. Peering within, Jiang Han focused intently on the Qi Ci of his dantian. At this moment, he was anxiously observing that as a vast amount of experience from the spirit particle fragments was consumed, Jiang Han could see the true qi within his dantian visibly increasing. The swirling vortex of true qi, once merely a small whirlpool, had now expanded over tenfold. The large vortex firmly remained at the center of the dantian, as if invisible tendrils were probing into the depths of the void. Steadfast as a mountain, Jiang Han watched anxiously, silently praying that he could break through the 9th level of the washing marrow technique in one go, advancing to the 10th level, within the dantian. The true qi vortex slowly rotated. The total amount of true qi was also on the rise. Suddenly, Jiang Han's expression changed. He sensed that the experience from the spirit particle fragments within him had been exhausted, abruptly halting the flow of true qi cultivation that had been surging forth. In an instant, the true qi vortex at the center of his dantian ceased to grow. Everything came to a standstill. Jiang Han sighed, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he opened his eyes. The blood-colored dragon of energy that had been swirling around him quickly receded. The once tumultuous gray mist of the surroundings gradually returned to a state of tranquility. What a pity! If only I had a few more spirit particle fragments, I would have been confident in breaking through to the 10th level of the washing marrow technique in one seamless motion. Just a few more spirit particle fragments. Jiang Han shook his head, acknowledging that his luck had been somewhat lacking. Throughout the first layer of the secret realm of seeking the Tao, having slain numerous shadowy minions, he had only acquired a mere 63 spirit particle fragments. The drop rate, to be honest, was quite low. Normally, one would expect to obtain at least 75 spirit particle fragments for it to be considered standard. Had that been the case, he would have already been able to break through to the 10th level of the washing marrow technique. Could it be that my journey has exhausted my lifetime of luck? Is that why I am now akin to a person from Africa? Jiang Han mused to himself, a self-deprecating smile forming. There is no helping it if luck is elusive. Perhaps he had experienced countless moments of misfortune before suddenly turning the tide in the next instant. Soaring to new heights, the drop rate was just slightly off at the very least. He had already reached 65 in the progress toward the 9th level of the washing marrow technique, making the 10th level not so distant after all. With the power of the first level of sword intent now in my grasp, and having just broken through twice while selecting 2 immense strength attributes, I am currently formidable, albeit not entirely secure. Yet, I can certainly hold my own against those at the 10th level of the washing marrow technique, provided the opponent does not also possess the intent. Jiang Han rose to his feet and engaged in a brief stretch. A series of crisp, crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans emanated from within his body. Moments later, he strode confidently towards the nearby teleportation array, vanishing from his original location in an instant. As he opened and closed his eyes, he found himself in a completely transformed realm. The surroundings were no longer shrouded in a thin veil of gray mist. The sky was a brilliant blue, and in the distance, lush green forests adorned the landscape. The beauty of this new world far surpassed the desolate and fog-laden environment of the previous layer. It was hard to fathom that such scenes were conjured by the manipulation of spatial energies rather than being of natural origin. Jiang Han's gaze shifted, and he soon spotted several grand arenas situated nearby. This was indeed the testing ground for the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. He nodded to himself, realizing that it appeared far more exquisite than he had recalled, as this was a scene of reality. While he marveled at the cinematic quality of his surroundings, a proclamation unfurled in the sky, revealing the rules of the second layer's challenges. A cursory glance was all it took for Jiang Han to recognize the familiar format. He was well acquainted with it. "Young master, I admire your grace and wonder if I might have the honor of your acquaintance." A timid voice called out, prompting Jiang Han to instinctively turn towards the sound. He beheld a blushing young maiden, her delicate features illuminated by hope in her large, expressive eyes. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? "Young master, do not pay her any mind. She is merely a seductress. Look at me. I am Sheer, and I too desire to befriend you. Me. Look at me. I am beautiful. I have a lovely figure." A throng of eager young women surged towards him, their fervent gazes akin to that of hunters eyeing a prized catch. Jiang Han felt a wave of unease wash over him as he observed how many of these youthful maidens sought his attention, their stares ablaze with desire, as if he had become a rare and precious treasure. Meanwhile, a group of young men near the arenas cast envious glances in his direction, some harboring jealousy and discontent, as if they longed to challenge him in combat. After much deliberation, however, they ultimately chose to retreat, their expressions fluctuating between frustration and resignation. With a long sigh of relief, Jiang Han finally extricated himself from the throng of aspiring acquaintances. Phew, women can be quite terrifying. Do they truly intend to distract me from my sword training? He shook his head dismissively. After all, he was destined to cultivate into an immortal, a figure of longevity and wisdom. How could he be so easily swayed by the superficial allure of these common beauties? With that thought in mind, he absent-mindedly wiped away an inexplicable smudge of rouge from his cheek. The rules of the second layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm were straightforward. Group arena battles. All participants in this layer would be randomly assigned into 4 groups, designated A, B, C, and D. Once the groups were established, they would each enter their respective arenas for intra-group battles. These battles would be conducted in a one-on-one format, where each combatant would earn 1 point for a victory, while the defeated would gain none. Each pair would engage in combat until every member of the group had fought one another, and the total points earned would determine the top 3 individuals within each group. Ultimately, the top 3 from each of the 4 groups, 12 in total, would advance to the final arena showdown. This would determine the overall top 3 and the top 10 candidates for intersect qualifications. The top 3 in the overall standings would receive additional rewards. The first place would earn 500 contribution points from the Jinyang sect, the second place would receive 200 points, and the third would gain 100 points. Contribution points were a valuable currency within the Jinyang sect, akin to gold and silver in the mortal realm. All disciples, whether from the outer or inner sects, operated under a system of contribution-based exchanges. The sect boasted various facilities, including a library, a weapon forging workshop, and a medicinal garden to obtain powerful techniques or formidable artifacts, or even alchemical pills to hasten one's cultivation. One must spend contribution points. A sufficient amount of these points could be exchanged for a wealth of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and even ancient tomes containing formidable secret arts suitable for a journey all the way to the Purple Mansion realm. In this regard, outer sect disciples had slightly fewer options for truly exceptional exchanges compared to their inner sect counterparts, who had to expend more contribution points for the same items. The annual stipend for inner sect disciples was merely 100 contribution points. Thus, the 500 points awarded for first place in the arena battles equated to 5 years' worth of stipends for inner sect disciples. Upon joining the Jinyang sect, the initial tasks assigned to newly inducted disciples were often tedious and yielded scant contribution points, requiring them to complete dozens, if not hundreds, of tasks to accumulate the 500 points. Jiang Han's mind raced with thoughts. Undoubtedly, the reward for first place in the second layer challenges was a substantial sum. This was a prize he was determined to secure. As he contemplated this, a flicker of desire ignited in his eyes. Initially, he had intended to claim the first position, but now he had an even greater motivation. The only obstacles standing in his way were a few individuals. Turning his gaze to the southeast, he noticed 3 solitary figures, each occupying their own space, as Jiang Han's eyes fell upon them. They too became aware of his scrutiny. Returning his gaze, a silent exchange of glances ensued. Some were evaluative, others friendly, yet one pair was filled with aggression and disdain. Jiang Han recognized these 3 individuals, Xiao Yu, Yin Yongzhong, and Tian Yong, all of whom had reached the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique. The last of the trio, Tian Yong, was the one who regarded Jiang Han with a palpable hostility. Such animosity. Was there something wrong with him? Jiang Han felt perplexed. He could not recall any offense he had committed against them. Even as rivals, there was no need for such overt disdain. Ignoring Tian Yong's inexplicable hostility, Jiang Han began to assess his own strength. Having broken through to the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique, he had undeniably made significant progress. His current capabilities represented a transformative leap compared to when he had previously vanquished numerous shadowy puppets. First and foremost was the increase in his overall chi capacity, which had risen by at least 6-fold. Given that employing sword techniques consumed a considerable amount of chi, this enhancement allowed him to wield his sword with abandon. Additionally, his physical strength had also seen a considerable boost. Excluding the augmentation from the tremendous strength attributes and the enhancements brought by his sword techniques, Zhang Han's single-arm punch now boasted an astounding force of 5 tons. That equated to 5,000 kilograms of might. Such power could easily reduce a person to a mere pulp with a single strike, when factoring in the effects of the 3 selections of tremendous strength attributes. The result was even more staggering. Those 3 selections granted him an additional 60 points of strength. When multiplied by his current arm strength, that translated to an increase of 3,000 kilograms, adding to that the power of his sword technique. The results became even more formidable. His sword technique could amplify his attack power by a factor of 2, compounding with the enhanced strength from the tremendous strength attributes. That meant 8,000 multiplied by 2. At this moment, should Zhang Han unleash his full power, he could deliver a blow comparable to 16,000 kilograms of strength. Truly inhuman. Such raw power would far surpass that of the 3 practitioners of the 10th level of the Cleansing Marrow technique. While the martial artists at the 10th level possessed greater speed and agility, along with higher chi capacity and intensity, the sheer force of Zhang Han's strength alone would not guarantee an absolute advantage. He did not harbor the arrogance to believe himself invincible. After all, the 10th level practitioners also boasted 7,000 kilograms of strength and combat techniques that would enhance their overall prowess. However, after evaluating his own capabilities, Zhang Han gained a clearer understanding of his situation, instilling him with greater confidence as he prepared for the impending battles. Chapter 18. Remember my name, and Yin. Zhang Han believed that with his strength and combat skills, his chances of securing first place in the arena battles were significantly high. Though he would not claim absolute certainty, he felt confident that he had at least a 70 to 80% likelihood of victory. Strength conquers myriad techniques. This adage was not mere rhetoric. Sufficiently overwhelming power inherently conferred an extraordinary margin for error in battle. As the saying goes, if others strike you 10 times without consequence, yet your single blow sends them crashing to the ground, that encapsulates the essence of true might. As the crowd gathered, the second layer of the quest for Dao's secret realm swiftly underwent a transformation. A radiant glow ascended, and beneath the intricate formations, a series of urn-shaped lottery vessels materialized before the attendees. The dark mouths of these vessels absorbed all light, rendering their contents completely invisible. Zhang Han extended his hand into the vessel's opening and soon withdrew a bamboo slip. Flipping it over, he discovered the inscription. Ding 19 IT appeared he had been assigned a group 4 as number 19, placing him towards the latter end. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, clutching the bamboo slip in his palm. Simultaneously, the others began to draw their lots. Before long, all participants had been allocated. The 4 groups, B, C, and D, comprised a total of 151 individuals, albeit with a slightly uneven distribution. Upon counting, Zhang Han noticed that the number of people converging in his Group D was marginally larger. Though the excess consisted of merely a few practitioners at the 6th level of the Cleansing Marrow technique, this had little impact. Notably, Zhang Han suspected that the results of the drawing had been manipulated. The individuals Xiao Yiyan, Yongzhong, and Tian Yong, all at the 10th level of the Cleansing Marrow technique, had been separated, each placed within the first 3 groups, while he remained in the last, Group D. Such arrangement ensured that he and these 3 would not face early elimination, as they were all destined to enter the final showdown. In fact, Zhang Han's speculation was accurate. Yangzi and Shi Yinjinren closely monitored the assessment within the quest for Dao's secret realm, which serve as a pivotal selection phase for inner sect disciples, specifically designed to identify promising candidates for the sect. Naturally, they would not allow the strongest individuals to cluster together and engage in fierce battles that could lead to injuries or even elimination. Just as he pondered this, a tremendous rumble echoed from a distance. Zhang Han looked up to see 4 enormous platforms vibrating vigorously. The transparent domes above the platforms shook violently, and soon, the protective barriers formed by formations revealed 2 entrances, allowing passage for individuals. The arena battles were about to commence. From that point onward, there was little to discuss. Each participant would engage in battles according to the numbers drawn. Jiang Han's number was towards the end, allowing him to leisurely observe the ongoing matches that he watched the skirmishes within his group and the other three groups. As participants clashed with one another, some fought barehanded, others wielded long spears, while some brandished blades and swords. An array of weapons filled the arena. Jiang Han found himself thoroughly engrossed. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such a spectacle of martial artists soaring through the air in combat. Experiencing it firsthand was undeniably refreshing. Before long, Jiang Han's spirits lifted. The platforms welcomed their first heavyweight contender, Xiao Yu. Among the three supreme masters, she was the sole female. As a formidable opponent, Jiang Han paid her particular attention, eager to gauge her prowess that moment. Xiao Yu's adversary was a burly man, towering at least 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like mountains. One of his arms was thicker than the waist of an average adult male. He wielded a massive, 3-meter-long spiked club, exuding an imposing presence. Jiang Han discerned that this giant's cultivation level was at least the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique, in stark contrast. Xiao Yu appeared petite and delicate, her stature a sharp juxtaposition to her opponent's. Yet, with an expression devoid of emotion, she stepped forward, raising her alabaster hands, adorned with gloves woven from silvery, special silk. As she approached, Jiang Han's lips twitched in surprise, for he realized that the seemingly monstrous giant was nothing more than a coward. Faced with Xiao Yu's advance, he recoiled, his face twisted in fear. Nearly losing grip of his 3-meter-long club, seemed he had encountered Xiao Yu's strength before, and it had left him petrified. Xiao Yu made her move. The celestial palm. With her jade-like hands, she unleashed massive palm strikes imbued with true energy. After 5 or 6 powerful strikes, the giant's spiked club shattered into 3 pieces, his rib cage crumbled, and he was sent sprawling off the platform, reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Soon after Xiao Yu's display, Yin Yongzhong ascended the platform in the C group. Like Jiang Han, he wielded a sword, albeit a swift one. Utilizing the true energy of the cleansing marrow technique, he unleashed his self-created technique, the Raging Rain and Fiery Sun Sword. Though he appeared to be a gentle scholar, once he struck, he moved with the speed of a mountain phantom, his sword faster than the eye could follow, invoking the might of thunder and the swiftness of torrential rain, rendering his opponents unable to evade. In merely 2 breaths, he decisively overwhelmed a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Tianyong, positioned in Group A, was the third to take the stage. He wielded a pair of heavy hammers, his strength formidable. An opponent could withstand the force of his hammer strikes. He also employed a self-created hammer technique, known as the 18 Hammers of Heaven's Collapse. This technique was tremendously powerful, with each strike heavier than the last. By the time the 18th hammer fell, even Jiang Han felt compelled to frown at the sheer might, though he maintained an air of indifference. He could not deny the man's exceptional prowess. His arm strength was far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner at the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Perhaps he was endowed with innate talent or divine strength, as Jiang Han estimated that the strength of this man's single arm likely exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Finally, after spectating for a considerable duration, it was Jiang Han's turn to take the stage, following the various displays of talent in the first layer of the quest for Tao, including the manifestation of sword intent and successive breakthroughs in cultivation. Jiang Han had captivated the curiosity of many as he stepped onto the platform. A significant portion of the audience beneath the 4 platforms shifted their attention towards him, eager to witness his performance. Mastering sword intent and having advanced to the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique, many speculated whether Jiang Han could rival the 3 supreme masters at the 10th level. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Han ascended the platform. Opposite him stood a cold-eyed youth, wielding dual blades with an air of indifference. While others praised Jiang Han for mastering a 10th of the sword intent and inexplicably advancing to the 9th level. The dual-blade youth, having devoted himself day and night to refining his blade techniques, remained unconvinced, slowly drawing his blades. One of his curved swords pointed ominously at Jiang Han as he coldly proclaimed, "Remember my name. The one who will defeat you is Yin." Chapter 19. Astonishing gains from battle with a triumphant declaration, and Yin's face brimmed with confidence, as if he had already secured victory over Jiang Han. "Kill!" In the next instant, he charged towards Jiang Han with his dual blades, his true energy surging. What an overzealous individual, Jiang Han thought, bemused at An Yin. Was it? Soon, I shall reduce you to An Duan. Jiang Han exerted force through his left foot, stomping down on the solid platform. Boom! The sturdy floor shimmered and trembled violently. In an instant, Jiang Han vanished from sight, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped across 10 meters. Appearing before the charging An Yin as if teleported, An Yin was momentarily startled, swinging his blades in a desperate attempt to strike. Jiang Han regarded him with indifference. Too slowed, Jiang Han, this overly dramatic individual, afflicted by a severe case of delusions, moved with the speed of a crawling turtle. Drawing the sword from his waist, he did not even unsheath it. Instead, he allowed his true energy to envelop the blade and sheath, launching a single powerful strike towards An Yin. With an explosive show of strength, augmented by a 60-point power boost, Jiang Han unleashed an attack imbued with an astounding 8,000 kilograms of force. An Yin instinctively attempted to deflect the blow with his dual blades, but as soon as they made contact with Jiang Han's sword, his expression changed dramatically. An overwhelming force surged from the sword's surface. No! An Yin screamed in despair. In the next moment, Jiang Han's sword shattered An Yin's steel blades effortlessly, crushing his arms and collapsing his chest, sending him hurtling off the platform like a lifeless dog. Gasping for breath, An Yin lay on the ground, his ribcage caved in, exhaling more than inhaling. Witnessing this, the numerous onlookers seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand around their throats. A stunned silence enveloped the arena. Impressive, unbeatable, they marveled, astonished that Jiang Han had defeated a master at the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique with a single strike, without even unsheathing his sword. How terrifying! Jiang Han's strength was undoubtedly on par with Xiao Yu, Yin Yongzhong, and Tian Yong. Jiang Han! Jiang Han! Jiang Han! After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd broke the stillness with a shout. Instantly, the previously hushed platforms erupted into frenetic cheers, with voices rising to the heavens. Disregarding the cheers of the crowd and indifferent to how these individuals knew his name, Jiang Han maintained his composure. Having practiced outside the gates of Jinyang sect for 3 years, it was only natural that some recognized him. As he demonstrated his dazzling combat prowess, his name would inevitably be spread by those with keen awareness. Jiang Han paid little attention to whether that individual named An Yin had been struck down by his sword sheath. His mind was preoccupied with another matter. The system prompts detailing the battle settlement following his defeat of An Yin. Stepping outside the throng of celebratory onlookers, Jiang Han wore a stoic expression, cradling his treasured sword in a pose that radiated an air of aloofness, signaling that he was not to be approached. The crowd, seemingly doused with a bucket of cold water, fell silent. Several who had considered approaching Jiang Han retreated in trepidation. In an instant, a circular space around him became as pristine as if licked clean by a dog. Ignoring the thoughts of those surrounding him, Jiang Han focused intently on the system prompts that still hovered before him. First battle with a martial artist. You achieved a resounding victory. Defeated martial artist An Yin, experience 119. Due to battling an opponent of the same tier, your gains far exceed previous encounters. Your sword technique has been greatly honed by the fierce adversary. Gaining sword intent experience 2481. What in the world? Sword intent experience surged by over 2,000 points from that single attack. Jiang Han couldn't fathom how battling an opponent of equal caliber could yield such a bounty. He cast a sidelong glance at the motionless An Yin, who lay like a dead dog beneath the arena. It seemed that he had been taken away by several figures cloaked in black mist. Likely to receive treatment from the Jinyang sect, was this truly what constituted a formidable adversary? What had he been honed against? Jiang Han felt utterly bewildered. The experience he gained from that singular attack surpassed the total he acquired from slaying 64 black mist puppets in the final trial of the first layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm. A glance at his personal panel revealed that the growth progress in the sword intent section had soared significantly. Although he had yet to break through the 10% threshold, he had made considerable advancement. At this rate, he would likely soon attain the second tier of sword intent. The section detailing his cultivation realm remained unremarkable. The conventional experience points earned were meager, barely exceeding 100 for someone at the 9th level of the marrow washing technique. This paltry sum was merely a drop in the bucket, leaving him far from a breakthrough. Following his victory over Ni Yin, no loot had dropped. Jiang Han speculated that this was likely due to his not having slain the opponent. Only by slaying an enemy could one expect to receive drops. It was merely a contest on the arena. Although Ni Yin had spoken disrespectfully, Jiang Han was not inclined to kill over such provocation. He wondered if there was something peculiar about Ni Yin that resulted in such a substantial gain in sword technique experience, or if all martial artists enjoyed similar treatment. If it were the latter, it would certainly be delightful. With such anticipation, Jiang Han's mood brightened. The power of sword intent was immense. Having tasted its sweetness, he naturally wished for its growth. Such development would greatly enhance his combat strength and pave a smoother path in his future pursuits of immortality. After all, sword intent was not something that martial artists typically comprehended. It was a realm that only cultivators in the second stage of cultivation, the Qi nourishing stage, could engage with. Many peak Qi nourishing cultivators possessed only rudimentary levels of sword intent or similar concepts. Some with lesser comprehension might spend years in the later stages of Qi nourishing without grasping the notion of intent. To transcend the shackles of the Qi nourishing stage and step into the innate stage, one must master an intent to over 10% and then achieve the state of unity with the Tao on the arena. The clanging of various weapons echoed incessantly as Jiang Han awaited his next bout. As the victor, he could partake in multiple contests until most of the members in his group were eliminated, thereby determining the top 3. Drawing lots once more, Jiang Han received the bamboo strip Ding 6. His opponent was the individual ranked Ding 5. He would have to wait a while longer before he could engage in battle. Just one more round, and he would be able to validate his thoughts. Was the substantial gain in sword technique experience from earlier due to Ni Yin being exceptional? If not, then that would truly be splendid. With such eager anticipation, he soon found himself on stage once more. Upon ascending, Jiang Han's gaze swept across his opponent. He frowned, realizing his luck had faltered. This time, he faced merely a weakling at the 7th level of the marrow washing technique. The young man in blue wielded a spear. And upon meeting Jiang Han's gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Yet he mustered some courage and did not concede outright. Expert, please show mercy. My name is Sun Jian. The blue-clad youth stammered, bowing slightly. Show mercy? You speak with a hint of politeness. Since you seem agreeable, I'll allow you 100 moves before I strike. Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, addressing the trembling Sun Jian. His intention was not genuinely to spare this youth out of any fondness, nor was it a matter of courtesy. Jiang Han merely believed that prolonging the fight might afford him additional sword technique experience. He had no desire to feign weakness before the crowd. Thus, he devised this strategy. Allow the opponent 100 moves, then swiftly eliminate him. In doing so, the system would classify it as having endured a fierce battle, potentially yielding greater experience. Then I shall offend you. Sun Jian inhaled deeply and, with a flick of his wrist, lunged forward with his spear. As they closed in, Jiang Han casually blocked with his sword sheath. The flurry of spear strikes rained down like pear blossoms in a storm, yet they could not breach his defense. Soon enough, after 100 moves, Jiang Han's expression sharpened, and he suddenly accelerated his right hand holding the sword. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from his arm, shattering Sun Jian's barrage of attacks in an instant. Within a fraction of a second, Jiang Han's sword sheath was poised just half an inch from Sun Jian's throat. You've lost, Jiang Han stated flatly. Thank you. Sun Jian stammered, his face reflecting a mix of complexity and despondency. Jiang Han was simply too formidable, far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. Fighting him felt akin to a junior receiving a lesson from a senior, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. As he left the arena, Jiang Han eagerly glanced at the newly revealed lines of Golden System settlement prompts. You engaged in a fierce battle with a martial artist and achieved a resounding victory. Defeated martial artist Sun Jian, experienced 71. Due to your opponent's considerable martial skills, your sword technique was significantly refined. Sword intent experience 1897. Jiang Han scratched his head. It was indeed fruitful. It was now certain. Battling martial artists did yield a wealth of sword intent experience upon their defeat. Perhaps it was due to their superior combat skills, at least far surpassing those of the Black Mist puppets. Thus, the system deemed it only natural for such encounters to yield greater returns in combat technique experience. While Jiang Han felt the sword intent experience gained was substantial, it was merely standard in the system's perspective. He cast a glance at the dejected Sun Jian, the young man wielding the spear, whose cultivation realm was merely at the 7th level of the marrow washing technique, far inferior to that of the previously encountered dual-wielding master in Ayan. Surprisingly, the experience awarded from this battle did not diminish significantly. As a result, it seemed that as long as one was a martial artist, they could indeed provide a considerable amount of sword intent experience. This was excellent news. He could now thoroughly farm experience and elevate his sword intent levels. Jiang Han felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Just moments ago, he had glanced at his personal panel. The sword intent section had already transformed. The experience acquired from Sun Jian had propelled Jiang Han's strength to new heights. In the quiet aftermath of 2 battles, his sword intent had undergone a qualitative shift, elevating from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. Now, it was a matter of waiting and battling. Each battle concluded with Jiang Han drawing lots alongside the victorious members of his group to determine his next opponent. In nearly every bout, he consistently garnered around 2,000 points of sword intent experience, along with a modest amount of regular experience to enhance his cultivation. Throughout this process, Jiang Han would consistently allow his opponents 100 moves before unleashing a thunderous strike. With his sword still sheathed, he effortlessly defeated each adversary. This peculiar behavior caught the attention of many spectators watching from the sidelines. What was Jiang Han up to, allowing each opponent 100 moves before effortlessly defeating them with a single strike? Such confidence, is it? This seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Truly impressive. Is he using the time in the arena to hone his skills, not letting any opportunity for battle slip by to refine himself? Remarkable. How I wish I could be as formidable. Observing Jiang Han defeating those masters of the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique with a single strike, I wonder how he compares to the 3 peak experts, Xiao Yu, Tian Yong, and Yin Yongzhong, who have attained the 10th level. I believe Jiang Han holds the advantage. Perhaps not, for those 3 have indeed reached the 10th level, having long since attained that realm. Their martial skills are exceptional, far surpassing those of the 9th level. It would be quite challenging for Jiang Han to overcome them. Opinions abound, and the atmosphere is rife with chatter. Jiang Han, however, remains utterly oblivious to the world around him, patiently awaiting each arena battle while quietly amassing vast amounts of sword intent experience. As time passes, the strength of his sword intent continues to grow, becoming increasingly formidable. Alas, the joyful moments of accumulating experience are always fleeting. The arena battles, 2 by 2, are limited in number, and before many have occurred, everything reaches its conclusion. The group matches end, and the final showdown among 12 begins. After another round of combat, only 6 remain: Xiao Yu, Yin Yongzhong, Tian Yong, and Jiang Han, alongside 2 masters of the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique. The drawing of lots commences. Jiang Han raises an eyebrow as he opens his palm to reveal the bamboo strip, which directly names his opponent, Xiao Yu. Clearly, Jiang Han's next adversary is one of the 3 supreme experts, the 10th level practitioner, Xiao Yu. She is also the only female among the remaining 6. This exquisite, slender maiden, who defeats foes with her palm technique, has left a profound impression on Jiang Han, having dispatched countless muscular opponents with her formidable skills. Tian Yong and Yin Yongzhong do not face each other, each drawing a 9th level opponent instead. The 6 ascend the 3 enormous arenas simultaneously. Below, the noise is deafening, especially around Jiang Han, and Xiao Yu. 1 is a figure who, after granting 100 strikes to any opponent, defeats them with a single blow, seemingly invincible. The other is a ruthless powerhouse of the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Xiao Yu, as a stunning beauty, even garners more admiration than Jiang Han. Countless youths in the audience are captivated by her charm. Jiang Han, you are impressive. I have long awaited this duel, Xiao Yu declares, donning her specially crafted silver silk gloves, her voice like a melodious songbird in a serene valley. Her veil conceals her breathtaking beauty, yet her autumn-like eyes burn with a fierce, intense battle spirit. Though a woman, she is a warrior at heart. Jiang Han nods, feeling a tinge of anticipation himself. He wonders how much Sword in 10 experience he will earn from defeating a master of the 10th level. Surely, it should far exceed that of the 9th level practitioners, right? You may strike first and I will allow you 100 strikes, but after that, I will not hold back, Jiang Han states. This declaration causes an uproar among the spectators. Chapter 21. Crushing the Overturning Palm. Defeating Xiao Yu. Jiang Han's words are not meant to belittle Xiao Yu, but rather to state a fact. As the arena battles unfold, each fight grants him vast amounts of Sword in 10 experience. Presently, Jiang Han's Sword in 10 has reached a remarkably advanced level. This level is one that only practitioners in the Qi Nourishing Realm can access. Not only does it greatly enhance his attack power when fully unleashed, but it also allows him to execute various techniques with increasing finesse as his Sword in 10 evolves. The effect is evident. The speed of others appears to slow in his eyes, akin to bullet time, enabling him to react to their attacks with remarkable swiftness. He could discern numerous flaws and weaknesses in his opponents, even with the 3 masters of the 10th level of the Cleansing Marrow technique. Jiang Han, having observed their battles, perceives them as sluggish and rife with openings. Thus, facing Xiao Yu's attacks proves to be quite effortless for Jiang Han, let alone 100 strikes. Even 500 or 1,000 would pose no challenge at all. Jiang Han speaks casually, feeling no qualms. However, Xiao Yu is incensed. You dare to allow me 100 strikes. Xiao Yu is momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger igniting in her autumn-like eyes. The temperature around seems to drop several degrees. With such arrogance, I shall see if you can truly withstand it. Behold my palm, Xiao Yu declares fiercely, launching her assault. Her gloved hands rise, a stunning torrent of crimson, true energy surging forth, and in an instant, she unleashes a series of over 10 massive, true energy palm prints before her. The overturning palm, a technique of her own invention, now supported by the immense purity of her true energy at the 10th level, creates a force that seems capable of upending the heavens. 10 enormous palm prints, each measuring 3 meters wide and over 5 meters tall, line up before Jiang Han, nearly obscuring the arena space in front of him, leaving only negligible gaps. Faced with this move, Jiang Han has no choice but to confront it head-on. Xiao Yu aims to overwhelm him with sheer force, compelling Jiang Han to draw his sword in retaliation. Thus, her challenge for him to endure 100 strikes becomes moot. Jiang Han would indeed find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yu's technique is impressive. The depth of her true energy is remarkable. Jiang Han raises an eyebrow, clearly recognizing that the current situation is specifically designed to target him. Yet he remains unperturbed. However, mere palm prints are insufficient to pressure me. Let me shatter your technique. In the next moment, Jiang Han lightly taps the arena floor, advancing directly toward the oncoming massive palm prints. The audience holds their breath in anticipation. In an instant, Jiang Han arrives before one of the colossal true energy palm prints. His eyes sparkling with insight, gazing at the tremendous palm print, which crushes the air and emits a thunderous roar. He perceives numerous weak and uneven points within the true energy imprint. Jiang Han raises his hand, casually gripping the sword sheath. With a slight modulation of his true energy to shield the sheath, he deftly strikes the center of the palm print's core. It is as if a domino has fallen among them. In the next instant, the colossal true energy hand, imbued with overwhelming force, bursts like a bubble. A resounding crash follows. A torrent of air sweeps past Jiang Han's body, akin to a fierce wind, leaving him unharmed. Gasp! The spectators below are left in stunned silence. How is this possible? My overturning palm was shattered so effortlessly. Xiao Yu exclaims, her enchanting eyes widening in disbelief. Boom! 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 Behind Jiang Han, the remaining true energy palm prints howl past, each crashing into the inner layer of the translucent protective shield surrounding the arena, unleashing a violent burst of true energy that sends ripples coursing through the protective barrier. The deafening sounds resonate. The sheer volume of the blast causes some spectators to retreat in shock, their faces pale. Thus, the terrifying power of Xiao Yu's palm prints becomes evident. All eyes converge upon Jiang Han, who stands effortlessly at one side of the arena. If those palm prints held such fearsome power, how formidable must Jiang Han be, who so easily shattered one, relying solely on the sheath of his sword. He had not even drawn his blade. Merely a light strike with the sheath sufficed to tear apart a palm print of unparalleled might. Damn it! Draw your sword. Xiao Yu, humiliated and furious, cries out, charging toward Jiang Han. Jiang Han remains calm, standing still in anticipation. Soon, Xiao Yu closes in, her silver silk gloves shimmering as a multitude of silver-hued hands, akin to a thousand-armed deity, create a flurry of afterimages, launching a fierce barrage of attacks toward Jiang Han. Yet, it is too slow. While others may struggle to perceive Xiao Yu's speed, Jiang Han can effortlessly discern each of her attacks. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms, 5 palms, 10 palms. Soon, the 100 strikes pass swiftly. Jiang Han's gaze sharpens, a hint of seriousness gracing his expression. First stance of sword intent. Amplifying might. Jiang Han grips the sword's body, the unsheathed blade seemingly coming to life, as a torrent of crimson, true energy surges from his dantian, pouring into the hand gripping the sheath. Prepare to be defeated. Jiang Han swings his hand in a strike. The sheath precisely connects with one of Xiao Yu's hands as she unleashes her barrage of palm strikes. Boom! In an instant, a resounding crash echoed. Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she felt an overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from Jiang Han's sheath, coursing through her hand, wrist, arm, shoulder, and throughout her entire body. In that fleeting moment, she sensed half of her body go numb. Such terrifying strength. Bang! 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 Xiao Yu was unable to stem her retreat, staggering backwards in quick succession. With each step, the entire arena trembled beneath her. She was forced to retreat 10 steps in total. Upon landing her 10th step, she had already crossed the boundaries of the arena, having been struck out by Jiang Han's blow. I actually lost. Defeated so easily, Xiao Yu stood in a daze, her delicate face reflecting shock and disbelief, her beautiful eyes instinctively turning towards Jiang Han, only to meet his gaze. His eyes were as calm as a vast lake. Undeniable that it seemed everything transpiring at that moment was entirely natural. Xiao Yu parted her lips beneath her veiled in an instant. A myriad of complex emotions, shame, indignation, and despair flashed through her eyes. Jiang Han was exceedingly strong, surpassing her comprehension. Chapter 22. Breaking through in battle, the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Ding, ding, ding. After defeating Xiao Yu, Jiang Han heard several system notifications sound that a few lines of golden-hued system settlement information appeared in the air before him. Upon discerning the details, Jiang Han's face revealed a hint of joy that he mused that Xiao Yu was indeed one of the top experts at the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Practically a humanoid experience treasure. Defeating Xiao Yu granted him a staggering 217 points of normal experience and 4,120 points of sword momentum experience. As a prominent experience resource, Xiao Yu's yield was at least double that of others. Regrettably, despite the rapid enhancement of his sword momentum, the accumulation of normal experience without the essence fragments remained too slow. Even defeating a master like Xiao Yu did not allow Jiang Han to break through the shackles of the 9th level of the cleansing marrow technique and step into the 10th level cultivation. He was still a fraction short of the required experience. With a bow, Jiang Han raised his hands in salute to Xiao Yu from the arena that I am not your equal. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, as if coming to a realization, a trace of desolation appearing on her stunning face as she shook her head and sighed. Suddenly, an unusual wave of energy surged forth. Xiao Yu, feeling disheartened, furrowed her brows, her gaze sharpening as she turned towards the source of the wave on her left. Jiang Han frowned as he followed the wave with his eyes. Below the arena, the crowd, still reeling from the shock of Jiang Han's swift defeat of Xiao Yu, was collectively drawn to the strange wave. One by one, they turned to gaze in the direction from whence it came. The presence of this unexpected energy was overwhelmingly potent, reminiscent of a higher being exuding life force. Its arrival ignited an irresistible urge in everyone present to behold it. At that moment, at the end of the wave, stood a figure, a person entirely enveloped in a maelstrom of boundless true energy. Appearing as if a celestial being had descended, Tianyong, Jiang Han's pupils constricted as he quickly discerned the figure floating in mid-air. It was none other than Tianyong, one of the top experts at the 10th level. He was also the only individual among the three who harbored inexplicable animosity towards Jiang Han. At this moment, he was locked in combat on the adjacent arena, facing the visibly distressed Yin Yongzhong. After both had decisively defeated their opponents, they had quietly initiated their battle. The 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, focusing on Tianyong, who was bathed in a torrent of blood-red true energy. At that moment, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy cascaded down from above him, causing his aura to rise dramatically. Not only was the intensity of his true energy surging, but it was evident that his very essence was undergoing a transformation. This metamorphosis, a leap to a higher form of life, radiated an aura that captivated the crowd, compelling them to gaze upon him. It was unmistakably a sign of breaking through to the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique. Jiang Han had not anticipated witnessing an indigenous martial artist reach such heights. After all, according to the game's lore, even among thousands of practitioners at the 10th level, it was exceedingly rare for one to attain the 11th level. This realm transcended mere martial prowess. It was a state where martial artists, having purely cultivated their craft, broke through into the path of immortality. Achieving such a breakthrough in merely 3 years, from nothing to the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique, required an extraordinary level of talent. Ordinary prodigies, like those who reached the 10th level within 3 years, would need decades of painstaking effort to even glimpse the boundary separating martial and immortal paths. Even Jiang Han, in his previous life as a player, required vast experience to breach this realm, only managing to do so upon reaching the 3rd layer of the secret realm of seeking the Tao. The Jinyang sect's assessment criteria categorized individuals into 2 types. The first type encompassed those at the first 10 levels of the cleansing marrow technique. Achieving the 6th or 7th level was deemed barely sufficient for aspiring cultivators. Reaching the 8th or 9th levels indicated normal talent, while those attaining the 10th level were considered geniuses among mortals, possessing above-average potential. The second type consisted of those who could break through to the 11th level within 3 years of practicing the cleansing marrow technique. Regarded as true prodigies, seeds of the sect, possessing exceptional talent, such individuals, barring premature demise, were destined for greatness on their cultivation path, likely reaching the Yuan Dan realm without encountering any bottlenecks. As for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, unless hindered by resource scarcity or ill fortune, the probability was exceedingly high. Yin Yongzhong was destined to be defeated. Jiang Han's gaze remained fixed on the arena where Tianyong stood, internally convinced of the outcome. Breaking through to the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique not only signified astonishing talent, but also would yield an almost qualitative enhancement in combat prowess. Why was this level of advancement so challenging? Why did it take decades for normal geniuses at the 10th level to have a chance at breaking through? Why must players accumulate immense experience to achieve this? Because it was overwhelmingly powerful. What appeared to be a mere minor breakthrough was, in fact, akin to transcending into a higher realm that a martial artist at the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique would possess 10 times the total true energy of a 10th level practitioner. With the intensity of their true energy evolving to rival that of an immortal's mana, it could be said that at this moment, Tianyong possessed the strength to contend with a mid-stage opening vein realm cultivator in a fierce battle. One who had cultivated formidable protective techniques. Such power would render defeating Yin Yongzhong a trivial task. Even in Jiang Han's estimation, Yin Yongzhong's overall strength was 3 points superior to Xiao Yu's. Yet the outcome would remain unchanged. In the arena, Yin Yongzhong was akin to a trapped beast, fighting desperately. His previously composed demeanor had vanished entirely. He gritted his teeth, resisting the onslaught of true energy that surged upon him. Even this sheer force of true energy compelled him to exhaust every ounce of his strength, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. Raging Sun Sword, Yin Yongzhong bellowed, drawing his sword with a flourish. channeling his true energy to its utmost limit, pouring it all into the blade. Swish, swish. Yin Yongzhong's sword arm swung fervently, unleashing a torrential barrage of sword energy that cascaded forth like a relentless rainstorm. Each wave of sword energy possessed tremendous power, surpassing the might of a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 9th level, barely reaching the threshold of a 10th level attack. A multitude of sword energies, at least 100 in number, swept across the arena, nearly depleting all of Yin Yongzhong's true energy reserves in a single surge. Yin Yongzhong gazed eagerly, hoping that this culmination of his strength could yield results. In the next moment, his expression faltered, revealing despair. He watched as Tianyong raised a hand, seemingly effortlessly compressing the surging true energy swirling around him, which crashed against the oncoming sword energies like a tidal wave. The true energy, resembling a river filled with piranhas, voraciously devoured each sword energy, shredding them to pieces with ease. In an instant, Tianyong neutralized Yin Yongzhong's desperate strike, which had consumed all his true energy. The torrent of true energy then surged forward, shattering Yin Yongzhong's chest and ribs, sending him flying out of the arena. Arrogant and disdainful, as if extinguishing an inconsequential insect, Tianyong slowly descended from the air. Upon landing on the arena, he cast a provocative glance towards a corner of the crowd, his eyes locked onto Jiang Han. Tianyong spoke nonchalantly. "Kid, you're the last one remaining. You wish to concede now? Or shall I break your hands and feet before you yield?" Chapter 23. A single sword will defeat you. The audacious and arrogant voice reverberated not only in Jiang Han's ears, but also resonated within the ears of all spectators gathered beneath the arena. The youths in the crowd were momentarily stunned, only to erupt in a collective outburst. Wow, Tianyong is so domineering. He actually intends to shatter Jiang Han's hands and legs. How forceful! They exclaimed that you think Jiang Han will concede defeat? Or will he swallow his pride and ascend the stage to engage Tianyong in a fight to the death? Fight to the death. Is he courting disaster? Tianyong has already ascended to the 11th level of the washing marrow technique. And even Yin Yongzhong, who has mastered the 10th level, is no match for him. Despite Jiang Han's previous effortless victory over Xiaoyu, it seemed hopeless. Could Jiang Han, no matter how strong, truly contend with Tianyong, who had surpassed 2 realms? After all, he was merely a practitioner of the 9th level of the washing marrow technique. It appeared the first place would inevitably belong to Tianyong. The youths below the arena buzzed in hushed whispers, each exchanging their thoughts. The impending battle between Jiang Han and Tianyong had captivated everyone's attention, drawing all eyes to it. The murmurs, though faint, were still clearly audible to Jiang Han, whose acute hearing picked up every word. He chose to disregard the buzzing crowd, instead striding purposefully toward the arena where Tianyong stood. As Jiang Han moved, it was as if he had stepped upon an anthill, startling the onlookers below the stage. In an instant, those within 6 or 7 meters of him scattered, creating a wide circle of space around him. With each step he took toward Tianyong's arena, more people parted ways, clearing a substantial area for him. What was Jiang Han up to? Was he truly going to challenge Tianyong on stage? What audacity! A madman! Did he not witness how Yin Yongzhong was struck down like a dead dog? Remarkable! Above the entrance to the Dao-seeking secret realm, in the high skies before the Jinyang sex gate, the duel between Li Yangzi and Ji Yanjunren fell silent in an instant. Both men regarded the scene below with a mixture of astonishment and seriousness, their gazes fixated on the imposing and brash Tianyong. After a moment, Li Yangzi sighed softly. "I never anticipated that a prodigious talent at the 11th level of the washing marrow technique would emerge. His name is Tianyong, correct? Truly a person of great potential. With a bit of tempering, he could achieve remarkable heights in the future." Indeed, indeed. Coming from ordinary, even impoverished origins, and having never been exposed to martial arts before ascending the mountain. To reach this point in just 3 years is genuinely extraordinary, a testament to his exceptional talent. Ji Yanjunren's eyes sparkled as he fixated on Tianyong in the water mirror below. At that moment, even the Yangzi's previous grievances over the blood brew were momentarily forgotten. It seemed this young man would emerge as the champion of the upcoming initiation competition. Given time, perhaps our Jinyang sect would witness another unparalleled prodigy, rivaling even a nephew of Ming Yi, Jian asserted with conviction. Ha! Li Yangzi chuckled, stroking his beard. Yet Tianyong does have an opponent. I wonder how many moves Jiang Han can endure against him. Jiang Han, you say? Ji Yanzhen frowned, observing Jiang Han as he steadily advanced through the parted crowd toward the arena. An invisible aura began to coalesce around Jiang Han, enveloping him at that moment. His body seemed to undergo a transformation, as if he were becoming an extraordinary sword forged through time. What audacity! What presence! This young man, despite only being at the 9th level of the washing marrow technique, dared to ascend the stage to challenge Tianyong. This sheer bravery alone marked him as an exceptional individual. Ji Yanzhen expressed his admiration, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. With such courage, I find myself inclined to acknowledge him. Alas, his cultivation is still too weak. Even with a fraction of sword-intense power, I fear he might not withstand more than 3 moves. Within 3 moves, Jiang Han is destined to be defeated. Not forget, just moments ago, Jiang Han effortlessly vanquished Xiao Yu, who was at the 10th level of the washing marrow technique, Li Yangzi teased. And what of it? Once one ascends to the 11th level of the washing marrow technique, their very essence transforms. Their combat prowess undergoes a cataclysmic change, Ji Yanzhen countered, shaking his head. Jiang Han does possess some skill. But had there not been a talent like Tianyong emerging in this initiation competition, he would have had a genuine chance at the title. Perhaps even a significant one. But now, it can only be said that his fortunes have turned against him. Do you really believe that old fellow Jiang Han has a chance of victory? Not at all, Li Yangzi chuckled, with Tianyong's ascension to the 11th level of the washing marrow technique. He possesses strength comparable to us cultivators, at least capable of contending with those of the mid-channel opening realm without falling behind. Jiang Han undoubtedly has no hope of victory, that I merely suspect that Jiang Han has a knack for surprising us. Perhaps he still has some hidden strength that I feel he might endure 6 or 7 moves without being defeated. Upon hearing this, Yanzhen glanced once more at Jiang Han, who was still gathering his energy below. Then at the now infuriatingly loathed Tianyong. Humph. Let us make a wager then. Let us see whether Jiang Han will be defeated within 3 moves, or whether he can withstand 3 moves without faltering. Ji Yanzhen declared with a cold snort. I wager that Jiang Han will surely lose within 3 moves. If I win, you must return to me the blood brew. 3 bottles, if you please. Li Yangzi rolled his eyes, shaking his head with a smile. Jian, you are being rather stingy. It's merely a bit of wine. Very well, I accept your wager. However, should I win, you must provide me with an even greater share of the exquisite wines gifted to you by that young lad Ming Yi. I've seen him frequently visiting you, bringing you delightful offerings. One might think he is your illegitimate son. Li Yangzi scrutinized Yin Yanzhen with a dubious gaze, prompting the latter to frown. Almost tempted to draw his sword for a lengthy duel, with a distinct thud, Jiang Han's foot struck the ground. The sound ringing cleared, he raised his head, finally arriving at the edge of the arena where Tianyong awaited. The crowd around him immediately dispersed, creating a vast expanse of space. I could see this moment. Everyone held their breath. The cacophony of noise had ceased. It was as if they feared missing the impending extraordinary clash. Although few held high hopes for Jiang Han against Tianyong, he had effortlessly defeated Xiao Yu, thus in 01 had managed to force him to draw his sword. The forthcoming battle promised to be truly spectacular. With a swift motion, Jiang Han propelled himself forward, akin to a willow leaf caught in the wind. The spectators barely had time to blink before he found himself atop the arena, facing Tianyong from across the stage. At that moment, Tianyong wore an expression of disdainful arrogance, while Jiang Han regarded him with a calm demeanor. Young man, are you truly unafraid of death? Do you wish for me to break your limbs and render you a cripple? Or do you seek to draw your sword and have me, your senior, impart some guidance? Tianyong sneered coldly at Jiang Han, his gaze icy, his face twisted in a cruel, bloodthirsty grimace. Senior, guidance? Jiang Han replied, his expression devoid of emotion. A mere scoundrel like you dares to offer me guidance? I need only defeat you with a single stroke. The words left his mouth, his sword was drawn. Chapter 24. Defeating Tianyong. As if the weight of the abyss descended. With a subtle movement of his wrist, a beam of white light erupted forth, illuminating the arena as Jiang Han's sword flashed, momentarily blinding the eyes of the onlookers. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy, akin to an army of thousands, surged forth from behind Jiang Han. Wave after wave of sword energy materialized, transforming into soldiers within a vast military formation. The ground trembled. The clouds in the sky parted. Boom! An overwhelming aura radiated outward, causing all who encountered it to pale in fear. The aura was as formidable as mountains and seas. Those beneath the 9th level of the washing marrow technique found their legs weakened, unable to resist the urge to kneel. 50% of sword intent. Jiang Han's expression remained indifferent as he slashed forward. In the next moment, the thousands of sword energy soldiers behind him surged forth like an army, converging upon the arena where Tianyong stood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Buzz, buzz, buzz below the arena. The spectators' swords all moved in unison, breaking free from their master's control, soaring into the air, transforming into soldiers that merged with the sword strike Jiang Han unleashed. They became one with the overwhelming sword intent. Foolish tricks. Watch as I shatter your vile and twisted sword intent. Tianyong's expression darkened as he summoned the vast, true energy from his dantian with a thought. Swish, swish, swish. Dense, blood-colored true energy radiated from him, enveloping the area. As the true energy emerged, it began to resonate with the heavens, subtly assimilating the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them, converting it into Tianyong's own power. Through martial prowess intertwined with the path of the Tao, Tianyong, who has already reached a level comparable to the foremost cultivators, now possesses a profound mastery of true qi. He can harness the forces of heaven and earth for his own use, unleashing a terrifying power that far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. In a silent motion, 2 heavy hammers were drawn from his back. The dense, blood-red true qi surrounding Tianyong surged into the hammers as they were lifted, causing the weapons to glow a brilliant crimson, as if boundless magma flowed within them. In the distance, a torrent of sword light swept through the air with a deafening roar. Tianyong raised his hammers and struck the air with a resounding blow. The technique of the sky-collapsing 18 hammers was unleashed, showcasing years of relentless dedication to his craft. Each strike birthed colossal hammer shadows before him, with each subsequent blow heavier than the last. By the time he reached the 18th strike, the true qi contained within had reached an unimaginable magnitude. Even Tianyong himself could not fathom withstanding the force of such a strike. A terrifying hammer shadow, towering as high as 10 stories, roared forth through the air, crushing and shattering the previous 17 hammer shadows in its wake. Its size swelled to a staggering height, nearly 15 stories tall, completely filling the protective barrier of the arena. In the next moment, the overwhelming sword intent from Jiang Han surged forward. As the sword aura collided with the immense hammer shadow, a series of explosive sounds echoed. And within a breath's time, the sword forces tore through the colossal shadow as if it were mere paper, scattering it into countless fragments. Impossible! Tianyong's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in a wail as if he had encountered a ghost. Yet before he could react further, the tempest of sword energy, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, closed in upon him. Damn it! Break for me! Tianyong roared as he lifted his hammers, channeling his true qi to resist the onslaught of the sword energy. However, as each wave of sword qi met the hammers, they did not shatter as he had anticipated. Instead, each one bore remarkable tenacity, akin to the might of 1,000 tons. The relentless sword energies descended like meteors, relentlessly battering him backward. Tianyong strained with all his might, but in a fleeting moment, his hands grew numb and lost sensation, his once mighty hammers now reduced to a heap of shattered metal. Boom! The boundless sword energy struck him directly, drowning him in an instant beneath the weight of despair. Not good. High above the gates of the Golden Sun sect, both Li Yangzi and Qi Yin Jinren's expressions changed in unison. Go! Qi Yin Jinren acted first, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a beam of golden light that traversed the void and descended into the depths of the Tao-seeking secret realm. The golden light moved with incredible speed, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, landing directly in the arena's second level, crashing into the storm of sword energy. Boom! The sword energy dispersed. Jiang Han stood impassively to one side, while across from him, Tianyong lay bloodied and battered, his orifices bleeding, limbs twisted and broken as he knelt there. A faint golden light enveloped his heart meridian, barely preserving his life. Thud! Tianyong collapsed to the ground, his breath a mere whisper. Young friend, as a fellow disciple of the Golden Sun sect, spare his life. A resonant voice echoed from above, akin to the decree of heaven. Like the terrifying pressure descended, casting a shadow over the arena. The spectators, warriors of various ranks, turned pale, drenched in sweat, feeling as though the very heavens were watching them. Some, trembling with fear, could hardly contain themselves. Jiang Han remained silent, gazing skyward. The overwhelming pressure that pressed down upon him failed to waver his resolve, instead igniting the fires of battle within his heart. The countless swords scattered across the arena trembled, as if roaring to rise against this oppressive force. Crack! The arena floor, solid and unyielding, groaned under the strain. In the next moment, a web of cracks spread across the surface as the array's light flickered, producing a cacophony of explosions beneath Jiang Han's feet. Humph! A bold young man, he scoffed, daring to draw your sword against me. It was no wonder that he was the standout disciple of this year's Golden Sun sect's entry trials, possessing both courage and intrigue. As the last of his words lingered, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Jiang Han exhaled deeply, feeling the ache in his bones, the recent pressure having been utterly terrifying. Even as he summoned all his true chi and sword energy, he still felt as insignificant as an ant. The source of that pressure was undoubtedly a powerful cultivator within the Golden Sun sect. Indeed, cultivators are formidable. Even now, possessing half of the sword intent, I still feel minuscule in the face of such true strength. Jiang Han mused inwardly. High above the gates of the Golden Sun sect, Qi and Jinren wore an expression of awe. Impressive. This young why power barely managed to subdue him within the Tao-seeking secret realm. What a remarkable anomaly! Had it been any less, I would have been left utterly humiliated. He grinned, filled with admiration as he looked down at Jiang Han. Truly formidable. Li Yangzi's face bloomed with a smile as he gazed at Jiang Han, who stood defiantly, radiating an aura of invincibility. Qian, as a grandmaster of the Purple Mansion realm. Even with the Tao-seeking secret realm isolating our high-level cultivators, a fraction of my power still holds considerable might. One that many outer disciples struggle to withstand. This young man, Jiang Han, has managed to match your residual strength. Truly remarkable. He surpasses even the likes of Ming Yi from the past. Indeed, Qi Yin Jinren conceded. Though I am loath to admit it, Ming Yi does not measure up to him in this same period and realm. He continued, if my senses are accurate, Jiang Han's recent surge in sword intent must have reached 50%. This young man is extraordinarily gifted, and his rapid ascension confirms our earlier conjecture. He must possess the battle saint body. Such rapid growth through combat, breaking through numerous cultivation bottlenecks in a short span, elevating his sword intent to 50%. This can only be attributed to the battle saint body, perhaps even surpassing the legends surrounding it. Li Yangzi's face bore a smile, nodding in agreement, though a hint of surprise lingered. I never anticipated that in my twilight years, I would witness the emergence of such a legendary body, and within the walls of our Golden Sun sect, no less. Truly, heaven blesses our sect, propelling us toward greater heights. Yet, who can predict the future? Qi and Jinren chuckled softly. The battle saint body must endure numerous life and death battles to transform from rough stone into a precious gem, earning the world's admiration. While Jiang Han shows promise now, he remains but an uncut gem. His future path will ultimately depend on his own fate and endeavors. Indeed, Li Yangzi mused, pondering the notion before shifting the conversation. Qian, let us not forget our previous wager. Jiang Han has emerged victorious over Tianyong. Qi and Jinren's expression froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he scoffed, "I would not forget it's a rare occasion for our sect to produce such an unparalleled talent. Allow me to present some fine wine in celebration." With a flick of his sleeve, Qi and Jinren conjured a sturdy wooden table from the clouds above, laden with exquisite fruits, dishes, and several bottles of precious wine contained within exquisite icy jade vessels. Jade dew, celestial nectar, icy heart elixir. What splendid wines! Chien, I had no idea you possessed such treasures. It would be a travesty to waste them. Pour me a cup. I must indulge. In the heights, Li Yangzi was on the verge of drooling, his aged visage adorned with a glimmer of desire. The cold-faced master Qian chose to ignore Li Yangzi, instead pouring himself a cup of wine, sipping it leisurely while continuing to observe the performance of Jiang Han and others below. The introductory competition of the Dao-seeking secret realm had already concluded. In fact, the initiation ceremony of the Jinyang sect had been completed. Jiang Han and his companions could immediately choose to join the sect, becoming part of the many disciples of Jinyang sect. Soon, there would be disciples from the sect to welcome them, guiding them into the sect, registering them, and distributing disciple tokens and garments. However, Master Qian's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the colossal Dao-seeking stone that housed the secret realm. When the sect's founder, Master Jinyang, established the Dao-seeking secret realm, he had indeed set a third layer of trials. Strictly speaking, the third layer's challenge was unrelated to the entrance examination for new disciples. It was a test left by Master Jinyang for his true heir. Before his passing, the founder had stated that any disciple among the newcomers who could surpass the third layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm would be entitled to inherit his legacy. Ah, Master, you have left a legacy, but the trials you set are exceedingly arduous. Master Qian shook his head and took another sip of the fine wine. The smooth nectar flowed down his throat, releasing an intensely rich aroma and spiritual energy, enveloping him in a profound enjoyment. The third layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm could only be challenged by disciples who ranked within the top 10 of the second layer's arena battles. And only those new disciples who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation were eligible to participate in the trials. It was too difficult. Over the years, Master Qian had never witnessed anyone gain any advantage within the trials of the third layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm. To him, it was merely a futile barrier. The founder had erred, leaving behind an insurmountable obstacle. Even his exceptionally gifted nephew, Ming Yi, had only traversed 1/3 of the path in the third layer before being decisively eliminated. As for Jiang Han, perhaps he might delve a little deeper. With his current strength, passing the trial was still beyond his reach. To tease such a level of difficulty, who could possibly succeed? Only a prodigy of unparalleled talent could achieve that. As Master Qian pondered this, he could not help but sigh. Wow, it's unbelievable. Jiang Han's sword is terrifying, almost akin to celestial might. He actually countered the oppressive force of that divine presence just now. It scared me to death. Tian Yong, at the 11th level of the marrow cleansing technique, was defeated just like that. He couldn't even withstand a single stroke of Jiang Han's sword aura. How strong must Jiang Han be? Or perhaps Tian Yong was just a mere fraud? A fraud? Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Han is simply too powerful, beyond our comprehension. Did you not see? He merely swung his sword, and that sword aura provoked the swords of many of us to unsheathe and join the assault. It's astonishing. Just now, when I witnessed Jiang Han draw his sword, it seemed to transform into an army of thousands. As if countless sword lights trampled over Tian Yong, that I saw it too. Amidst the crowd, excitement surged as everyone turned their attention to Jiang Han, their eyes filled with shock, admiration, and reverence. When Jiang Han's gaze swept across the crowd, those who met his eyes quickly averted their gaze, some feeling ashamed and diminished. Good heavens, not long ago, they had doubted that Jiang Han could stand against Tian Yong. What foolish thoughts they must have entertained to believe such a thing. He is far too strong, in the throng. Yin Yongzhong sighed, his head drooping as he gazed at Jiang Han, who seemed to radiate brilliance he had initially thought himself gifted, only to be followed by the monstrous Tian Yong. And then an even more formidable Jiang Han was indeed a challenging era for prodigies. Against me in battle, he didn't even utilize 1/10 of his strength. The gap between us is truly vast. Xiaoyu bit her lip beneath her veil, her beautiful eyes fixated on the dazzling Jiang Han in the arena. As she watched, she found herself entranced at this moment. However, Jiang Han was oblivious to the thoughts and clamor of the crowd below. He focused on the series of system settlement notifications manifesting before him, utterly astonished by one particular piece of information among the many prompts. Chapter 26. Title, Glutton, by battling against an extraordinary warrior. You have astonished all, achieving a resounding victory. For defeating the warrior Tianyong, you gain 370 experience. Your opponent is an extraordinary martial artist, comparable to those who have stepped into the meridian opening stage of cultivation. Your swordsmanship has been invigorated by their power, granting you 5182 sword aura. Your cultivation level has broken through to the 10th level of the marrow cleansing technique. Boom! Jiang Han's aura on the arena abruptly shifted, as a significant amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy converged above him, quickly forming a small cloud of spiritual energy. An influx of spiritual energy cascaded down, elevating his cultivation level to new heights. As this phenomenon unfolded, the previously noisy spectators erupted in even greater excitement. Their voices grew louder, and the youths among them blushed with exhilaration, as if Jiang Han's breakthrough in strength was a collective glory for all of them. Look, that is the unparalleled prodigy who entered Jinyang's sect with us. In that moment, Jiang Han's power had become a source of collective pride for the newcomers. Unlike the elation of the crowd, Jiang Han himself remained unconcerned with the breakthrough in his minor cultivation realm. It was not a transformation into the 11th level of the marrow cleansing technique, merely a natural progression following numerous arena battles. He had anticipated this. His gaze fell upon the last piece of information among the many system prompts, a brand new type of notification he had never encountered before. Trigger independent achievement task. Obtain the title of champion in the Jinyang sect initiation competition. Task completed. Reward. Glutton title. Glutton type. Independent title effect. Devour the heavens and earth, absorbing and refining the essence of all things for one's own use. Jiang Han was left astounded. An independent title, Glutton? Upon viewing the effect of this independent title and its resonant name from his past life, Jiang Han felt as if he were dreaming. The Glutton title was among the most powerful independent titles within the mod he had downloaded during his gaming days, one of the core and formidable independent titles. The probability of acquiring it was exceedingly LOW'd in the mod. One might play through 10 or 20 saves without ever encountering it. If one were to obtain it, it would be a thoroughly delightful experience. According to the probabilities provided by the mod creator, the chance of players acquiring the Glutton title was a mere 0.0001. One can only imagine how challenging it was. After all, even the ordinary independent titles were difficult to obtain, requiring random and fortuitous achievement tasks to have a chance at acquisition. These were utterly unpredictable. Furthermore, each independent achievement task could resemble what he saw now, potentially being a hidden task. That be why the time one discovered it, it would already be in a completed state with no prior indication. Had Jiang Han failed to defeat Tianyong and secure the championship in the second layer of the Dao-seeking secret realm S arena battle, the Glutton title S independent achievement task would have vanished, leaving him unaware of the opportunity he had missed. Perhaps there could even have been another independent title achievement task for failing to seize the championship, potentially offering an even better title. At this moment, that task had already disappeared. How it worked, no one could say. That it was entirely whimsical and devoid of logic, emphasizing the element of playfulness independent titles were. After all, products of a mischievous random mode, purely surprises for players. Since it was a surprise, it naturally had to be obtained unexpectedly to create that feeling of astonishment. In any case, Jiang Han now felt genuinely surprised. Jiang Han left the arena, walking through the crowd that actively parted to make way for him, and settled on a smooth, large stone in an open area nearby. The independent title Glutton had now become an inseparable part of his power. The System S settlement notifications faded away. With this Glutton title, my path of cultivation will be truly solidified henceforth. Sitting cross-legged on the large azure stone, Jiang Han pondered deeply. Initially, he harbored some concerns. After all, this life was one of transmigration, not merely a character in a game from his past. players in games are inherently regarded as possessing exceptional talents. However, the original body he inhabited was far from remarkable. The innate cultivation aptitude of the original body was quite poor, barely qualifying for a meager semblance of spiritual roots for cultivation. Had Jiang Han not transmigrated, this original self would likely have struggled to even break through the first realm of cultivation, the opening vein stage, and would have remained stuck at the second realm, the nourishing chi stage, the innate stage that was nearly unthinkable. Yet, with Jiang Han's arrival and the awakening of the player system, the deficiencies of the original body were somewhat compensated. Nonetheless, a lingering anxiety resided in Jiang Han's heart. Relying entirely on the experience granted by the player system for cultivation necessitated constant adventures and battles against formidable foes to maintain a rapid pace of growth. This, however, would also perpetually place him in perilous situations with no alternatives. In a game, players could die 100 times, losing only a slight amount of experience, and would subsequently grow stronger through relentless combat, ultimately reaching a realm of unparalleled supremacy. In this life, he lacked such an advantageous mechanism of resurrection. Despite possessing the player system, he remained a living being. Injuries would cause him to bleed, and death would indeed be final. Jiang Han had verified this with the system. He did not possess the invulnerability characteristic of players in the game. Life was singular. Previously, he had no choice but to seek out strong enemies for combat, to cultivate after embarking on the path of immortality. Meditating might yield lesser benefits given his aptitude, as years of sitting in meditation could not compare to the gains from a single battle. However, now things had changed. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled as he summoned the panel information for the Devourer trait. The effect of this trait allowed him to absorb the essence of all things, thereby enhancing himself, in terms familiar to players. This meant he could refine and integrate the powers and qualities of other items into his own being. Consuming spirit stones would enable him to swiftly absorb their spiritual energy and acquire a characteristic known as spirituality. Once this spirituality merged with his body, it would elevate his affinity for the spiritual energies of the world, making it significantly easier for him to absorb and refine the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Put it simply, his cultivation aptitude would surge. His spiritual roots would consequently strengthen. Moreover, by devouring certain 5-element spiritual fruits or herbs, such as a particular metal-based elixir, he could harness the power of the metal characteristic through the Devourer trait. Absorbing a sufficient quantity of this characteristic would allow Jiang Han to practice any techniques related to the metal element with remarkable ease, enhancing his comprehension in this domain. It would even amplify the might of his sword techniques, given that the metal characteristic corresponds to the gung metal attribute, which is inherently linked to swords. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Golden Sun Sect, bestowing entry materials in summary, the benefits of the Devourer trait were abundant. This single trait could rival the player system upon which Jiang Han currently relied, qualifying as an extraordinary independent trait. However, he currently lacked the resources to fully unleash the power of the Devourer trait. If memory served him right, during the trial of the Golden Sun Ancestor on the third layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, there would be opportunities to utilize the Devourer trait and showcase its potential. Jiang Han's anticipation grew, and his spirits soared. After a while, the previously raucous crowd around the arena fell into a sudden silence. They had arrived. Jiang Han's spirits surged as he scanned the distant open space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He observed a peculiar disturbance in the air behind the arena, where the atmosphere rippled violently like waves on a lake. Circular waves spread outward, and nearby stones that encountered these fluctuations disintegrated into fine powder with a soft puff. The power of space crushed everything. Jiang Han's pupils constricted. Such spatial forces far exceeded the strongest attack he could currently unleash with his sword intent. The techniques of cultivators were formidable. Jiang Han was acutely aware that the power he wielded was still exceedingly weak. He must not succumb to arrogance or complacency. Look, there are so many ripples in the air. What terrifying power! What is that? Nearby, many young men and women also noticed the anomalies in the open area behind the arena, engaging in hushed discussions. Everyone marveled at the astonishing waves that appeared out of thin air, especially as solid azure stones were obliterated upon contact with these ripples. Amidst the ongoing debates, figures began to emerge from the disturbed area. As they appeared, the terrifying, quaking waves dissipated, replaced by a group of individuals clad in long robes of white with blue patterns, each adorned with triangular tokens at their waists. The crimson triangular tokens bore an inscription, the character Yang prominently displayed. This group consisted of 10 individuals, each exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, seemingly of a life level far surpassing that of the gathered crowd. Jiang Han carefully sensed their presence, clearly perceiving that even the weakest among the 10 emerging from the ripples surpassed the barely surviving Tianyong he had previously defeated. Esteemed guests, we are the inner sect disciples of the Golden Sun sect. I am Zhou Xiefeng, here today to guide you new disciples into the sect. A youthful face with a smile stepped forward from among the Golden Sun sect's inner disciples, addressing the bewildered crowd. He seemed to be the leader of this group. After speaking, Zhou Xiefeng waved his sleeve, and with a swish, a pile of garments and items materialized on the ground before him. Upon closer inspection, they were white long robes and peculiar black tokens inscribed with the character Yang. Come. Zhou Xiefeng formed a hand seal and softly called out. Instantly, a book materialized in the void. This book contained detailed records of the battle achievements of those who had participated in the arena battles. Zhao Lei, 7th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique. 1 victory in the arena battles. You may enter the outer sect of our Golden Sun sect at Tianshui Peak and become an outer sect disciple. Please step forward to receive your disciple's white robe and the outer sect's Xiantai token. Zhou Xiefeng read from the book, his voice resonating like the chimes of morning bells, echoing in the ears of all present with every syllable. Among the crowd, a chubby youth stepped forward, excitement evident on his face. I am Zhao Lei, the chubby youth stammered. Here are 2 sets of disciple white robes, which contain a cleansing formation to ensure your daily cleanliness. There are also small defensive formations inscribed, rendering you impervious to blades and spears, unable to be harmed in the slightest. This is your customary attire as an outer sect disciple of our Golden Sun sect. Additionally, this Xiantai token serves as your identification as an outer sect disciple. The token contains a small storage space, which you can access with your spiritual consciousness after attuning it to yourself. Furthermore, all contributions you earn within the sect will be stored within this token, so be sure to safeguard it diligently. Zhou Xiefeng cautioned earnestly, handing the 2 sets of robes and the token to the chubby youth. Thank you, the chubby youth exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. After the chubby youth received his white robes and Xiantai token and stepped back, Zhou Xiefeng continued to read the next name from the book. Jin Ling, 9th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique, 9th place in the arena battles. According to the entry regulations, you may enter our Golden Sun sect's inner sect and come forward to receive your inner sect disciple's blue robe and the inner sect's Qi Hua token. Zhao Beihe, 6th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique, outer sect. Yexin. Lu Yu. Zhou Xiefeng's voice resonated throughout the 2nd layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. With each name called, a person stepped forward to receive their sect items. Zhou Xiefeng appeared indifferent when addressing the outer sect disciples, conducting his duties with formality. However, he would occasionally display a rare smile for those ranked among the top 10 in the arena battles, indicating a sense of camaraderie. The top 10 were all granted entry into the inner sect, particularly when he called out the names of Yin Yongzhong, who had reached the 10th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique. And Xiao Yu, Zhou Xiefeng's smile deepened, addressing them affectionately as junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Han sat cross-legged on the large azure stone outside the crowd, observing with great interest. After passing through the 2nd layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, the majority of participants had concluded their assessments. Naturally, inner disciples of the Golden Sun sect would come and guide them. The forthcoming 3rd layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm would allow only a select few who met the criteria to choose to challenge it. In the eyes of most within the Golden Sun sect, it hardly mattered whether or not one chose to challenge it. Qianlin, 9th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique. Tianyong, 11th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique. 2nd place in the arena battles. You may enter our Golden Sun sect's inner sect and come forward to receive your blue robe and Qi Hua token. Zhou Xiefeng gasped sharply after reading this segment from a book, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. What? An 11th level of the Cleansing Marrow Technique. Such a prodigious individual has emerged among this batch of new disciples. If I recall correctly, the last individual to cultivate the washing marrow technique to the 11th level upon entering was that dazzling senior brother Ming-Yi, who rose to prominence with the swiftness of the morning sun, radiating brilliance. Today, senior brother Ming-Yi has ascended to one of the true disciples of our sect, his brilliance so intense that it is almost blinding. His status far surpasses that of a mere inner sect disciple like himself. Remarkably, there has emerged a figure whose cultivation aptitude rivals that of senior brother Ming-Yi. This warrants a sincere effort to forge a connection. With this thought, Zhou Xiefeng forced a gentle smile onto his youthful face, lifted his gaze to scan the crowd, and called out, "Where is junior brother Tianyong?" The crowd parted with a rustle. A few robust young men, their torsos bare, carried a limp, barely breathing human figure before Zhou Xiefeng. "Here he is, Tianyong is right here." Zhou Xiefeng's mouth fell open in astonishment as he beheld the bloodied form being presented to him. His mind momentarily stalled. This Tianyong. How could someone who has mastered the 11th level of the washing marrow technique be so grievously injured? Zhou Xiefeng asked in disbelief. It was Jiang Han. The esteemed Jiang Han, the champion of the arena battles. The crowd responded in unison. Jiang Han. The first in the arena battles? Zhou Xiefeng suddenly came to his senses. He had been so focused on Tianyong's mastery of the 11th level of the washing marrow technique that he had overlooked the fact that this prodigy had only ranked second in the entrance competition. Could it be that this cohort of new entrants has produced two individuals of extraordinary talent? How utterly astounding! With this thought, Zhou Xiefeng eagerly flipped to a page in the back of his book and found information about Jiang Han. Jiang Han, 11th level of the washing marrow technique, commands 50% of sword intent, champion of the arena battles. Thud. Zhou Xiefeng lost his grip on the book, which fell to the ground with a thud. Sword intent point 50%. He was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 28. The Trial of the Golden Sun Ancestor and the Third Layer Junior Brother Jiang. Do not harbor overly high expectation for the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm. It will not yield any substantial rewards. Although the sect has issued a decree stating that any new disciples who traverse the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm may receive the inheritance of our sect's founding ancestor. Jin Yang, this is merely a legend. Over the years, no one has ever obtained any treasures from this realm. Even over 100 years ago, senior brother Ming-Yi, who possessed sword intent on par with yours and entered the sect at the same time, could not complete the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm and left empty, dash-handed. This moment. The garments and tokens for the new inner sect disciples have been distributed. Zhou Xiefeng animatedly shared the specifics of the path-seeking secret realm with Jiang Han. Primarily discussing the upcoming challenges of the third layer, the group of new disciples nearby regarded Zhou Xiefeng with envy. He was a seasoned inner sect disciple, and among those who had welcomed them, he appeared to hold a position of considerable esteem. This moment. He was engaging in close conversation with senior brother Jiang Han, seemingly eager to curry favor, his expression replete with flattery. One could only say. Truly, senior brother Jiang Han is remarkable. Wherever a powerhouse goes, privileges follow, and naturally, there will be those who support and flatter you. Did they not notice how the seasoned inner sect disciples who had come to welcome them, even those who seemed inferior to Zhou Xiefeng, looked down upon the majority of them, who could only enter the outer sect? Yet, what did it matter? They still had a smile and deference to senior brother Jiang Han, who had journeyed through the first and second layers of the path-seeking secret realm together with them, thus considered one of their own. At this moment, Jiang Han had donned a blue-patterned white robe, a crimson yang token hanging from his waist. It must be said, this attire suited him well, providing comfort and an elegant silhouette. Once clad in it, his aura became distinctly ethereal. His handsome visage, accentuated by the robe, exuded an otherworldly charm. Jiang Han gazed ahead, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Xiefeng's incessant chatter, as a transparent, ethereal staircase appeared not far before him. The staircase extended skyward, piercing through the clouds, seemingly without end. This is the heavenly ladder, the trial of the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm. The test left by the Jin Yang ancestor permits only the top 10 from the arena battles of the second layer to ascend the heavenly ladder. Those who reach the summit, enduring numerous tribulations along the way, will be granted his legacy. These tribulations include storms and fiery calamities, as well as illusions that confound the mind. There may even be formidable spirit soldiers conjured by formations, launching myriad attacks to obstruct those attempting to advance. In Jiang Han's view, this was also a prime opportunity for rapid self-improvement. The Devourer could absorb some of the tribulation's power, refining and assimilating its rare qualities into his own strength, enhancing his physical aptitude. Even if he did not seek the Jin Yang Heart Sutra, which could lay the strongest foundation for his cultivation, Jiang Han was determined to traverse the heavenly ladder of the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm. Senior Brother Zhou, I believe that success is contingent upon effort. The others who failed to gain benefits from the heavenly ladder simply did not reach the summit. They were still too weak. I shall ascend to the top and obtain the Jin Yang ancestors' inheritance. Jiang Han calmly interjected, interrupting Zhou Xiefeng's animated discourse. Zhou Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback, startled by Jiang Han's composed declaration. Had he heard correctly? Did Jiang Han just assert his intention to reach the summit of the heavenly ladder and claim the legendary inheritance of the Jin Yang ancestor? Was such a feat even possible? Even though Jiang Han indeed possessed remarkable talent and had already mastered 50% of the sword intent, this still did not bode well for his chances of success. Zhou Xiefeng shook his head inwardly, thinking that this young junior brother was overly arrogant, underestimating the challenge ahead. The audacity of youth. Though he had grasped 50% of the sword intent, his cultivation level was still merely at the 10th level of the washing marrow technique. In terms of combat power, he was likely on par with senior Brother Mingyue, who had mastered 20% of the sword intent and was at the 11th level of washing marrow technique when he first entered. In fact, he might even be slightly inferior. When senior Brother Mingyue attempted the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm's heavenly ladder, he could only ascend a third of the way before he was unable to proceed further. Ultimately failing, as he pondered this, Zhou Xiefeng heard a commotion and glanced forward, spotting a young man striding confidently toward the ethereal staircase. Zhou Xiefeng recognized this youth. He was a new disciple named Ji Yuan, ranked 6th in the arena battles at the 9th level of the washing marrow technique, wielding a perfected spear technique. Ji Yuan, spear in hand and confidence radiating from his face, approached the ethereal staircase. Thud, he took a deep breath and, in the next moment, stepped onto the staircase. Instantly, the entire ethereal staircase erupted with tumultuous energy that a four-clawed spirit creature, exuding pure spiritual energy, was conjured, resembling both a leopard and a tiger. The moment it materialized, it leaped at Ji Yuan with ferocity, its speed astonishing even for Ji Yuan, a martial adept at the 9th level of the washing marrow technique. The first step of the staircase seemed to expand tremendously, its space augmented by the power of the formation, sufficient to accommodate a significant battle. Ji Yuan lifted his spear in defense, but Zhou Xiefeng began to count softly beside Jiang Han. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Defeated. Zhou Xiefeng's murmurs faded. Ji Yuan, who had stepped onto the first tier of the staircase, spat blood, deep lacerations visible on his chest, and was hurled back by a tremendous force, landing heavily on the ground. Gravely injured, Jiang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. The guardian spirit beast conjured on the first tier of the staircase possessed combat power rivaling that of a 10th level washing marrow technique expert, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan fell so quickly, he couldn't even overcome the first tier. The trials of the third layer of the path-seeking secret realm are truly monstrous. Ji Yuan had been the 6th in the arena battles. As Ji Yuan was flung back, the gathered new disciples stared in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. Some were wailing, utterly unable to accept the outcome. Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong were equally astonished, taken aback by the scene before them. As for Tian Yong, he had been reduced to a pitiful state by Jiang Han and was already being escorted away by an intersect disciple for treatment. "I'll give it a try," Xiao Yu said, biting her lip beneath her veil, her delicate brows knitting in determination. After speaking to Yin Yongzhong, she donned a pair of silvery silk gloves and strode forward. Stepping onto the ethereal staircase, the four-clawed tiger leopard spirit was conjured heaven-shattering palm. Xiao Yu summoned her inner energy, unleashing massive handprints as she battled fiercely with the four-clawed spirit beast. After a brief moment, she finally managed to vanquish the creature. Xiaoyu continued forward, ascending to the second tier of the staircase. Whoosh, whoosh. In midair, two four-clawed spirit beasts materialized. The spectators outside were taken aback. Xiaoyu was equally astonished. Raising his hand to engage in combat, he barely managed to secure a victory. The third tier emerged, and three head formations of spirit beasts coalesced. After a brief moment of resistance, Xiaoyu was forcefully expelled from a tier. Challenge failed, but he was halted at the third tier. That moment, gazing upward from the ground, one could see the ethereal tiers extending beyond the clouds, numbering no less than 500 or 600. Such a multitude instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. Chapter 29. Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Following Xiaoyu's defeat, Yin Yongzhong quickly ascended, engaging in fierce combat before barely passing through the third layer of the illusory ladder, only to be stopped shortly thereafter at the fourth layer. He was somewhat stronger than Xiaoyu, yet his prowess had its limits. I shall go, declared one of the top 10 competitors, undeterred by the challenge, as he boldly stepped forward. However, one by one, they were all sent flying. After some time, aside from Jiang Han, who refrained from challenging, everyone of the top 10 competitors had been eliminated. Among these newly initiated disciples, the majority could not even pass the first tier. Aside from Xiaoyu and Yin Yongzhong, only one other managed to ascend the first tier, only to be defeated within mere breaths at the second tier. Jiang Han observed expressionlessly. One present understood the difficulty of the third layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm's heavenly ladder better than he did. In his previous life, he had experienced it all firsthand in the gaming world. Just as he had known prior to entering the Tao-seeking secret realm, this trial was not designed for these newly initiated native disciples. It was a progression level specifically crafted by game designers for players of exceptional talent, akin to heavenly prodigies, seeking rapid advancement. Even as players, one would have to perish numerous times to gradually level up and clear this stage. The heavenly ladder comprised a staggering 1,000 steps. Each step was more arduous than the last. Attempting to ascend forcibly could lead to death. The initial crack howl beast formation spirit was merely a taste of the challenge. Even if I command 50% of sword intent, without breaking through to the 12th level of the cleansing marrow technique, it would be exceedingly difficult to conquer the entire heavenly ladder trial. Jiang Han gazed up at the layers of illusory steps disappearing into the clouds, pondering this in his heart. Junior brother Jiang, do you see? This is the difficulty of the heavenly ladder trial left by our ancestors in the third layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm. Zhou Xiefeng cast a sideways glance at Jiang Han, secretly contemplating whether this newly initiated prodigy had come to terms with the reality of the challenge. He did not wish for Jiang Han to take unnecessary risks. The initial steps of the heavenly ladder were manageable. Yet for a talent like Jiang Han, he would surely clear the early steps. However, as he delved deeper and encountered the calamities of wind and fire, he could face the peril of death. The sect had only just cultivated such a prodigious talent. They could not afford any mishaps during his initiation. Hence, Zhou Xiefeng was quite reluctant for Jiang Han to engage in the perilous ascent of the heavenly ladder. It would be best to retreat upon realizing the difficulty. Zhou Xiefeng spoke. This challenge, not only for you newly initiated disciples yet to embark on the path of cultivation, but even for those of us who have traversed some distance on this journey. It requires considerable magical energy to overcome. However, even if we reach the summit, it will be of no use, and no rewards will be granted. Moreover, as one progresses up the ladder, deadly threats will inevitably arise. Junior brother Jiang, what are you doing? Zhou Xiefeng's words were interrupted as he suddenly noticed Jiang Han's calm demeanor. He was not at all daunted by the daunting challenge of the heavenly ladder. Instead, he smiled and strode forward confidently. Senior brother Zhou and esteemed inner disciples, please wait a moment. Watch as I clear this trial of the heavenly ladder, obtain the legacy of the Golden Sun ancestor, and then return to the sect with all of you. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Jiang Han did not look back as he waved his hand. Within moments, his body flickered, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages. In the next instant, he had seemingly teleported 100 meters, arriving directly at the foot of the ethereal ladder. Senior brother Jiang Han is about to ascend the heavenly ladder. Quick, look! The difficulty of the heavenly ladder was exceedingly high. It was not something mere mortals could complete. Even senior brother Yin Yongzhong was eliminated after only 3 steps. How many steps do you think senior brother Zhang Han can clear? I wager he can surpass 10 steps. Ha! That's far too conservative. Senior brother Zhang Han's talent is astonishing. Even Tianyong, at the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique, is no match for him. I wager he can clear at least 20 steps. I think 25 steps. Ha! Shall we place bets? I hear set contributions are quite valuable. How about we wager the 10 points we just received upon entry? How to place the bets? The minimum bet is 1 point of sec contribution. In the distance, a group of new disciples chattered excitedly as Jiang Han approached the foot of the ladder. Some even began wagering their precious sec contributions. Some bet Jiang Han would stop at 10 steps, while others wagered on 20.1 audacious soul, even staked that Jiang Han would clear 100 steps. Such was the fervor of Jiang Han's most devoted fans. In an instant, the crowd was abuzz, and some were still hesitating to place their bets. I could see this moment. Jiang Han finally made his move. With a soft thud, one foot stepped onto the first layer of the illusory ladder. Jiang Han felt the world before him blur. The stairs beneath him expanded, and his field of vision stretched rapidly. After a breath, he realized he had entered a long, narrow space measuring 300 meters in length and exceeding 1,000 meters in width. Is this the Sumi Jizi formation? Jiang Han pondered. The might of spatial formations was extraordinary, stretching the internal space of a mere step 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Buzz! The spirit light of the formation shone brightly. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, soon spotting a 4-clawed, leopard-like beast spirit hovering not far above him. This was the Crack-Howl beast. Lacking any magical techniques, it relied solely on brute strength and speed. Roar! The leopard-like Crack-Howl beast lunged at Jiang Han with a deafening roar. Jiang Han's hand, which had been resting on the sword hilt, loosened slightly, raising it to gesture forward with a sword finger. Whoosh! A streak of sword energy sliced through the in half a breath. It traversed a distance of 100 or 200 meters, moving so swiftly that the attacking Crack-Howl beast could not react in time. The sword energy pierced its body, cleaving it neatly in two. Effortlessly, Jiang Han paid no mind to the now bisected corpse of the Crack-Howl beast, which swiftly disintegrated into motes of spiritual energy. He proceeded toward the second tier. Before him, battle settlement information from the system materialized. Upon stepping onto the heavenly ladder, you have achieved a straightforward victory against your target's inheritance. Slain 1 Crack-Howl beast, experience 18, that due to the opponent's weakness, swordsmanship improvement is negligible. Gaining sword intent 24. Obtained 1 spirit fragment, TSK. Spirit formations truly are ineffective, Jiang Han sighed, shaking his head. Although the Crack-Howl beast possessed foundational strength and speed comparable to a martial artist at the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique, its combat skills were woefully inadequate. It was no different from the shadow puppets of the first layer of the Tao-seeking secret realm, with his cultivation level having broken through once more. His combat prowess soared, allowing him to effortlessly dispatch a Crack-Howl beast, leading to minimal improvement in swordsmanship. Such a Crack-Howl beast, as per system assessment, had evidently become a low-level monster devoid of threat. Consequently, the experience awarded was meager. Fortunately, he had obtained a spirit fragment. Profit indeed. A spirit formation, the Crack-Howl beast would naturally drop spirit fragments. Moreover, as a specific quest monster, its drop rate for spirit fragments was fixed and would not diminish simply because it was categorized as a low-level monster. The only factor that could influence its drop rate was Jiang Han's own luck. Chapter 30. At this moment, the sword energy extends to the heavens. Upon stepping onto the second tier, 2 Crack-Howl beasts coalesced in midair. Whoosh! Once again, a sword energy was casually unleashed with a sword finger. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, those 2 Crack-Howl beasts failed to withstand even a single breath before being swiftly dispatched by the sword energy. This time, Jiang Han's luck was somewhat lacking. Spirit fragments dropped. Jiang Han maintained an indifferent expression as he ascended to the third tier. The moment of misfortune did not denote that he was a jinx. Rather, it was merely a buildup of luck, waiting for a significant breakthrough. Point 3 Crack Howl Beast materialized. Whoosh! A streak of sword energy surged forth. The 3 Crack Howl beasts were swiftly annihilated in a single blow. This time, a spirit fragment dropped. Jiang Han's lips curled upward slightly. Luck wasn't it beginning to return? At the 4th tier, for Crack Howl beasts appeared. Once again, they were summarily dispatched. On the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, with each ascending step, Jiang Han found himself confronted by yet another howling beast. As the number of adversaries increased, so too did the challenge. However, Jiang Han navigated these trials with remarkable ease and composure. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the washing marrow technique, coupled with an infusion of 50% of sword intent, rendering him exceedingly powerful, far surpassing the expectations of newcomers like Xiao Yuyan and Yin Yongzhong. Compared to the battle where he vanquished Tian Yong with a single stroke, Jiang Han had now ascended to an even higher echelon of strength. With such formidable power, how could a mere handful of intellectually inferior howling beasts pose any real challenge? He strolled leisurely up the ethereal steps, his 3-foot Qing Feng sword at his waist remaining sheathed, while his fingertips effortlessly conjured streams of sword qi, as if his internal energy flowed unceasingly and inexhaustibly. Throughout his ascent, whether he encountered 3, 5, or even 20 or 30 howling beasts, these formidable spirit beasts conjured by the array, which left many new disciples on the sidelines feeling despondent, were all effortlessly dispatched by a mere wisp of his sword qi. It was nothing short of a massacre. How astonishingly powerful! As one who also cultivated to the 10th level of the washing marrow technique, I find myself so vastly inferior to Jiang Han. I'm utterly convinced. In the crowd, Yin Yongzhong sighed deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. At this moment, he seemed to have come to a profound realization. Mortals need not compare themselves to prodigies. Jiang Han was a being that defied all logic and reason. To measure oneself against such a phenomenon was an exercise in futility. Although he had defeated me with a single sword strike, leaving my dignity in tatters, it now appeared that he had bestowed upon me a measure of grace. He could have easily dispatched me with just a casual flick of his sword. Yet he had chosen to restrain himself. Xiao Yu's garments fluttered in the breeze, and the purple veil that concealed her face danced, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Her stunning eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Han's silhouette as he ascended the heavenly ladder. His nonchalant demeanor left an indelible impression upon her heart. Look, Jiang Han has finally unsheathed his sword. Ah, he truly has drawn his sword. The howling beasts are doomed. How many has he slain? It's as if he were chopping vegetables. At last, these creatures have compelled senior brother Jiang Han to draw his blade. Wow, he is simply on an entirely different level from us. Xiao Yu's attention was momentarily diverted by the rising clamor around her. Her exquisite gaze remained glued to Jiang Han, who stood on the lofty steps, his long robe of white adorned with blue patterns billowing in the wind, one hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, the sword blade was unsheathed, unleashing a surge of sword qi far surpassing anything he had previously conjured. The charging howling beasts, which had formed an ominous formation, melted away like ice cream under the scorching midday sun. In a single stroke, over 100 howling beasts were obliterated. At this moment, Jiang Han had ascended to the 100th step of the heavenly ladder. On the 101st step, influenced by the Summerseed array, each step had been extended into a vast expanse, spanning several miles in length, width, and height. Jiang Han raised his head, his Qing Feng sword now unsheathed, its tip angled downward and held loosely in his right hand. Before him, a veritable swarm of howling beasts filled the air with their roars. Upon a brief count, he found exactly 101. The difficulty had begun to escalate. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Having sensed the change the moment he stepped onto the 100th level, each howling beast's strength had evidently increased a notch, their speed heightened, and even the armor they wore appeared more resilient, rendering his previously effortless sword qi ineffective against them. This was the very reason Jiang Han had drawn his sword. Otherwise, even with 100 beasts, they would pose little more challenge than 1 or 2. His internal energy reserves remained substantial. Upon introspection of his dantian, he could observe the swirling vortex of energy within, streams of power coursing and surging. Having traversed the 100 steps and vanquished numerous howling beasts, he had expended merely 1/10 of his total energy. In truth, the total energy within Jiang Han was comparable to that of Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong. It was not excessively abundant. However, his mastery of swordsmanship was exceptionally high, allowing him to unleash sword qi that appeared to consume vast amounts of energy while, in reality, the expenditure was negligible. The energy contained within the dissipating sword qi did not vanish, but rather returned to Jiang Han's body from the external environment, with only the slight loss incurred from the slaughter. Such minimal losses were a testament to Jiang Han's remarkable swordsmanship. Had Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong, both at the 10th level of the washing marrow technique, attempted to replicate his feats, they would likely have exhausted their dantian's energy long before reaching the 10th step. This illustrated the stark differences brought about by their varying levels of swordsmanship. Every ounce of power was utilized with precision, resulting in significantly reduced energy expenditure and vastly superior endurance. As he continued his ascent, Jiang Han had amassed a considerable number of spirit fragments. Although this journey had not yielded any exceptional rewards, his reputation remained intact. He grinned silently. For the time to utilize these spirit fragments had yet to arrive. They would serve as reserves for when he ascended further. With a swift slash of the Qingfeng sword, the air split with a sharp crack, and the terrifying sword qi surged through the heavens. A new round of slaughter commenced. 120 steps. 150 steps. 200 steps. Upon reaching the 200th step, the atmosphere surrounding the howling beasts shifted once more. Their strength, speed, and defenses had surged to a new level. The howling beast had now surpassed the combat prowess typical of a 10th level washing marrow practitioner. Entering a realm that bridged the 10th and 11th levels, Jiang Han felt the pressure mount considerably. At this moment, even the sword qi he unleashed could no longer instantly slay the charging beasts. With a cold snort, the aura of the Qingfeng sword transformed. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Boom! In the next instant, Jiang Han became the epicenter of a battlefield reminiscent of ancient warfare. Filled with the clamor of clashing blades, waves of sword qi manifested as soldiers behind him, forming ranks and arraying themselves for battle. The vast expanse of sword qi erupted, dazzling the eyes of the watching crowd below. Here it comes, here it comes. That technique he used against Tianyong, so magnificent, so resplendent, so formidable. On the 200th step, the howling beasts, brimming with ferocity, had yet to unleash their might when, in the next moment, they were cleaved down like raindrops. Heads of the formidable spirit beasts soared into the sky. Jiang Han's internal energy roared to life, igniting with fervor. The swirling vortex of energy within his dantian visibly diminished, contracting significantly. Though his sword intent was powerful, the energy consumption was staggering. With a swift step, Jiang Han transformed into a black shadow, leaping into the 201st step. The spectators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed him not pausing there, but instead continuing onward into the 202nd, 203rd, 204th steps without a moment's rest. In an instant, Jiang Han had traversed 10 steps. Boom! 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 The entire ethereal ladder trembled. As if enraged, as Jiang Han dashed forward, the steps behind him rapidly filled with howling beasts, their overwhelming presence darkening the sky. The gathered spectators stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as they beheld the heavens obscured by a multitude of shadows. Those shadows were none other than the howling beast spirit forms. A staggering 2,000 spirit forms exuded an aura so terrifying it felt as though it could shake the very foundations of the world. Roar! Roar! The sky was filled with the frenzied roars of the howling beasts. Annihilate them! Jiang Han cast a glance at the tumultuous horde, and the ancient battlefield formed by a sword intent expanded tenfold in size. The soldiers of sword qi behind him multiplied significantly. Countless sword qi soldiers erupted forth, surging toward the howling beasts that loomed above that moment. The sword qi soared into the heavens. Following a single surge, the sky was completely cleared. Thud, 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 thud. A deluge of corpses rained down. 2,000 howling beast spirit forms, instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Jiang Han let out a muffled groan, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. His internal energy had been ravaged, as if a beast had savagely bitten away a significant portion. My heavens! The spectators below were wide-eyed, disbelief etched upon their faces. Even seasoned disciples like Zhou Xiefeng from the Jinyang sect bore expressions of astonishment. Chapter 31. This lad is nearing his limits. How was this even possible? 2,000 howling beasts in the second phase, all eliminated in a single strike. Is this truly the sword technique of a mortal? Even with the infusion of sword intent. The sheer power seems excessive. Zhou Xiefeng's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a rare expression of shock as he witnessed Jiang Han ascend the heavenly ladder for the first time. Could it be? This junior brother Jiang Han possesses an astonishing mastery of swordsmanship. Such skill is utterly unfathomable. Remarkable. Behind Zhou Xiefeng, the inner disciples who had accompanied him were equally taken aback, their faces displaying a mix of disbelief and admiration. They began to murmur among themselves, overwhelmed by Jiang Han's recent display of terrifying power. This was no longer mere martial arts. It was a manifestation of the formidable sword techniques possessed by transcendent practitioners. Yet, Jiang Han had not even set foot on the immortal path in that moment. The inner disciples of Jinyang sect felt a wave of self-doubt wash over them. Their proud, haughty demeanor was swiftly shattered. They recalled their own early days of training. Though they had been deemed talented upon entering the inner sect, in comparison to Jiang Han of the same age and realm, they fell woefully short. Instantly, they hung their heads in dismay, feeling as if they had squandered their years in mediocrity. Senior brother Jiang Han is invincible. Wow, he effortlessly annihilated 2,000 beast spirits. Truly extraordinary, they exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement. Observing Jiang Han's magnificent feat, it felt as though they themselves were transformed into Jiang Han, soaring above 200 tiers of the ladder, wielding their swords and vanquishing foes with abandon. What an exhilarating, unfathomable spectacle! Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong attempted to maintain their composure, though their mouths hung slightly agape and their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They managed to refrain from joining the fray of discussion, clinging desperately to their last vestiges of expert demeanor. Outside the Tao-seeking secret realm, high above the gates of Jinyang sect, amidst ethereal clouds, Li Yangzi and Qijin occasionally sipped wine and savored the exquisite spirit fruits laid out before them. At this moment, they paused their indulgence, captivated by the scene unfolding below. This lad is truly reckless, Qi Jinren thought to himself, observing Jiang Han unleash a colossal sword force that crushed countless roars of beasts. He had lost count of how many times he had been astonished by this junior. Indeed, it was madness, such confidence. Jiang Han had drawn the attention of 10 beast spirits from the heavenly ladder, all of them in the second stage, exceeding 200 tiers. Yangzi furrowed his brow, shaking his head. In my youth, I consider myself quite audacious, yet I never dared to engage in such reckless acts. The crucial point was that Jiang Han had dispatched those beast spirits with such nonchalance. Qi Jinren sighed, rubbing his aching head, that I recall that Ming Yi, my disciple, never engaged in such extravagant displays when ascending this heavenly ladder. I hope this lad will exercise caution and refrain from provoking greater horrors. The higher one climbs the heavenly ladder, the more formidable the obstacles become. There truly exists a peril of death in the latter stages. A prodigy like Jiang Han is destined to become a pillar of strength for our Jinyang sect. Qi Jinren genuinely hoped he would not act rashly. What if he were to perish inadvertently? Such a loss would be catastrophic for Jinyang sect. Qi Jinren felt a sense of urgency, yet he was powerless to intervene, even if Jiang Han encountered danger deep within the ladder. His own strength could not penetrate to offer assistance. After all, the heavenly ladder had been personally established by their sect's founder before his ascension, imbued with formidable formations that possessed unfathomable power. Qi Jinren realized that should he dare to disrupt the rules and extend his hand into the heavenly ladder's domain, he would likely trigger the terrifying formations within, obliterating him in an instant. May this lad proceed with caution. Qi Jinren expressed his concerns that IT should be nearing the end. After all, Jiang Han is merely at the 10th level of the body refining technique, while the sword force is powerful. Its consumption is equally staggering. Yangzi's expression turned grave as he stated resolutely. Now that he has begun to exert the power of the sword force, I can see that it has undergone significant refinement. Given the immense consumption, he surely cannot sustain this for long. Indeed, he is nearing his limit. Qi Yin Jinra nodded. Ming Yi also halted at the 300th tier. I suspect Jiang Han will fare similarly. Beyond the 300th tier, the challenges intensify dramatically. This lad cannot withstand the might of the tiers above 300 currently. The consumption Jiang Han faced was indeed immense as he unleashed the sword force. It felt as though a gaping void had opened within his dantian, voraciously devouring his vital energy. The true energy within his dantian, which had once swirled in a vast vortex, was now dwindling at a visible pace. The sword force's demands on his true energy were exorbitant. Jiang Han had drawn forth 10 beast spirits from the latter, engaging in a large-scale extermination. After all, the moment the sword force was unleashed, it surged forth, and the consumption was inevitable. If he attempted to engage one tier at a time, he would likely exhaust all his true energy before reaching the 300th tier. Instead, by drawing 10 tiers of beast spirits at once, he maximized the sword force's power while ensuring that he could eliminate the obstructive spirits before his true energy was depleted. Swift resolution was key. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, and no matter what, he had to reach the 300th tier before his true energy ran out. For that was where the first resting point of the heavenly ladder lay. Otherwise, the time he could linger on each tier was severely limited, and even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he would struggle to recover his consumed true energy. Upon reaching the first resting point, he would have ample time to utilize the numerous spirit fragments he had collected, allowing him to recuperate and ideally push his cultivation to the 11th level of the body refining technique. High above, the frigid winds whipped around Jiang Han's robes as he resolutely advanced step by step, effortlessly traversing tier after tier. The beast spirits were torn asunder, their heads soaring into the sky. Despite the tremendous drain on his true energy, Jiang Han appeared unfazed. After all, as long as even a trace of true energy remained, the sword force he conjured would remain undiminished. The slaughter of the beast spirits at this stage felt akin to hunting mere dogs. With the ethereal shadows of an ancient battlefield, teeming with boundless sword chi, emanating from Jiang Han's form, he swiftly ascended the heavenly ladder. In an instant, he breached another 10 tiers. 2,000 beast spirits coalesced, roaring skyward. The astonishing scene that had previously stunned the onlookers reoccurred. Annihilation, annihilation, annihilation. In a heartbeat, countless roaring beast spirits were vanquished. Jiang Han let out a muffled grunt as his true energy dwindled once more. The spectators outside were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to fathom just how far Jiang Han could ascend the heavenly ladder. Zhou Xiefeng and the other seasoned disciples of Jinyang's sect began to question their very existence. Was this truly a newly initiated disciple? It would not be unreasonable to assert that he was a disciple at the Qi cultivation stage. Jiang Han pressed onward, ascending to the 230th tier, the 250th tier, the 270th tier. Finally, with a resounding thud, Jiang Han's foot landed upon the 300th tier. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find, curiously, that no beast spirits had coalesced on this tier. Instead, a scroll of proclamation materialized before him. Chapter 32. Breakthrough! 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 At last he had reached the 300th tier, yet his true energy had dwindled to a mere fraction. Jiang Han felt somewhat unsteady beneath him, and, after exhaling a long breath, seated himself cross-legged at the side of this tier. His dantian was now utterly vacant. The once mighty vortex of true energy had vanished entirely, leaving only wisps of true energy lingering within. This scant amount of true energy would be insufficient to unleash another sword force, perhaps even inadequate altogether. His physical constitution lacked some resilience. The 10th level of the body refining technique was still too low, nearly leading to his downfall. Jiang Han chuckled wryly to himself, lifting his gaze towards the scroll suspended in midair. Miraculously, he had made it to the 300th tier, granting him a reprieve for what lay ahead. The first arduous challenge had been surmounted. Now, it was time for rewards. The scroll in midair unfurled, revealing line after line of text that danced gracefully across the golden plaque. This was the inscription left by the venerable Jin Yang, a figure from millennia past. I, Jin Yangzi, began my journey as an innocent child, dedicating over 8,920 years to the pursuit of cultivation. That I traversed the wilds, founded a sect, competed with others, contended against the heavens, and vanquished countless demons, ultimately resting here, leaving behind my legacy for the disciples beyond the gates of Jinyang Mountain. The words cascaded like ink splatters from the golden plaque, succinctly encapsulating the life of the great Jinyang, while also bestowing a measure of commendation upon Jiang Han, a junior disciple who had ascended to the 300th level of the heavenly ladder. The rewards for reaching this tier included: first, a medicinal elixir to enhance cultivation. Second, the opportunity to witness a sword scar manifested from Jin Yang's residual thoughts. One could choose only one of these two options. Ascending the heavenly ladder did not require reaching its pinnacle to receive rewards. Rather, there were smaller rewards available every 300 levels. The final 100 levels, upon completion, granted the coveted Jin Yang Heart Sutra. The legacy of the venerable Jin Yang. Zhou Xiefeng claimed that ascending the heavenly ladder yielded no benefits. This assertion stemmed from the fact that, since Jin Yang's passing, only a scant few, like Ming Yi, had reached the 300th level, and the rewards they received were hardly remarkable. Their silence led to a tacit assumption of no gain. Ultimately, this reflected Zhou Xiefeng's limited perspective. What should I choose? Jiang Han fell into contemplation, meticulously assessing his current needs. The elixir for enhancing cultivation was appealing. According to the game's reward system, choosing this at the 300th level would yield a potion capable of providing over 50,000 experience points. The second option, however, took him by surprise. That I end the previous Life S game. This was an opportunity to elevate a player's Dao attainment, which corresponded to Jiang Han's swordsmanship realm. Here, the reward was specified with greater clarity: the chance to observe the sword scar left by the residual thoughts of Jin Yang. It was evident that this would afford him a wealth of experience in sword intent. Should a swordsman choose to participate, they would likely witness the manifestation of a blade scar instead. Jin Yang, a master of the primordial spirit realm, possessed an unfathomable level of skill. Even a mere remnant of his presence could exhibit extraordinary effects with any weapon. The experience garnered from observing such mastery would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on anyone fortunate enough to witness it. Should I select the elixir or the sword scar? Jiang Han pondered quietly, and after a brief moment of reflection, he arrived at a conclusion. While the elixir could indeed enhance one's cultivation, he had amassed over 1,000 fragments of spiritual essence. That if he were to utilize these numerous fragments, the experience gained would be monumental, easily exceeding several 100,000 points. In comparison, the 5,000 experience points from the elixir paled significantly. Conversely, the opportunity to observe the sword scar was far more precious. Throughout his ascent of the heavenly ladder, although he had slain numerous rending roar beasts, the quantity of these adversaries only increased with each level. However, the experience gained from these encounters was meager. Jiang Han had consistently dominated his foes, and even after vanquishing the multitude of rending roar beasts on the 299th level, the experience awarded, both standard and in terms of sword intent, was significantly diminished. Not every rending roar beast yielded a fixed amount of experience upon defeat. Rather, the system provided a cumulative total that was not substantial. Furthermore, each layer had a cap on the number of spiritual essence fragments that could be obtained, resulting in Jiang Han acquiring merely over 1,000 fragments after traversing 300 levels, despite having slain tens of thousands of rending roar beasts. Ultimately, the weakness of his foes and his own overwhelming strength rendered these minor adversaries insignificant in the eyes of the system. Thus, despite having ascended 300 levels and defeated a vast number of rending roar beasts, the experience gained from these encounters was disappointingly limited in terms of sword intent. While there had been some advancement, it had yet to surpass 50%. Observing the sword scar left by Jin Yang would likely propel his sword intent beyond its current limitations. Taking all of this into account, Jiang Han decisively opted for the sword scar. "I choose to observe the sword scar," he murmured to the golden inscription. "That I in an instant." a radiant beam of light, akin to the blazing sun, shot forth from the golden plaque, seamlessly entering Jiang Han's forehead. The light surged forth, penetrating deep into his consciousness. Thunderous sounds reverberated as Jiang Han's mind was drawn into an expansive void. This my consciousness space. Jiang Han's mind clicked into place, instantly recognizing his current location. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find an expanse of nothingness. Below in this void, wisps of sparse clouds drifted, while at the center of the emptiness stood an elderly man clad in golden robes. Observing the sword scar, the elderly man bore an expressionless face, his eyes vacant, as he formed a sword gesture with his right hand, delicately slicing through the void. In an instant, the nothingness parted, revealing a sword scar that radiated boundless light. Reminiscent of a magnificent sun, emerging in the pitch-black void, Jiang Han felt an instinctive pull towards this sword scar. Boom! His entire being resonated as infinite sword intent engulfed him. And in a daze, Jiang Han seemed to witness the silhouettes of countless swordsmen, vague and ethereal. They included both mortals and cultivators, each evolving their unique sword paths. Some practiced a single stroke thousands of times until they reached perfection, while others devoted decades to a single broken sword, merging with it so intimately that their first strike would astonish the world. Others executed unimaginably intricate sword techniques, wielding immense magical power to command countless flying swords, blotting out the sky with their strikes. As Jiang Han became entranced among the myriad sword-wielding figures, notifications from the player system flooded his screen in a frenzy. Warning! You have observed the sword path evolution of a top-tier cultivator's remnant thoughts. Gaining 5,750 sword intent experience. Warning! You have observed the sword path evolution of a top-tier cultivator's remnant thoughts, gaining 5,510 sword intent experience. Warning! You have observed the sword path evolution of a top-tier cultivator's remnant thoughts, gaining 5,776 sword intent experience. Warning! You! In a mere heartbeat, Jiang Han's sword intent realm skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Within an incredibly brief span, he ascended from 50% sword intent to an astonishing 70%. Chapter 33. Celestial Phenomena Shift. The 200 Zhang Spiritual Cloud Canopy. An unparalleled sensation of shock coursed through him, with a torrent of thoughts on swordsmanship erupting within his mind. At this moment, it felt as though endless insights into sword techniques were surging forth, overwhelming his last vestiges of rationality. Jiang Han was utterly absorbed, oblivious to the system notifications that bombarded him. Even as his sword intent surged to 70%, he remained undisturbed. He was completely immersed in the martial displays of the myriad swordsmen. Lost in their profound artistry, his sword intent was climbing higher and higher, relentlessly advancing. Finally, after a brief moment, Jiang Han abruptly awakened. The myriad sword-wielding phantoms vanished into thin air, and the golden-robed elder had also inexplicably disappeared. Too short, too short. Jiang Han felt a pang of loss wash over him, a flicker of dejection crossing his face. Just as he was becoming engrossed, the thoughts swirling in his mind dissipated without warning. Jiang Han understood that the insights bestowed by Jin Yang's sword scar had been entirely exhausted. He sensed that if only this sword scar could persist, it would not take long. Just a day of careful contemplation, and he would be assured of transforming his mastery of sword intent to a higher realm, achieving a true unity of man and sword. This was all thanks to the player system's dominance, which voraciously absorbed the essence of the sword scar, converting myriad insights into experience that he could feverishly assimilate, resulting in this extraordinary effect. For anyone else, even the most prodigious talents among the indigenous people would struggle to attain the same remarkable results from Jin Yang's sword scar. They would scarcely achieve even 1/10 of the effect. So many system notifications. Jiang Han glanced at the upper left corner of his vision, where a stream of gilded text from the system rolled ceaselessly. Each notification heralded an increase in sword intent experience exceeding 5,000 points. Jiang Han instinctively examined his swordsmanship realm. 70% sword intent, 97. Good heavens! Jiang Han chuckled with surprise. He was so close to breaking through to 80% sword intent. The reward from Jin Yang's sword scar exceeded his initial expectations by a considerable margin. Perhaps this is the difference between reality and the game. Jiang Han mused quietly to himself. Although the rewards for reaching the 300th step of the heavenly ladder in the game were substantial, their conversion into sword intent experience would pale in comparison to what he currently possessed. The rewards here were indeed far more tangible than those in the game at this moment. Jiang Han silently rejoiced in his choice of the sword scar path. Given the current circumstances, had he opted for the spirit pill, he would have incurred a significant loss. On the ethereal platform of the heavenly ladder, a gust of naturally occurring, fierce wind swept through the air. The bone-chilling gale pierced Jiang Han's body, its icy tendrils penetrating his clothing and making him shudder involuntarily. He felt a sudden wave of coldness wash over him, his hair standing on end, and a slight dizziness clouded his vision. Jiang Han's consciousness returned from the depths of his mind, and he opened his brilliant, star-like eyes, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly at that moment. Exhaustion was evident in his starry gaze. Though his sword intent had surged tremendously, his dantian was nearly depleted of true qi, leaving his body in a state of extreme weakness. The last surge of sword intent had not only drained a vast amount of true qi, but it also consumed a portion of his life force. He would need to utilize the fragments of spiritual essence to recuperate effectively. Jiang Han took a deep breath, suppressing the joy that arose within him from his sword intent reaching 70%. With a swift motion, Jiang Han sat cross-legged and gestured before him at a multitude of translucent, jade-like fragments of spiritual essence lined up in neat rows. Those observing him from afar, unaware of the presence of these fragments, could not perceive them due to their origin from the system. Unless Jiang Han authorized others to see them, no one, not even the most powerful cultivators, could catch a glimpse of these spiritual essence fragments. In truth, the onlookers believed Jiang Han was merely resting. Among the crowd, a few of his loyal followers displayed concern. It was evident to anyone with keen eyes that although Jiang Han had conquered the 300th step, he had fallen into a state of utter exhaustion. Even from a distance, they could discern his fatigue. Having ascended 300 steps, it appeared their senior brother Jiang Han had reached his limit. Was his true qi truly depleted? The manifestation of such sword energy must have been tremendously taxing, leading to his current state. Perhaps he would have to halt his progress here. Not necessarily. Senior brother Jiang Han is merely recuperating. Once he regains some true qi, he will surely ascend to even greater heights. Each 100 steps presents its own challenges. The ones above are likely even more formidable. I doubt it is possible. At the foot of the heavenly ladder, numerous youths engaged in animated discussions. Some expressed their worries while others ardently believed Jiang Han would achieve further glory and ascend to higher steps, their enthusiasm bordering on blind fanaticism. Meanwhile, a few remained non-committal, simply fixated on Jiang Han, who was resting in mid-air. Among them were Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhou. This is the end that it is finally over. A few seasoned disciples of the Jinyang sect let out a sigh of relief, quietly patting their startled hearts. Indeed, this junior brother Jiang Han possesses talent rivaling that of senior brother Ming Yi. He truly is a prodigy, having reached the same level of the heavenly ladder as Ming Yi did in his day. Xiefeng Zhou gazed upward, the blue-patterned hem of his white robe fluttering gently in the breeze. His fists unconsciously clenching beneath the broad sleeves, the feats of a talent as extraordinary as Jiang Han, despite his current low cultivation, stirred deep emotions within him, even after years of walking the path to immortality. Such prodigies shine brightly, regardless of the time. High above, in the realm outside the Tao-seeking secret domain, the real person Qi Yin and Li Yangzi exchanged glances, both of them closely monitoring Jiang Han. As anticipated, Jiang Han was nearing his limits, having consumed nearly 99% of his true qi, halting at the 300th step of the heavenly ladder. A satisfied smile graced Qi Yan's face as he remarked, "Impressive. This lad is indeed a prodigious talent akin to Senior Ming Yi's nephew. How foolish of me to doubt his potential. It seems my eyes need cleansing upon returning to the sect." Li Yangzi's face also bore a smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum, that he added, "In truth, with the might of the sword intent Jiang Han has grasped, he could have ventured even further on the heavenly ladder. Alas, he is limited by his cultivation at the 10th level of the cleansing marrow technique, rendering his true qi insufficient. Were his true qi ample, he could have reached the 400th step or even challenged the 500th. Indeed, Qian nodded. Back then, Senior Ming Yi ascended to the 300th step with a profound cultivation of the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique, using only 20% of his sword intent. Zhang Han has certainly been hindered by his true qi cultivation. After all, he has mastered a sword intent at a remarkable 50%. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted. What is happening? Qi Yin and Li Yangzi's expressions shifted as they turned to investigate the noise. They beheld a scene unfolding below in the water mirror. Atop the 300th step of the heavenly ladder, Zhang Han sat cross-legged, while above him, the winds surged and clouds billowed. An infinite amount of spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a vast, umbrella-like cloud of spiritual essence above his head. This wondrous spiritual cloud, radiating a brilliant blue light, stirred the winds and continued to expand, growing larger and larger. After a time, when it finally ceased its growth, it had expanded from 100 feet to a staggering 200 feet. This is a spiritual cloud canopy, a sign of life's metamorphosis. Zhang Han is breaking through, Qian exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. Chapter 34. A touch of spirituality equals a touch of talent. Zhang Han is indeed breaking through. He is advancing from the 10th to the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique. In this moment, boundless spiritual energy cascaded from the 200-foot spiritual cloud, like countless slender willow branches, being voraciously absorbed by Zhang Han at a rate 1,000 times faster than usual, within his dantian. The once empty whirlpool of true qi had already been replenished. This moment, the center of the vast whirlpool was compressing, and compressing again. It appeared as though a black hole had formed at the center of the immense true qi whirlpool. As the endless true qi was compressed to a critical point, a cataclysmic transformation occurred. The true qi whirlpool began to collapse. A multitude of true qi was shattered and subsequently fell into the very center of the collapsing whirlpool, where an immense force of attraction was quietly born. A significant amount of true qi was drawn in, and soon, in the heart of the whirlpool's collapse, a radiant droplet of liquid formed. This droplet, completely composed of mist-like true qi, was a liquid true qi droplet. Upon its emergence, powerful waves surged from the true qi droplet. Zhang Han was astonished to discover that this single droplet contained an amount of true qi equivalent to 2/5 of the entire true qi whirlpool he had previously possessed. Its strength and purity far exceeded that of his previous true qi by several multiples. The higher the strength of the true qi droplet, the more exponentially it could enhance the power of the sword energy he unleashed, elevating the might of his sword intent to an unimaginable degree. As the 200-foot spiritual cloud canopy began to shrink, returning to him like a homecoming, Zhang Han's body ignited with an insatiable hunger. Akin to a famished traveler enduring 10 days in a desert, he began to voraciously consume the immense spiritual cloud, absorbing an endless stream of celestial energy. Within his dantian, the liquid true qi droplets began to multiply. 2 droplets, 3 droplets, 5 droplets, 10 droplets, 20 droplets. Externally, as the 200-foot spiritual cloud canopy was absorbed, the fragments of spiritual essence before Zhang Han vanished, transforming into vast amounts of experience that he assimilated. The immense experience also swiftly converted into formidable spiritual energy, far surpassing the effects of the 200-foot spiritual cloud in the outside world. Most of the true qi droplets forming in his dantian originated from the numerous fragments of spiritual essence he had utilized. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Han had expended all the fragments of spiritual essence acquired from the first 300 steps of the heavenly ladder. It was precisely this massive quantity of fragments that yielded tens of thousands of experience points, forcefully shattering the barriers of Zhang Han's cultivation, allowing him to break through to the 11th level of the cleansing marrow technique. The difficulty of achieving this breakthrough is evident, absorbing an immense wealth of experience and spiritual energy. Zhang Han felt his body rapidly growing stronger, with torrents of power coursing through every meridian within him, that it seemed as if each cell and muscle harbored an overwhelming force capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Relishing the exquisite sensation of his escalating strength, Jiang Han's gaze naturally fell upon the lines of system notifications frantically flashing before him. At this moment, it was not merely the vast fragments of spiritual energy that were bestowing great benefits upon him. The independent entry, Devourer, was also revealing its remarkable prowess. You have used a fragment of spiritual energy, gaining experience 397. The power of the Devourer entry has been triggered, and you have acquired certain traits from the fragment. Gaining spirituality, 1.1 point of spirituality integrates into your body. Enhancing your root quality 1, you have used a fragment of spiritual energy, gaining experience 421. The power of the Devourer entry has been triggered, and you have acquired certain traits from the fragment. Gaining spirituality, 1.1 point of spirituality integrates into your body. Enhancing your root quality 1, you have used a fragment of spiritual energy. The power of the Devourer entry has been triggered. It was different now. Completely different. This time, using the fragment of spiritual energy not only consistently yielded around 400 points of experience, but also activated the power of the independent entry, Devourer. The trait of the Devourer entry allowed it to extract unique properties from all substances Jiang Han absorbed. For instance, it had now extracted spirituality from the fragments. Once absorbed by Jiang Han's body, this spirituality could directly enhance his root quality. Powerful. Abnormal. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the Devourer entry. It also explained why Jiang Han had previously lost composure upon discovering he had acquired this entry. One of the strongest core independent entries within the entire mod. This was nothing short of a cheat. Extracting spirituality from the fragments was merely the beginning, a small trial of its capabilities. As time flowed by, when the final wisp of spiritual energy above Jiang Han's head was drawn into his crown and swiftly refined into true energy, which he sent to his dantian, he finally opened his eyes. Beneath his sharp brows, two deep, starry eyes sparkled with a brilliant glow, leaving a lingering trace in the air that was hard to dissipate. With his cultivation having broken through, his body had also grown stronger. With the power he possessed now, he could effortlessly crush his pre-breakthrough self. Jiang Han raised his right hand, clenched his fist, feeling the explosive force within it, and casually selected the mighty entry for his small realm breakthrough. Internally examining his dantian, he found 125 droplets of true energy, transformed into liquid, floating within. These droplets resembled liquid stars, moving in uniform circular motion along specific trajectories within his dantian. Sensing the surging power of true energy within, Jiang Han smiled. Though the 125 droplets may seem few, their total amount of true energy was already dozens of times stronger than before his breakthrough. Moreover, the intensity and purity of the true energy within these droplets were several times higher than previously. Utilizing these droplets to propel his sword intent would be significantly easier than before. While the power of his sword energy had greatly increased, the consumption of true energy would be considerably reduced. For instance, before his breakthrough, if he exerted 50% of his sword intent, he would exhaust all his true energy after 10 full-force attempts. However, now, even if he poured all his effort into executing a more powerful 70% sword intent, he could perform hundreds of times without exhausting his strength. The disparity was stark, and this was not even his limit. He could entirely refine more droplets of true energy. Jiang Han's eyes shone with excitement. He could sense that his current physique's root quality had indeed experienced a remarkable transformation. Now, even when standing casually on level ground, he could effortlessly observe particles of spiritual energy dancing around him. His body's affinity for the spiritual energy of the world had reached an entirely new height. If his physical quality had previously been mediocre, it was now undoubtedly at the level of a true prodigy. Additionally, the total amount of true energy his dantian could accommodate had significantly increased, which was another benefit of the spiritual transformation of his body. After the integration of spirituality, the breadth and strength of his body's meridians have been greatly expanded, elevating the power of his dantian to a level far beyond that of others. Jiang Han sensed that his dantian could accommodate even more droplets of true energy. Intuitively, he felt that it could hold at least 200 droplets, which would allow him to reach the limit of his current realm. The Devourer entry was indeed exceedingly powerful, extracting thousands of spiritualities and bestowing such significant benefits upon his body. Jiang Han took a deep breath, filled with joy. This unexpected delight was truly astonishing. It was important to note that even with the same 11th level of marrow cleansing technique, Tian Yong, despite fully absorbing spiritual energy, could only condense around 100 droplets of true energy within his body. Tian Yong was already considered a prodigy. If an ordinary talent were to spend decades painstakingly cultivating the marrow cleansing technique to the 11th level, they would likely only be able to refine 50 droplets of true energy at their limit, unable to accommodate more. This reflected the fundamental disparities in their foundations. This difference, as realms increased and as one embarked on the path of cultivation, would accumulate gradually. Once it reached a certain extent, the gap would be as vast as that between a true dragon and an ant. Chapter 35. The Disaster of Xuanfeng. The complete eruption of the 300 layers of wind disasters. Incredible, truly incredible. There was no doubt about it. This child was undoubtedly the legendary Battle Saint Body. Shiyan Jinren's eyes gleamed, ablaze with fervor, as he regarded Jiang Han in the water mirror with a gaze one might reserve for a precious gem. Only a Battle Saint Body, rumored to grow stronger with each battle, could explain the extraordinary occurrences happening to Jiang Han. Exhausted true energy, weakened physique, he had clearly reached a state of utter depletion. Even suffering slight damage to his vitality, he should have been halted at the 300th layer of the heavenly ladder. Yet unexpectedly, a turn of events allowed him to break through right before their eyes. Moreover, he broke through to the 11th level of the marrow cleansing technique, a realm notoriously difficult to surpass. Transitioning from the 10th to the 11th level of the marrow cleansing technique typically required gifted martial artists to refine and accumulate true energy for decades. Just to have a slim chance of breaking through, it was already exceedingly challenging to achieve a breakthrough under normal circumstances, let alone in Jiang Han's case, where he was clearly depleted of true energy and had significantly weakened. For him to inexplicably break through was utterly beyond comprehension. Only the legendary Battle Saint Body, capable of surpassing its limits in battle, could account for the phenomenon unfolding now. If there had been high suspicions prior, they had now solidified into a conclusion. The Battle Saint Body was indeed a sacred physique. Such extraordinary talent was exceedingly rare in the history of Jin Yang's sect. One could scarcely count 3 individuals with such a constitution. Even in this era, prodigies like Ming Yi's disciple lacked such a special physique. Alai Yangzi sighed, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, revealing a grave expression. Though he often appeared unkempt, he now sat upright, his seemingly murky eyes shining with clarity as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Han, who had just completed his breakthrough and was stepping toward the next tier. Having an exceptionally rare physique was remarkable, and possessing extraordinary comprehension was equally rare. Jiang Han appeared to possess the legendary Battle Saint Body and also exhibited terrifying comprehension, mastering 50% of sword intent before even embarking on the path of cultivation, surpassing Ming Yi's disciple, who was also renowned for his comprehension. The combination of these two factors left Li Yangzi uncertain about how far Jiang Han could progress on the path of cultivation. One thing was certain: he would undoubtedly be stronger than himself. Provided he did not fall prematurely, Jiang Han was almost certain to become one of the pillars of the Jin Yang sect in the future. Aha, this lad is about to ascend even higher. I wonder how far he can climb. He is bound to surpass the 300-layer record left by Ming Y. Yangzi slowly spoke, a smile gracing his lips as his aged voice echoed within the clouds high above. At least 500 layers. Ji and Jinren also smiled, his demeanor relaxed, his tone confident and assured. Though challenges would escalate every 100 layers, and even more trials would arise every 300 layers. Jiang Han's 50% sword intent was simply too sharp. He had previously only halted at the 300th layer due to insufficient true energy. Now, having transcended to the 11th level of the washing marrow technique, his internal true energy has significantly surged. its purity transforming to a level comparable to that of a practitioner in the Meridian opening stage. He is now capable of unleashing half of his sword intent at will, rendering him unstoppable against calamities below 500 layers. As for those above 500 layers, he may find himself at a disadvantage. As the Red Flame Master spoke, he had not yet fully articulated his thoughts when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. "Absurd! What is that boy doing?" exclaimed the Red Flame Master, his expression drastically altered. Li Yangzi followed the sound, and his aged visage, marked by layers of wrinkles, displayed a moment of shock as his murky eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, he too was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. In the water mirror, Zhang Han was not adhering to the conventional method of ascending the steps one by one to the 301st level. Instead, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, trailing behind him a vast, elongated silhouette. He surged upwards at an astonishing speed, bypassing countless illusory steps. 1 layer, 2 layers, 10 layers, 50 layers that, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Han had recklessly ascended a full 100 steps, leaping directly from the 300th layer to the 400th. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping, continuing to drag a long, gray-black afterimage as he climbed at an incredibly terrifying pace towards the layers above 400. Such a climbing speed was essentially courting death. Those illusory steps were not mere decorations. That it was not as simple as bypassing them without consequence. If he recklessly surged past numerous steps, the obstructions and calamities within would soon erupt. The difficulty would escalate far beyond that of a gradual ascent. 450 layers, 500 layers, 550 layers, 600 layers. With a thud, Zhang Han's foot landed on the expansive platform of the 600th layer, his body transitioning from extreme motion to utter stillness, as his foot seemed to root itself like an ancient tree. A powerful gust of wind whipped around him, causing his white and blue-patterned garments to billow violently. Behind him, 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly. His long, raven locks soared upwards. His right hand naturally fell to rest upon the hilt of the 3-foot Qing Feng sword at his waist. An immense aura began to accumulate around him. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ethereal and transparent staircase trembled and shook. Above, the steps of the 300 layers roared in unison, producing a terrifying cacophony. Howling winds surged forth from the staircase, sweeping everything in their path. The fierce gales bore the power to easily pierce through metal and stone. A wind disaster. Between the 300th and 600th layers, the full force of the calamity of wind erupted. Li Yangzi spoke solemnly, his voice laden with gravity, as he clenched his palm tightly beneath his voluminous robes. The first 300 layers of the staircase were the simplest, requiring merely the repulsion of some cracking roar beasts. Yet in the middle 300 layers, the first calamity of wind would emerge. The final 300 layers would unleash another calamity of fire. In the last 100 layers, both wind and fire would strike simultaneously, accompanied by countless formidable calamity spirits obstructing the path. Immensely terrifying. Moreover, once the wind disaster appeared, challengers would no longer face merely the cracking roar beasts, who could be expelled from the staircase. Wind and fire were merciless. The fearsome power of the wind and fire could reduce challengers to mere dust if not approached with caution. Li Yangzi could hardly fathom that Zhang Han, in a sudden frenzy, had traversed a full 300 steps in an instant, triggering the entire wind disaster of the middle 300 layers. Chapter 36. The Sword Drawn. A sword energy imbued with 70% of sword intent. With the wind disaster fully ignited, calamity spirits were also born. Beside Li Yangzi, the Red Flame Master held his breath, his expression darkening as he gazed at the scene in the water mirror. He beheld the chaotic winds that raged like blades, as ethereal blue figures swiftly coalesced. These were peculiar beings, their bodies covered in azure scales, with a single horn on their foreheads, resembling humans above the waist while their lower halves bore fishtails. Wind calamity spirits, born from the wind disaster. Akin to the cracking roar beasts, but vastly more powerful. Each wind calamity spirit, in terms of sheer physical strength and speed, rival practitioners at the 11th level of the washing marrow technique. However, in terms of combat skills, they were somewhat inferior to regular martial artists, much like the cracking roar beasts. With a whoosh, 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 amidst the terrifying storm, half the sky was filled with the gathering of wind calamity spirits. Each spirit that emerged would flick their tails like fish in water, navigating through the tumultuous wind currents, transforming into streaks of azure light. The razor-sharp winds did not impede their movement. Instead, they enhanced it, allowing them to glide effortlessly. In mere moments, the sky was teeming with over 1,000 wind calamity spirits, while their numbers were fewer than the cracking roar beasts in the lower 300 layers. Their combat prowess exceeded them significantly. Hiss! Hiss! The wind calamity spirits roared, emitting a sound akin to venomous snakes hissing, as the Red Flame Master's mood sank further upon witnessing this scene. The tempest of wind calamities, combined with the thousands of wind calamity spirits born from the disaster, had fully erupted in the 300 layers. This was utterly terrifying. It had surpassed the limits that mere mortal practitioners could contend with. Even if Jiang Han were far more powerful than ordinary martial artists, wielding 50% of sword intent, could he truly withstand this overwhelming force? The likelihood of his demise was alarmingly high. My heavens! Has he gone mad? What is that? The sky seems ready to collapse. Below, the crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the middle 300 layers of the ethereal staircase had transformed into a wind disaster purgatory. An immensely terrifying celestial phenomenon surged amidst the clouds. The violent remnants of the wind swept outward, and the formidable gusts even caused those far removed from the 600th layer, such as Xiao Yuyin and Yongzhong, to change color in fear. Some young martial artists, skilled in their craft, found it difficult to maintain their footing, as the terrifying gales threatened to lift them off the ground and into the tumultuous skies. This is bad. Cast spells. Protect them. Zhou Xiefeng's expression shifted dramatically as he called upon several seasoned disciples from the Golden Sun sect, the wind-stabilizing talisman. Go! Within a breath, Zhou Xiefeng had retrieved a talisman shimmering with an unusual glow from his bosom. He swiftly formed a seal and flung the talisman skyward. Buzz! The talisman expanded in the wind, rapidly inflating to a size of 100 feet. The then burst open, transforming into a heavy, billowing cloud. The dense and weighty clouds seemed to be the nemesis of the wind, immediately suppressing the violent gales and stabilizing the chaotic atmosphere. Among the crowd, the seasoned disciples of the Golden Sun sect also took action. Waves of magical light erupted above their heads as protective barriers rapidly formed, stabilizing the scene. The young martial artists, who had nearly been swept away by the gales, plummeted back down like dumplings. Shaken but relieved, filled with a sense of having survived a calamity. Jiang Han! What has happened to Jiang Han? Someone cried out, and upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a hushed silence in the midst of their chaos. They were acutely aware of the culprit behind this terrifying scene. How was Jiang Han faring? Could he withstand such a dreadful calamity? Instinctively, the young martial artists on the ground lifted their gazes towards Jiang Han. And then, they beheld a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the sky, the immensely concentrated power of the wind coalesced and compressed, ultimately forming a gigantic bird of prey made entirely of azure wind. Surrounding the azure wind bird, wispy currents of wind swirled about. Thousands of wind calamity spirits darted through these currents, their eyes gleaming with a greedy, bloodthirsty gaze directed at the distant Jiang Han. In a single sweep across the 300 steps, he had ignited the entire wind disaster of the staircase. This decision was one Jiang Han had deliberated upon thoroughly. He was extraordinarily powerful. Having broken through to the 11th level of the washing marrow technique, his foundational strength was far superior to that of an average practitioner at the same level. His sword intent had also surged to 70%. Nearing 80, the majority of those who had embarked upon the second realm of cultivation, the nurturing energy stage, had not mastered such profound sword intent. Given his current state, traversing the entire 300 layers of wind calamity would indeed be as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, within the system's assessment, the wind disasters and calamity spirits at each layer were likely trivial matters. Under the experience penalty mechanism, Jiang Han suspected that if he fought through step by step, he might not gain any experience at all from these layers, perhaps only some spirit fragments at most. That simply wouldn't suffice. Such opportunities for combat were rare. Thus, he sought to amplify the intensity. And thus, this grand spectacle unfolded. Ah, what a magnificent display! The wind had coalesced into a grand bird of prey. Jiang Han grasped the hilt of the 3-foot Qing Feng sword at his waist with his right hand. In a fleeting moment, the immense power of true energy within him surged forth, transforming into liquid droplets of true energy that streamed into his meridians, rushing along his arm and into the blade of the Qing Feng sword. Although he had yet to draw the sword, countless shadows exuding an overwhelming aura of sharpness swirled ominously behind him. Caw, from the heavens above, a piercing bird call resonated, sharp enough to threaten to rupture eardrums. Jiang Han's sword-like brows furrowed slightly, his expression solidifying as his profound gaze, reminiscent of the vast night sky, turned skyward. There he beheld a colossal azure rock, composed entirely of dense and swirling winds, plummeting downwards, tearing through clouds and air with a terrifying momentum. Even before it descended, Jiang Han could feel the air around him vibrating like boiling water. The once intangible atmosphere transformed into shredded strips, and the exposed skin on his body prickled with an unbearable stinging sensation. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated him. Yet, Jiang Han remained unperturbed. With a cold snort, he unsheathed the 3-foot Qing Feng sword. A long, resonant sword cry sliced through the air. A straight, unyielding sword aura surged forth from the sharp edge of the Qing Feng sword. Sweeping horizontally towards the azure rock with unstoppable force, an ancient battlefield, filled with countless swords and blades, materialized around Jiang Han in an instant. The spectral battlefield, which had entombed innumerable weapons, collapsed completely, absorbed entirely by the sword aura he wielded. In that moment, the cacophony of sound faded away. The howling winds stilled at the same time. The sword aura Jiang Han unleashed collided with a massive azure rock, descending from the sky at a crisp sound, akin to white paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Echoed through the eerily silent A-I-R-I-T was the sound of the azure rock's body being cleaved open by the sword aura. Onlookers, a group of young boys and girls, gaped in astonishment. Senior disciples of the Jinyang sect, like Zhou Xiefeng, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. How could this be possible? 70% of sword intent. Was it truly enough to rend apart the disaster bird formed by 300 layers of wind calamity? High above the Jinyang sect's gate, both Master Qian and Master Liang displayed looks of shock, witnessing below in the water mirror how the sword aura that had devoured the ancient battlefield simply passed through the gigantic rock, slicing from its beak down to its talons, the force of a single strike. It had outright shattered the disaster bird formed by 300 layers of wind calamity. In that instant, the tempestuous winds dissipated, transforming back into the spiritual energy of the world. The rich spiritual energy erupted like a heavy bomb, centered around the shattered body of the azure rock, sweeping outward with fervor. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Chapter 37. Is he consuming the calamity spirit? A thunderous roar erupted, as if the very sky had split open, and the clouds enveloping the upper half of the illusory ladder trembled violently due to the explosive force of the azure rock. Gradually, the clouds began to disperse. From above, streams of golden light, simulated by formations, cascaded down. Despite being in a secret realm, as the clouds were violently shattered by the overwhelming force, the scene of golden light piercing through the scattered cloud holes resembled sunlight illuminating 3,000 miles of land. It was vast and splendid, heart-stirring. Glutton, now it is your turn. Jiang Han grinned, gazing at the remnants of the azure rock, which had been obliterated by his sword, its body torn into several large and countless smaller fragments. Though this rock was an illusion composed of wind, its form retained a semblance of solidity after being destroyed. The pure energy radiating from the scattered remains stirred Jiang Han's appetite. As a unique energy under the category of the wood element. The wind could theoretically be absorbed. especially since he possessed the formidable independent trait of glutton. At this moment, these unclaimed winds could be devoured with great fervor. You call this the power of calamity? Absorb it into my body, and my Danteon meridians shall not be shattered like fragments? Nonsense. That applies to others. Why glutton trait is not to be underestimated. It is renowned for being able to refine and absorb all powers for its own use. With a swift movement, Jiang Han crossed 230 meters in mere moments, arriving at the largest piece of the torn azure rock scorp's fragment. His fingers splayed wide as he reached forth. Boom! Jiang Han thrust his arm forward, plunging it into the swirling gale of razor-sharp winds emanating from the massive fragment, which was now unleashing its devastating power in all directions. Absorb! Let me consume. Jiang Han took a deep breath, opening his palm wide as a horrific suction force emerged, beginning to devour the vast reserves of wind energy that had yet to dissipate. Clang, 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 as if spurred by divine weaponry. Countless wind blades became increasingly frenzied, striking down upon Jiang Han. Yet he conjured a layer of armor made entirely of highly condensed true energy, enveloping his arms, face, torso, and legs in impenetrable protection. This formidable armor of true energy was far beyond the capacity of the now disarrayed and diminished wind forces to breach. Amidst the cacophony of clashing sounds, it was evident that the mass of wind Jiang Han had plunged into was visibly shrinking, continuously shrinking. Within less than 30 seconds, the once 20-zhang-sized wind mass had dwindled to merely a meter or two in diameter. Then, with a whoosh, the last remaining piece of the wind mass was absorbed into Jiang Han's palm, leaving him with the sensation of having just indulged in a satisfying feast. Glutton activated. You have consumed a fragment of the wind disaster bird. Gaining experience 51, 970. Gaining wind power 887. Integrating wind power will enhance your body's affinity with the essence of the wind path and grant you access to powers possessing wind characteristics. Boom! Following the system's notification, Jiang Han felt a tremor resonating within his Danteon. The droplets of true energy swirling in the void of his Danteon rapidly multiplied in a matter of moments, coalescing into 5 new droplets. The Danteon space filled with a peculiar wind that intertwined around the surface of the true energy droplets. Jiang Han observed that this strange wind bore a striking resemblance to the rampaging azure winds outside. However, the wind within his Danteon did not exhibit the same chaotic destructive force. Instead, it swirled around his droplets in a docile manner, quietly resting. Indeed, it is possible. The glutton trait is incredible. It truly allows me to absorb these scattered wind energies. Not only has it granted me a wealth of experience, but it has also enabled me to effortlessly harness a sliver of wind power. Jiang Han's excitement surged as he swiftly inspected the changes within his Danteon. He found that the droplets of true energy had reached a total of 135, but the droplets now enveloped in wind power had increased, with half of them covered by the azure winds. Roar, roar! A roar echoed through the that moment. The Xuanfeng Jie spirits, once caught off guard and shattered by the sudden assault of the Xuanfeng Daping, finally awakened from their stupor, as if emerging from a dream. One by one, the wrathful Xuanfeng Jie spirits began to howl in fury, weaving through the air and converging towards Jiang Han with murderous intent. Come forth, just as I have yet to satiate my hunger for the power of the Xuanfeng. Devouring you will allow the devourer to refine even more of this energy, enveloping the droplets of true qi within my Danteon. Jiang Han grinned, boldly facing the onslaught of the myriad Xuanfeng Jie spirits. With a single sword in hand, waves of sword energy erupted forth. In an instant, on the ethereal staircase, platform high above, the bodies of the Jie spirits were cleaved apart, falling like raindrops. Jiang Han traversed through the shattered forms of the Jie spirits, which upon encountering him, seemed to be drawn into a black hole, firmly adhering to his side, before being consumed whole by an invisible maw, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the system's notification chimed incessantly in Jiang Han's ears. Slain 1 Xuanfeng Jie Spirit, Devourer effect activated. Gained Xuanfeng power 3. Slain 1 Xuanfeng Jie Spirit, Devourer effect activated. Gain Xuanfeng power 1. Slain 1 Xuanfeng Jie Spirit. Devourer effect activated. Gain Xuanfeng power 2. Though each Jie Spirit contained but a meager amount of Xuanfeng power, the accumulation of small gains could yield great results. Outside the gates of the Jinyang sect, amidst the clouds, both Master Qian and Liangzi were left dumbfounded. They gazed at Zhang Han on the illusory staircase platform, resembling a gluttonous beast, effortlessly devouring the energies of countless Jie spirits. They were utterly astonished. What in the world was happening? This kid, Zhang Han, he was consuming Jie spirits. Chapter 38. A bounty of 130. 000 experience, forming a sword chi of Xuanfeng. What a jest! Those Jie spirits were composed of Xuanfeng power, their very essence brimming with destructive energy. Not even the likes of Zhang Han could fathom the implications. Master Qian and Liangzi exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Even for them, two seasoned cultivators, should they be entirely unguarded and absorb a multitude of Xuanfeng power into their bodies, they would likely endure considerable discomfort for a time. Even if their formidable physiques, honed through years of cultivation, could withstand the onslaught without suffering true injury, as for harnessing the Xuanfeng power for themselves. That was a feat beyond even their capabilities. Could this be one of the miraculous applications of the body of battle? Was this boy absorbing Xuanfeng power to replenish his own expenditures? Or could he, through this method, grasp a fragment of the Xuanfeng energy? Master Qian blinked, exerting great effort to regain his composure. He observed Zhang Han below, effortlessly dispatching the Xuanfeng Depeng and now voraciously consuming vast quantities of Xuanfeng Jie spirits, exuding an air of ease akin to a leisurely outing. In that fleeting moment, Master Qian's expression grew complex. This prodigious youth was simply extraordinary. He surpassed even the most gifted disciples of his own lineage by leaps and bounds. In a short span, this lad had made immense strides. His sword momentum had surged from 50% to 70%, and he could also absorb and assimilate the Xuanfeng power. Initially, he had feared this boy might recklessly unleash the catastrophic force of 300 layers of wind disaster, potentially leading to his own demise. But now, it seemed what a needless worry that had been. The true concern lay not with this audacious youth, who repeatedly performed astonishing feats, but rather with the seemingly numerous yet increasingly impotent Xuanfeng Jie spirits. It was unimaginable that these countless Jie spirits were now lined up like quails, one by one transforming into sustenance for this mischievous boy, allowing him to progress and evolve into something even more formidable. To absorb Xuanfeng Jie spirits and master the Xuanfeng power? Difficult, exceedingly difficult. In the annals of the Jinyang sect, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Only whispers from beyond the great Jing dynasty hinted at the existence of exceptionally powerful cultivators who had managed to wield the forces of calamity. Should Zhang Han succeed, even if it were merely to grasp a fraction of the Xuanfeng power on this staircase, it would serve as an immense boon to his future cultivation journey. A stroke of incredible fortune, indeed. Liangzi shook his head in amazement, his weathered face seemingly on the brink of the grave, alight with anticipation. His cultivation had long reached its zenith. Having lived for over 2 millennia, his lifespan was nearly spent. The greatest joy he now sought was to witness the sect recruit more prodigious disciples, fortifying its strength. Having entered the sect in his youth, he had dominated the great Jing dynasty in his prime, battling against the cream of the crop from the top sects for over 2,000 years. Liangzi had indelibly etched the Jinyang sect into the depths of his soul, that in a sense. The rise and fall of the Jinyang sect mattered to him more than his very own life, especially now, when he was destined to meet his end. It meant all the more to him to witness the emergence of such an extraordinary talent as Zhang Han before his demise. Liangzi chuckled, glancing at Master Qian. Master Qian, I suddenly wonder if this legacy staircase left by our ancestors might allow Zhang Han to reach its pinnacle and claim the inheritance. Master Qian opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. His fiery gaze remained glued to the water mirror below, his silence betraying an intensified focus at the foot of the staircase. Zhang, Yongzhong, and the others stood with mouths agape, utterly astounded and unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Watching Jiang Han effortlessly dispatch the Xuanfeng GS spirits high above, they were profoundly shaken. The youthful disciples were nearly driven to madness with excitement. The seasoned inner disciples of the Jinyang sect, such as Zhou Xiefeng, who shielded the younger ones with spells, displayed a rare look of horror in their eyes. With a single sword stroke, he had slain the calamity birds formed from the Xuanfeng power of 300 layers of the staircase. And now he seemed to be consuming countless GS spirits. Zhou Xiefeng felt his mind faltering, caught in a spiral of self-doubt. GS spirits could be devoured and refined. He had never heard such a thing. Wasn't he that a terrifying force of calamity to ingest such a thing? Madness, a death wish. Glancing at his own frail frame, Zhou Xiefeng shivered. He considered himself a formidable innate realm cultivator with a reasonably strong physique. Yet he dared not relax his magical defenses, letting those razor-sharp Xuanfeng energies invade his vulnerable body. Jiang Han truly was an unfathomable individual. The wind disaster staircase had been breached with such ease. If he remained this untroubled, the subsequent 300 layers of fire calamity would likely pose little challenge for him as well. Are you think he might reach the summit? One of the seasoned inner disciples, shouldering a massive wine gourd, suddenly spoke up. Reach the summit? Yes, I had to even considered that until you mentioned it. Jiang Han has already ascended to the 600th layer, achieving an unprecedented height. And he appears quite at ease. He might genuinely reach the summit. The prospect of obtaining the ancestral legacy sent ripples of excitement through Zhou Xiefeng and the other seasoned inner disciples of the Jinyang sect. They realized that the days of the inner sect were about to change. A new monster, a prodigy, was about to rise on the high platform. In merely the span of an incense stick, Jiang Han had slaughtered and refined all the GS spirits in sight. He then took a moment to assess the bountiful rewards of this encounter. First and foremost, the experience. This wave had netted him over 130,000 experience points, most of which came from a consumption of the shattered fragments of the Xuanfeng Dapeng, with a smaller portion accounted for by the system's post-battle calculations. With the absorption of Xuanfeng power through the Devourer, the total amount of Xuanfeng energy within Jiang Han's Dantian had dramatically increased, now enveloping over 100 droplets of true qi. Jiang Han experimented briefly and discovered that he could now manipulate this Xuanfeng power in his Dantian. He could fully channel and condense it into a sword qi composed entirely of Xuanfeng energy. As soon as the Xuanfeng sword qi formed, its formidable aura astonished Jiang Han himself. After a moment of observation, he concluded that this Xuanfeng sword qi possessed a power at least 5 times that of the sword qi he could normally conjure. Fearsome indeed. Chapter 39. Reaching the summit, accepting the inheritance, carefully attuning to the sword qi within him, composed entirely of Xuanfeng energy, Jiang Han even summoned the strength of his 70% sword momentum. Attempting to meld this astonishingly powerful Xuanfeng sword qi into his sword momentum. Although the Xuanfeng sword qi was scarce, it could serve as a commander among many sword qi soldiers, acting as the spearhead. Thus, the combined might of the sword qi soldiers within his sword momentum domain would unleash a formidable surge of attacking power. The wind of Sun, like a silver fish, traversed and meandered through the ethereal shadows of an ancient battlefield formed by the force of sword momentum. Completing a circuit, Jiang Han furrowed his sword-like brows and promptly retracted the Sun Wind sword energy that had just coalesced. The vast battlefield of blades and swords, spreading 100 zhang around him, collapsed with a resounding echo, vanishing into the void. It was futile. Without a specific sword technique to guide it, the combination of this Sun Wind sword energy with the sword momentum was far from perfect. Much of its force clashed and was wasted, yielding at most twice the power of the sword energy soldiers within the sword momentum. Jiang Han felt a pang of disappointment when used alone. A strand of Sun Wind sword energy possessed 5 times the power of normal true qi condensed sword energy. However, lacking the enhancement of sword momentum, even with 5-fold strength, it remained significantly weaker. When integrated into the sword momentum, the absence of a guiding sword technique led to conflicting forces dissipating, allowing it to exert only double the strength of the sword energy soldiers within the sword momentum. In pure terms of power, It was indeed far superior to the use of solitary sun wind sword energy. Yet, it lacked perfect utilization. It seemed that to fully harness the power of sun wind, he would need to enter the Jinyang sect and select suitable wind attribute sword techniques from the sect's library. Jiang Han pondered It present. His sword momentum stood unsupported by any specific immortal path sword techniques. It was purely an evolution arising from his martial arts realm after breaking through to the master level that It could only be deemed as an attribute-less martial arts sword momentum, ranking at the bottom among sword momentum powers of the same level, yet still holding immense potential for development. Once he learned immortal path sword techniques, say by refining a certain wind attribute sword technique to perfection, he could infuse that power into his sword momentum, transforming it into a sword momentum of wind. At that time, with the propulsion of immortal path mana, its power would surpass the current level significantly. If he could also integrate compatible sun wind power, it would become extraordinarily formidable. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the air ahead, accompanied by commotion. Jiang Han emerged from his reverie and turned his gaze toward the source of the golden light, where he saw a golden proclamation unfurling. The minor reward for the 600th layer of the heavenly ladder had arrived. Once again, there were two options to choose from: a spiritual pill or another sword scar manifested from the residual thoughts of the ancestor Jinyang. Jiang Han's eyes brightened, and he directly chose the sword scar. Boom! The golden proclamation transformed into golden light, rushing into Jiang Han's sea of consciousness. Above the sea of consciousness, he once again beheld the golden-robed elder. The elder, expressionless and with hollow, unseeing eyes, nonetheless traced a sword scar in the void with his finger. Observing that sword scar, myriad illusions sprang up before Jiang Han's eyes. The silhouettes of countless swordsmen reappeared. After a while, Jiang Han awakened from his moment of melancholy. His sword momentum had reached the initial stage of 90%. He was merely a step away from achieving the grand completion of sword momentum. Jiang Han's face lit up with joy. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand to retrieve the numerous fragments of spiritual essence that had fallen after the previous battle. Despite the sun-wind calamity of the 300th layer yielding only 1,000 or so, the dropped items were not inferior to the 1,000 fragments dropped by the roaring beasts of the lower 300 layers. He had also obtained over 1,000 fragments of spiritual essence. Once he utilized these fragments to condense more true chi droplets within his body, Jiang Han would continue his ascent of the heavenly ladder. After a brief interval, Jiang Han opened his eyes. His gaze, as deep as the stars, radiated a captivating brilliance. Unfortunately, he had just missed breaking through the 12th level of the cleansing marrow technique. However, the true chi droplets in his dantian had significantly increased, rising from 135 to 200 droplets, reaching the utmost limit of his current cultivation stage. Jiang Han sighed in relief, contemplating inwardly that he used over 1,000 fragments of spiritual essence once more. The power of the Devourer trait activated, and Jiang Han's body once again absorbed 1,000 points of spirituality. His innate roots and quality surged yet again, strengthening his physical foundation. The breadth of his dantian meridians did not expand further, as the 12th level of the cleansing marrow technique could still only accommodate a maximum of 200 droplets of true Q. It appeared that this was the true limit achievable at this realm. Although the breadth of his dantian meridians had not increased, Jiang Han could still perceive that with the infusion of the new 1,000 points of spirituality, the strength of his dantian meridians had undergone a notable transformation. He could now sense the unclaimed spiritual energy between heaven and earth with greater ease. Each particle of spiritual energy seemed to emanate an implicit affinity towards him. His body, in its current state, evidently had a stronger compatibility with the spiritual energy of the world. These changes would undoubtedly bring unforeseen benefits to his future cultivation journey. Continuing his ascent of the heavenly ladder, Jiang Han rose towards the higher tiers of the ethereal staircase. Looking up from the 600th layer, he noticed that the previously dispersed clouds and mist had, unbeknownst to him, gathered once more, obscuring the area above the 650th layer. The next 300 layers were the fire calamity tier, which would unleash the fiery power of. Naturally, it would also give rise to the more aggressive and violent calamity spirits compared to the sun wind calamity spirits. the power of the fire calamity. In terms of aggressiveness and ferocity, it was the pinnacle of the 5 elemental attributes. If he could devour even a hint of power, fanned by the wind, Jiang Han would gain even greater benefits. The tier, as a challenge within the upper 300 layers, should theoretically be more difficult than the combined challenges of the lower and middle 300 layers of the Sun Wind tier. However, for Jiang Han, it was exceedingly simple. With his sword momentum already reaching 90%, his combat strength was beyond measure. Even a martial artist at the 12th level of the cleansing marrow technique stood before him. He could effortlessly dispatch them in large swathes. Throughout the process, he felt no pressure at all as he continued to employ the same method he had used in the Sun Wind tier, triggering the 300 layers of calamity in one breath. And before long, Jiang Han had crossed the upper 300 layers of the tier of the Heavenly Ladder. The power of the Devourer trait activated once more, and the Golden Proclamation reward appeared. When everything concluded, Jiang Han's cultivation realm had indeed reached the 12th level of the cleansing marrow technique. The droplets of true qi within him surged to 1050. His sword momentum directly ascended to the pinnacle, achieving complete perfection. With the utilization of more fragments of spiritual essence, an abundance of spirituality flowed into his being, further enhancing his innate roots and deepening his physical foundation in the depths of the ethereal heavenly ladder. Wreathed in clouds and mist, Jiang Han's figure was nearly obscured from view. Below the ladder, the onlookers were already numb with shock. Now, regardless of what astonishing feats Jiang Han performed, they found it unsurprising. Xiao Yiyan, Yongzhong, Zhou Xiefeng, and others watched eagerly, awaiting the final outcome to this moment. Only Li Yongzi and the real man of Qi Yin, outside the gates of the Jinyang sect, could still discern Jiang Han's progress on the heavenly ladder. A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. After a while, Li Yongzi sighed deeply, his voice filled with a sense of fulfillment. The trial of the heavenly ladder left by the ancestor Jinyang had unexpectedly been surmounted by a young genius of the mortal realm. Unbelievable! What a radiant disciple akin to the blazing sun. Although Jiang Han was a mortal, he had already reached a level comparable to a qi-nurturing realm practitioner. The real man of Qi Yin remained silent, his ears echoing with Li Yongzi's aged voice, his fiery gaze fixated on the water mirror amidst the clouds below. In that water mirror. After effortlessly devouring the blazing of the tier, Jiang Han silently and swiftly crossed the final 100 layers of the ethereal staircase. Battling against the torrential outpour of Sun Wind, and, with even stronger and more numerous calamity spirits obstructing him, he effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. Upon arriving at the highest platform of the heavenly ladder, a scroll radiating boundless brilliance, floating like a great sun in the air, gently approached Jiang Han. Chapter 40. The most powerful foundational technique, the Jinyang Heart Sutra. The resplendent golden light blazed forth. Dancing like flames, Jiang Han, facing the dazzling brilliance, fixed his starry, profound gaze upon the scroll, emitting countless beams of light. The Jinyang Heart Sutra. Strictly speaking, this was not the first time Jiang Han had obtained this formidable technique from the ancestor Jinyang. It wasn't even the second time in his previous life he had completed the game, and even after modding, he had still cleared it, subsequently speed-running through challenges. Past and present, various scenes seemed to coalesce upon the scroll before him. Although it was a memory from the past, it was Jiang Han's first actual touch of the Jinyang Heart Sutra. The T may not have been the most powerful technique in the late game of the gaming world, but it was undoubtedly the strongest foundational cultivation technique on this map at the onset of the Great Jing Dynasty. After all, it was a hidden technique acquired after overcoming the most challenging level of the first act. It was sufficient for Jiang Han to forge the strongest foundational cultivation in the early stages. This technique, according to the game's backstory, was not created by the ancestor Jinyang, but was rather an ancient relic he obtained by chance. And it was due to his practice of this technique that he rose to prominence, even taking the name Jinyangzi after it. Finally obtained, Jiang Han felt a profound sense of relief as he raised his slender, jade-like hand to gently grasp the floating scripture before him. That moment, boom! An infinite expanse of text, knowledge cascades forth like the radiant glow of a myriad of scriptures, inundating Jiang Han in an instant. In a daze, Jiang Han seems to behold a resplendent sun rising from the farthest horizon, illuminating the entire earth. In the blink of an eye, it appears as though a colossal titan is sprinting across the ground. Chasing after the sun, he drifts within the vast ocean of inherited wisdom. Time seems to flow with astonishing swiftness. Jiang Han feels as though he has traversed through the four seasons, and upon opening his eyes, all sensory perceptions return to his body. In that moment of clarity, he realizes that the protracted duration he just experienced was but an illusion. His formidable bodily awareness sweeps across the surrounding changes. In reality, only a brief moment has passed outside. I vow by the heavenly way. Today, before I find a true heir suitable for this technique, I shall not impart it to any unrelated individuals. Jiang Han declares, naturally beginning to swear an oath that he establishes a vow in accordance with the heavenly way. The revered founder of the Golden Sun sect bequeathed this scripture, naturally forbidding Jiang Han from arbitrarily passing it to others. Upon absorbing the teachings of the Golden Sun scripture, a heavenly vow must be established to prohibit indiscriminate sharing with others. Those who violate the vow shall face utter annihilation of body and spirit. The heavenly vow carries with it the power of celestial law, unlike the hollow oaths of mortals which bear no weight. Jiang Han is determined to abide by in truth. This Golden Sun scripture is extraordinarily arduous to cultivate. It requires the simultaneous practice of both qi refinement and physical training. Once mastered, one will not only possess a profound reservoir of true essence and magical power far surpassing that of peers, but the physical body will also attain an astonishing level of strength. The prerequisite for its cultivation is that the marrow cleansing technique must be practiced to the 12th level. Moreover, prior to undertaking the Golden Sun scripture, one must not have any experience with other sex techniques. Age requirements are also stringent, demanding that only those under 20 may pursue its cultivation. Upon realizing these various stipulations, Jiang Han suddenly discovers something he was unaware of even during his previous life spent playing games. It turns out that the entrance examination for the Golden Sun sect mandates that all new disciples must practice the marrow cleansing technique for 3 years, a deliberate arrangement by the revered founder. Moreover, this marrow cleansing technique was not a mere fabrication of martial arts. It was unearthed alongside the Golden Sun scripture during its discovery, serving as a foundational practice. It is essentially the precursor to the Golden Sun scripture. A mortal level technique. This detail was not elaborated upon in the background story of the game Jiang Han played, thus he was oblivious to it when he obtained the Golden Sun scripture in the game. It signified that he had already cleared the first stage of the quest for enlightenment, and the marrow cleansing technique was naturally cultivated to the 12th level. Once he had the scripture in hand, he practiced it without a second thought, disregarding any additional requirements. The conditions are indeed harsh. Jiang Han shakes his head and sighs, even without the constraints of the heavenly vow, with such stringent requirements. He would likely find it impossible to impart the Golden Sun scripture to others. It is no wonder that the revered founder chose to place the original text of this technique at the pinnacle of the arduous heavenly ladder, leaving only a simplified and truncated version within the Golden Sun sect. Jiang Han comprehends fully. The simplified version of the Golden Sun secret scripture is merely a new technique forcefully compiled by the revered founder. Based on the characteristics of the Golden Sun scripture and his own insights from the realm of divine consciousness, one might say, is a simplified variant of the Golden Sun scripture, or alternatively, a completely new technique with little relation to it. The Golden Sun sect's secret scripture lacks any physical training methodologies, being solely focused on the cultivation of true essence and magical power. Ultimately, it can only reach the level of the cave heaven realm, making it nearly impossible to break through to the realm of divine consciousness. Within the same realm, the true essence and magical power cultivated by Jiang Han through the Golden Sun scripture exceeds that of the sect's secret scripture by more than tenfold. According to the scripture's descriptions, the Golden Sun scripture can potentially be cultivated up to the realm of returning to the void, which is even higher than the realm of divine consciousness. A being at the returning to the void realm could obliterate the entirety of the Golden Sun sect with but a breath. In the eyes of such formidable beings, even powerful practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm could be extinguished with a mere glance. Suddenly, the ethereal platform at the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder trembles. Jiang Han looks up and soon notices a rift in the sky not far away. The pitch-black fissure resembles the gaping maw of some monstrous entity. Grinning with delight, from that rift, specks of golden light emerged in an instant. The tear in the sky vanishes, and a glimmer of golden light drifts toward Jiang Han. Upon closer inspection, he discovers it to be a medallion, a resplendent, diamond-shaped token, engraved on one side with the image of a radiant sun. The Golden Sun Medallion, a personal token of the revered founder. Jiang Han gazes at the medallion before reaching out to grasp it. There are no barriers to obstruct him. With a soft click, he effortlessly takes hold of the medallion. The medallion comes into his possession. A surge of information flows through it, allowing Jiang Han to receive the revered founder's final message left within the token before his passing. Those who bear the karmic ties must enter the walls of my Golden Sun sect, becoming the successors of my lineage. Moments later, Jiang Han absorbs all the messages contained within the token. In truth, the medallion does not convey much. The gist is that the bearer of this medallion may become a true disciple of the Golden Sun sect, enjoying exclusive access to a peak designated for true disciples as a cultivation abode. In terms of status, one remains a disciple of the Golden Sun sect. Though he is the successor of the revered founder, since he has already departed, there is no necessity for Jiang Han to formally take him as a master. The founder had already entrusted all his life's wealth to the sect before his passing. Naturally, the revered founder did not leave behind any other treasures for his successors, save for the Golden Sun scripture. Other resources necessary for the path of cultivation must be sought out and earned by the successors themselves. Chapter 41. A new independent quest entry. Jiang Han feels a sense of melancholy. Just as in the game, having cleared the heavenly ladder, he has merely obtained the Golden Sun scripture and a title as a true disciple of the Golden Sun sect, along with exclusive access to a peak for true disciples as his cultivation abode. A true disciple's peak is indeed remarkable, something that cannot be measured by mere contributions to the sect or spirit stones. The spiritual energy within is exceedingly dense, far surpassing that of other inner disciples' cultivation locations. This is still quite favorable. My primary goal was to acquire the Golden Sun scripture. While the scripture is indeed powerful, its cultivation demands the refinement of vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, necessitating an environment conducive to such an endeavor, something the areas designated for outer and inner disciples simply cannot provide. Thus, the true disciple's peak alleviates my pressing needs. Jiang Han reassures himself. Initially, he believed that upon clearing the heavenly ladder, he would receive additional benefits beyond those in the game world, such as resources for cultivation as the successor of the revered founder, a sort of beginner's gift package. However, that was not the case. The rewards provided a more nuanced explanation than what was seen in the game, yet the offerings remained the same. They were simply less blunt than in the game. Oh well, let's descend. The quest for enlightenment has concluded. It is time to join the Golden Sun sect and formally embark on my path of cultivating immortality. Jiang Han quickly adjusts his mood, clutching the Golden Sun scripture, which can forge the strongest foundation for his cultivation, and finds himself exceedingly pleased as a formidable technique that harmonizes both physical and chi cultivation. Once mastered, the Golden Sun scripture will grant Jiang Han a terrifying combat prowess that far exceeds that of his peers. This single scripture is irreplaceable by any resources available. Warning, quest notification. As you are about to become a disciple of the Golden Sun sect, an explicit independent quest has been triggered. Independent quest entry. Explicit 3 lives quest requirements. Participate in the inner disciple competition of the Golden Sun sect held 3 months from now. Overcoming numerous inner disciples to seize the title of champion. Reward. Independent entry 3 lives 3 lives. You will possess 3 independent lives, allowing for rebirth upon death, free from any karmic ties, oaths, or external influences. A sudden influx of system notifications erupted in the upper left corner of his vision, catching Jiang Han off guard. He had turned to descend the winding heavenly ladder, preparing to return to the ground, when he was momentarily stunned that an independent quest, an explicit quest, 3 lives? Jiang Han's lips parted slightly, his mind buzzing with disbelief. After a considerable moment, he wiped his eyes to confirm he had not been mistaken. Indeed, he had suddenly received a task for an explicit independent title. Furthermore, it was a life-enhancing title. Independent title tasks are classified into explicit and implicit categories. For instance, when he previously obtained the title of Glutton, it was an implicit task. No prior hints were provided, and the task would only be completed serendipitously, rewarding him directly. If one were to miss it, they would remain oblivious to having missed an independent title task altogether. As for explicit title tasks, they stand in stark contrast to implicit ones. These tasks are announced in advance through system prompts, clearly outlining the objectives for Jiang Han. This moment, he found himself confronted with such an explicit title task: to secure first place in the intersect competition of the Golden Sun sect 3 months hence. Jiang Han couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This title task truly held him in high regard. The disciples of the intersect of the Golden Sun sect, apart from the newly initiated, typically possess peak capabilities in the Qi nourishing realm. Who among them could contend for the first place in the intersect? Their cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the Qi nourishing realm, reaching the consummate stage of the innate realm. The realms are classified as follows: opening meridians, Qi nourishing, and innate. The innate realm represents the third major stage on the path of cultivation, endowed with formidable and astonishing combat prowess. Those who achieve the consummate level of the innate realm within the Golden Sun sect must possess profound insights into swordsmanship and martial arts, at least having transcended into the realm of harmony of man and heaven. After all, the prerequisite for entering the innate realm is achieving the state of harmony of man and heaven, aligning oneself with the will of the heavens. Presently, Jiang Han had attained the utmost completion of his sword momentum, but needed to break the shackles to advance further into the realm of harmony of man and heaven. As it stood, he could not possibly match the genius disciples of the Golden Sun sect who stood atop their peak, even if he were to present 100 heads, with only 3 months to cultivate and grow stronger. Time was of the essence. Moreover, he had obtained the legacy of the Golden Sun ancestor, directly assuming the status of a true disciple upon joining the sect. The true disciples of the Golden Sun sect hold an identity 2 ranks higher than that of inter-sect disciples. Generally speaking, one must elevate their cultivation to the Yuan Dan realm to be eligible for the core disciple status, which represents the ultimate evolution for the majority of Golden Sun sect disciples. Only those who are true prodigies among the inter-sect disciples, having claimed victory in past inter-sect competitions, and have advanced to the Yuan Dan realm, stand a chance of becoming true disciples after passing through the sect's numerous evaluations. True disciples are reserved for unparalleled prodigies. Yet, Jiang Han had already achieved a leap in status, possessing the identity of a true disciple. Could he still participate in the intersect competition? This thought left a significant question mark in Jiang Han's mind. However, the 3 life titles were far too precious to overlook. Missing this opportunity could mean the end of any future chances. Jiang Han instinctively grimaced, feeling a twinge of discomfort, pondering that the system had presented him with a formidable challenge. To be frank, the 3 lives independent title had a rather lackluster performance in the game. Possessing 3 independent life bars merely translated to 3 chances of death without losing anything. After death, one would not lose cultivation or materials from their storage bag, or, in certain exceptional circumstances, utilize some treasure techniques. Players in the game, even without the 3 lives title, could continuously resurrect. Reality, however, is distinctly different in the real world. One possesses but a single life. Especially within the perilous realm of cultivation, even those with extraordinary talents and unparalleled prowess could meet their demise along the path of cultivation, akin to a multitude perishing in a flood. It is entirely possible that before one fully matures, they might encounter a formidable demon beast or a merciless super evil cultivator, leading to their untimely end. If he were to obtain the 3 lives independent title, he would possess a total of 4 lives. Moreover, the characteristics of this title would allow Jiang Han to remain immune to even the fearsome powers that could emerge only in the later stages of the game. Capable of slaying enemies through causal bloodlines across time and space, that he could similarly evade a certain death crisis. Even upon death, he would be enveloped by the might of the title, transporting him and his belongings to a secure location. 1 step at a time. First, he would enter the Golden Sun sect, then consider whether he could procure the qualifications to participate in the inter-sect competition that AS for whether he could cultivate to sufficient strength within 3 months. With the advantages of the player system and the power of Glutton, if he exerted himself, it was not entirely unattainable. Jiang Han furrowed his sword-like brows, contemplating with a hint of a headache. Fortunately, the Golden Sun sect has various tiers, including outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Within the inner sect, the highest tier consists solely of disciples at the innate realm. Otherwise, Jiang Han could forego the competition altogether. If his opponents were merely at the innate realm, 3 months might feel rushed, yet it was not entirely impossible. Chapter 42. Meeting the Sect Master, Epiphany outside the Golden Sun Hall. After some time, Jiang Han descended the winding celestial staircase to the ground. While ascending the staircase, numerous tribulations obstructed his path. However, upon descent, it felt as though a mere mortal was returning from the mountains, without a hint of peril in sight. This left Jiang Han feeling somewhat disappointed. A few more trials of wind and fire would have been welcome. That way, he could have absorbed more of the power of the swift wind and fiery flames through the glutton title. These two types of calamity power are always beneficial in abundance. Having traversed all 1,000 steps of the celestial staircase, Jiang Han had only managed to condense 3 sword energies of each type of power within his body. This was significantly inferior to the total amount of true chi droplets in his dantian. He had come down. Jiang Han's senior brother has emerged from the celestial staircase. It is said that no disciple of the Golden Sun sect has ever successfully reached the peak of this staircase. Jiang Han's senior brother is truly formidable. He has actually reached the top. Congratulations to Jiang Han for achieving this feat. Underneath the illusory celestial staircase, a throng of youthful disciples expressed their admiration, their voices ringing out in exultation. Among the crowd, Xiao Yiyan and Yongzhong displayed expressions of envy. Overcoming all trials and gathering countless accolades had been their goal. Yet upon their first attempt, they had already met with failure. Realizing their cultivation was not yet sufficient, they were far surpassed by Jiang Han at this moment. The two could only sigh in admiration. What an extraordinary talent! To think such a figure has joined our ranks. Let us go forth to welcome junior brother Jiang Han. Zhou Xiefeng and other seasoned inner disciples of the Golden Sun sect exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy as they regarded Jiang Han. Throughout the millennia, countless individuals have joined the Golden Sun sect, yet none have ever reached the pinnacle of the celestial staircase within the secret realm of seeking the Tao. They observed from below. Though the higher sections of the staircase were shrouded in mist, obscuring their view, they understood that the newly initiated Jiang Han had a high probability of having reached the summit, having received the legendary inheritance of the founding ancestor. The Golden Sun ancestor. This was no trivial matter. Such an exceptional genius, as long as he does not fall midway, is destined to become a prominent figure in the future. They must seize the opportunity to align themselves with such a powerful ally. Thus, when Jiang Han descended the staircase and encountered Zhou Xiefeng and the others, they were all smiles, exhibiting an unprecedented humility, shedding any previous airs of superiority they once held as senior disciples. Zhou Xiefeng, having met junior brother Jiang Han before, congratulated him on acquiring the inheritance of the sect's ancestor. I am Zhao Li, and I also wish to extend my congratulations, junior brother. Should you encounter any troubles while navigating the inner sect, feel free to seek me out, and I shall assist you in resolving those matters. I am Qianyan. As soon as Jiang Han's feet touched the ground at the base of the staircase, Zhou Xiefeng and the group of senior inner disciples squeezed through the crowd and approached him, their faces blooming with smiles. Their words were laden with praise, bordering on flattery. This scene left Xiao Yiyan, Yongzhong, and the other newly initiated disciples utterly astonished. They marveled at how significant Jiang Han's standing had become. It was no surprise he could sweep through numerous obstacles and reach the highest tier of the celestial staircase. The swift change in demeanor among the seasoned inner disciples was evident, as they cast aside their pride and eagerly sought to curry favor. After a round of pleasantries, Zhou Xiefeng and the others did not forget their responsibilities. They had come to guide the newcomers into the sect. Soon, including Jiang Han, The group of newcomers departed from the secret realm of seeking the Tao, returning to the entrance of the Golden Sun sect. Zhou Xiefeng opened his mouth, intending to speak to Jiang Han beside him. Suddenly, his expression changed. He seemed to listen intently for a moment, and a look of astonishment gradually appeared on his face. Jiang Han, junior brother, have you been promoted to a true disciple of the sect? After a brief moment, Zhou Xiefeng turned to Jiang Han, incredulity evident in his voice. Just then, he had received a transmission from the two esteemed elders of the sect, Jian and Liang, instructing him to bring the true disciple Jiang Han to meet them. True disciples? Heaven! The number of true disciples within the Golden Sun sect is exceedingly limited. How could Jiang Han, upon merely entering the sect, be exceptionally promoted to a true disciple? Is this what it means to be an unparalleled prodigy? Oh no, he is not a junior brother. It seems I shall have to address him as senior brother Jiang Han from now on. The clouds beneath my feet are as solid as the earth, while the howling winds rush past my ears. The scenery around me distorts and contorts, rendering it impossible for even Jiang Han, with his current vision, to discern anything clearly at this moment. Jiang Han is being escorted through the skies by the two venerable elders of the Jinyang sect, Zhiyan Jinren and Li Yangzi. Their destination is the Grand Hall of the sect. He is about to meet the sect leader of the Jinyang sect. Glancing at the two kind-eyed elders who are gazing at him with an expression of profound affection for their junior, Jiang Han cannot help but shudder inwardly. These elders are from the Purple Mansion realm of the Jinyang sect, whose cultivation journeys span millennia, each one a ruthless individual with bloodshed on their hands. Yet, they are now looking at him with such benevolence. This leaves Jiang Han momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this is the treatment reserved for prodigies. In the game world, he had never experienced such privileges. Upon receiving the inheritance from the ancestor Jinyang, he was thrust directly into a cutscene that led him to the sect, where he inherited a peak designated for true disciples and began his cultivation. Where was the escort of elders? Where was the direct summons from the sect leader? His thoughts wandered. He wondered if there might be special rewards for meeting the sect leader. The ancestor Jinyang had left him no tangible legacy. Surely these elders and the sect leader would not be stingy. At the very least, perhaps he could mention his desire to participate in the inter-sect competition. Moreover, an idea struck him that if they were indeed heading to the Grand Hall, there was a significant sign-in point for cultivation at the entrance, just as in the game. This sign-in point would grant him a substantial number of cultivation points, akin to free exploration points in the game. This would be immensely beneficial to him, especially as he struggled to break through to the realm of unity with heaven and man. The advanced sign-in point before the Grand Hall perfectly meets this need. It seems fortune smiles upon him, as the opportunity to approach the Grand Hall, which is not easily accessible to ordinary disciples of the Jinyang sect, has presented itself due to the sect leader's personal request to see him. Ah, how delightful it is to meet the sect leader! Jiang Han's face broke into a mysterious smile, filled with anticipation. Gradually, the speed of their flight began to decelerate. After what felt like an eternity of terrifying speed, they were finally nearing the Grand Hall. Jiang Han marveled at the realization that, if he recalled correctly, a Purple Mansion realm cultivator at full capacity could traverse thousands of kilometers per hour while wielding the power of escape. They had flown for quite some time, merely to reach the Grand Hall from the entrance of the Jinyang sect, which spoke volumes of the vastness of the sect's inner sanctum. As the light of escape dissipated, Jiang Han finally beheld his surroundings. Amidst the swirling mist, majestic floating mountains revealed themselves, adorned with pavilions and ancient structures. Jiang Han inhaled sharply, awestruck by the breathtaking vista before him. It was simply exquisite. The influx of spiritual energy enveloped him, immersing him in an exhilarating sensation. That moment, he felt an undeniable stir within his dantian. Were it not for the presence of the two esteemed elders, Zhiyan Jinren and Li Yangzi, he would have been tempted to commence his cultivation of the Jinyang Heart Sutra immediately as the core of the Jinyang sect. The concentration of spiritual energy here was exponentially higher than that at the sect's entrance, an astonishing hundredfold. Such was its potency. Little one, we have arrived. Steady yourself. Zhiyan Jinren suddenly called out, causing the clouds beneath Jiang Han to tremble, evoking a fleeting sense of instability. Fortunately, he landed safely without incident. Upon raising his head, he discovered he stood before the largest of the floating mountains, facing an enormous palace. The grand entrance bore a plaque inscribed with 3 golden characters. Jinyang Hall. This was indeed a high-level sign-in point for cultivation within the game. As Jiang Han gazed upon those 3 characters, he felt an overwhelming surge of sword energy wash over him. It seemed that the person who had inscribed these characters was an unparalleled sword cultivator of great renown. Boom! The sword intent surged forth, and Jiang Han could only endure for a fleeting moment before succumbing to its allure. System notifications began to flood his vision. Discovered sign-in point of the Grand Hall. Observe the calligraphy of an unknown sword cultivator, attuned to the heavenly heart, comprehended a fragment of the truth of the cosmos. Sword intent 74. Discovered sign-in point at the Grand Hall. Observe the calligraphy of an unknown sword cultivator. Attuned to the heavenly heart, comprehended a fragment of the truth of the cosmos. Sword intent 81. The notifications continued, and Jiang Han realized he was no longer merely gaining experience in sword force. Instead, he was acquiring a higher tier of sword intent. The intent that merges the sword with the cosmos. At this moment, the profound essence of the sword path enveloped him, utterly immersing him within its depths. Is this young lad entering a state of epiphany? Ji and Jinren and Li Yangzi exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with astonishment, though they did not seem overly surprised. The plaque of Jinyang Hall had been inscribed by a legendary sword cultivator thousands of years ago. And even after the passage of time, it still exuded powerful sword path essence. Jiang Han's talent in the sword path was of an extraordinary caliber. It was only natural for him to glean insights from such a potent source. Chapter 43. The hostility from the great elder of Yinyu. In the Grand Hall, seated upon a throne crafted from heavenly blazing iron, the sect leader of the Jinyang sect, Yimu Jinren, sat regally, clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. With his hair cascading freely, he bore a unique artifact resembling a tricolored sun that spun slowly behind him. Beneath Yimu Jinren, the expansive hall was filled with figures radiating immense power. Each presence matched that of Ji Yin Jinren and Li Yangzi, all being formidable cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Within the hall, there stood 30 Purple Mansion realm cultivators, divided into 3 groups, each led by a distinct individual standing at the lower positions beside sect leader Yimu Jinren. The 3 leaders appeared vastly different from one another. One was a hunchbacked old crone with a cane. Another was a middle-aged man in a green robe, carrying a long sword, exuding an aura of sword energy, while the last appeared as an elderly man. Yet his skin bore no wrinkles. Clad in loose training attire, his exposed arms showcased bulging muscles, indicating a mastery of physical cultivation, radiating formidable strength. Streams of astonishing earth spirit energy coursed around this robust elder, swirling incessantly. Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you urgently to discuss a significant matter. Yimu Jinren's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the leaders of the 3 factions, speaking in a measured tone. The 3 esteemed elders of the Punishment Hall, the Path Protection Hall, and the Demon Slaying Hall. Do you know that our sect has just received an extraordinary prodigy, a newly inducted disciple, who has successfully passed the heavenly ladder test left by the ancestor of Jinyang 7,000 years ago and acquired the ancestor's legacy? What? How could this be possible? The sect leader's proclamation stirred a tumult within the hall, with the powerful cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm displaying expressions of astonishment, engaging in animated discussions. The leaders of the 3 factions narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning grave, particularly the robust elder, suffused with earth's spirit energy, who upon hearing the sect leader's announcement, furrowed his brow deeply, his face gradually darkening. Yimu Jinren seemed oblivious to the elder's growing displeasure and continued. When the ancestor of Jinyang established the heavenly ladder test, he stated that should a junior disciple pass his examination and obtain his legacy, they would be directly elevated to the status of true disciples within our sect. We currently have 1 vacancy among the 36 true disciple positions, and the emergence of any true disciple is a momentous occasion that requires the opinions of all esteemed elders. What are your thoughts on this newly inducted prodigy? Sect leader, a mere child who has just entered the sect, with not a single strand of true essence cultivated, becoming a true disciple of our sect. This seems inappropriate. Almost as soon as Immortality finished speaking, the robust elder, surrounded by Earth's spirit energy, could not contain himself any longer. His voice was deep and resonant. It appears that the great elder of Yenyu from the Punishment Hall has reservations regarding this matter. Yimu Jinren noted. Seemingly unsurprised by the elder's reaction, he regarded the robust elder with an expressionless demeanor and continued, "Pray tell, why do you oppose this child joining our ranks as a true disciple? He has passed the ancestor's test, thus designated as a true disciple by the ancestor himself." "Ah, the ancestor's test, just a relic of words from 7,000 years ago, hardly worthy of mention," the robust elder, the great elder of Yenyu, laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. "The position of true disciple is of utmost importance to our sect. Every one of them has long since stepped into the Yuan Dan realm, each a paragon among the many Yuan Dan disciples, all seeds destined to reach the Purple Mansion realm. They're the future prodigies of our sect, and you wish to elevate a mere child, a novice just admitted to the sect, to such a prestigious position. Within his body, not even a single strand of true essence or magical power had been refined, yet he dares to aspire to join the ranks of my Jinyang sect's true disciples. Does he truly believe he is worthy of our esteemed lineage? If he were to be accepted as a true disciple of our sect, how would the other esteemed disciples and core members of Jinyang sect perceive this? The rules set forth by our ancestors are immutable, yet humans are not. The old and unsuitable regulations must be abolished. As for this newcomer, I suggest allowing him to enter the inner sect to undergo rigorous training. Whether he can eventually become a true disciple of our sect can be debated once he steps into the innate realm. The elder of the Yenyu, presiding over the punitive hall of the sect, spoke decisively. His words were met with immediate agreement from the Purple Realm elders of the punitive hall. The elder of Yenyu spoke true. Although this child passed the test of the illustrious Jinyang ancestor and displays commendable talent, he cannot be deemed worthy of being among my sect's true disciples as a mere mortal. Such an idea is utterly ludicrous. If a true disciple from an external sect were to challenge us, would we send forth a mere mortal to compete? My Jinyang sect cannot afford such disgrace. There is no possibility of this child ascending to true disciple status. The chorus of dissent erupted, with the Purple Realm elders of the punitive hall united in their opposition, creating a cacophony within the grand hall of the sect. One might think a grievous transgression had occurred, inciting their collective ire. How audacious! Elder of Yenyu, temper your words. The ancestral legacy of our sect is not to be so casually besmirched. From the right side of the grand hall, a hunchbacked old crone with a cane scoffed disdainfully. Thud! The crone raised her dragon-headed cane and struck it upon the ground. Instantly, a powerful, invisible wave of energy swept outward. The terrifying aura caused the countenances of the gathered assembly to pale. The Purple Realm elders of the punitive hall fell silent, casting wary glances toward the hunchback crone. The Guardian Hall's master, Jinyu, having attained the pinnacle of the Purple Realm, stands on the precipice of the Cave Heaven realm. She is a direct descendant of the Jinyang ancestor. Her lineage having flourished within the Jinyang sect for generations, a scion of this bloodline. She naturally upholds the rules established by her forebears. She would not permit the current members to speak so recklessly. Were it not for the Jinyang ancestors' founding of this sect, these individuals would be at a loss for sustenance. Elder of Yenyu, do you wish to contravene the wishes of our esteemed ancestor? You must first confer with my dragon-headed cane to see if it consents to your scheme for your son to secure this position as a true disciple. What is this? Are you agitated now that a mere novice has usurped your precious son's place? The old crone, Jinyu, laughed coldly, her visage weathered, yet her voice resonated with vigor. In her eyes, boundless vitality swirled. The dragon-headed cane in her grasp emanated a potent, enigmatic power. Even a slight release of this energy compelled the surrounding Purple Realm elders to retreat in trepidation. Despite sharing the same Purple Realm status, the disparity in combat prowess was staggering. Silence. Suddenly, a deep voice interjected amidst the charged atmosphere between the two. A profound wave of magical energy swept through the grand hall. At the head of the assembly, the esteemed Yimu, the sect leader, surveyed the crowd, fixing his gaze on the robust elder and the hunchback crone, and spoke with calm authority, as esteemed elders of our sect. Do you truly wish to engage in conflict within these hallowed halls? Since that prodigious disciple, Jiang Han, has passed the test of our revered Jinyang ancestor, designated as a true disciple, then Yi Mu's expression shifted abruptly as he turned to the entrance of the Grand Hall. What is happening? This aura, the intent of a sword. Simultaneously, the Purple Realm elders within the hall, including the two hall masters, displayed expressions of astonishment. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, where an astonishing wave of sword intent surged forth. A vast sea of sword intent enveloped Jiang Han, causing his consciousness to drift in and out of clarity, in a moment of reverie. He perceived the silhouette of an unparalleled sword cultivator practicing their art. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that figure transformed, seeming to merely lift a brush to write. Lost in this haze, Jiang Han felt his awareness teetering on the brink of both lucidity and oblivion. The scenes before him appeared as ephemeral illusions, as elusive as reflections in water. Instinctively, Jiang Han drew his sword, following the shadow of that extraordinary swordsman in his mind, swinging his blade, 0.1 stroke, 0.2 strokes. 5 strokes, 0.10 strokes, 100 strokes. Jiang Han could not discern how much time had elapsed, nor how many strikes he had executed. Fatigue was foreign to him, though the sword energies unleashed far exceeded his limits. He felt no discomfort, in that moment. It seemed as if boundless true chi surged within him, empowering his every swing. After countless slashes, an epiphany struck Jiang Han as he executed another cut, a sudden clarity breaking through a mental barrier. I understand now. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled. The union of man and sword, the sword's essence intertwined with the cosmos. This celestial truth is my sword intent. With this strike, I am one with heaven and earth. Out! Jiang Han stood amidst an expanse of void, wielding an ethereal long sword, surrounded by swirling clouds of sword intent. Whoosh! Jiang Han moved, casually slicing forward, an ostensibly ordinary strike, reminiscent of the countless swings preceding it. Yet this particular cut stirred the very fabric of the surrounding space. Jiang Han observed as the ocean of sword intent coalesced into a river, all converging into the strike he was delivering. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. Everything slowed to a crawl, save for the overwhelming surge of sword intent, all merging into the ephemeral blade he wielded. Boom! The heavens shattered. Jiang Han opened his eyes, realizing that the myriad experiences were not mere dreams. He was indeed wielding his sword. Silently, his 3-foot Qingfeng sword had been unsheathed. Despite being an ordinary blade, it now radiated an immense, vibrant energy, its edge glowing with brilliance. From afar, one could see the area surrounding Jiang Han, a 1,000-foot radius, with a concentrated essence of heaven and earth spiraled frantically, drawn toward a central point. Jiang Han, more precisely, the sword he held, as Jiang Han awakened. Numerous ethereal phenomena manifested around him. A spectral battlefield, replete with remnants of swords, struggled to unfold, dispersing the dense spirit energy around it. Within that ancient battlefield, legions of sword energy soldiers disintegrated, their lifeless forms transforming into streaks of light, all converging into unity. Ultimately, from that spectral battlefield emerged a commander, eyes closed, sword drawn, brimming with boundless sword intent. Whoosh! The commander gently extended his sword forward. With this motion, the expansive battlefield of remnants collapsed as countless energies fused into a single strike. This energy also infused itself into Jiang Han's 3-foot Qingfeng sword. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. The torrent of spirit energy, akin to the earth collapsing, came to a halt. The power accumulated within Jiang Han's 3-foot Qingfeng sword reached its zenith. And a blade of terrifying sword energy, distilled from the essence of heaven and earth, erupted forth. It seemed to invoke the might of the cosmos. As this strike was unleashed, the sword energy detached from the blade, devouring the immense spirit energy drawn from the surroundings. In an instant, The once slender layer of sword energy expanded to a staggering 300 feet in length, slashing forward toward a corner of the Grand Hall with a force that could rend the very heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless patterns manifested. Layers upon layers of intricate formations emerged from the air. The advancing sword energy encountered formidable barriers, its speed significantly diminishing. The sword energy, sharp and relentless, tore through the layers of formations. Yet the ceaseless flow of formation power seemed boundless, causing Jiang Han's formidable 300-foot sword energy to soon become bogged down, rapidly depleting its might. Crack, crack! Jiang Han sensed a disturbance and glanced down at his 3-foot Qingfeng sword. The finely crafted steel blade was now riddled with countless fractures. A gentle breeze swept across the blade, causing it to crumble into fine iron dust. Even the hilt he grasped seemed to have endured an eternity of torment in that fleeting moment. Soon following suit, disintegrating into powder that slipped through his fingers, Jiang Han instinctively clenched his empty palm, a myriad of emotions swelling within him. Splendid, a true synthesis of man and sword, a harmony with the cosmos. It is no wonder that our sect's newly appointed true disciple, an unparalleled prodigy, has achieved the state of unity with heaven and man, all while still a humble mortal. A resounding laughter echoed through the air, prompting Jiang Han to turn his gaze, where he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. Behind him, a tricolor sun artifact rotated gracefully, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that shook the very heavens. This was none other than Yimu, the esteemed headmaster of the Jinyang sect, who smiled at Jiang Han with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Remarkably, he had ascended to a realm of unity between heaven and earth through the martial arts of mortals. With the nascent formation of his sword intent, he commanded a formidable array of soldiers, devouring the spiritual energy of the sword domain that spanned thousands of zhang, compared to many who had just entered the innate realm. His sword intent was not only stronger, but also purer. Beside the headmaster, another elder, the formidable leader of the demon-slaying hall, who had remained silent during the earlier proceedings, now turned his attention to Jiang Han. His eyes, filled with admiration, scrutinized Jiang Han as though he were a rare GEM, one of the pinnacle sword cultivators within the Jinyang sect. He understood better than anyone present just how astonishing Jiang Han's feat truly was. Young friend, your name is Jiang Han, is it not? The leader of the demon-slaying hall spoke with a smile that Dao title is Sword Heart. Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, should you desire it. Once you step into the innate realm, you may seek me at the divine sword peak of the demon-slaying hall. After delivering these words, the Sword Heart Hall master fell silent once more, resuming his meditative stance. Indifferent to matters of discipleship, his sole interest lay in the sword. Regardless of the outcome today, if this young man named Jiang Han were inclined, the Sword Heart Hall master would not hesitate to accept him as a personal disciple when he reached a level capable of grasping the essence of his swordsmanship. In his eyes, Jiang Han's status would far surpass that of ordinary true disciples. Chapter 45. Young friend Jiang Han, I have a humble request. The words of the Sword Heart Hall master instantly drew the attention of the surrounding elders of the Jinyang sect, all of whom were at the Purple Mansion realm. Known for his cold demeanor and disinterest in sect affairs, it was astonishing to witness the Sword Heart Hall master praising a newly initiated junior disciple so openly. Indeed, his obsession with the sword had led him to recognize Jiang Han's extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship, as the young man had manifested the unity of heaven and man through his mortal form. Such a prodigy in the art of the sword was certainly on par with those born with innate sword bones that it was only natural for him to catch the attention of the Sword Heart Hall master. And what a stroke of luck it was! The many elders of the Purple Mansion realm cast glances at Jiang Han, whispering among themselves. Wait, are there really so many elders present? The 3 great protective elders have all arrived? The expressions of Qian Jinren and Liangzi exchanged glances, both revealing their astonishment. They had only known that the headmaster summoned them, but they had not anticipated such a grand gathering. Before they could recover from their shock, they noticed another protective elder, the Moon Hall master, looking in their direction. You are the descendant of the ancestor? Indeed, your qualifications and understanding are extraordinary. I observe that your marrow cleansing technique has reached the 12th level. and the depth of your internal true chi surpasses that of ordinary practitioners at the same level. Although you are immortal, your earlier strike was nearly on par with that of an innate realm cultivator. Quite impressive indeed. The Moon Hall Master regarded Jiang Han with a warm and encouraging gaze. Two Protective Hall Masters, praising Jiang Han so openly, Qi and Jinren and Liangzi exchanged complex expressions as they looked at Jiang Han in the distance. These were the Protective Hall Masters, two of the three great elders of the sect. Their power was far beyond that of ordinary Purple Mansion elders, and their status was nearly equivalent to that of the headmaster. Each was a true pillar of the sect. For Jiang Han to garner the favor of such formidable figures, his future within the Jinyang sect seemed assured. Meanwhile, the robust elder from the Punishment Hall, the Yinwu Hall Master, let out a cold snort. Remaining silent, he gazed at Jiang Han, who was enveloped in strands of sword intent, feeling a mix of surprise and deep-seated jealousy. Damn it, this Jiang Han, bearing the title of having passed the Jinyang Ancestors test, is already quite a nuisance that I never expected this young man to become so troublesome. Tito manifest a hint of sword intent in front of the headmaster, and so many witnesses. I am in trouble. The Yinwu Hall Master's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a black pot. For the first time, he felt that his plans for securing the true disciple position for his son were in jeopardy. Despite being the Punishment Hall Master with considerable power, he still faced pressure from the headmaster above him. The Moon Hall Master was not easy to contend with either, and now, the sword-obsessed leader of the Demon-Slaying Hall had publicly praised Jiang Han. With so many supporters, Jiang Han, though merely a junior, had become exceedingly troublesome in the eyes of the Yinwu Hall Master. He pondered how to make this young man retreat and relinquish his claim to the true disciple position. Only if he voluntarily stepped back would there be a chance. The Yinwu Hall Master's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Han as he frantically devised a strategy. Jiang Han, too, was silently astonished. While he did not recognize the other elders of the Purple Mansion realm, he was well acquainted with the headmaster and the three Protective Hall Masters of the Jinyang sect. These four individuals were fixed NPCs from the game. Supreme powers from the early plot maps. In his previous life, Jiang Han had encountered their appearances countless times, and he instantly recognized them, being scrutinized by these formidable figures, and not just one of them. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. This could be a blessing or perhaps a curse. What was this? Why did the Yinwu Hall Master from the Punishment Hall seem to harbor some animosity towards him? Jiang Han's gaze swept over the headmaster, the Moon Hall Master, the Swordheart Hall Master, and the other elders of the Purple Mansion realm. When he glanced towards the Punishment Hall's camp, he was struck by the imposing figure of the Yinwu Hall Master, whose muscular frame exuded a palpable hostility. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, clearly perceiving a hint of suppressed enmity in the elder's eyes. Suddenly, a fragment of memory about the Yinwu Hall Master flowed into Jiang Han's mind. In the next moment, everything became clear. This man's animosity towards him stemmed from his newfound status as a true disciple of the sect. Jiang Han pondered to himself that he recalled that during his previous gameplay, at this juncture in the storyline, there was a background tale in which the Yinwu Hall Master was scheming to secure his son, Yin Li, as the 36th true disciple of the Jinyang sect. This was also the only remaining vacant position for true disciples at the moment. Regardless of how the rankings changed, there could only be 36 true disciples within a single era of the Jinyang sect. Once all 36 slots were filled, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to claim a position, requiring exceptionally rare circumstances and the collective assent of the sect's high-ranking members, including the headmaster. Understanding this critical point, Jiang Han's furrowed brow relaxed. He felt no fear of the Yinwu Hall Master. Let him harbor his animosity, as long as he did not err within the sect. The elder would have no means to challenge him, as one of the 36 true disciples of the sect. His status was incomparable to that of mere outer or inner disciples, and was nearly on par with the elders of the Purple Mansion realm. In terms of identity and standing, he was only slightly beneath the three Hall Masters. Although there was a significant gap in power, it mattered little. Jiang Han was confident that with his player system and the powerful attributes of the Devourer, his cultivation level would skyrocket in a remarkably short time. While the Yinwu Hall Master was indeed a consummate practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, teetering on the brink of the Cave Heaven realm. So what? With a bit of effort, he believed he could reach such heights in no time. When that day came, the Yinwu Hall Master would be even less capable of contending with him. Junior Zhang Han pays respects to all esteemed seniors of the sect. Upon this realization, Zhang Han displayed a demeanor of calmness, standing tall and unwavering even in the presence of numerous formidable figures of the Purple Mansion realm. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the esteemed Yi Mu and others, bowing with neither subservience nor arrogance. This display of grace naturally garnered the silent approval of the onlookers, for not everyone could maintain their composure amidst such overwhelming presences. Many core disciples of the Yuan Dan realm within the sect would struggle to achieve such poise. Jiang Han, a mere junior and a recent initiate into the sect, had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet he exuded such an air of dignity, prompting them to regard him with newfound respect. Many privately acknowledged that Jiang Han was indeed a prodigy, having passed the test set forth by the venerable Jinyang ancestor and earning his place among the 36 true disciples of the sect. His eligibility for this prestigious title seemed well-deserved, rather than a dishonor to it. You need not be overly courteous, Yi Mu, the sect leader, waved his hand, an unseen force lifting Jiang Han's hands in salute, relieving him of the burden of excessive formality. Jiang Han straightened his posture in response to that moment. A voice unexpectedly, yet not entirely out of place, rang out. Young friend Jiang Han, I am Yinyu. The head of the punishment hall, I have an unusual request to make, and I wonder if you might extend me a favor. Jiang Han raised his gaze, meeting the eyes of the speaker. Yi Mu and the others turned their attention as well. The individual now addressing him was none other than Yinyu, the head of the punishment hall, who had previously exhibited significant hostility toward Jiang Han. Yet now, his emotions seemed deeply restrained, and he wore a fa-ade of bravado as he smiled at Jiang Han. This cunning smile, Jiang Han thought to himself, silently cursing T.S. quite astute, realizing that a direct approach would be futile and opting instead for a softer tactic. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath, and a moment later, he turned his gaze toward Yinyu and replied, If there is something the Hall Master requires of this junior, please do articulate your request. Formalities must be observed. Jiang Han had no intention of incurring the ire of an individual of such standing, a figure second only to the sect leader himself, despite his aversion to Yinyu. The necessary courtesies must be upheld. Excellent. I perceive that you are a forthright individual, and I appreciate conversing with those who are straightforward. Therefore, I shall speak plainly, Yinyu declared with a hearty laugh, an overwhelming aura of earth spirit energy emanating from him. Having just entered the sect and being summoned to the Grand Hall, you have also successfully passed the test left by our venerable ancestor Jinyang, thus acquiring his legacy. That I trust you understand that upon joining our sect, you will be granted the title of true disciple. I require you to relinquish this title. Yinyu's startling pronouncement hung in the air, and sensing its bluntness, he quickly added, I understand the significance of the title of true disciple. It merely bequeaths certain contributions to the sect each year. A true disciple receives a stipend of 1,000 contribution points annually. I do not intend to take your title without recompense. I can personally promise you, in my capacity as head of the punishment hall, that should you agree to relinquish your title, I will provide you with 1,200 contribution points each year. And furthermore, I can owe you a personal favor. What say you? Having made his proposal, Yinyu fixed his gaze upon Jiang Han, his imposing presence that of a consummate Purple Mansion expert enveloping the air around him, instilling a sense of awe. Relinquish my position as a true disciple, in exchange for an annual compensation of 1,200 contribution points, a personal favor. Jiang Han found himself bemused by the audacity of the old man. How dare he make such a preposterous demand? Does he think me a fool? The true disciple title is not solely about the annual contribution points. Let us not forget the privileges it entails, such as the exclusive disciple peak serving as a personal abode. That peak is equipped with a gathering spirit array, the density of spiritual energy therein far surpassing what core disciples of the outer and inner sects could ever hope to achieve. The benefits of simply meditating there each year far exceed the paltry sum of 1,000 contribution points. Not to mention, as my strength grows, I would have access to special locations within the sect's territory or the advantages gained from competing against the other 3 top sects of the Daijing dynasty. Such opportunities are reserved solely for true disciples. To forfeit my identity as a true disciple would result in irrevocable losses. Even a champion of the intersect tournament, who might gain 3 immensely valuable opportunities, would never consider voluntarily relinquishing their status as a true disciple of Jinyang's sect. This old fool is truly fearless, brazenly making such an impudent request. Jiang Han glanced at the sect leader and the surrounding elders, noting that most of the Purple Mansion experts adopted an expression of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the matter concerning this inconsequential newcomer. The sect leader remained silent, observing Jiang Han's response to the unfolding situation. In stark contrast, beside the sect leader, the elder of the Golden Moon Hall, a venerable woman, offered Jiang Han a reassuring smile, while the Sword Heart Hall master also slowly nodded in his direction. Suddenly, Jiang Han noticed movement beside him. He turned to find that the 2 individuals who had escorted him to the Grand Hall, the esteemed Qi Yin and Liang, had stepped forward, their expressions grave. They stood shoulder to shoulder with him, their powerful auras rising, subtly challenging the overwhelming presence of Yenyu. Their emergence was unexpected for Jiang Han. With a sigh of relief, he realized he was not without allies. However, how to navigate this conversation with Yenyu remained a decision he had to make himself. Convinced that his life was not in peril, Jiang Han resolved to avoid prolonging the discussion with this man. He addressed Yenyu, "Home Master, after some contemplation, I believe there is no need to trouble you further. You need not expend your contributions. I do not wish to relinquish my position as a true disciple." Upon hearing this, Yenyu narrowed his eyes. "Young one, if you find the offer lacking, I can increase it to 1,500 contribution points annually. This matter transcends mere contributions that not overstep. Then I shall set the price at 2,000 contribution points annually. I have said, this is not merely about contributions, Yenyu. How dare you?" Yenyu's fury erupted, his overwhelming aura surging exponentially, with a resounding force, a terrifying energy capable of crushing any cultivator below the Purple Mansion realm surged toward Jiang Han, coalescing into a monstrous manifestation that threatened to shatter the clouds above. Humph! Qi Yin and Liang erupted with their own energies, groaning under the strain, yet managing to withstand the oppressive force unleashed by Yenyu. At that moment, several observing elders who had been watching Jiang Han's every move shifted their attention, taken aback by the audacity of Qi Yin and Liang to confront Yenyu. "You two truly possess remarkable courage to stand before me." Yenyu sneered, casting a cold glance at the duo before fixing his gaze on Jiang Han. The facade was shattered, and he revealed his true intentions. "You, boy, are but a novice. The title of true disciple is not easily attained. You are merely immortal, yet to embark on the path of cultivation. You should carefully consider whether you truly possess the qualifications to claim the title of true disciple. Fear not, Home Master. I require no assistance in this regard," Jiang Han retorted defiantly, undeterred even in the face of the formidable manifestation that loomed before him. With a flourish, Jiang Han produced a golden square token. Displaying it for all to see, I ascended to the pinnacle of the path-seeking secret realm, where the venerable Jinyang bestowed upon me this golden sun token, granting me the right to occupy the seat of true disciple. Should you be dissatisfied, feel free to inquire with the venerable Jinyang regarding my entitlement to this position. Impudent wretch, you dare curse me? Yin Yu's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face at Jiang Han's audacious words. Seething with anger, he was on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Yimu, shattering the ominous manifestation conjured by Yenyu. "Enough. Yenyu, you have crossed the line," Yimu stated coolly. Yenyu's pupils constricted as he warily regarded the sect leader, who was flanked by the Golden Moon Hall Master and the Sword Heart Hall Master, both emanating boundless energy, one resembling a towering ancient tree, the other enveloped in a tempest of lethal sword energy, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. The master of the Abyssal Hall suddenly regained his composure. Reluctantly, he remarked, "Master Zhangjiao, this young man is truly unfit to become the true disciple of our sect. His cultivation is far too lacking to command respect. As a true disciple of the Jinyang sect, he must at the very least compete in the inner sect and seize the title of champion." Otherwise, how can I expect the many inner sect disciples, the core members of our sect, to yield to him? Indeed, you speak wisely. Suddenly a calm voice interjected, belonging to Jiang Han, that I have heard that every true disciple of the Jinyang sect has previously claimed the title of champion in the inner sect competition. Coincidentally, I aspire to follow in their footsteps. It has come to my attention through the inner disciples that the inner sect competition will take place in 3 months, that I shall seize the first place in this competition to establish my name. After declaring this, Jiang Han bowed respectfully towards Master Yimu and continued, I wish to participate in the inner sect competition as a true disciple. I hope the esteemed Master Zhangjiao will grant me this opportunity. Upon hearing his words, the assembly was taken aback, glancing curiously in his direction. The masters of the Golden Moon Hall, the Sword Heart Hall, and Master Yimu were all left astonished, staring at Jiang Han in disbelief. Chapter 47. Arrival at the Sword Inquiry. Peak. Jiang Han's audacious request astonished the crowd, leaving them incredulous. However, observing Jiang Han's earnest demeanor, which bore no trace of pretense or impulsiveness, Master Yimu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. He then instructed someone to escort Jiang Han away. The masters of the Golden Moon Hall and the Sword Heart Hall also took their leave as the old coot of the Abyssal Hall departed. He wore a grin that threatened to split his face. In his eyes, Jiang Han was utterly foolish. Making such a request was akin to willingly relinquishing his position as a true disciple. With the 3 hall masters gone, the remaining elders of the Purple Mansion realm congregated in the main hall of the sect, naturally dispersing soon after, chattering amongst themselves in astonishment. Regardless of whether Jiang Han could truly claim first place in the inner sect competition 3 months hence, the elders of the Purple Mansion realm would certainly remember him, that a mere mortal daring to confront the master of the Abyssal Hall and making such grand declarations left a profound impression on them. Within the grand hall of the sect, only Master Yimu remained, accompanied by the 2 elders, Qiyin Jinren and Liangzi. Speak up, Master Yimu inquired nonchalantly. What were Jiang Han's various performances in the realm of seeking the Tao? He had only received brief messages, aware that Jiang Han had attained the inheritance of the Jinyang ancestor, but the specifics remained unclear. Reporting to Master, it is as follows. Qian Jinren stepped forward, recounting Jiang Han's various feats since entering the realm of seeking the Tao. Beginning with his initially unremarkable cultivation and clumsy swordsmanship, detailing every aspect objectively without omission. After a period of time, Qian Jinren fell silent. Master Yimu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise, his expression shifting into one of subtle emotion, a battle saint body. I never anticipated this young lad possessed such a legendary physique. After a moment's pause, as realization dawned upon him, Master Yimu's expression transformed into one of understanding. Muttering to himself, no wonder. Only a prodigy like this could pass the arduous tests of the Jinyang ancestor and become his successor. He raised his hand, dismissing Qiyin Jinren and Liangzi. The vast hall instantly felt empty. Leaving Master Yimu alone, seated upon his throne forged from the blazing iron of the sun, his gaze drifted beyond the grand hall's doors, seemingly resting upon one of the many peaks within the inner sect of the Jinyang sect. In 3 months, the inner sect competition shall commence. Let us see what surprises you will bring me, young lad. Master Yimu's voice echoed within the vacant hall before he closed his eyes. Immersing himself in meditation, the quiet flickering of a green lamp and the ancient Buddha, for the grand cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, 3 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it would merely be the duration of a meditation session, the time to blink and breathe. Thank you, elder brother. Jiang Han leaped down from a Tenjong long lotus leaf artifact, landing atop a mist-laden peak, and expressed his gratitude to the young man who had accompanied him on the lotus leaf artifact. Please do not address me so, the young man replied, waving his hands dismissively. His expression was a mix of complexity as he regarded Jiang Han. As an inner disciple of the Jinyang sect, he typically bore the responsibility of maintaining the Grand Hall and executing tasks assigned by the master. Although he had already stepped into the innate realm, he dared not underestimate Jiang Han, who was still an ordinary mortal. In his eyes, Jiang Han's previous actions were remarkable. He had boldly confronted the master of the Abyssal Hall in public, managing to walk away unscathed. Such audacity was impressive. The young disciple understood that Jiang Han would undoubtedly become a figure of significance within the sect, far beyond someone of his humble status. Thus, he refrained from arrogance, humbly accepting Jiang Han's gratitude. With this mindset, addressing Jiang Han, the newly initiated disciple, as a true senior brother felt entirely natural, without any sense of impropriety. The Sword Inquiry Peak has been reached, Jiang Han. All you need to do is search a little on the mountaintop, and you should be able to find a small dwelling. That will be your place of cultivation henceforth, the young disciple informed Jiang Han, producing a triangular token from his pocket and respectfully handing it to him. This is the Sword Inquiry token bestowed upon you by the Master. Merely drop a drop of blood to recognize its ownership, and by infusing a trace of your inner power, you can activate the protective array of this Sword Inquiry Peak. After sharing a few more details about the peak, the young disciple took his leave, soaring away on a beam of light. With a sigh, the lotus-shaped artifact ascended into the sky, quickly transforming into a tiny black dot on the horizon, vanishing from sight. Thus, Jiang Han found himself utterly alone. So, this is the Sword Inquiry Peak, the abode of the true disciples of the Jinyang sect. Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, gazing down from the mountaintop. Where rolling white clouds stretched out before him, it felt as though he were standing on an island, with the thick clouds resembling an endless sea. Venturing further into the mountain's interior, he navigated through clusters of vegetation and soon encountered a quaint courtyard, reminiscent of a traditional four-sided residence. Quite charming, he mused, taking in the picturesque setting surrounded by bamboo groves, realizing that this dwelling had been designed as an ancient-style estate. There was no denying the aesthetic appeal. Jiang Han was pleased to observe the spacious courtyard, complete with a fish pond, rockeries, and pavilions. Upon entering, he was greeted by attendants dispatched by the Jinyang sect, specifically tasked with serving the true disciples. There were 3 beautiful maidservants and 10 male attendants fulfilling various duties. Only the 3 maidservants were permitted to reside within the courtyard: Xiao Yu, Su Yu, and Yun Lan. Jiang Han pondered over their names and pointed to the maidservant closest to him, who wore a palace dress and possessed a refined appearance befitting a noble lady, saying, "Su Yu, you should be the head of the attendants here at Sword Inquiry Peak, serving as my personal sword attendant. I will directly convey my instructions to you regarding any matters." "Yes, master," Su Yu replied with delight, bowing her head in gratitude. "Now, you may all withdraw," Jiang Han gestured, dismissing the 3 maidservants before making his way into the main chamber of the courtyard. With all trivial matters settled, it was time to commence his practice of the Jinyang Heart Sutra. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence, with the intersect competition commencing in 3 months. Jiang Han felt he needed to elevate his cultivation to the innate realm before then. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly struggle against the top inner disciples, all of whom were at least at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself on a fragrant mat in the main chamber, inhaling the rich air around him. Instantly, a torrent of vibrant spiritual energy surged forth. What an abundance of spiritual energy! He exclaimed inwardly that it was at least 50 times more concentrated than that found outside the gates of the Jinyang sect, nearly rivaling the spiritual density present within the Golden Sun Hall, where the master frequently meditated. Jiang Han suddenly opened his eyes, his face radiant with delight. Chapter 48. Golden Magical Power, the unquenchable body of the rising SUS. He embarked on the path of cultivation. Jiang Han possessed an unparalleled advantage over other novice disciples. The profound, true energy derived from the 12th level of the bone washing technique could be entirely transformed into the true essence of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra. After all, the bone washing technique was inherently a preparatory exercise aligned with the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, a lineage passed down through generations. In contrast, other new disciples, upon entering the sect, were bestowed with common techniques suitable for their cultivation, which could not convert the true energy acquired from the bone washing technique into the true essence of a cultivator. Thus, the accumulation of 3 years of practice in the bone washing technique would naturally be rendered futile. However, Jiang Han could harness the true energy within him, and this interplay would lead to a significant advantage compared to newcomers like Xiao Yuyin, Yongzhong, and Tian Yong. Once he completely transformed his internal true energy, he would be able to generate a substantial amount of the true essence of a cultivator. The true energy within me is remarkably abundant. Thanks to the Devourer trait, I have absorbed numerous spiritual energies, and my Danteon meridians have expanded beyond the ordinary martial artist capacity. The total amount of true energy cultivated through the bone-washing technique exceeds that of other practitioners who have reached the 12th level by more than threefold. I wonder how much of this immense true energy can be converted into the true essence of a cultivator. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, exuding the soothing scent of sandalwood, Jiang Han felt a subtle anticipation. In his mind, a scroll radiating with myriad beams of light slowly unfurled that a torrent of knowledge cascaded down from the scripture. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, and time began to swiftly elapse. Days turned into nights, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With a breath, Jiang Han opened his eyes after a period of seclusion, stretching lazily as his bones cracked delightfully. Remarkably, his body did not feel sore from maintaining the cross-legged posture for an extended duration. Rather, he felt an unparalleled sense of lightness and comfort. The vitality within him surged even stronger in his Danteon, a power radiating a soft, golden glow, akin to flowing golden water, quietly resided. The thousands of droplets of true energy that once filled his Danteon had completely vanished. Clearly, the golden essence now flowing within his Danteon was the higher-level power Jiang Han had cultivated over 3 days through the Golden Sun Heart Sutra. It represented the true essence of a cultivator. Furthermore, these golden waters were stronger and purer than the true essence cultivated by other disciples of the Golden Sun sect, according to the Game S settings. A martial artist at the 12th level of the bone-washing technique has their true energy droplets condensed to the utmost, comparable in strength to the true essence of a cultivator in the first realm of cultivation. The opening meridian realm. The golden magical power I have now feels 5 times stronger than the true energy droplets in other words, my current magical power exceeds that of my peers in the Golden Sun sect by more than 5-fold. The Golden Sun Heart Sutra truly deserves its reputation as the strongest foundational technique in the early stages of the game. It is formidable. Jiang Han's face beamed with joy, thoroughly pleased with the transformation of power within him. The game showcased the might of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra merely by extending the magical power gauge at each realm. Yet in reality, the intensity of the magical power had increased 5-fold. I did not expect the transformation of the true energy droplets in my Danteon into Golden Sun magical power would take 3 days. The time spent was longer than I had anticipated, but still within expected limits. Jiang Han took a deep breath. Cultivating the Golden Sun Heart Sutra had only marked the first step of transforming the Danteon. I still need to refine the blood and chi within my body. I must compress the vital energy and refine it into the divine power of a body cultivator. Jiang Han had not forgotten that the Golden Sun Heart Sutra was not solely about cultivating the magical power of energy practitioners. As a perfect technique for dual cultivation of energy and body, it also required the simultaneous cultivation of the divine power of body practitioners. Once mastered, those who practiced the Golden Sun Heart Sutra would possess magical power far exceeding their peers, while their physical strength would also surpass that of others at the same level, even rivaling the formidable physique of innate beasts. Upon reaching the innate realm, body practitioners would undergo a significant and terrifying transformation in their physical bodies, transmuting the acquired into the innate, achieving an innate divine demon physique. At that time, various miraculous phenomena would unfold. Hence, the power of the body practitioner's blood and chi is also referred to as divine power. The unquenchable body of the rising sun is the secret art regarding the body cultivation aspect within the Golden Sun Heart Sutra. According to the secret art, the ultimate form of the unquenchable body of the rising sun, as envisioned by its creator, is to enable practitioners to cultivate as if they were the apex divine demons chasing the sun in ancient myths. Thus, this body cultivation secret art was aptly named. However, such a realm remains merely a concept. Even the creator of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra could not extrapolate the technique to that extent, mobilizing the immense blood and chi power inherent in one's flesh and bones. Following the trajectory of the unquenchable body of the rising sun, one must allow the various powers of blood and chi to traverse, intertwine, and compress within specific regions of the body. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, feeling as if his body had suddenly transformed into a blazing furnace. Within his flesh, it seemed as though countless grinding wheels were at work, grinding and compressing the formidable powers of blood and qi within him. The once robust powers of blood and qi, as unyielding as steel bars, were being refined into a more pure form, transcending to a higher tier of power. If practicing the Golden Sun Heart Sutra's energy cultivation was akin to a gentle and soothing meditative experience, then the current practice of the unquenchable body of the rising sun was a form of torment. This is a common affliction of all body cultivation techniques. Cultivate the body, one must endure suffering. Every part of the body ached, as if countless tiny hammers were striking every muscle. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and persevered. Having cultivated a strong sense of endurance since childhood, he gradually continued on. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. At this point, it was already the 6th day of Jiang Han's seclusion in the main chamber of his residence. Outside the door, Su Yu had prepared several batches of meals. Yet Jiang Han had not touched a single chopstick. His cultivation was still shallow, and he could not fully abstain from food. Nevertheless, the surging energy and golden magical power within him were overwhelming, and his physical foundation surpassed that of ordinary individuals. 6 days without food or drink, relying solely on the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His body was still capable of sustaining itself, and he did not feel overly hungry or thirsty. Finally, the transformation was complete. The power of blood and qi within me has entirely transformed into the divine power of the rising sun. My body could now be considered a nascent divine body. Jiang Han let out a long sigh of relief and raised his arm to examine it closely. His exposed skin was as smooth as jade, with a faint golden glow flowing beneath the surface. The strands of golden light under Jiang Han's gaze began to flicker out like the lights of a city, extinguishing one by one as time passed, soon disappearing without a trace. The unquenchable body was beginning to take shape. Each punch and kick now contained an overwhelming force. Jiang Han swung his fist, sensing the surging power within him, and calculated his approximate punching strength. 30,000 kilograms of force, an astonishing physical strength. It is important to note that this was merely the pure strength of one arm, without any additional techniques applied. If Jiang Han were to wield a sword, using his physical strength to channel sword intent, the power would multiply exponentially, reaching an unfathomable level. The system detected that you have cultivated the unquenchable body and have initially formed the unquenchable body. Your current body cultivation realm is at the early stage of the opening meridian realm. The following attributes are available for selection: Divine Power Abundance, 20 Divine Power Limit, Steel Body, 20 Physical Defense, Rapid Regeneration, 20 Injury Recovery Speed. Upon seeing the system prompt, Jiang Han glanced over it quickly and soon selected the attribute of Divine Power Abundance without hesitation. The more divine power within the unquenchable body, the stronger the combat endurance. When reaching later stages, the unquenchable body would even enable the regeneration of severed limbs and even rebirth from a drop of blood. Such an incredible recovery speed is unimaginable, all of which requires an immense amount of divine power to sustain, as long as the divine power is sufficiently abundant. What need is there for concerns about physical defense and rapid regeneration? Those are merely at his fingertips. There will be ample opportunities to expend vast amounts of divine power to significantly enhance physical defense and recovery later on. Some techniques that greatly enhance strength, categorized as explosive techniques, also require substantial divine power to maintain. Why not choose the attribute of Divine Power Abundance? Jiang Han felt as though he would be foolish to do so. Though the unquenchable body has only just begun to take form and is merely deemed to be in the early stage of the opening meridian realm, in terms of pure physical combat strength, it is already comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the opening meridian realm. As for the energy cultivation aspect of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, there were no attribute selection prompts. It seems that although the Golden Sun magical power in my Dantian has been transformed, my internal spiritual meridians have yet to be opened. I have not yet entered the opening meridian realm in terms of energy cultivation. Jiang Han pondered. Chapter 49, Opening the Internal Spiritual Meridians. establishing the strongest foundation. What does it mean to open the meridians, the first great realm of cultivation? In fact, this is a term denoting a certain realm of energy cultivation. It naturally involves the practitioner refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, extracting a thread of magical power, and subsequently using this power to transform and expand their own body, thereby creating channels within themselves known as spiritual veins that are conducive to nurturing this magical energy. Unlike martial artists who rely on their dantian to absorb energy, cultivators depend on the internal spiritual veins that they forge through their own techniques. These spiritual veins serve as the acquired mini dantian constructed within a cultivator's body. The number of spiritual veins developed during the opening vein realm significantly influences a cultivator's foundational strength in the future. It is of utmost importance. A common practitioner who opens 3 spiritual veins enters the initial stage of the opening vein realm. By opening 3 more, they advance to the intermediate stage, and upon opening an additional 3, they reach the late stage. In total, the opening of 9 spiritual veins allows one to begin challenging the great realm's limitations, propelling their cultivation to the second major stage of cultivation, the energy nurturing realm. The information recorded in the Golden Sun Heart Sutra flowed through Jiang Han's mind, prompting a scoff from him. However, those who manage to open 9 spiritual veins to enter the energy nurturing realm are merely the weakest among them. They will struggle to advance to the innate realm due to their insufficient foundation. Typically, only those with poor spiritual roots, who can only practice the most ordinary techniques, would choose this path for himself. He naturally aspired to forge the strongest foundation and cultivate the most profound depth of essence. According to some notes left by the ancient ancestor of the Golden Sun in the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, the weakest disciples of the Golden Sun sect in the opening vein realm could only develop 9 spiritual veins, with most being outer disciples, while those who were somewhat stronger could open 18 spiritual veins, such as many inner disciples. The true prodigies of the sect each could develop 24 or even 27 spiritual veins. Yet this has been the limit for Golden Sun sect disciples throughout the ages. No one has ever surpassed 27 spiritual veins, not even the most monstrous of geniuses, like the highly esteemed Ming Yishi Xiao, who currently holds the title of the foremost among the 36 true disciples. Having advanced to the energy-nurturing realm with 27 spiritual veins, Jiang Han quietly mulled over this. The Golden Sun Heart Sutra possesses an extraordinary advantage in this respect, according to the contents of the technique. Practicing the energy cultivation secret method Golden Sun Eternal Ladu, its fullest potential in the opening vein realm could potentially yield up to 36 spiritual veins. If one's spiritual roots are exceptionally gifted, they could even transcend this limit, opening as many as 48 spiritual veins. Jiang Han took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with an indeterminate flame known as ambition. A staggering 48 spiritual veins. This would far surpass the acknowledged prodigies of the Golden Sun sect. The implications are indeed formidable. Stepping onto the path of cultivation, possessing such a multitude of spiritual veins is akin to having a capacious vessel for holding water, significantly enlarged from its inception. Consequently, the foundation becomes remarkably profound as one's cultivation deepens. The density of magical power possessed by such a practitioner cannot be compared to that of others of the same realm, not even those so-called unparalleled prodigies. I must at the very least open 48 spiritual veins within myself, pushing the foundation of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra in the opening vein realm to its limits. Jiang Han resolutely vowed within his heart. The ancient ancestor of the Golden Sun, possessing unparalleled talents, had progressed along the cultivation path by practicing the Golden Sun Heart Sutra, managing to open a remarkable 42 spiritual veins in the opening vein realm, just 6 short of the theoretical maximum. Although Jiang Han's original spiritual roots were lacking, inferior to the extraordinary talents of the ancient ancestor, he possessed the devourer trait, which was not to be underestimated. By consuming resources that enhance spirituality, Jiang Han could significantly elevate his spiritual root quality. With a substantial investment of resources, he was confident he could surpass even the ancient ancestor's innate talent. At that point, he would naturally be able to practice the Golden Sun Heart Sutra to its true limits. opening 48 spiritual veins, as for which resources could be absorbed to allow the devourer to refine spirituality. In addition to the spiritual fragments obtained from defeating numerous array spirits, there was also something readily available to Jiang Han, spiritual stones. These stones, used by cultivators as a means of support in their practice and as currency, when devoured by the devourer trait, would not only rapidly extract vast amounts of spiritual energy to enhance Jiang Han's cultivation, but also refine a small quantity of spirituality. In his previous life, Jiang Han had repeatedly reset his progress while experimenting with the trait, thus he was well aware of the characteristics derived from devouring spiritual stones. First, he would mobilize the Golden Sun magical power in his Dantian to see how many spiritual veins he could open in one go. After initially establishing some spiritual veins, he would then exchange a significant number of spiritual stones through the sect to thoroughly refine his spirituality and elevate his spiritual root quality. The magical power of a practitioner in the opening vein realm naturally merges into the corresponding spiritual veins upon their establishment, ceasing to contribute to the opening of additional veins. Ultimately, the number of spiritual veins one can open is closely tied to the richness of their magical power. Jiang Han sat cross-legged on the mat. Inhaling the soothing fragrance of sandalwood that enveloped him, he began to circulate the golden magical power in accordance with the Golden Sun eternal law, embarking on the process of opening his first spiritual vein. While termed opening, in Jiang Han's view, it resembled constructing a remarkably solid and extraordinary structure entirely composed of magical power within his body, using the golden magical energy in a specific arrangement. This structure became seamlessly integrated into his very bones and blood, instantly becoming an inseparable part of his being. The spiritual vein merged with his physique, embodying the magical power itself. Thus, to open a sufficient number of spiritual veins, an immensely profound foundation of magical power is essential. The smoothness of this process exceeded Jiang Han's expectations that it did not take the 3 days that had previously been required to convert drops of true energy. Merely 3 hours later, Jiang Han opened his eyes from the mat. Concluding this session of cultivation, with an ample supply of magical power within him, Jiang Han had successfully opened 9 spiritual veins in just 3 hours. This number was equivalent to that of a practitioner at the late stage of the opening vein realm, who practiced the most ordinary techniques. At this moment, Jiang Han could distinctly feel that according to the standards set by the Golden Sun eternal law, he still resided in the early stage of the opening vein realm. Even though the density of his magical power was already comparable to that of ordinary practitioners at the late stage, as Jiang Han opened his eyes, he simultaneously noticed a series of prompt messages from the system appearing before him. Detected that you are practicing the Golden Sun eternal law and have initially opened 9 spiritual veins within your body. Your current cultivation realm is the early stage of the opening vein realm. You may choose from the following traits: Profound Essence, 20 Total Essence, Rapid Recovery, 20 Magical Power Recovery Speed, Exceptional Roots, 9 Spiritual Vein Limit. Chapter 50, Devouring Vast Amounts of Spiritual Stones to Enhance Spiritual Root Quality. Exceptional Foundation. The emergence of this trait left Jiang Han momentarily dazed. This is the most potent trait that can randomly appear within the opening vein realm's cultivation techniques. The trait module, in relation to various techniques, solidifies the traits available for each subsequent minor realm upon the first breakthrough in cultivation. The first selection consists of 3 randomly generated traits. For every major realm breakthrough thereafter, the first trait selection will also be random. Only minor realms will have their traits solidified. It bears a resemblance to certain roguelike games. For instance, if the first selection of the marrow cleansing technique yields the trait of immense strength, then upon reaching the 12th level of the marrow cleansing technique, one can consistently select the immense strength trait thereafter. The same applies to the Golden Sun Heart Sutra. The first trait selection in the opening vein realm randomly yielded the exceptional foundation trait, which theoretically has a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of appearing. Consequently, when he advances to the intermediate stage and then to the late stage of the opening vein realm, Jiang Han will be able to continue selecting the exceptional foundation trait. Each selection would increase his spiritual vein limit by 9. Such a terrifying prospect, Calculating it this way, just these 3 trait selections would grant Jiang Han an additional 27 spiritual veins, which alone would rival the most elite prodigies of the Golden Sun sect. Only when the Golden Sun Heart Sutra breaks through from the opening vein realm to the energy nurturing realm will he be able to randomly select 3 other traits suited for the energy nurturing realm during the first selection at the early stage. By then, there would be no opportunity to open more spiritual veins, and naturally, the exceptional foundation trait would no longer be necessary. I could see this moment. Jiang Han's heart raced like a drum. He couldn't help but wonder if, after his transmigration, he had randomly become an exceptionally lucky individual. First, he obtained the Devourer trait. Then he received a prominent task with 3 independent traits. Now, during his first cultivation of the Golden Sun Heart Sutra in the opening vein realm, he had randomly solidified the exceptional foundation trait, a top-tier trait he had struggled to obtain in his previous life despite resetting countless times. How extraordinary, to the extent that at this very moment, Jiang Han found it hard to believe the reality unfolding before his eyes that, oh, how the heavens could be so merciful. Even when he first obtained the Golden Sun Sutra and commenced his cultivation, he had never envisioned that he would randomly acquire such an extraordinary and unparalleled technique. He had merely hoped for some enhancement regarding the percentage cap of his mana in the meridian opening realm, such as a trait that bolstered his true essence. Yet now he had obtained the exceptional foundation trait. This was not merely a percentage increase in his mana cap within the meridian opening realm. The greater the number of spiritual veins, the stronger his foundation would be. Even if he were to later break through to the Qi-nourishing realm, the innate realm, the Yuan Dan realm, the Purple Mansion realm, or even higher realms, the benefits would be beyond imagination. To summarize it succinctly, before the exceptional foundation trait, all other cultivation traits must take a back seat. Without further ado, Jiang Han's will surged, and he immediately seized the exceptional foundation. With a shatter, the selection frame before him dissolved into nothingness. Jiang Han carefully sensed the number of spiritual veins within him. There were still only 9. And they had not magically increased to a total of 18 simply because he had chosen the exceptional foundation trait. It appeared that the newly added limit of 9 spiritual veins would still require him to cultivate the Golden Sun Eternal Method and generate more golden mana to manifest them. The trait merely elevated the cap, not directly providing additional spiritual veins. Jiang Han nodded quietly, feeling no dissatisfaction. Acquire the exceptional foundation trait was already an incredible stroke of luck. From here on, it was merely a matter of devouring spiritual stones to amass mana, a slow and steady endeavor to know. With the glutton trait in play, it seemed that even a slow and steady approach might not be necessary. Time to exchange for some spiritual stones. Jiang Han rose. The first time in 6 days he stood up from the fragrant sandalwood mat in his bedroom. Within the Tao-seeking secret realm, Jiang Han had secured first place in the arena battles, earning 500 sect contribution points, as one of the 36 true disciples of the sect. He was also entitled to receive 1,000 contribution points annually, which could be claimed in a lump sum. The only regret was that when he met the sect leader in the Golden Sun Hall, he had not been granted additional contribution points. Jiang Han had reason to believe that all of this was due to the influence of that Inferno Hall master. Otherwise, given his unparalleled talents, surely the sect leader would have bestowed upon him at least 5 or 10,000 contribution points as a token of appreciation. How infuriating! Jiang Han made a mental note of the Inferno Hall master. The punishment hall, was it? Once his cultivation improved, he would certainly not let that old rascal off the hook. A gentleman does not forget a grudge. The true disciple token contained 1,500 contribution points, which were quite valuable that it easily allowed Jiang Han to exchange for a mountain of low-grade spiritual stones. Notably, when Jiang Han collected his true disciple salary and exchanged contributions for spiritual stones of the sect's merit hall, it stirred up a minor commotion that a cultivator in the early meridian opening realm, yet dressed in the sect's true disciple robes and holding a true disciple token to collect his salary. This sight left the Golden Sun sect disciple responsible for his reception utterly astonished. It revealed to many that Jiang Han was indeed a peculiar new disciple. Whispers and rumors began to circulate. Within a small inner circle, it was even said that the sect leader had a long-lost illegitimate son who had joined the sect, and upon entry, had become one of the 36 true disciples, a ludicrous tale. Naturally, Jiang Han paid no heed to these rumors, due to the desolate nature of the sword-asking peak, where no one came to visit. He remained unaware of the absurd gossip. With the substantial amount of spiritual stones he had exchanged, he had already immersed himself in a new round of cultivation, in the bedroom, seated upon the mat. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. With a snap, Jiang Han picked up a low-grade spiritual stone from the towering pile before him. The prismatic low-grade spiritual stone felt icy to the touch. Its surface transparent like blue crystal. Swirling within it were wisps of cloud-like spiritual energy. Why simply probing with his own mana, he could activate the Golden Sun Eternal method to extract the spiritual energy contained within this low-grade stone, converting it into his own mana. The spiritual energy within the stone was far gentler, making it considerably easier to refine than the chaotic and violent natural spiritual energy from the outside world. Thus, these stones could also serve as medicinal aids for cultivators. Low-grade spiritual stones could sustain practitioners in the meridian opening and chi-nourishing realms. In terms of enhancing cultivation speed, spiritual stones were indeed less potent than comparable medicinal pills. However, since medicinal pills could not be refined for their spiritual properties by the glutton trait, Jiang Han had no choice but to exchange his set contributions for heaps of low-grade spiritual stones. With a whoosh, Jiang Han released a thread of golden mana from his fingertips, effortlessly guiding a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy from the icy stone nestled in his palm into his body. Boom! As the spiritual energy entered his body, it was immediately torn apart and consumed by numerous threads of golden mana lying in wait. Like sheep among a pack of wolves, the glutton trait began to activate. A terrifying, devouring force surged forth, causing Jiang Han's speed of refining the spiritual energy from these stones to skyrocket by 1,000-fold. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as, within a breath or two, he noticed the low-grade spiritual stone in his hand shatter into dust, its pure spiritual energy completely refined. Several lines of system notifications flashed before his eyes. The glutton trait's power activated, devouring a low-grade spiritual stone. Gaining 122 spiritual energy and 15 spirituality in just 10 days, he had opened 36 spiritual veins. One low-grade spiritual stone had transformed into 15 points of spirituality and over 100 points of spiritual energy. Excellent! Jiang Han's eyes sparkled. Whether it was the 15 points of spirituality or the 100 points of spiritual energy, the effectiveness of one low-grade spiritual stone far surpassed that of a fragment of a spiritual seed. It must be noted that if converted into experience, over 100 points of spiritual energy could rival 2,000 experience points at the same ratio. Jiang Han glanced at the mountain of low-grade spiritual stones before him, and his heart swelled with joy. These were not merely low-grade spiritual stones. They were pure experience points. Refine, refine, refine. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, the pile of low-grade spiritual stones before him gradually diminished over time, leaving behind many shattered remnants, resembling blue-white dust. Those were the remnants of low-grade spiritual stones that had been completely devoured. The glutton trait operated at full power, refining all the energy consumed within him. Bit by bit, spirituality infused into Jiang Han's body, strengthening his spiritual root quality more and more. The strength of one's spiritual root quality had a direct and tangible impact on the ability to refine spiritual energy and convert it into mana. For those of poor aptitude, such as the lower-tier disciples of the Golden Sun sect, their spiritual root quality could barely allow for cultivation to illustrate with the spiritual energy from the stones. When they attempted to refine the energy from a low-grade spiritual stone, their bodies resembled defective vessels with numerous leaks. Not only was their speed of converting spiritual energy into mana painfully slow, but they also wasted an overwhelming 90% of the energy that entered their bodies. Ultimately, from 100 portions of spiritual energy within a low-grade stone, they would retain only one, merely a 1% conversion rate. Such a conversion rate was utterly dismal. Consequently, during the same period of meditation and cultivation, their results paled in comparison to those with better aptitude, leading to a significant disparity in cultivation time. As for Jiang Han, without the glutton trait to refine a substantial amount of spirituality to enhance his own spiritual root quality, his original aptitude could only be considered mediocre, even slightly below average. Under his original spiritual root quality, he could refine the spiritual energy within the stones, achieving a conversion rate of about 5%, far superior to the worst among them. Yet compared to those with superior aptitude among the inner disciples of the Golden Sun sect, he still lagged significantly. Normally, the inner disciples of the Golden Sun sect could achieve a conversion rate of around 20% when refining the energy from a low-grade spiritual stone among the top 10 inner disciples. Their conversion rates soared above 35%. Jiang Han continued to refine low-grade spiritual stones without pause, while his mind flowed with various memories and information as a true disciple of the Golden Sun sect. Some cultivation knowledge had naturally been preserved in his disciple token. Through this information, Jiang Han easily discerned what kind of spiritual root quality corresponded to which conversion rate of spiritual energy. Each of the 36 true disciples of the Golden Sun sect boasted a conversion rate of over 50%, signifying their extraordinary spiritual root quality and innate compatibility with spiritual energy. The brother he had often heard of, Ming Yi, as the first true disciple of the Golden Sun sect, was said to have a conversion rate soaring as high as 65%. Jiang Han offered a faint smile. He was indeed different as a true disciple. His potential had been significantly enhanced due to the relationship with the devourer trait within the secret realm of pursuit, why consuming a substantial amount of spiritual fragments infused with spiritual properties. His spiritual root aptitude had reached an exceptionally high level. Upon arriving at the Asking Sword Peak, even before devouring the considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones before him, Jiang Han's spiritual energy conversion rate had already risen to approximately 70%. Now, as he meticulously sensed, with each low-grade spirit stone piled before him like a small mountain, being devoured one by one, the spiritual attributes gradually merged into his body, continuously elevating his spiritual root aptitude. The conversion rate of spiritual energy climbed to 71%, then 72, 73, and eventually reached a remarkable 82%. Upon completely consuming the mountain of low-grade spirit stones and absorbing boundless spiritual energy, his spiritual root aptitude had undergone a transformation, achieving a terrifying conversion rate of 82%. It is essential to note that as the conversion rate increases, the amount of spiritual attributes required for each incremental increase becomes astronomical, far exceeding the initial modest requirements. The vast majority of the spiritual attributes extracted from the low-grade spirit stones were consumed after surpassing the 80% conversion rate. What a remarkable feat! With a conversion rate of 82%, the amount of usable spiritual energy from each low-grade spirit stone was exceedingly high. Now, refining a single low-grade spirit stone yielded greater value than purchasing inferior pills meant to assist in cultivation. The spiritual energy within the pills was not superior to that of low-grade spirit stones. In fact, it was often less. Moreover, the exchange price for pills using set contributions was significantly higher than that of low-grade spirit stones. The reason why pills were deemed more effective for aiding cultivators was merely that the energies within them were milder and easier to refine and retain than the spiritual energy found in spirit stones. However, this situation had flipped for Jiang Han as he enhanced his utilization of the spiritual energy within the spirit stones. The effectiveness of his cultivation through refining spirit stones had now surpassed the benefits of consuming pills. Directly refining the spiritual energy from spirit stones did not lead to the accumulation of pill toxins in his body, nor did it create resistance to the effects of consuming the same type of pill repeatedly, which often diminished cultivation benefits. Spirit stones did not possess such drawbacks. Jiang Han rose from the meditation cushion, stretched his neck slightly, and extended his body, resulting in a series of satisfying crackling sounds emanating from within. It felt akin to an ordinary person stretching after a long period, a refreshing sensation coursing through him like a current from his crown to the soles of his feet. Time had flown by so swiftly. Jiang Han exhaled deeply, reflecting on the fact that it had taken him 10 days to completely refine the mountain of low-grade spirit stones, despite the devourer trait operating at full capacity. What he gained from this effort was an impressive total of 36 spiritual veins shimmering vibrantly within him. Such a terrifying number of spiritual veins had surpassed the historical limits achieved by the most extraordinary disciples of the Jinyang sect during the opening vein stage. For Jiang Han, however, this was merely the beginning. That he found himself in a predicament. His cultivation level was still only at the mid-stage of the opening vein realm, selecting the second fixed trait that had emerged upon breaking through to the mid-stage. He increased his spiritual vein limit by another 9. Jiang Han sighed, revealing a hint of concern on his face. He had encountered challenge. His foundation was somewhat too formidable, while a robust foundation was advantageous. An excessively strong one also demanded a price. In this world, every action has its consequences. The price Jiang Han faced was the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy required to break through his current realm. His sect contributions of 1,500 points had been entirely spent, all exchanged for low-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Due to the frenzied enhancement of his spiritual root aptitude, the auxiliary effect of consuming a single low-grade spirit stone exceeded that of ingesting a solidifying yuan pill, a low-level pill. Yet he could still not withstand his own consumption. Having refined the mountain of low-grade spirit stones, which amounted to over 1,500, the total amount of mana within him had already surpassed twice that of the esteemed true disciple Ming Yi, who had reached the late stage of the opening vein realm. In this scenario, Jiang Han had only progressed to the mid-stage of the opening vein realm, with 36 spiritual veins opened. What troubled him most was that as each spiritual vein was established, the amount of mana required to open subsequent veins was rising dramatically, far exceeding the initial energy needed to open the first vein. These spiritual veins, much like the enhancement of spiritual root aptitude, demanded increasingly larger quantities of energy as one progressed. He lamented internally. He estimated that he could potentially open a maximum of 75 spiritual veins, with dozens more yet to be established. He pondered how many spirit stones would be needed. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. He had to devise a way to acquire more spirit stones. With a serious expression, Jiang Han reflected. It had been 16 days since his arrival at Asking Sword Peak, and only 2.5 months remained before the internal competition of the Jinyang sect. To secure victory in this competition, given the strength of his foundation, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the early stage of the innate realm within this time frame. Achieving such a feat in merely 3 months, starting from a complete lack of mana, seemed an impossible task, especially considering his profound foundation. The amount of mana he needed to accumulate was astronomical, making the challenge even more daunting with the time constraint. Fortunately, Jiang Han possessed the Devourer trait, a remarkable advantage. The mountain of low-grade spirit stones, containing at least 1,500 stones, would take other cultivators, even someone as accomplished as the 36 true disciple Ming, several months to refine. Jiang Han, however, completed it in just 10 days. This was his speed advantage. Thus, with 2.5 months remaining, Jiang Han theoretically could achieve his goal, but he required sect contributions. Massive amounts of sect contributions. Only then could he exchange for a staggering quantity of low-grade spirit stones to expedite his lengthy mana accumulation phase. Relying solely on meditative absorption of the spiritual energy from the environment at Asking Sword Peak, that was unrealistic. Although the concentration of spiritual energy at Asking Sword Peak was 50 times denser than that outside the Jinyang sect, it still could not compare to the benefits of absorbing energy from spirit stones that if he were to depend entirely on meditation to cultivate, even with the Devourer trait consuming external spiritual energy, he would still need 4 to 5 months of continuous, sleepless effort to match the results he achieved in 10 days of consuming a mountain of low-grade spirit stones. It was as if the opportunity had slipped away. Jiang Han sat at a table, devouring delicious roasted meat. After 16 days of fasting, though his robust mana sustained him, he was still ravenously hungry. Only upon reaching the innate realm could he completely cease consuming food. Seizing the moment without spirit stones for further cultivation, Jiang Han summoned his personal sword attendant, Su Yu, to prepare a meal. His delight. Su Yu and the other attendants were exceptional cooks, far surpassing the takeout he had indulged in during his previous life. Their culinary skills could rival those of 5-star chefs. In no time, He found himself nearly overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. How could he quickly amass a significant amount of sect contributions after satisfying his hunger? Jiang Han sat back in his chair and belched contentedly. While sipping tea, he contemplated T.O. earned sect contributions. Disciples could accept tasks from the contribution hall, which offered a variety of assignments, ranging from logistical tasks and demon-slaying missions to guarding mundane cities and collecting rare spiritual materials. The contributions awarded varied greatly. Some tasks yielded only a few points, while others could grant hundreds of points, but all were time-consuming. Attempting to earn enough contributions to acquire spirit stones for breaking through to the innate realm within 3 months through tasks was unrealistic, so he dismissed that option. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, grappling with the challenge of finding a suitable method to gain sect contributions, and he needed to identify the approach that best suited his current circumstances. Some methods promised quick earnings, but his current cultivation level was too low to access them, while others required substantial time investments, which he also had to forego. Suddenly, a light flickered in Jiang Han's eyes as he recalled some of the facilities within the Jinyang sect's inner sanctum. He mused, "I remember that there are numerous trials for disciples within the inner sanctum of Jinyang sect, where disciples are required to demonstrate various abilities to participate in a series of tests. By meeting certain requirements, they can earn substantial sect contributions. This might suit me well. The sect trials were generally designed for disciples in the opening vein and chi-nourishing realms. For instance, the divine vein stone forest." Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance as excitement surged within him. The divine vein monument forest is composed of various divine monuments constructed from numerous formations and restrictions. Among them are the divine power monument, specifically designed to test the physical strength of disciples from body cultivation sects, and the origin power monument, which assesses the depth of true essence and magical power in disciples from energy cultivation sections. There are even monuments for measuring speed, evasion techniques, and the mastery of spells, among a series of tests collectively referred to as the Divine Vein Monument Forest, which serves as a facility for evaluating the disciples of the Jinyang sect. Passing a test at one of the divine monuments can yield rewards ranging from hundreds to even thousands of sect contributions, depending on the requirements met. Memories of the Divine Vein Monument Forest flooded Jiang Han's mind, igniting a fervent yearning within him. However, he realized that nearly all tests within the Divine Vein Monument Forest are aimed primarily at practitioners in the opening vein and energy cultivation stages. The rewards are typically accessible only to those in the later stages of energy cultivation, particularly the elite inner disciples of Jinyang. Jiang Han furrowed his brows, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. This presents quite a challenge. Chapter 53. Sweeping the sect's check-in points, gaining abundant experience, and cultivation. Jiang Han maintained a clear understanding of his current state. He was indeed powerful, despite being only at the mid-tier of the opening vein stage. He had opened 36 spiritual veins that, in terms of the depth of true essence and magical power, among the most extraordinary prodigies in the history of the Jinyang sect. He was unparalleled. None could match him, let alone be worthy of carrying his shoes. His primary weapon was the sword, and his swordsmanship had reached an exceptional level, achieving the state of unity between heaven and man. He had grasped 1/10 of sword intent. However, he had yet to formally practice the immortal path sword techniques. His current formless sword intent could only be considered the weakest form of sword intent. Nevertheless, it was still sword intent at the opening vein stage. Within the entire Jinyang sect, regardless of outer or inner sect, old or new disciples, none could be compared to him. In terms of combat prowess, Jiang Han was confident he could defeat many disciples in the higher energy cultivation stage, leaving them to pick up the pieces. Yet, Jiang Han was acutely aware of one thing. Within the vast inner sect of Jinyang, one of the 4 top sects of the Great Jing dynasty, there were indeed many true prodigies among the countless talents drawn from the mundane world. To step into the innate stage required a comprehension of the unity of heaven and man during the energy cultivation stage. Therefore, many inner disciples of the Jinyang sect, particularly those in the later stages of energy cultivation, were capable of grasping a similar level of unity, whether through sword intent, knife intent, or palm intent. These individuals were not inferior to him. In fact, some were even stronger. To attain substantial rewards from the Divine Vein Monument Forest tests. It was predominantly these later-stage prodigies who could succeed, given his current state, even if he could meet some of the minimum testing requirements. The rewards would be trivial and hardly worth mentioning, failing to yield any significant benefits. Jiang Han frowned. He was not belittling himself. His cultivation was indeed still somewhat lacking, that he was currently at least one major realm and several minor realms below these individuals. Even with 36 spiritual veins, he could not erase the class gap. Unless he advanced further in his cultivation, opening several more spiritual veins to reach the later stages of the opening vein realm. Only then could he match the depth of true essence found in energy cultivation practitioners. Alternatively, he could achieve a breakthrough in his sword intent, reaching 2/10, and learn a suitable immortal path sword technique, allowing his sword intent and sword technique to merge and unleash even greater combat power. Thus, even remaining at the mid-tier of the opening vein stage, Jiang Han would be confident in contending with those talented disciples in the later stages of energy cultivation, perhaps even overpowering them. After all, until one steps into the innate realm, even the prodigies of the Jinyang sect in the later energy cultivation stage typically only grasp 1/10 of the unity of heaven and man. Even upon entering the innate realm, advancing in this regard is no easy feat. The state of unity with heaven and man is such that each 10th gain dramatically amplifies a practitioner's combat prowess. Akin to a rocket's explosive ascent, from the information Jiang Han had gathered, he knew of only one person who had truly elevated their understanding of the unity of heaven and man to 2/10 in the energy cultivation stage, the renowned chief disciple, Ming Yi. It was said that he, like Jiang Han, was also a master of the sword, that if one were to purely rely on innate comprehension and solitary meditation, even the talented disciples in the later stages of energy cultivation would find it challenging to grasp the initial level of unity with heaven and man. This Ming Yi was indeed a prodigious talent. Jiang Han pondered deeply, recognizing that he was not of such extraordinary understanding. However, he was different from all the other disciples of the Jinyang sect. With the player system's combat settlements, cultivation assessments, and various check-in points within the sect that could enhance his cultivation, Jiang Han had far easier methods at his disposal to elevate his sword intent without the need for arduous meditation. It was time to prepare. Before heading to the Divine Vein Monument Forest, he realized he needed to traverse the sect, visiting various check-in points he could currently access to gather exploration experience and obtain cultivation points as swiftly as possible. He also intended to visit the library to select some immortal path sword techniques, movement techniques, and defensive techniques to study as a true disciple. He possessed a quota for free spell learning, sparing him from spending sect contributions. Rising from his chair, Jiang Han opened the door to his room and stepped into the courtyard, his starry, profound gaze focused on the distance. The previous uncertainties and hesitations had vanished, replaced by a radiant clarity. In that moment, he had formulated a distinct plan for his forthcoming endeavors. He would seize every opportunity for experience, swiftly learn the sword techniques, movement techniques, and defensive techniques necessary for combat. He could not rely solely on formless sword intent in battle, as that would yield disadvantages in the tests of the Divine Vein Monument Forest. When the time for the sect's grand competition arrived in 2.5 months, these skills would be essential. He believed that these tasks would not consume excessive time, remaining well within his limits. And on that day, under the adoring gazes of Su Yu and her 3 devoted handmaidens, Jiang Han departed from the Sword Question Peak alone. Upon encountering the North Bamboo Cold Pool, he unlocked a specific check-in point on the map. Earning 5,000 experience points at Attention Peak, he paused to deeply appreciate the grandeur of this naturally formed peak, enhancing his comprehension of the world, resulting in an increase of 200 free cultivation points. Note: free cultivation points can be used to enhance various forms of unity, such as sword intent, knife intent, fist intent, and palm intent. Watching the immortal duel scene, he seemed to gain some understanding. Yet it felt elusive, leaving him with a sense of loss. His rewards were meager, yet he derived some comfort, gaining an additional 3,000 experience points and 150 free cultivation points. Crossing through Moonlit Valley, which appeared unremarkable yet was rich in spiritual energy, he unlocked another specific check-in point, earning 15,000 experience points. After leaving the Sword Question Peak, Jiang Han followed the sect map outlined in his true disciple order, making his way north towards his objective. Along the journey, he consulted the map and navigated through the labyrinthine paths reminiscent of his past gaming experiences, passing many check-in points that offered opportunities for free experience and cultivation points. This venture proved immensely satisfying for Jiang Han. The experience he acquired ranged from several thousand to over 10,000 points each time, although this amount was relatively modest compared to his current needs. The sheer volume made it worthwhile. After his endeavors, when Jiang Han finally arrived at his first destination, the sect's library, he was astounded to find that the considerable experience he had just gained had indeed advanced his cultivation progress slightly, allowing him to construct 2 additional spiritual veins, raising his total from 36 to 38. His cultivation level remained unchanged, still at the mid-tier of the opening vein stage, AS for his sword intent. Jiang Han glanced at the progress displayed on his personal panel, feeling a surge of joy that he had reached 87 in sword intent, with just 13 left until he could advance to 2/10. Chapter 54. The first floor of the library. The 4 grades of techniques. The library serves as a repository for a vast array of secret techniques and scriptures belonging to the Jinyang sect. It is also the place where numerous core disciples from both the outer and inner sects, as well as true disciples, come to select the immortal techniques they wish to learn. Every disciple of the Jinyang sect is granted an opportunity to enter the library and choose a technique upon joining. For instance, outer sect disciples are permitted to select an ordinary cultivation technique from the first floor of the library that if they wish to learn spells, they must exchange sect contributions, and they are limited to the common spells available on the first floor, which are rather basic and lack significant power and depth. In contrast, inner sect disciples are allowed access to the second floor of the library, where they can select a more refined cultivation technique, as well as any spell scripture of their choice. Core disciples. One can ascend to the third floor of the library, endowed with 3 opportunities to freely select from the techniques and secrets of cultivation. Jiang Han stands as a true disciple of the sect, granting him the privilege to access the 4th floor, albeit with the same limitation of 3 selections for techniques from that elevated level. Yet he may choose to remain on the 3rd floor. If he merely selects text from this tier, his 3 opportunities will instantly double to 6. This is a unique benefit reserved for the true disciples of the sect. Should he venture to the 2nd floor, he can unconditionally claim 12 volumes of cultivation techniques. AS for the 1st floor, it is hardly worth mentioning. Utterly subpar. And no matter how many opportunities are granted, he would not deign to peruse them. Theoretically, as a true disciple, Jiang Han could peruse the 1st floor at will. However, such low-grade texts cannot accommodate his sword intent, nor can they unleash the profound essence of his true energy. Learning from them would be no better than not learning at all. From the outside, the library resembles a grand 6-story tower, somewhat akin to the stupas Jiang Han had encountered in his previous life, while climbing mountains to visit certain temples. Yet it bears a hint of Taoist charm. Entering through a humble little door at the 1st level entrance, Jiang Han is met with an entirely new realm. Vast, monumental. These are the immediate impressions he garners of the 1st floor of the library. Upon stepping through the small door, he feels as though he has entered a quaint town. The immense space stretches far beyond his sight. Within this layer, countless bookshelves abound, each laden with volumes, bamboo slips, jade tablets, and other items, meticulously categorized and arranged. Scattered about are disciples of the outer sect of the Jinyang sect, navigating the shelves in search of their desired techniques. These serve as vessels for the cultivation texts and mystical arts. The jade tablets, in particular, pique his interest, concepts he had only encountered while playing games or reading novels about cultivation in his past life. These jade slips, when infused with one's spiritual consciousness, allow one to immerse oneself in the techniques stored within. Suddenly, Jiang Han's body stiffens, sensing as if he has caught the attention of a ferocious beast. He distinctly feels, at the very moment he steps onto the 1st floor of the library, at least 4 or 5 piercing gazes, tangible in their intensity, fixating upon him. However, when he turns to scan his surroundings, he cannot discern the source of these oppressive stares. After a brief moment, the pressure surrounding him dissipates. Those gazes retreat. Jiang Han exhales lightly. surmising that they must be elders of the Jinyang sect tasked with guarding the library. Such a significant place is naturally protected by formidable experts. The gazes he felt earlier, laden with scrutiny, were likely assessing his identity. Once they confirmed that he was a disciple of the Jinyang sect, their interest waned. Should he engage in reckless destruction or act contrary to the rules here, he would undoubtedly face swift retribution. Even as a true disciple, he would not be exempt from such consequences. Approaching a bookshelf, Jiang Han casually picks up a technique for examination. As his spiritual consciousness connects with the text, information begins to surface in his mind. The Huang-level lower-tier cultivation method, Mu Yuan Gong, allows practitioners to cultivate with spiritual energy, nourishing the body and rendering it impervious to ailments. Upon reaching the late stage of the meridian's opening realm, one may condense 9 spiritual meridians, with the highest cultivation attainable at the initial stage of the Qin nourishing realm. The exchange price for this technique is 120 contribution points, aside from the free allotment available to disciples of each tier. Techniques within this library can be exchanged using set contributions. Such are the prices. Jiang Han shakes his head, reflecting on how truly substandard the techniques on the first floor are. Yet even this lackluster technique commands a price of 120 contribution points. How exorbitantly unfair. Setting down the Mu Yuan Gong, Jiang Han picks up another volume, this time a technique named the Dongji Sword Method. His eyes brighten momentarily, but disappointment soon follows. The so-called Dongji Sword, like the previous technique, is merely a Huang-level lower-tier sword method. Its power is not absent, but rather negligible. According to the description, it offers a modest increase in power for disciples at the meridian's opening realm, potentially enhancing sword technique potency by about 20. The exchange price is set at 250 contribution points. Jiang Han feels this sword method is rather akin to a 250-point technique. Cultivation methods are classified by grade. The Jinyang sect categorizes them into 4 major levels. Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Huang-level methods represent the most elementary tier. The Tian-level methods are the highest grade. Within the Huang-level techniques, there are further subdivisions: Huang-level lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, and supreme tier. Each advancement in these subdivisions enhances the power of the techniques that on the first floor of the library, the outer disciples can find at most the Huang-level upper tier techniques, and such techniques are exceedingly rare. The exchange price is steep, often exceeding 600 or 700 contribution points. Jiang Han finds no interest in these. After perusing a few volumes, he strides directly toward the entrance to the second floor. This level is separated by a barrier resembling a curtain of water. To enter, one must present their identity token. Only upon verification of the token can one pass through the water curtain barrier and ascend the staircase to the second level. Jiang Han effortlessly crosses through the water curtain. As Jiang Han vanishes behind the azure veil, a passing female disciple of the outer sect is startled. "Did you see that? It seems that person just entered the second floor." She exclaims to her companion in astonishment. "Yes, I saw. That individual appears to be at the mid-stage of the meridian's opening realm, and they look quite young," replies her companion. "To be at the mid-stage of the meridian's opening realm and gain access to the second floor of the library. It must be the treatment reserved for inner disciples. This person is likely a newly recruited prodigy of the sect. How enviable." The female disciple's companion clenches her fist as if to motivate herself. "Let us go. I've saved up for 10 years. Accumulating over 600 contribution points that I must carefully select a Huang-level upper-tier sword technique. Once I master a Huang-level upper-tier sword method and elevate my cultivation to the initial stage of the Qin nourishing realm, I shall strive to seize a chance at the path of heart, vying for the opportunity to become an inner disciple." Chapter 55. Having reached the third layer of the meridian's opening realm, that person must be the sect leader's illegitimate child, right? Upon crossing through the icy blue water curtain barrier of the second floor, Jiang Han seems to activate a teleportation mechanism, instantly transported to this new realm. Looking up, he observes that the space remains vast, akin to an endless town. However, it is evident that the number of bookshelves on this level has significantly diminished. The air carries a faint, aromatic scent reminiscent of sandalwood. The cultivation methods are also more sparsely arranged compared to the first floor. If the first floor of the library boasts tens of thousands of texts, The second floor contains merely thousands of various cultivation methods. Here, a few inner disciples of the Jinyang sect wander among the bookshelves, some deep in thought, others indecisive, and yet others seemingly delighted with their chosen techniques. With a soft thud, Jiang Han's hand brushes against a jade tablet, exuding a chill. The sensation coursing from his palm to his fingertips, nearly permeating through to the back of his hand, that he casually lifts this peculiar jade slip from the nearby shelf, allowing his spiritual consciousness to penetrate it. The Huang-level Supreme Tier Palm Technique, Xian Bing Zhang, when fully cultivated, can unleash the combat power of a practitioner at the late stage of the Qi-nourishing realm, augmenting the potency of true energy by twofold. It enables the wielder to unleash freezing gusts of icy palm winds capable of targeting others' artifacts. With a broad attack range, the exchange price, upon removal of restrictions, is set at 1,100 contribution points. Jiang Han sets down the jade slip, nodding to himself. Now this is more like it. Although he still regards his palm technique with disdain, at least it does not appear as pathetic as the Dongji sword method from the first floor. Yet, the price is exorbitant. For a mere Huang-level Supreme Tier Palm Technique, to demand 1,100 contribution points is outrageous. The second floor of the library is reputed to house techniques of the Xian-level middle tier. Just how many contribution points would those require? As Jiang Han strides forward, he approaches the entrance to the third floor, casually perusing various cultivation texts along the way. The Xian-level middle tier technique Lu Jiagui Linggong, a soil-based cultivation method, grants practitioners a 30% increase in true energy compared to ordinary techniques, allowing for cultivation up to the late stage of the innate realm. The exchange price upon removal of restrictions is set at 3,000 contribution points. The Huang-level upper-tier staff technique is priced at 600 contribution points. The Xian-level lower-tier movement technique commands 2,000 contribution points. With each passing moment, Jiang Han's breathing quickens, and his heart races. It is truly exhilarating. He sighs inwardly, not out of desire for these techniques, but due to the staggering contributions they represent. As a true disciple of the sect, Jiang Han is entitled to freely select up to 12 techniques from this level. Calculating based on the highest attainable Xian-level middle-tier techniques, each one could demand between 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points. The free quota for 12 techniques could equate to an astounding total of 40 to 50,000 contribution points. If only it were possible to sell these secret techniques to disciples of other sects at a discounted rate of 70%, one could effortlessly amass a fortune of 30 to 40,000 contribution points for the sect. Alas, the sect's library has explicitly forbade the dissemination of any techniques acquired through exchange, and one cannot sell them to disciples of other sects, nor can one learn them for the purpose of selling. Violators face penalties ranging from the stripping of their cultivation to expulsion from the sect, or, in severe cases, execution. Jiang Han shook his head, suppressing a fleeting desire for greed. He had a promising future ahead. He could not jeopardize it for such a short-sighted gain. Moreover, in order to exchange for these techniques, one must swear an oath to the heavens, which includes a clause prohibiting their external transmission. He couldn't even entertain the thought of taking such a risk. With a heavy heart, Jiang Han naturally passed through the water curtain barrier leading to the third floor of the library, a disciple of the Golden Sun sect, who was examining his desired techniques near the water curtain, was startled and looked perplexedly at the shimmering surface of the blue water barrier, still rippling with the recent disturbance. He began to doubt whether there was something amiss with the barrier. After a few tentative touches, he found it to be solid and resilient, offering no passage at all. What was going on? The youth must have been at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. Yet how had he ascended to the third floor? Scratching his head in confusion, the inner sect disciple, Wu Hao, pondered this strange occurrence. The third floor of the library was reserved for core disciples. Inner sect disciples were not permitted entry. A disciple at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm could only be a newly recruited talent, certainly not one of the core disciples who typically possessed at least the Yuan Dan realm. Wu Hao, why do you look so dazed? Suddenly, a deep male voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw a burly man with a bare chest and arms, a thick coat of hair covering his exposed skin. It was his fellow disciple. Yet I just witnessed something peculiar. Wu Hao replied that a disciple at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm ascended to the third floor of the library. I can't tell if I was seeing things. Doesn't that seem odd to you? What? Mid-stage of the meridian opening. Ascended to the third floor of the library? Yu, with his thick mane of hair, paused in surprise, scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if struck by a revelation. I know. That individual must be a newly recognized true disciple. I heard someone mention recently that it was rumored a hidden child of the sect's master had been found and brought into the sect, becoming the last of the 36 true disciples. A hidden child of the sect's master, a true disciple upon entry. Wu Hao furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at his junior. What nonsensical rumors are these? Hey, Wu Hao, don't be so quick to dismiss it. You must have been in seclusion for too long. The inner sect has been buzzing with this news lately. Yu's expression turned contemplative as he added. However, the rumor suggested that this newly admitted true disciple was an ordinary mortal when he entered, having only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, and is merely at the early stage of the meridian opening realm. Are you sure you didn't misjudge him as being at the mid-stage? Did I misjudge? Wu Hao's frown deepened, forming a pronounced crease between his brows. Could he have truly been mistaken? The aura had unmistakably emanated from someone at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. The idle chatter of the two intersect disciples did not affect Jiang Han in the slightest. Upon stepping onto the third floor of the library, he immediately noticed that the techniques available here were significantly fewer than those on the second floor. This level was reserved for the sect's core disciples. A glance around revealed the space to be entirely vacant. Although the number of core disciples in the Golden Sun sect surpassed that of the true disciples, their overall quantity remained limited. And it was natural that they would not be present at all times, as each of them was a formidable cultivator at the Yuandan realm, just a step away from becoming elders at the Purple Mansion realm. The techniques on the third floor range from high-grade Shin level to low-grade Earth level, with prices varying between 6,000 to 20,000 contribution points. After lingering for a while, Jiang Han discovered that most of the techniques were high-grade Xian level or peak-grade Xian level, with a number of low-grade Earth-level techniques being dismally sparse, none of which piqued his interest. Thus, he proceeded to the fourth floor of the library, where the true disciples' techniques were located. The shelves on the fourth floor were even more sparsely populated. A quick scan revealed only a few scattered books and bamboo slips, with a total of no more than 100 or 200 techniques available. Jiang Han picked up a bamboo slip, his eyes instantly brightening. This was a mid-grade, Earth-level cultivation technique titled Jinyu Funhaiju, a fire-type technique, with an exchange price soaring to 50,000 contribution points. Chapter 56. Ran Shinshu. Patian E. Jian. Shueting Bu, a mid-grade, Earth-level technique, demanded a staggering 50,000 contribution points for exchange. If I could convert that amount into low-grade spirit stones, I would surely be able to cultivate rapidly beyond the innate realm, perhaps even advancing to the mid or late stages of the innate realm in one fell swoop. Jiang Han's throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed, realizing he was becoming somewhat parched. The mere value of a mid-grade Earth-level technique was already so terrifying. What about high-grade Earth-level or peak-grade Earth-level? The fourth floor of the library could potentially yield peak-grade Earth-level techniques and secret methods. And here I am, as a true disciple of the sect, eligible to freely acquire 3 techniques of such caliber. Truly magnificent. This place is nothing short of a treasure trove. Jiang Han surveyed the fourth floor of the library, which was significantly smaller in area than the previous 3 floors, inhaling the calming aroma of the special wood wafting through the air. Here, there were only 100 or 200 techniques available. It's decided I will meticulously examine each and every technique and secret method here, selecting the 3 that are the best and most suited to me. Jiang Han silently nodded, assigning himself a clear task for the actions to come, to browse through everything available here. Low-grade Earth-level spell Qianzhong Luo Wang, a binding spell that, upon reaching perfection, allows the caster to weave a web of power akin to spider silk, capable of trapping an opponent from a slightly higher realm. The exchange price is 30,000 contribution points. That high-grade Earth-level secret method, Ran Shinshu, which can cause the internal power of body cultivation practitioners to boil and burn, increasing consumption speed 10-fold and enhancing power 3-fold. This rare secret method surpasses techniques of equivalent grade. With an exchange price of 170,000 contribution points, peak grade earth level technique, 1 Hua Tian Mo Gong. Exchange price of 210,000 contribution points, mid grade earth level sword technique, Patian Ejian. Perfectly tailored for both chi refinement and body cultivation practitioners, allowing for ranged attacks and close combat that can transform into a devastating sword strike. Upon reaching perfection, the user's sword attack power increases fivefold. And when infused with sword intent, its power reaches its zenith, resulting in true metamorphosis. The difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, with an exchange price of 250,000 contribution points, the low-grade, earth-level movement technique, Shuang Bu, which upon cultivation allows the practitioner to transform their footsteps into a 100-foot blood shadow, capable of instantaneous movement within that range, akin to a ghost. Upon reaching perfection, one can create a 1,000-foot blood shadow, solidifying 3 blood shadow avatars that are indistinguishable from one another. The exchange price is 130,000 contribution points. Jiang Han walked past each shelf, his hand gliding over every technique book tucked away in the corners. He lingered particularly long on the 4th floor of the library, scrutinizing each technique with great care. Although immersing his spiritual sense into the observation of these techniques did not require the same level of mental exertion as direct cultivation, it still consumed his mental energy. After half a day of study, Jiang Han found himself slightly dizzy and overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Ultimately, he managed to peruse the entirety of the 4th floor's collection of techniques, totaling 178 volumes. In reviewing the various techniques, Jiang Han hurriedly skimmed over the cultivation methods. For the Golden Sun Heart Sutra he practiced was of an exceptionally high tier, far beyond that of peak-grade techniques, being a transcendent method that surpassed even the highest ranks of earth-level techniques, rendering any additional learning of these mere earth-level methods unnecessary. Jiang Han focused primarily on sword techniques, movement techniques, and methods related to divine power. Finally, with a sigh of relief, he concluded his examination. His chest rose and fell slightly as he relaxed from a state of tension. With a wave of his hand, threads of spiritual energy coalesced and swiftly gathered the tomes containing the 3 chosen techniques. Arranging them neatly before him, high-grade earth-level body cultivation secret method, Ran Shen Shu. High-grade earth-level movement technique, Shuang Bu. Peak-grade earth-level sword technique, Patian Ejian. This is how Jiang Han, after perusing all 178 volumes of martial art secrets housed on the 4th floor of the library, meticulously selected the 3 techniques most suited to his current self. The Spirit Ignition Technique, as a divine power secret, enables the frenzied burning of the sun god's energy within him, resulting in an astonishing increase in strength of over 3-fold for a limited time. The Blood Shadow step serves to compensate for his shortcomings in agility, allowing one to move like a specter upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, and even to condense 3 lifelike Blood Shadow avatars that can effectively counter the majority of incoming attacks. However, what truly captivated Jiang Han was the Earth Tier Supreme sword technique, Sky-Breaking Sword. This sword art is extraordinarily formidable. Even attaining mere mastery can quintuple his sword attack power, should he further integrate his current formless sword intent and comprehend the Sky-Breaking Sword intent. This technique, ranking among the Earth Tier Supreme, would undergo a profound transformation, unleashing its terrifying potential. Initially, he aspired to select all 3 techniques from the Earth Tier Supreme level, but alas, such volumes are exceedingly rare on the 4th floor of the library, with most being unsuitable for his needs. Fortunately, the Earth Tier Upper Tier Spirit Ignition Technique and Blood Shadow Step are sufficiently powerful that in particular, the Spirit Ignition Technique is a rare type of divine power explosion secret, its value surpassing that of the typical Earth Tier Supreme techniques. Jiang Han smiled as he took out his disciple token, delicately brushing the triangular token over the jade slips containing the 3 techniques. The restrictions on the jade slips dissipated on their own thereafter. Once the techniques were chosen, regret was impossible. Jiang Han promptly seated himself cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to permeate the 3 jade slips and begin memorizing their contents. Before this, he had also sworn an oath to the heavens prohibiting the dissemination of these 3 techniques. Jiang Han resolved to practice on the spot, right there in the serene environment of the fourth floor of the library. He intended to cultivate the three techniques to their foundational level. The Earth Tier, Upper Tier, and Supreme Level techniques are notoriously challenging to master, with significant difficulty, especially the Sky-Breaking Sword, which is marked by a training difficulty far exceeding that of other Earth Tier Supreme techniques. Yet, Jiang Han remained unfazed. With the player system at his disposal, the practice and study of various martial arts secrets felt as effortless as eating and drinking. Merely achieving the foundational level was a trivial matter. It was only after reaching this stage that substantial time and effort would be required to gradually accumulate proficiency for further advancement. Jiang Han sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in the ocean of knowledge contained within the three jade slips. System notifications began to stir Understanding Blood Shadow Step. A spark of insight illuminated Jiang Han's mind, leading to a newfound understanding of the technique, granting him 27 agility insight. As he continued to comprehend Blood Shadow Step, further flashes of inspiration brought him an additional 18 agility insight. Notifications cascaded, and Jiang Han's personal panel displayed a rapid ascent in progress regarding the Blood Shadow Step. Moving swiftly from ignorance to foundational mastery, the progress bar visibly advancing. Chapter 57. Shocking the Three Elders Guarding the Library. As Jiang Han sat cross-legged on the fourth floor of the library, commencing his practice, several veiled gazes swept over from higher levels, fixating on him. These gazes belonged to three elders tasked with guarding the library: Elder Dongxi, Elder Xinyangzi, and Elder Haiyu. Elder Dongxi, with a visage as radiant as white jade and the youthful countenance of a strikingly handsome youth, smiled downwards, his gaze penetrating through numerous arrays and restrictions to land upon the seated Jiang Han. Elder Dongxi remarked, "This must be Jiang Han, the newly initiated true disciple from half a month ago. This child is indeed remarkable, having elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening Realm in just half a month. Such a pace in cultivation certainly merits the reputation of the extraordinary prodigy that has been circulating." Indeed, Elder Xinyangzi concurred with a smile, adding, "Recently, the younger generation within the inner sect has been quite tumultuous. I've even heard rumors of the sect leader's blunders, claiming our Jiang Han is the illegitimate son of the sect leader who has fallen to the mortal realm. The sect leader seems unperturbed, indifferent to such slanders." "Humph. You two may be overestimating this Jiang Han," suddenly interjected a low, grating voice, akin to metal scraping against plaster, laced with disdain. Elders Dongxi and Xinyangzi frowned and turned towards the source of the voice, finding Elder Haiyu, draped in a black robe, sneering coldly. Their frowns deepened. Elder Haiyu belonged to the punishment hall. It was known that Jiang Han had severely offended the master of the punishment hall, so his disdain for the true disciple was understandable. However, this was merely casual conversation. Jiang Han's rapid ascent from an ordinary mortal to the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening Realm in half a month was indeed extraordinary. There was no need for Elder Haiyu to be so confrontational. Considering this, Elder Xinyangzi coldly replied, "Elder Haiyu, if you wish to curry favor with the master of the Abyss Hall, you may do so in the punishment hall. There is no need to cast a sour glance at us here. Exactly. If you wish to unleash your ire, seek your own superior, not us," Elder Dongxi added, his gaze also growing frigid as he cast an indifferent glance at Elder Haiyu. "Ha! Have I struck a nerve?" Elder Haiyu retorted, unfazed by their glares, his laughter cold. "Tico lavish praise upon a mere junior. Am I not entitled to express my opinion? This so-called genius, who seems exceptional, might very well perish on the path of cultivation one day. Can you truly vouch for his future? You both truly embarrass yourselves, defending such a youngling. What if he merely received 1,500 points as sect contribution for entering, traded it all for top-grade elixirs, haphazardly opened a few spiritual veins, and forced his way through? Such short-sighted methods of advancement would destroy his own foundation. How laughable that you still extol him." With that, Elder Haiyu burst into laughter, as if he had witnessed Jiang Han's entire cultivation journey. Upon hearing this, Elders Dongxi and Xinyangzi wore grim expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, while Elder Haiyu's remarks were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. There was a possibility that Jiang Han had recklessly opened spiritual veins and consumed elixirs in a bid for rapid advancement, which could be devastating to his foundational roots. Such actions could indeed lead to his downfall. It was rumored that Jiang Han had a dual agreement with a master of the Punishment Hall, set to compete for first place in the intersect competition 3 months hence. This reckless pursuit of cultivation seemed to corroborate Elder Hayu's assertions. Seeing the two remain silent, Elder Hayu grew emboldened, sneering down at Jiang Han on the 4th floor of the library. You both should watch closely to see if this Jiang Han truly is a case of high aspirations, yet low capabilities. He forcibly elevates his cultivation. But what is he doing now? A mere mid-stage Meridian opening disciple daring to select Earth-tier techniques on the 4th floor of the library. Moreover, he has exhausted all his true disciples' free quota to choose 3 Earth-tier techniques. Just look at what he selected. 1 Earth-tier Supreme technique and 2 Earth-tier Upper-tier techniques. The difficulty of mastering such Earth-tier techniques is exceedingly high, even for those intersect geniuses who have reached the innate realm. They would require a year or 2 to even grasp the basics, while only core disciples of the Yuan Dan realm can freely cultivate and master them. What can a mid-stage Meridian opening brat possibly achieve? He probably struggles to even enter the basics of a low-grade mystery technique, let alone aspire to Earth-tier techniques, especially those of the upper and supreme levels. How absurd! His words rendered Elders Dongxi and Shenyangzi speechless, unable to counter his claims. Even the sect's peerless prodigy, Ming, the current top true disciple among 36, had only begun attempting his first Earth-tier middle-grade technique at the early innate stage, which took him a full month to master the basics. This was indeed a prodigious talent that had astonished many elders in the sect, even garnering the attention of the sect leader. And here was Jiang Han, having embarked on the path of cultivation for merely half a month, with a cultivation level only at the mid-stage of the Meridian opening realm. Observing this scene, it seemed implausible for him to cultivate any of the 3 techniques he had just obtained to the foundational level on the 4th floor of the library, especially an Earth-tier, Upper-tier technique. Elder Dongxi and Elder Shenyangzi exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of bloodlight pierced through layers of arrays and restrictions, blooming before their eyes, and away. Elders Dongxi and Shenyangzi gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Elder Hayu's countenance darkened as he shouted, unable to believe what he was witnessing as he looked down at Jiang Han on the 4th floor of the library. Beneath Jiang Han, an expanse of blood-like radiance blossomed, expanding in size. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang. The blood shadows bloomed for 10 zhang. And this is the blood shadow stepping into the realm. In the next instant, Jiang Han opened his eyes. With a whoosh, his form flickered erratically, akin to a specter, and in an instant, he darted from the edge of the 10 zhang blood shadow. His figure flickered once more, reappearing at the opposite edge of the blood shadow. With a sudden thrust, Jiang Han transformed his finger into a sword, condensing forth an astonishing sword energy that surged forward. The sword energy ripped through the air, and although no sword was in hand, a terrifying sound of sword cries lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. This strike could rend the heavens and split the earth. Boom! An infinite divine power surged within him, igniting an incredibly fearsome flame. In the next moment, Jiang Han appeared as a figure engulfed in golden flames, the blazing power cultivated through the Golden Sun Heart Sutra reaching unparalleled heights, burning and evaporating with fervor. The Blood Shadow Step, the Heaven-Splitting Sword, and the Divine Flame Technique. 3 supreme Earth-grade secret arts, all seemingly mastered. Impossible! This cannot be. Not only had Jiang Han's Shi cultivation reached the mid-stage of the Meridian opening realm, but he had also honed his physical form, and the vitality and divine power within him were so robust that they could propel the Earth-grade superior Divine Flame Technique. Elder Dongxi and Elder Shenyang both cried out in astonishment, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Chapter 58. 3 Combat Secret Arts. Boom! 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 Radiant, golden flames of divine power erupted from Jiang Han's body, surging forth from every pore and spiraling upward from his hair. The terrifying might distorted the surrounding air, creating ripples that swept through the library's 4th floor, brushing past the shelves laden with tomes of martial arts secrets. However, as this wave surged forth, the shelves and the tomes inscribed with intricate formations remained unharmed. This sensation, Jiang Han raised his hands, witnessing the tumultuous flames of light dancing upon his palms, feeling an inexhaustible power surging within him. At this moment, he felt formidable, exceedingly formidable. The Divine Flame technique truly lived up to its reputation as a superior Earth-grade explosive art. Even at this nascent level, it significantly enhanced Jiang Han's physical strength and divine power, leaving him in disbelief. Yet, the consumption was indeed substantial. Jiang Han took a deep breath, striving to maintain the state of the explosive divine flames. Strong as it was, he had already sensed the rapid depletion of his Golden Sun divine power, having consumed a full tenth of it. With a whoosh, Jiang Han released the divine flame technique. The surging flames of divine power instantly receding. His progress in cultivating the Golden Sun unquenchable body was still rather insufficient. He was merely at the initial stage of the Meridian opening realm. Although the profound divine power within him could rival that of ordinary disciples in the late stage of the Meridian opening realm, it could not withstand the consumption of the superior Earth-grade explosive art. Such a technique was not meant for cultivators at the Meridian opening realm. I am merely an exception, Jiang Han mused helplessly. The superior Earth-grade explosive arts are typically accessible only to late-stage practitioners of the innate realm. In fact, the majority of them struggle to successfully cultivate such techniques. It is the core disciples of the Yuandan realm who are the appropriate candidates for learning these arts. Here I am, at the Meridian opening realm, and still in the initial stage of physical cultivation. Being able to utilize the divine flame technique is already commendable. A bit of consumption is only to be expected. I shall gather more contributions for the sect. Besides exchanging for low-grade spirit stones to convert into accumulated mana, I must also reserve some to purchase items that can rapidly enhance my physical vitality, allowing my cultivation in physical arts to advance as well. Jiang Han contemplated quietly. The divine flame technique is formidable. Once my physical cultivation ascends, it can synergize with the heaven-splitting sword to create an attack that far exceeds the sum of its parts. The superior Earth-grade sword technique is not merely for the use of Qi cultivators. The divine power of physical cultivators can wield it as well. The divine flame technique, the heaven-splitting sword, and the blood shadow step have all been preliminarily mastered. They can still grow stronger. It is crucial to select the right enhancements. Not only can one select enhancements during minor breakthroughs in cultivation, but combat techniques also offer enhancement options. Jiang Han took a deep breath as the Tinzhong blood shadow quietly dissipated. His gaze fixed ahead. Their 3 distinctly clear system prompts had already appeared. Upon detecting that you have brought the superior Earth-grade sword technique, Heaven-Splitting Sword, to the entry level, you have earned a random enhancement option for the current sword technique. The available options are as follows. Heaven-Splitting Edge, 100 sword power, sword recovery. When using this sword technique, recover 50 mana from the dispersed sword energy, simplified cultivation, easier growth in cultivation. Heaven-Splitting Sword cultivation speed 40. Upon detecting that you have brought the superior Earth-grade movement technique, Blood Shadow Step, to the entry level, you have earned a random enhancement option for the current movement technique. The available options are as follows. Blood Shadow Enhancement, Greater Blood Shadow Range, 200 range at each stage, Blood Shadow Low Consumption, minus 50 mana consumption for Blood Shadow Step, Blood Shadow Rapid Movement, 10 internal movement speed of Blood Shadow. Upon detecting that you have brought the superior Earth-grade explosive art, Divine Flame Technique, to the entry level, you have earned a random enhancement option for the current explosive art. The available options are as follows. Divine Power Might, 100 Explosive Might, Divine Power Low Consumption, minus 50 Divine Power Consumption, consuming the cultivator. When consuming Vitality and Divine Power supplements, the speed of Divine Flame Technique increases by 300. Jiang Han quickly scanned the options and soon made his selections. For the Heaven-Splitting Sword, he chose the Heaven-Splitting Edge to increase sword power by 100. How could he not choose it? For the Blood Shadow Step, he opted for Blood Shadow Enhancement. Although Blood Shadow Rapid Movement was also appealing, once the Blood Shadow Step is executed, it achieves a flickering, teleport-like effect within the shadow range. Already possessing sufficient speed, what it lacked was the range. Even at the perfected level, it only encompasses 1,000 Zhang.to mortals. This is vast, but to cultivators with slightly higher realms, 1,000 Zhang is still too limited. Some spells have ranges that far exceed this. Therefore, the Blood Shadow Enhancement, which increases the Blood Shadow Steps range by 200, is crucial to AS for the Divine Flame technique. The choice was equally clear. Naturally, he selected the Divine Power Might, mirroring his choice for the Heaven-Splitting Sword. This would add a substantial 100 to the Explosive Might. Not choosing it would be foolish. If he were to select Divine Power Might at every level from minor success to great success and perfection, the might of this superior Earth-grade technique would ultimately reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Such unreasonable enhancements that break the dimensional barrier would elevate the Divine Flame technique to the realm of superior Earth-grade explosive arts, or even beyond their power levels. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Han finalized his combat techniques and decided it was time to leave the library. He reflected that there were still several places within the sect that had sign-in points, where he could continue to acquire experience and free Taoist points. Next, he would go and claim all the experience he could obtain without cost. With this thought, Jiang Han stretched his body with a series of crisp cracks. He felt light and comfortable as he exited the library, leaving behind the 3 Elder Guardians on the 6th floor, who were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances as Jiang Han departed from the library. In the punishment hall, the Lord of the Rock Prison sat alone in the vast hall. He was seen sitting cross-legged, his muscular torso bare, with wisps of heat rising from his skin, clearly having just completed a round of physical cultivation. Before the robust elder, a massive clay jar sat on the table, containing the tender flesh of a peculiar beast, stewed to perfection. The meat emitted a tantalizing aroma, and the visible waves of vitality flowed from it, stirring one's appetite. The Lord of the Rock Prison devoured the meat heartily, enjoying the feast. Suddenly, his expression shifted, pausing his meal as a figure approached the punishment hall. It was a black-clad enforcer he had dispatched to keep an eye on Jiang Han. That it seems that little rascal Jiang Han has made a move. After lingering at the sword-asking peak for half a month, he cannot sit still. Youth truly lacks patience, the Lord of the Rock Prison smirked, revealing a hint of disdain. Knock, knock, knocked out at that moment. A knock echoed at the hall door. Chapter 59. Hurry, hurry, Elder Yuan, is preaching. Come in. The Lord of the Rock Prison wiped his beard, which had a bit of beast oil on it, and slowly cleaned his hands with a white cloth from the table, removing the grease. Creak. As he was halfway through wiping, the door to the punishment hall was pushed open slightly. A black-clad youth slipped through the gap. Soon, the youth approached the Lord of the Rock Prison, first bowing respectfully before saying, "Lord, I have important news to report regarding the newly appointed true disciple, Jiang Han." "Speak." The Lord of the Abyss glanced at the young man clad in black, who was one of the 3 black-clad enforcers he had dispatched to keep an eye on Jiang Han. Reporting to the Lord, Jiang Han recently departed from the Sword Inquiry Peak and headed directly to the library. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided by Elder Haiyu, Jiang Han has selected 2 superior Earth-grade techniques and 1 pinnacle Earth-grade technique from the 4th floor of the library, the black-clad youth reported. "Oh." The Lord of the Abyss fixed his fierce gaze upon the reporting youth, a faint sneer playing upon his lips. "Our Jiang Han appears rather greedy, does he not? The insatiable nature of man is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. To choose 2 superior Earth-grade techniques and 1 pinnacle Earth-grade technique in one breath. What cultivation realm does he possess? Does he not fear choking on his own ambition?" The Lord of the Abyss laughed heartily, his previously gloomy mood lifting considerably in an instant. It seems he is but a lofty dreamer. Select away, select away. Merely a wasteful novice embarking on the path of cultivation. How absurd it is for him to aspire to practice superior and pinnacle Earth-grade techniques. He is merely squandering the privileges of a true disciple, dissipating resources in vain. At this rate, in 2.5 months, that little Jiang Han may not even be able to defeat an inner sect disciple in the late stage of the Meridian Opening realm. To hold the esteemed title of true disciple within the sect, yet to falter against those inner sect disciples who have practiced for but a few years. Such a scenario would be most amusing indeed. The Lord of the Abyss's mind was already painting a vividly delightful picture. Reporting to the Lord, Jianghan's cultivation aura has reached the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm, the black-clad youth said, bracing himself. Mid-stage of the meridian opening realm? The Lord of the Abyss's expression darkened, the delightful picture in his mind shattering, revealing a hint of displeasure. It seems he has squandered considerable contributions to the sect, forcibly elevating his cultivation level through artificial means. How foolish. This will only result in a severely weakened foundation, ruining his future. Our Jianghan truly striving to hastily elevate his cultivation level, to participate in the intersect grand competition in 2.5 months. The Lord of the Abyss shook his head in disdain, feeling a sense of ennui wash over him. Is this really the unparalleled prodigy chosen by the venerable ancestor Jinyong? Such a character is hardly worthy of competing with my son. How utterly uninteresting. Lord, the black-clad youth's voice broke through once more, trembling slightly. What is it now? The Lord of the Abyss frowned with impatience, his cold gaze locking onto the black-clad youth, an intangible yet palpable pressure enveloping the room, nearly forcing the youth, who had reached the late stage of the innate realm, to kneel. Reporting to the Lord, Jianghan has already mastered the 3 Earth-grade techniques he obtained from the 4th floor of the library to the introductory level, consuming the time of a tea's worth. The black-clad youth gasped, expending his last ounce of strength to utter these words. As the final syllable left his lips, his body trembled, as if all energy had been depleted. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted within the punishment hall like a volcanic explosion. Crack! The table before the Lord of the Abyss shattered into countless pieces, the colossal jar containing delectable demon beast meat upon it completely disintegrating. Thud! The aromatic broth and chunks of exquisite demon beast meat fell to the ground, spilling everywhere. What did you say? Repeat that last sentence. The suppressed, furious voice reverberated. The black-clad youth cautiously raised his gaze, only to meet the Lord's bloodshot eyes glaring intently at him. The Lord of the Abyss's aged visage contorted with rage and a hint of shock. The atmosphere in the punishment hall felt as frigid as the depths of winter. With the Lord's fury, it seemed the temperature had dropped several degrees. Countless resident disciples of the punishment hall on Tiansha Peak stood on edge, trembling in fear. On the contrary, Jianghan was basking in the warmth of success. Along the way, he had harvested a significant amount of experience points and free cultivation points from the various sign-in spots, enriching his true essence and power, enhancing his sword intent. Jianghan casually opened his personal status panel in the system. Name: Jianghan Cultivation Realm. Mid-stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, 4,066 Spiritual Veins. Body Refining Realm. Early stage of the Blood Transformation Realm. Initial stage of Meridian Opening. Cultivation Method. Jinyong Heart Sutra. Eternal Jinyong Method. Indestructible Body of the Sun. Techniques. Breaking Heaven Sword. Introductory. Blood Shadow Step. Introductory. Igniting Spirit Technique. Introductory. Sword Intent Realm. 1% Sword Intent. 99. The simple personal panel displayed a series of Jianghan's information. Notably, the distinction in titles between the Body Refining Realm and the Qi Cultivation Realm at the Meridian Opening stage is significant. The 10 realms of Qi Cultivation are Meridian Opening, Qi Nurturing, Innate, Yuan Dan, Purple Mansion, Cave Heaven, Nascent Soul, Returning to Void, 10 Tribulations, and Ascending to Immortality. The Body Refining Realm does not require the opening of spiritual veins initially. It merely necessitates the compression and transformation of one's blood essence into spiritual strength. Thus, the 10 realms of body refining are blood transformation, spirit concentration, innate, Yuan Dan, Purple Mansion, Cave Heaven, Nascent Soul, Returning to Void, 10 Tribulations, and Ascending to Immortality. Only the first 2 realms have different titles. The subsequent ones are identical. For instance, in the Yuan Dan realm, Qi cultivators condense a Yuan Dan of internal magical power, while body refining practitioners condense a Yuan Dan of flesh and blood. Practitioners of both Qi cultivation and body refining must simultaneously break through to the Yuan Dan realm. In the Yuan Dan they condense will naturally be a unique fusion of magical power and flesh, far surpassing that of practitioners who focus solely on either path. However, This dual cultivation path is particularly arduous. Not suited for ordinary practitioners. Point 1 cannot be too greedy. After all, human energy and lifespan are limited. Even the prodigious disciples of the Jinyang sect typically focus on a singular path of cultivation and do not divert their attention to both. Having opened 2 more spiritual veins, Jiang Han now possessed 40 spiritual veins, yet his cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. Only upon opening 50 spiritual veins could he progress to the late stage of the meridian opening realm. It was unfortunate. His sword intent was still lacking, merely 1% away from reaching 2%. He could no longer find sign-in spots that would grant him experience and free cultivation points so easily. He was just a fraction short. Jiang Han sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Though it seemed like only a 1% gap in sword intent, this was, after all, sword intent, an exalted realm far beyond mere sword momentum. Only those in the innate realm could truly comprehend and advance in the sword path, and progress in this domain is exceedingly challenging, requiring a significant amount of cultivation points if he could surpass this last fraction of sword intent. His sword intent would rise to 2%. Even though he remained in the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm, with 2% sword intent and the newfound power of techniques like the Breaking Heaven Sword, Jiang Han would feel confident enough to challenge the trials inscribed on the divine Pulse Stone Forest, ready to shatter records and claim a bounty of sect contributions from within the present. However, he still lacked a bit. Quick! Elder Yuan is delivering a lecture at the transmission square. This is a rare opportunity. Hurry and go listen. If you're late, it will be too late. A group of Jinyang sect disciples rushed past Jiang Han, startling him from his reverie. Transmission square. Elder Yuan is lecturing? Jiang Han paused. Then his eyes lit up. The timing was perfect. The final gap in his sword intent was being presented to him on a silver platter. Chapter 60. The Essence of the Tao. Insights as abundant as rain. The transmission square, where the elder delivers teachings. This event had randomly appeared in his previous life game. Each occurrence brought players a significant wave of free cultivation points. However, unlike sign-in spots, lectures at the transmission square were not a daily occurrence. An elder might lecture twice in a month, or there might be none for a year or two. Everything depended on the elder's mood. Before heading to the library, Jiang Han had passed by the transmission square while reaping numerous sign-in points. Yet there had been no Elder Yuan delivering teachings at that time. He had never anticipated that after a visit to the library, the event would refresh at the transmission square. Truly an unexpected twist. Elder Yuan this NPC had not crossed his path during his previous gaming experience, nor had he heard of such a character. It seemed he was not one of the fixed characters like the 3 Great Hall Masters or the sect leader, but rather a randomly generated elder of the Purple Mansion realm. It remained uncertain what kind of techniques this elder specialized in. Jiang Han trailed swiftly behind the group of Jinyang sect disciples advancing towards the Dao transmission square, while simultaneously recalling the teachings of the elders from his past life in the game regarding the transmission of skills. The numerous elders of Jinyang sect, each of whom had their own areas of expertise, included masters of palm techniques, boxing, various arcane spells, and, like himself, swordsmanship. There are also specialists in blade techniques, spear techniques, and so forth. With a plethora of martial arts skills such as swords, blades, spears, and fists, there naturally existed corresponding celestial techniques. Jiang Han aimed to cultivate the Breaking the Heavens sword. Thus, it would be ideal if Elder Yuan was proficient in swordsmanship. The elder's teachings were divided into 2 phases. The first phase involved imparting knowledge, during which everyone simply listened. The second phase was the transmission of skills, where disciples could pose questions to the elder, resolving their doubts regarding cultivation. If Elder Yuan excelled in swordsmanship, Jiang Han could inquire about the cultivation of the Breaking the Heaven sword. And with the expertise of a seasoned sword master of the Purple Mansion realm, he would undoubtedly gain extraordinary insights in his sword intent. This was a living Purple Mansion elder, personally demonstrating sword techniques, not mere remnants or calligraphy. Conversely, if Elder Yuan lacked any knowledge of swordsmanship, despite being a profound master at the Purple Mansion realm capable of addressing some queries through analogous reasoning, the efficacy of the answers would be significantly diminished. The insights into sword intent acquired would also be greatly reduced. Nevertheless, even a lesser amount would still be imparted by a Purple Mansion Master, undoubtedly elevating Jiang Han's understanding of sword intent to greater heights. Breaking through the final shackles to reach the second level of sword intent would pose no challenge. Contemplating this, Jiang Han's steps seemed to lighten considerably. He could hardly wait to meet the venerable Elder Yuan Yi, whom he regarded as a true benefactor. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han soon followed several Jin Yang sect disciples to the edge of the Dao transmission square. There he beheld a sky filled with ethereal bubbles of Dao resonance cascading down to the earth. They scattered across the vast square like celestial flowers in freefall, dense as rain. Incredible. Insights falling like rain. Jiang Han gasped, utterly astonished by the sight before him. That moment, he observed that the expansive square was teeming with youthful disciples of Jin Yang's sect. In the center of the square, on a raised platform, sat an elderly man with 3 ice-blue flying swords hovering behind him, his demeanor benevolent and kind, as he spoke eloquently while seated in midair. This elder was none other than Elder Yuan Yi, the one tasked with delivering the teachings. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled. 3 flying sword behind him. It seems likely that this elder is adept in the sword arts. Although Elder Yuan Yi was speaking, Jiang Han could not comprehend his words. He perceived that each utterance resonated like the thunder of the great Tao, leaving his mind in a daze. Throughout this process, bubbles of insight, visible only to Jiang Han, emerged from the elder's mouth, one after another, gently drifting down upon the heads of the many disciples gathered in the square, subsequently merging with them. Jiang Han stepped into the square and joined the throng. Some were startled awake, cursing in disbelief, yet soon became captivated again by the thunderous voice of the elder, falling back into a state of confused enlightenment. Jiang Han felt relatively clear-headed, observing the colorful bubbles of insight drifting toward him. As the radiant bubbles approached, he discerned countless inscrutable Dao patterns swirling within them. Since entering the Dao transmission square, Jiang Han felt as if he were immobilized, unable to take even a step forward. At that moment, he could only watch as a bubble brimming with mysterious Dao patterns floated toward him, settling above his head. With a pop, a sound only Jiang Han could perceive erupted as the bubble burst. In an instant, numerous ephemeral illusions flashed before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had experienced an entirely different life, or perhaps that moment was merely a brief daydream. Within the dream, Jiang Han sensed that he had become another disciple of Jin Yang's sect, one skilled in celestial blade techniques. During the brief duration of the dream, he inhabited that disciple-esque form and practiced the blade techniques for at least a week, absorbing a fragment of Elder Yuan Yi's teachings, resulting in 10 blade technique insight. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He wasn't training with blades, and this meager insight seemed of little use. However, the first phase of the elder's teachings was just as such. Imparting knowledge to a multitude of disciples meant that the insights were bound to be varied and scattered. Just as he pondered this, another bubble of insight collided with his forehead. After a breath, Jiang Han's eyes lit up. This time, it was an insight regarding movement techniques, perhaps due to his recent progress in the Blood Shadow step. He found himself in need of this insight. His astonishment. Within this bubble of movement technique insight, he gained far more than he had from the blade technique bubble, an impressive 576, though it wouldn't significantly advance the Blood Shadow step to a higher tier. It did shorten the gap between entry and mastery. The first phase of the Elder's teachings would last at least 3 days. By the end of those 3 days, the myriad insights would surely enhance his newly learned Blood Shadow step, and the Breaking the Heavens soared to a considerable degree. Jiang Han took a deep breath, a look of anticipation gracing his face. Despite the apparent simplicity of entering the 3 techniques, it was merely a feature of the system that allowed players to begin easily. Progressing to mastery or perfection required substantial accumulation of proficiency, which was no easy feat, however. Now was a serendipitous opportunity to rapidly elevate his training in all 3 techniques. Another bubble of insight approached. This time, luck was particularly favorable. Yet again, it was a bubble of movement technique insight, granting Jiang Han an abundance of knowledge. Chapter 61. The moment for inquiry. The Elder's personal teachings, as the Tao resonated thunderously. The entire Tao transmission square gradually filled with disciples of Jin Yang sect, both inner and outer sect members. Core disciples and true disciples were notably absent. Those above the core Dan realm already had Purple Mansion elders available for guidance at any time. And many were even personally mentored by a Purple Mansion elder, rendering the need to gather here for teachings unnecessary to— oh wait. There was indeed a true disciple present, Jiang Han himself, swaying amidst the throngs of thousands of Jin Yang sect disciples. Their faces wore expressions of rapture as they drifted with the swirling bubbles of insight. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Han too became immersed in the experience, losing his sense of clarity. The entire teaching process lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days, Elder Yuan Yi, seated in the void, ceased speaking. The booming Tao sounds dispersed, and the crowd was abruptly jolted awake. Phew! Has the teaching concluded? Jiang Han opened his eyes, the depths of his starry gaze filled with the lingering essence of the Tao. Gradually receding, a look of joy spread across his face. Over the course of these 3 days, his gains had been monumental. Although he had absorbed a myriad of scattered insights, theoretically, each bubble should have yielded minimal benefit. Yet, to Jiang Han's surprise, this 3-day teaching had significantly advanced all 3 of his newly practiced techniques. The Tao resonance bubbles dispersed by Elder Yuan, he seemed to have a particularly profound effect on his mastery of these techniques. In his previous life as a gamer, he had experienced many teachings from elders, but was it ever this exaggerated? Jiang Han couldn't help but wondered, in his view, the effectiveness of the first phase of teachings had surpassed that of the second phase, which involved individual inquiries for skill transmission that it was quite baffling. Could it be that the reality of this world differed from that of the game after his transmigration? Jiang Han scratched his head. Puzzled at this moment, the disciples gathered around and began to murmur in low tones. Did you feel that? The effectiveness of this Elder's teachings is astonishing. My cloud-splitting leg has actually progressed from minor achievement to major achievement. I too have made a breakthrough. Incredible. This Elder's teachings are remarkable. Regrettably, there are only 3 days allotted for the sermons. How I wish I could listen for several more days, as it would equate to at least 3 months of arduous practice. Do not be disheartened. There is still the transmission of teachings to look forward to, which is indeed a moment to personally pose questions to the elders regarding perplexities. Surely, the insights gained from this will surpass those acquired from the sermons. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the Elder's transmission of teachings. Faint murmurs of discussion ripple through the crowd, with some resorting to secretive communication techniques, rendering their words inaudible. However, there are simply too many disciples of the Jin Yang sect present, and some of the less skilled disciples engage in conversation without employing such techniques. Furthermore, Jiang Han possesses keen hearing, allowing fragments of their chatter to penetrate his awareness that seems my senses do not deceive me. It may not even be that the reality differs from a game. Rather, it is the Elder Yuan Yi's profound understanding of the Tao that has enabled all the disciples present to reap such substantial benefits. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, his gaze fervently fixed on the Elder Yuan Yi, who sat cross-legged in the void, his visage marked by age. How splendid it is to have a powerful elder imparting teachings. The stronger, the better. Only with greater strength can I derive more profound insights into swordplay and body techniques during the forthcoming transmission of teachings, Jiang Han mused. He opened his personal panel and observed with clarity that his newly acquired 3 techniques had advanced significantly. Breaking Sky Sword, Great Achievement 42, Blood Shadow Step, Great Achievement 26, Divine Flame Technique, Great Achievement 5, Point 3 techniques, all of high quality within the Earth tier, elevated to superior status within a mere 3 days. All have reached the Great Achievement realm. Such a rate of improvement, if spoken of, would astound everyone. Not to mention the high-quality Earth tier techniques, even the prodigious disciples of the Jin Yang sect's inner circle. To elevate a mid-tier mystic technique from novice to great achievement, require years of diligent practice, often enduring several years of hardship. Some may even toil for a decade to reach such a level. Earth tier techniques, achieving entry-level proficiency within 1 or 2 years is commendable. Aspiring for great achievement, that is a formidable challenge, even for the comparatively easier high-quality Earth tier techniques. Jiang Han S Blood Shadow Step. Breaking Sky Sword and Divine Flame Technique are all tagged as exceptionally challenging to master. The journey of cultivation knows no bounds. Whether accumulating magical power or honing combat techniques, advancing in the Tao demands immense time and perseverance. Thus, most cultivators must specialize, unable to disperse their focus on other pursuits. Even though cultivators, as their realms advance, experience a transformation in their lifespan that far exceeds that of mortals, the techniques they must master become increasingly difficult, requiring a colossal amount of magical energy. The comprehension of the Tao is fraught with challenges akin to ascending to the heavens. In truth, time is a precious commodity. After consecutively surpassing the thresholds of the three techniques, Jiang Han selected the additional options available, adhering to the entries established at the inception of each technique. He felt a surge of newfound power welling up within him, sensing his strength ascend dramatically once more. The moment had arrived. Without the luxury of time to savor his newfound power, Jiang Han's expression grew serious as he gazed toward the front of the transmission square. There, he beheld the elder Yuan, who, after uttering a few words, summoned a young disciple clad in white to step forward. The white-clad youth's face flushed with excitement as he approached, bowing respectfully to Elder Yuan, stating, "Elder, I have practiced the low-grade mystic technique, the Fierce Sunblade, for half a year, and have now achieved a minor success. However, I seem to have encountered a bottleneck, and for the past fortnight, I have been unable to make any progress. I humbly seek your guidance. Demonstrate the Fierce Sunblade for me." Elder Yuan replied with a warm smile, regarding the nervous youth with encouragement, akin to a kindly neighbor. He exhibited not a hint of the imposing authority typical of senior masters, nor the suffocating pressure emanating from figures such as the sect leader or the three hall masters of the Purple Mansion realm. The white-clad youth immediately drew his blade and demonstrated the low-grade mystic technique of the Fierce Sunblade. In the instant Elder Yuan observed, he extended his hand and pointed. Swish! A beam of golden light entered the youth's forehead. Boom! An intangible resonance of the Tao surged within the youth, subtly infused with the potent essence of the Fierce Sunblade's fiery attributes. In that moment, he entered a realm of profound understanding. This experience would undoubtedly surpass the gain from the previous 3 days of sermons. You. Elder Yuan beckoned, gesturing for all selected disciples to step forward. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the entranced white-clad youth was seamlessly transported to an empty corner of the square. Among the crowd, several other young disciples were also chosen, summoned to the elevated platform. Elder Yuan intended to impart teachings to multiple disciples simultaneously. Chapter 62, Talent Rankings, Position 86, Demon Blade, Yin Tianhe. The impartation of teachings differs from the sermons. The latter is more casual, allowing a plethora of insights to disperse for the disciples to contemplate independently. In contrast, the transmission of teachings directly addresses the disciples' queries. The transmission square gathered at least 20,000 disciples of the Jinyang sect, and Elder Yuan's current demeanor suggested a desire to equitably address every disciple's concerns in batches, rather than limiting the transmission to a select few. Good heavens! Jiang Han was taken aback by the spectacle unfolding on the elevated platform. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking as batches of Jinyang sect disciples ascended, each quickly enveloped in the golden light projected by Elder Yuan, entering a state of wondrous realization, only to be subsequently returned to a corner of the transmission square. The first white-clad youth to ascend the platform had already awakened. Upon regaining his senses, he knelt, deeply bowing to Elder Yuan. He had broken through. The issues that had plagued him regarding the Fierce Sunblade were resolved, and his mastery of the technique had progressed from minor to great achievement, even traversing a significant distance within the great achievement realm. This moment of enlightenment saved him at least a year's worth of arduous practice. What a benevolent act! Jiang Han's expression turned peculiar, marveling at the Elder Yuan's apparent dedication to nurturing the sect's younger disciples. The transmission of teachings aimed to clarify the doubts of all 20,000 observing disciples. The brief transmission cutscenes in the game were not nearly as extravagant. Typically, Only a select few disciples with promising potential would be chosen for elite instruction. This method would certainly relieve the elder of considerable effort while still achieving the desired outcomes. The numerous outer disciples, lacking in aptitude, were generally left to glean insights during the sermon phase. The transmission of teachings was primarily reserved for the elite disciples of the sect, as the time of a Purple Mansion elder is indeed finite. However, Elder Yuan clearly deviated from the norm, opting for an unconventional approach. Perhaps this is fortuitous, as it spares me the need to draw attention to myself. Jiang Han sighed, settling into the queue. Initially, he had intended to create some commotion during the transmission phase to showcase his exceptional nature and attract the elder's notice. But now, it seemed unnecessary, saving him from inadvertently complicating matters. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the eastern side of the transmission square. Jiang Han was drawn by the formidable presence and turned to look. He immediately beheld a black-clad youth, bearing a massive demonic blade. Awakening amidst a vast expanse of malevolent energy, which coalesced into a fearsome lion-tiger demon manifestation high in the air. Some disciples of the Jinyang sect, beside Jiang Han, were astonished, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, what a terrifying manifestation! The lion-tiger demon, entirely formed from malevolent energy, could only be manifested by mastering the high-grade mystic technique, the Tiger Soul Demon Blade, to the level of great perfection. Achieving such a manifestation requires one to cultivate this formidable technique to great perfection. Is this person not the one ranked 86th on the inner talent list, Yun Tianhe? The Demon Blade Yun? Gasp! The Demon Blade Yun from the inner talent list has come as well. I've never seen a senior from the inner talent list before. Only true geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect possess the potential to become core disciples. Incredible! Brother Yun has comprehended a high-grade mystic technique to the level of great perfection at such a young age. He is only 22 this year. My heavens! I hadn't realized that until you mentioned it. A high-grade mystic technique. It is notoriously difficult to comprehend. Not to mention a high-grade mystic technique, even if I were given a high-grade superior technique. I fear I would waste 20 years without grasping it to the level of great perfection. Well, Brother Yun looks fierce, yet he possesses such charisma and masculine allure. Several female disciples of the Jinyang sect were besotted, their eyes sparkling with admiration that a genius ranked 86th on the inner talent list. Jiang Han scrutinized the so-called ghostly demon blade in Tianhe, sensing the overwhelming malevolence emanating from it across a distance of thousands of zhang, and perceiving the spectral manifestation of a lion and tiger demon hovering above Yin Tianhe's head that this it. After a brief moment, Jiang Han shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. From the distant aura of malevolence, he could clearly sense that the so-called ghostly demon blade in Tianhe was the practitioner who had stepped into the innate realm. He must have, like himself, comprehended the true essence of heaven and earth in a certain direction. Achieving the unity of man and nature, it seemed he wielded a blade. Therefore, it should be some form of blade intent. Logically, a practitioner of such formidable power would manifest an aura that would exert immense pressure upon him. Yet, as Jiang Han gazed at the lion and tiger demon manifestation, he felt it was rather unremarkable that in fact, he sensed an underlying weakness, that he certainly did not feel any significant threat. The sensation of being pricked by a needle in the presence of a truly formidable master was entirely absent. It appeared that the inner disciples of the Jinyang sect at the innate realm were less impressive than he had anticipated. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Although his cultivation was not high, currently standing merely at the mid-stage of the opening meridian's realm, his magical power far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-stage practitioner, even rivaling that of typical practitioners at the nurturing Qi realm. Moreover, he had made significant progress in his understanding of the Tao. The strength of a practitioner's combat prowess is determined by the foundation of their cultivation, yet it is equally influenced by the quality of their techniques and the depth of their comprehension of their respective realms. In truth, the most terrifying factor affecting a practitioner's combat strength is still the realm of the Tao. Before embarking on the path of immortality, Jiang Han had relied solely on the profound, true energy cultivated through the 12th level of the marrow cleansing technique to execute sword techniques. wielding a 1% sword intent that only innate realm practitioners could master. The sheer power of that was already astounding that IT could threaten most practitioners at the nurturing Chi realm that time. He had not practiced any immortal arts or secret techniques. He merely depended on the formless sword intent to bolster his combat strength. IT was akin to a person walking without 2 arms and a leg, an immense deficiency. However, the situation was different now. After 3 days of teachings, Jiang Han glanced at his personal status panel. He had not only learned 3 types of high-grade and top-grade ground-level combat techniques, but these 3 newly acquired techniques had also reached the realm of great accomplishment. His comprehension of sword intent had similarly advanced, having finally transcended the last barrier to achieve 2% sword intent. This new level of sword intent wielded power far surpassing that of the previous 1%, marking a significant qualitative transformation. Jiang Han shook his head, gazing deeply at ghostly demon blade Yin Tianhe. Through the lion and tiger demon manifestation, he sensed that this fellow's mastery of blade intent had yet to reach the 2% level. Despite being a practitioner of the innate realm and ranking 86th on the inner disciple talent list of the Jinyang sect, he astonishingly had not reached 2% mastery of blade intent. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting, "It seems that the cultivation of sword and blade intent, the true essence of heaven and earth, is even more arduous than I had previously imagined, even after entering the innate realm. Nevertheless, I am an exception." Jiang Han chose not to look at Yin Tianhe any longer. In terms of combat power, Yin Tianhe was undoubtedly still stronger than him, as a practitioner ranked on the inner disciple talent list of the innate realm. However, it was difficult to quantify how much stronger he truly was. In any case, the gap was not insurmountable. Jiang Han's cultivation and magical power were somewhat lacking, and he lacked a suitable magical weapon or divine sword. Yet his combat techniques comprised 1 top-grade ground-level technique and 2 high-grade ground-level techniques. His sword intent had also reached 2%. He had already bridged a significant portion of the gap created by differences in cultivation and weaponry. Chapter 63. Elder Yuan E.'s Astonishment. While awaiting Elder Yuan E.'s teachings, Jiang Han mingled among the crowd, beginning to navigate through the throngs of disciples in the transmission square. For not long ago, he had unexpectedly discovered a small but fortuitous gain. Those disciples who had been guided by Elder Yuan, he seemed to have undergone breakthroughs, and tiny bubbles of Tao rhythm comprehension were falling from them. Jiang Han squeezed through the crowd, passing by each disciple from whom these droplets of Tao rhythm comprehension were falling one by one. These bubbles filled with Tao rhythm were drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet, swiftly filling his embrace. Absorbing a fragment of Tao rhythm, he gained 2 comprehension of blade techniques. Absorbing another fragment, he acquired 5 comprehension of sword techniques. Absorbing yet another, he received 3 comprehension of body techniques. A plethora of system notifications flooded the upper left corner of Jiang Han's vision, scrolling by so rapidly that he could hardly discern their content. In high spirits, he moved even faster through the crowd. Jostling about, he elicited frowns from some individuals. Yet ultimately, in the presence of the Elder's teachings, they dared not protest and merely suffered in silence. Jiang Han, however, paid them no heed. The opportunity to gather Tao rhythm bubbles was of utmost importance. Although each droplet of Tao rhythm comprehension provided minimal insights, the sheer abundance made a significant difference. This vast quantity yielded substantial benefits for Jiang Han, akin to a diligent bee collecting numerous Tao rhythm bubbles, enabling him to advance slightly in the comprehension of his 3 major techniques beyond the realm of great accomplishment. Alongside this, he also gained considerable insights into various forms of fist, blade, and leg techniques. However, Jiang Han had not practiced techniques of this nature. Thus, the overall impact on his strength was limited, being more of a peripheral enhancement. The teachings continued in the transmission square. Batches of disciples ascended the high platform to receive Elder Yuan E.'s Tao rhythm comprehension baptism. The vast majority benefited immensely, with many achieving breakthroughs. During this time, 2 breakthroughs sparked exclamations and discussions among the crowd, both akin to the earlier ghostly demon blade Yin Tianhe. All were disciples from the inner disciple talent list of the Jinyang sect who had undergone breakthroughs. Causing manifestations. 1 was Luo Yun Cho, ranked 97th on the inner disciple talent list. The other, even higher than ghostly demon blade Yin Tianhe, was Zhou Tianling, ranked 82nd on the list. Jiang Han paid little heed to their strength. Like Yun Tianhe, even Zhou Tianling, despite his higher rank, failed to evoke any sense of pressure in him. Rather, the appearances of these individuals brought Jiang Han a wave of even greater Dao rhythm comprehension bubbles. True talents are indeed remarkable. The Dao rhythm comprehension bubbles they shed provided him with a staggering amount of insights, far exceeding the few points offered by those falling from other Jin Yang sect disciples. Presenting a stark contrast, in this regard, Jiang Han finally acknowledged their genius status. They were indeed talented. A day later, after Jiang Han absorbed some Dao rhythm comprehension from yet another Jin Yang sect disciple, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. It was a gaze of immense presence, impossible to overlook. Jiang Han lifted his head to meet the gaze of a pair of weathered eyes. They belonged to Elder Yuan Yi on the high platform. "Little one, come up here," Elder Yuan Yi beckoned, and an invisible force descended upon Jiang Han, lifting him effortlessly from the crowd and depositing him onto the high platform of the transmission square. To his left and right, at least 7 or 8 other Jin Yang sect disciples were similarly brought along. "You may begin by expressing your inquiries," Elder Yuan Yi indicated to a young disciple at the far end to his left. Suggesting he go first, "Elder, I am practicing a high-grade, mysterious level palm technique." The young disciple promptly began, demonstrating the technique. Elder Yuan Yi quickly halted him, pointing out, and a beam of golden light imbued with Dao rhythm surged into the young disciple's forehead. "Next, what would you like to inquire?" Elder Yuan He sent the young disciple down the high platform and turned his attention to another disciple beside him. The disciple appeared somewhat nervous, his expression anxious as he voiced his question. Moments later, another golden light illuminated the area one by one. The disciples were inquired. In the blink of an eye, it was Jiang Han's turn. Elder Yuan Yi's gaze settled upon Jiang Han. After sensing his aura momentarily, he let out a soft gasp, and his previously calm expression transformed. He quickly approached Jiang Han, grasping his wrist. "Little one, do not resist." Moments later, Elder Yuan Yi released Jiang Han, his expression once again turning gentle, though his smile shone even brighter. "Elder, what is the meaning of this? Do not be alarmed." Elder Yuan Yi reassured him that I was merely curious. "Just now, I observed that you are clearly at the mid-stage of the opening meridian's realm. Yet the aura of magical power within you far surpasses that of an ordinary mid-stage practitioner, even exceeding many late-stage practitioners. Thus, I sought to investigate. Truly impressive. You, little one, are merely 16 years of age. Yet you have also cultivated the body refinement path, with a substantial accumulation of divine power that surpasses that of typical late-stage body refinement practitioners. However, your mastery in the body refinement realm appears to be only at the early stage of blood transformation. If I am not mistaken, you ought to be the newly initiated true disciple of our sect, the one who inherited the teachings of the Jin Yang ancestor, Jiang Han, correct?" Upon finishing his words, Elder Yuan Yi smiled at Jiang Han, not urging him to demonstrate his techniques as he did with other disciples. The elder possessed keen insight. Jiang Han secretly exhaled in relief and returned a respectful gesture. Below the high platform, the disciples of Jin Yang sect erupted into a flurry of whispers, astonished by the scene before them. Am I seeing things? The transmission elder is actually conversing with that young man. Who is he? The elder has approached him and is even smiling. Surely, senior brother Yin Tianhe and the others have not received such treatment. That young man seems to be the newly promoted true disciple I saw last time at the Merit Hall. The newly promoted true disciple. The rumored illegitimate child of the sect leader who has fallen to the mortal realm. The one who ascended to true disciple status through backdoor means. How infuriating. I wish I were also a noble scion, needing neither the sect leader's favor nor anything more than being a descendant of some elder within the sect. The disciples murmured amongst themselves that on the high platform. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Han, Elder Yuan Yi smiled and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to voice them, Jiang True Disciple, and this old man will do my best to provide answers." "Elder, I have recently learned 3 techniques and would like to seek your guidance on each," Jiang Han replied. No problem. Please demonstrate them one by one for me to see. Elder Yuan, he gestured kindly, indicating Jiang Han to proceed. Yes, Elder, please observe. This is the movement technique known as Blood Shadow Step, a top-tier Earth-level skill. Jiang Han stated as he began to channel his internal energy. Boom! A glimmer of blood shadow brilliance erupted from beneath his feet, radiating like a blood lake that in an instant. A vast blood shadow, stretching hundreds of zhang, unfurled beneath Jiang Han. The top-tier Earth-level blood shadow step left Elder Yuan momentarily stunned, unable to process Jiang Han's words before witnessing an explosive display of blood light that nearly blinded him. Elder Yuan, he was completely perplexed. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jinyang's sect below were similarly astonished. The overwhelming blood shadow spread across the scene, their mouths agape in terror. What is happening? Chapter 6 forward, in the blink of an eye. The blood shadow step reached the realm of perfection. The 300 zhang blood shadow expanded beneath Jiang Han's feet, resembling an illusory blood lake that a gust of wind rippled across the lake's surface, creating endless waves as though a true lake composed entirely of blood had manifested. Whoosh! On the blood shadow lake, Jiang Han's figure flickered in and out, moving restlessly. One moment he stood before Elder Yuan, and the next he had already reached the edge of the 300 zhang blood shadow lake. After a mere breath, he vanished to the northern region of the lake's center. His movements were as elusive as a ghost. The speed at which he traversed the blood shadow lake left the disciples of Jinyang sect below utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with astonishment. Many of them, despite years on the path of cultivation, had never witnessed such a terrifying movement technique. It's too fast. Jiang Han himself felt an exhilarating rush. The blood shadow step had attained a perfected state, showcasing its immense power. He felt as if his entire being had merged into the blood lake, transforming into a wisp of wind. With a mere thought, he could vanish and reappear within the 300 zhang expanse of the blood lake, evading most incoming attacks with an almost supernatural speed. Moreover, Jiang Han sensed that as he melded with the blood shadow, every movement in the area of the lake would resonate within his awareness, allowing him to sense any intruders or attacks within the lake's confines, thereby enhancing his ability to evade their strikes. The perfected blood shadow step, manifesting a 300 zhang blood shadow lake, was indeed a superior Earth-level movement technique reserved for cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm. Jiang Han silently marveled. The blood shadow step's only flaw was its confinement to the lake's area, rendering it somewhat vulnerable to widespread attacks. However, with a perfected state capable of extending to 1,000 zhang, this expansive blood lake could adequately counter the assaults of cultivators at the Yuan Dan level. Only those at the Zifu realm and above could effortlessly unleash attacks exceeding 1,000 zhang while maintaining their formidable potency, obliterating all cultivators beneath the Zifu realm within that range. Yet, I am an exception. A smile crept across Jiang Han's face as he recalled the blood shadow enhancement attributes he had selected for the blood shadow step. Advancing through the 3 small realms of the technique had granted him 3 opportunities to choose enhancements. Jiang Han had chosen the blood shadow enhancement for each selection increasing the blood lake's base range by 200 zhang. The base range of the perfected blood shadow step was 300 zhang, and the 3 selections had granted a total enhancement of 600 zhang, 6-fold. If Jiang Han wished, he could now expand the blood shadow lake's range to a staggering 1,800 zhang. In terms of expanse, this far surpassed the normal perfected range of the blood shadow step. Nevertheless, Jiang Han refrained from doing so. Such an extraordinary escape technique was best kept as a trump card. Demonstrating the perfected state of the blood shadow step sufficed. There was no need to complicate matters further. With a flourish, Jiang Han tread upon the vast sea of blood shadows and, after one final flicker, came to a halt. The immense blood shadow lake swiftly dissipated and retracted into his body. He stood once again before the astonished Elder Yuan, bowing respectfully. Elder, this is the first technique I am currently cultivating, and I seek your guidance. Think it is the top-tier Earth-level blood shadow step. Jiang Han has only been a true disciple for less than half a month, yet has reached the perfected state of a top-tier Earth-level movement technique. Truly astounding, unbelievable. Today's youth are indeed remarkable, worthy successors of our sect's venerable ancestor. Elder Yuan, he gazed deeply at Jiang Han, his weathered face reflecting both amazement and incredulity. However, having cultivated for countless years and witnessed numerous prodigies, the shock Jiang Han elicited soon settled. With a smile upon his face, Elder Yuan, he spoke with warmth. I may not possess extensive knowledge of the blood shadow techniques, but I should still be able to offer some insights to Jiang Han. Please take your time to comprehend. As his words fell, a beam of golden light emanated from his fingertip and landed upon Jiang Han's forehead. The elder's understanding and insights regarding the blood shadow techniques, particularly the blood shadow step, surged into Jiang Han's mind. Within his consciousness, Jiang Han's spirit followed the golden light, revealing an elder resembling Yuan Yi himself practicing the blood shadow step. Although this elder's phantom was executing the technique, it was evident he lacked a deep understanding of it. Having never truly practiced it before, he was merely imitating the key points of the technique based on Jiang Han's earlier display of the blood shadow lake. In his ears, the system's notifications rang incessantly. Elder Yuan, he simulated the practice of the blood shadow step, imparting insights into the blood shadow technique, gaining blood shadow step comprehension 2100. Elder Yuan simulated the practice of the blood shadow step, imparting insights into the blood shadow technique, gaining blood shadow step comprehension 2205. Elder Yuan, he simulated the practice of the blood shadow step, imparting insights into the blood shadow technique, gaining blood shadow step comprehension 2060. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. That moment, it felt as though a torrential downpour of understanding cascaded upon him. So much, so incredibly much. Jiang Han reveled in the experience, eagerly absorbing countless insights. The progress of his blood shadow step surged in an instant. Outside, witnessing Jiang Han lost in contemplation, Elder Yuan bore a satisfied expression. After pointing out the golden light, he did not treat Jiang Han as he had the other disciples by moving on to the next. Instead, he patiently awaited Jiang Han to complete his understanding. After all, Jiang Han had expressed his intention to seek guidance on 3 techniques. While this was somewhat unorthodox, Elder Yuan, he had already consented, and he would not go back on his word. In his view, Jiang Han was deserving of such an exception that a peerless prodigy should have certain privileges. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Jiang Han, who remained with eyes closed in deep contemplation. Elder Yuan Yi's expression grew serious. As he focused his gaze, he observed Jiang Han still immersed in thought, yet beneath his feet, a swirling blood shadow lake phantom naturally emerged. The crimson phantom surged forth like a torrential flood. In an instant, it expanded to a 300 zhang radius. Then, without pausing for a moment, it continued to grow. 500 zhang, 800 zhang, 8,000 zhang. Beside Jiang Han, the shadows of blood coalesced into phantoms, suddenly diverging from the blood lake to form 3 blood-colored incarnations that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, unfurling the vast expanse of the blood shadow lake. The 3 blood shadow avatars emerged. The blood shadow step reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was achieved in an instant. Chapter 65. The unbelievable pace of comprehension indeed. It appears that this Jiang Han lad is as remarkable as the rumors suggest. Possessing an astonishing understanding, Elder Yuan wore a smile, nodding to himself, as the unfolding scene did not exceed his expectations. After all, Jiang Han had independently cultivated the blood shadow step, a high-grade body technique of the earth rank, to a consummate level in a remarkably short time. Now, having received his teachings, it was only natural that he would swiftly ascend to the apex of the blood shadow step. However, this should be his limit. Beyond this, achieving mastery in body techniques becomes exceedingly difficult, more so than in sword techniques, blade techniques, or palm techniques. Body techniques are inherently more challenging to master. Furthermore, to condense the blood shadow step, which is widely recognized as difficult to cultivate, into the essence of blood shadows is an arduous task. One could argue that it surpasses the difficulty of comprehending the sword intent or blade intent, the true meanings of heaven and earth, before reaching the innate realm. While Jiang Han is indeed a peerless prodigy, renowned for his terrifying comprehension in swordsmanship, having grasped a degree of sword intent even before embarking on his cultivation journey, he remains, after all, in the Meridian Opening realm. Surely, he cannot possess the same terrifying aptitude and body techniques as he does in sword techniques, can he? How could a mere Meridian Opening practitioner bring the Blood Shadow step to fruition? Progressing step by step to achieve mastery in body techniques and reaching perfection are two entirely different concepts. The former involves emulating the footsteps of predecessors, which, while challenging, provides a clear path to follow. The latter, however, is a journey of enlightenment. The disparity in difficulty cannot be measured by reason. As Elder Yuan pondered this, his expression suddenly shifted as he glanced at Jiang Han, who was with closed eyes, comprehending amidst the surging expanse of the Blood Shadow Lake. That moment, countless blood-colored mists began to swirl and coalesce above the tumultuous surface of the Blood Shadow Lake. Boom! The once tranquil thousand-zhang blood lake erupted in a frenzy. This is impossible! Elder Yuan Yi's complexion changed dramatically, his aged eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Han. He beheld an infinite number of blood shadows dancing around Jiang Han, as if the thousand-zhang blood shadow lake beneath his feet had come to life. Above the lake, within a circular expanse, blood-colored mist was coalescing into form. The thousand-zhang blood shadow lake appeared to be evolving. From a flat surface, it was transforming into a three-dimensional spherical state. The Blood Shadow step had indeed been comprehended to the point of manifestation, and it seemed to be growing. Elder Yuan, he was left dumbfounded. Disbelief etched across his weathered face. He could hardly contain his astonishment. This was a high-grade body technique of the Earth rank manifesting. It was not just the younger disciples within the sect who struggled with it. Many elders of the Purple Mansion realm would find it difficult to cultivate this notoriously challenging technique with any remarkable success. In truth, there were very few adept practitioners of the Blood Shadow step within the entire Jinyang sect. Even among the elders of the Purple Mansion realm, one could count them on one hand. Historically, the Jinyang sect had rarely seen such mastery. This was partly due to the inherent difficulty of the Blood Shadow step itself, as well as the fact that each individual excels in different areas. In the path of cultivation, there exists a plethora of protective and mobility techniques. When it comes to body techniques alone, there are even techniques that transform the body into a sword or a blade. In Elder Yuan Yi's eyes, a prodigy like Jiang Han, who excels in sword comprehension, would be better suited to cultivate special body techniques related to swordsmanship or defensive techniques. Following a systematic approach, however, the sect's library lacks superior earth-ranked sword techniques. By a twist of fate, it seemed that this young man had instead unearthed his talent in the Blood Shadow pathway. Elder Yuan gradually regained his composure, continuing to observe the transformations occurring with Jiang Han. How swift! The manifestation of the Blood Shadow progressed through first, second, third, and sixth stages, advancing at an astonishing pace. Does this boy have no limits? A true monster. Elder Yuan was left in awe, his expression transforming as if he had been splashed with dye. He watched in astonishment as the Blood Shadow lake beneath Jiang Han underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Billowing clouds of blood mist floated above Jiang Han's head. The range of the thousand-zhang Blood Shadow lake expanded with the passage of time. As the Blood Shadow manifested, the Blood Shadow step naturally underwent a metamorphosis. The coverage of the Blood Shadow lake also grew larger. 2,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, 4,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang. The Blood Shadow lake expanded to a staggering 5,000 zhang, and the number of blood-colored incarnations resembling Jiang Han increased from 3 to 6, then to 12, and finally 24. Having condensed a 5,000 zhang Blood Shadow lake and 24 Blood Shadow avatars, everything came to a halt. Jiang Han opened his eyes. Elder Yuan opened his mouth, a wry smile appearing on his aged face. Filled with a sense of helplessness, the manifestation of the Blood Shadow had reached its zenith. This Jiang Han, it seemed, was not only a prodigy in sword comprehension, but also an unparalleled genius in the Blood Shadow pathway. Truly worthy of being the chosen successor of the ancestral lineage. Elder Yuan Yi's mind overflowed with various pieces of information about Jiang Han, and he felt a profound sense of awe wash over him. Even after living for so long, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Jiang Han, within his heart, was elated. That recent surge of comprehension had yielded immense rewards. the fastest and most significant gain since he arrived in this world. The Blood Shadow Step had not only reached the pinnacle of perfection, but had also allowed him to comprehend the essence of the Blood Shadow, elevating the power of this high-grade body technique to an inconceivable level. Originally, the Blood Shadow Step had its flaws, limited to flat, flickering movements, making it susceptible to counterattacks. Now, such concerns had dissipated. With a complete understanding of the Blood Shadow essence, the current Blood Shadow Step enabled Jiang Han to traverse freely within a spherical area of 5,000 zhang. Dodging enemy attacks from all directions, the 24 Blood Shadow avatars, while lacking offensive capabilities, could significantly confuse and disrupt enemy attacks. They could even guide the power of the Blood Shadow, obstructing and delaying the forces of some adversaries. Below the high platform, the disciples of the Jinyang sect observing from the transmission square were in an uproar. If even Elder Yuan Yi, a profound cultivator, was so astonished by Jiang Han's recent feats, one could only imagine the reactions of the surrounding disciples. Their reactions far surpassed Elder Yuan Yi's disbelief. Yes, soon as Jiang Han's Blood Shadow Step broke through to the pinnacle level, they collectively reached a peak of excitement. How formidable! That must be the high-grade Blood Shadow Step of the Earth rank. I once heard a formidable core disciple mention this technique. It is said to be exceedingly difficult to cultivate, and it is common for even the top 10 talents of the inner sect to struggle for years without making any headway. What terrifying comprehension, truly defying the heavens. Jiang Han is indeed a peerless prodigy. No wonder he was granted a true transmission position upon entering the sect. Such a talent is simply unfathomable. Who spread the rumor that Jiang Han secured his entry through connections? Absurd. A disciple of the sect leader? Who dares to speak such nonsense? Just wait until I catch that big mouth. I will tear them apart. Ah, Jiang Han is so exceptionally handsome. At that moment, countless disciples of the Jinyang sect, regardless of gender, gazed up at the seemingly slender figure of the handsome youth in the sky. Bathed in the radiant glow of the blood shadows, he appeared as a celestial being among mortals. This was not merely about cultivation level. It was the extraordinary aptitude that transcended imagination, utterly captivating the multitude of youthful disciples of the Jinyang sect. Chapter 66. That one sword shattered numerous inner sect hearts. Amidst the tumult below the high platform, while everyone was astounded, Jiang Han continued to ask questions. The Blood Shadow Step was merely a preliminary trial. Among the three techniques, Blood Shadow Step, Burning Spirit Technique, and Breaking Sky Sword, Jiang Han placed the greatest emphasis on the Breaking Sky Sword, a supreme Earth-rank sword technique. Only this technique could most directly and powerfully enhance his offensive capabilities. Now that he had made substantial gains with the Blood Shadow Step, having manifested the Blood Shadow Essence and expanded the lake to 5,000 zhang. Coupled with the selection of 4 Blood Shadow enhancement attributes, he could further amplify the range 8-fold. When exerting his full strength, Jiang Han could summon a Blood Shadow Lake that enveloped an area of 45,000 zhang, allowing him to traverse and battle freely within this vast expanse. At this stage, even a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, when unleashing wide-ranging attacks, would find it challenging to corner him. Furthermore, utilizing this technique to traverse the void in times of peril made it exceptionally formidable. The Blood Shadow Step had indeed matured to the level of becoming a vital trump card for Jiang Han's survival. The only regret was that the Blood Shadow Step allowed for the selection of attributes only during the breakthroughs of the 4 realms. Entry level. Minor success, major success, and perfection AS for comprehending the Blood Shadow Essence. The insights into the path are breaking through. Under the systematic judgment, it does not constitute a higher breakthrough of the technique itself. Thus, even if Jiang Han comprehends the Blood Shadow form to its fullest extent, he cannot select additional entries for the Blood Shadow Step, such as Blood Shadow Enhancement. However, as his understanding of the Blood Shadow path deepens, the foundational power of the Blood Shadow Step increases, and the original Blood Shadow Lake becomes increasingly vast. The existing 8-fold enhancement effect will also multiply with it, rendering the Blood Shadow Step ever more formidable. The bonuses from the entries will strengthen in tandem with the technique itself, geometrically amplifying its potency, ensuring it remains timeless. This secret technique of divine power explosion deserves the Elder's guidance. Boom! A surging golden flame ignited around Jiang Han. Illuminated by the resplendent glow, his aura soared to a significantly elevated realm. The divine power surged. Elder Yuan Yi's eyes sparkled. A high-tier, Earth-class burning divine technique. It is indeed a formidable secret art of divine power explosion. One of the most exquisite techniques within the Golden Sun sect's physical cultivation realm. Moreover, akin to the Blood Shadow step, Jiang Han has evidently mastered this burning divine technique to a consummate level. This is remarkable. The Blood Shadow step, a method of movement, can be explained through the sudden enlightenment of the Blood Shadow path, allowing one to ascend to profound depths that in contrast, the burning divine technique. Unlike the Blood Shadow step, is purely a secret art that requires meticulous training to master the intricacies of divine power manipulation. It demands persistent effort to refine through continuous practice that it lacks any philosophical insights for cultivation. Elder Yuan can merely impart some experience and caution regarding the techniques of divine power operation. After all, the secret art of divine power explosion is merely about repeatedly familiarizing oneself with the divine power within. Utilizing the immensely complex methods of divine power manipulation in the secret art to instantaneously alter the characteristics of one's internal divine power. This achieves a momentary transformation of the entire divine power structure within a body, unleashing a might far surpassing the original intensity of the internal divine power, thus reaching the corresponding level of the burning divine technique. Elder Yuan, he had practiced the physical cultivation path in his youth. Albeit not to great depth, he reached the Yuan Dan stage, exhausting his physical potential and unable to further cultivate his internal divine power. Nonetheless, he had once studied this high-tier Earth-class burning divine technique, which now allows him to offer Jiang Han relatively straightforward guidance. With a flick of his finger, another beam of golden light emerged, carrying Elder Yuan Yi's insights regarding the application techniques of the burning divine technique. Flooding into Jiang Han's mind. Wow. The divine power of physical cultivation. Jiang Han's true transmission surprisingly also encompasses physical cultivation. Those golden flames enveloping his body are likely the result of a divine power explosion secret technique. Right? Mastering such a technique is notoriously challenging. Jiang Han has only been practicing for half a month. Has he truly learned this divine power explosion secret technique? It appears to be of quite a high grade. Truly extraordinary. On the platform, many disciples of the Golden Sun sect were once again struck with astonishment. Jiang Han, oblivious to the commotion, was already immersed in the knowledge of the application techniques of the burning divine technique imparted by Elder Yuan Yi. Relying solely on his own practice, even with mastery of many advanced techniques, the benefits would be limited. Knowledge in his mind is futile if the body cannot follow suit. Continuous practice over time is essential. Repeatedly unleashing the divine power secret technique and gradually transforming the operational techniques of the burning divine technique into instinct is the only way to cultivate this secret art to perfection. However, Jiang Han has an advantage. The system is not idled at this moment. Numerous system notifications flooded in, akin to a sponge absorbing vast amounts of water, devouring the myriad insights from Elder Yuan Yi regarding the techniques of the burning divine technique. In layman's terms, observing Elder Yuan Yi demonstrate the techniques of divine power explosion, he gained burning divine technique operational experience 2350. Observing Elder Yuan Yi's demonstration again, he gained burning divine technique operational experience 2252. Unsurprisingly, after a period, Jiang Han opened his eyes. The burning divine technique had ascended to the realm of consummate mastery, and he casually selected the final entry, enhancing the divine power's might. Consequently, the power of this divine power explosion secret technique surged to an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Once unleashed with full force, Jiang Han himself could not fathom the terrifying power that would erupt as it pertains to the manipulation of divine power. After reaching consummate mastery, this secret art cannot offer insights akin to the Blood Shadow step. Yet, when Jiang Han fully unleashes the power of the burning divine technique, with the divine power of the Sun God raging within him, he can also wield the might of the sword intent from the breaking heaven sword. The terrifying strength of his physical body, combined with the ferocious primal speed of the Blood Shadow step, further elevates both his sword's might and his speed in battle to an entirely new level. This divine power explosion secret technique serves as the wellspring of Jiang Han's beast-like physical strength, directly enhancing his primal force. Once activated, it will mark the moment when Jiang Han truly unleashes his full power. In terms of consumption, due to the cumulative effect of the 4 divine power might entries, each enhancing the explosive power by 100, the consumption of Jiang Han's own divine power will drastically increase, reaching a terrifying rate of depletion. This will be a true test to utilize this burning divine technique. Jiang Han must substantially enhance his indestructible body of the sun god, amassing an immense reserve of internal divine power. On the platform, Jiang Han began to unleash his final Earth-class supreme technique, the Breaking Heaven Sword technique. Without a sword in hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers, wielding them as a sword. Whoosh! That single sword strike tore through the heavens and the earth, the sword chi slicing through the air as if rending fabric, cleaving a path through the atmosphere. The consummate level Breaking Heaven Sword technique possessed an unimaginable might. Without any enhancement from sword intent or sword force, merely relying on this singular sword move and the pure might of his magic power, the resulting sword chi already caused the onlookers below the platform to change countenance. Its power rivaled that of Jiang Han's full tenfold sword intent during his quest for enlightenment in the secret realm. Terrifying to the utmost at this moment, the crowd in the transmission square fell into a stunned silence. The Earth-class Supreme Sword technique, Breaking Heaven Sword, at consummate level. This is the technique reputed to be the most challenging to cultivate. The onlookers gasped. Some youth cried out in disbelief. How many Earth-class techniques has Jiang Han truly mastered? How is it even possible? Chapter 67. A swordsman must crush all foes with grandeur. It truly is the Earth-class Supreme Sword technique, Breaking Heaven Sword. This young man, Elder Yuan Yi's eyes widened, startled once again. A bitter smile appeared on his face. This Jiang Han is indeed a prodigious talent. Having lived for so many years, unperturbed by glory or disgrace, Elder Yuan, he suddenly realized that he had been startled multiple times in a short span by this newly promoted true disciple. After this, many young ones might waver in their resolve, or even feel despondent. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Elder Yuan, he cast a glance at the multitude of Golden Sun sect disciples below, some excitedly pointing at Jiang Han and shouting with glee, others consumed by jealousy, their thoughts whirling. Some wore expressions as dark as water, seemingly contemplating a contest against the dazzling Jiang Han, only to abandon the thought moments later. Despair evident on their faces. Others remained in shock, staring blankly, oblivious to the nudges from those around them, as if trapped in a daydream. To coexist in the same era as a true paragon is both a sorrow and a potential opportunity. Some are unable to bear the pressure brought by such a prodigy, fading into the crowd. Others, however, may take this paragon as a model, engaging in daily self-reflection, ultimately forging an indomitable spirit, thus traversing a smooth path in their cultivation journey. With a rip, the sword chi that had torn through the air gradually dissipated. That mere weak sword chi, condensed from magic power, traversed and cleaved through 1,000 zhang of air before slowly vanishing from sight. Elder, please guide me on this sword. Jiang Han, having executed the Breaking Heaven Sword chi, wore an exceptionally earnest expression, respectfully bowing to Elder Yuan. You young man are indeed sincere in your pursuit of the sword. Elder Yuan nodded approvingly, recognizing Jiang Han's earnest desire to learn the sword path. Coincidentally, Elder Yuan himself is adept in swordsmanship. It would be no trouble to offer some serious guidance. Young lad, pay close attention. The Breaking Heaven Sword is an incredibly domineering technique, meant to shatter the shackles of this world. Practicing this sword technique requires a pure and valiant spirit, unyielding and forward-moving. Embodying the audacity of though 1,000 may come, I will still advance. The swordsman embodies the kingly path, crushing all foes with grandeur. Elder Yuan Yi's expression turned solemn, and his aura transformed in an instant. He shifted from an elderly, neighborly figure into a solitary, unrivaled swordsman. The soaring sword chi repelled all. A terrifying sword intent surged forth from him, ascending to the heavens. In that moment, he seemed to embody the sovereign of swords. Invaluable, Elder Yuan, he extended his hand, pointing forth. A radiant golden sword, shimmering with infinite brilliance, traversed the void, materializing directly before Jiang Han's forehead. With a swift whoosh, the golden sword plunged into Jiang Han's sea of consciousness. Boom! In the vast expanse of his consciousness, Jiang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, he was engulfed by the overwhelming grandeur of sword intent, plunging into an unprecedented epiphany. Meanwhile, the system was frantically inundating him with notifications. Countless prompts regarding sword intent comprehension cascaded down like a torrential downpour, striking him with relentless fervor. Elder Yuan demonstrated the Breaking Heaven Sword, comprehending the Royal Dao Sword Intent, and gained Royal Dao Sword Intent 318. Elder Yuan demonstrated the Breaking Heaven Sword, comprehending the Royal Dao Sword Intent, and gained Royal Dao Sword Intent 336. Elder Yuan demonstrated the Breaking Heaven Sword, comprehending the Royal Dao Sword Intent, and gained Royal Dao Sword Intent 320. The densely packed system notifications occasionally revealed discernible figures, which, though not as abundant as the previous thousands from the Blood Shadow Steps divine technique, were far more precious. This time, the notifications directly indicated that Jiang Han had gained experience in Royal Dao Sword Intent. The value surpassed that of the ordinary comprehension experiences that were merely in the range of 2,000 or 3,000. This marked Jiang Han's second occasion of directly acquiring sword intent experience. The first instance occurred before the main hall of the sect, at the prestigious Golden Sun Hall's advanced sign-in point. It is worth noting that the esteemed figure who inscribed the 3 characters of Golden Sun Hall was one of the foremost sword masters of the Golden Sun sect from millennia past. Boom! Within mere breaths, as Jiang Han closed his eyes in profound realization, a surge of sword energy erupted from his very being. The soaring sword energy ascended, and even a trace imbued with minimal magical power pierced the clouds. Creating a small hole in the high-altitude cloud layers, that a wisp of sword energy shattered the heavens. Indeed, in an instant, the Breaking Heaven Sword, an exceptional Earth-grade sword technique, had reached a state of unparalleled perfection, akin to the previous Blood Shadow Step's divine technique. Observing the soaring sword energy before him, and gazing at Jiang Han, who radiated with the boundless essence of swordsmanship, Elder Yuan displayed a look of helplessness, his eyes betraying a lingering astonishment that he could not shake off. Even having anticipated Jiang Han's ability to achieve this remarkable feat, he remained profoundly shocked. This was the Breaking Heaven Sword, renowned as one of the most challenging Earth-grade sword techniques to master. The difficulty of cultivation rivaled that of certain heavenly-grade sword techniques. For those unskilled in swordplay, even the elders within the sect of the Purple Mansion realm would find it arduous to cultivate this technique to a minor completion. Practitioners at the Purple Mansion realm undergo continuous metamorphosis, their souls growing increasingly formidable. Their comprehension surges exponentially with each elevation in realm. Originally, they too passed through their youth as peerless prodigies, that a technique that even such individuals struggle to fathom has been effortlessly mastered to perfection by Jiang Han, a mere novice in the realm of immortals. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The Breaking Heaven Sword Intent, with its lofty aspirations, is second only to the Royal Dao Sword Intent that I cultivate, and in terms of comprehension difficulty, may even surpass the Blood Shadow's true intent in the realm of body techniques. I wonder just how far this young lad, Jiang Han, can comprehend the Breaking Heaven Sword in one breath. Is it a complete mastery of the Breaking Heaven Sword Intent, akin to the Blood Shadows? Or perhaps he will merge the ordinary sword intents he has already grasped, directly mastering a portion of the Breaking Heaven Sword Intent. Elder Yuan looked on with anticipation. Soon, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. Surrounding Jiang Han, an intangible phenomenon of heaven and earth began to coalesce. It was a sword, a magnificent sword shadow that seemed poised to pierce the very heavens. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the Breaking Heaven Sword Intent had manifested, transforming into a colossal sword illusion that reached towards the sky and penetrated the earth. Why does it seem that this Breaking Heaven Sword Intent phenomenon is intertwined with something else? Elder Yuan was taken aback. sensing that the towering sword shadow enveloping Jiang Han bore an unusual quality. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that a subtle golden light, imperceptible to the untrained eye, was coalescing around the blade and body of the sword. Faintly, he could even hear the resonant roar of a dragon, as if a true dragon were entwining itself around the sword body, gradually accumulating power. This, Elder Yuan Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The Royal Dao Dragon Shi. This isn't my Royal Dao sword intent, is it? Could it be that this boy, while comprehending the breaking heaven sword, managed to directly grasp my Royal Dao sword intent merely from the remnants of the Royal Dao sword Yuan I revealed? I never transmitted the Royal Dao sword diagram to him. What kind of monster is this? Elder Yuan, he was flabbergasted, and at this moment, his mindset began to unravel. The events unfolding before him once again surpassed his imagination. Chapter 68. Royal Dao Sword Intent. 3 portions of Breaking Heaven Sword Intent. Jiang Han's current state was indeed peculiar. He was absorbing the sword intent power demonstrated by Elder Yuan Yi, incorporating numerous sword intent experiences into the Breaking Heaven Sword, wildly propelling its comprehension forward. However, if one were to open his player panel at this moment, they would discover a staggering phenomenon at the very bottom of the panel. An unknown swordsmanship comprehension was coalescing, seemingly on the verge of manifesting an entirely new sword technique. This unknown sword technique was also absorbing a small portion of the sword intent experience imparted by Elder Yuan Yi, leveraging the multitude of sword intent experiences to coalesce within himself. Jiang Han was immersed in the grand and magnificent comprehension of sword intent. He had no time to spare. He was oblivious to this detail. Yet even if he were aware of what was transpiring, he would not recklessly attempt to halt it. The spontaneous manifestation of a new sword force, or sword intent. This is a fortuitous occurrence. After all, who would disdain having more sword forces and intents? The emergence of an additional sword force or intent would elevate one's combat prowess to a new echelon, rendering one's combat methods all the more unpredictable. As Jiang Han was comprehending sword intent and rapidly enhancing himself below the high platform, a multitude of disciples from the Golden Sun sect engaged in idle gossip. To this moment, most of them had begun to awaken from their repeated astonishments. In a brief span of time, they had experienced far too much. Jiang Han had performed feats that had astounded them time and again. First, he mastered the Blood Shadow step to its utmost potential, followed by the cultivation of the divine technique to the realm of perfection. Now, Jiang Han was showcasing an Earth-grade exceptional sword technique, the Breaking Heaven Sword, notorious for its difficulty in cultivation. What should have left them in utter disbelief gradually ceased to astonish them. They had become somewhat numb, feeling as though Jiang Han was destined to achieve such heights. He was omnipotent. Had he not just embarked on the cultivation path, mastering 2 Earth-grade superior techniques and 1 Earth-grade exceptional sword technique to profound depths? A trivial matter to a mere trifle. What? You say no one has accomplished this before. Does that not indicate the predecessors were not formidable enough? From this day forth, only Jiang Han, the true disciple, could rightfully claim the title of peerless prodigy. Oh, you say I cannot achieve this? How absurd! Of course I cannot. If I could, would I still be standing here as a mere bystander? Subtly, many disciples of the Golden Sun sect have become fervent loyalists of Jiang Han. Jiang Han, the true disciple, is remarkable, invincible. What is this true disciple nonsense? It's too formal. He should be called Brother Jiang Han. Do you not have any shame? You, a late-stage innate realm practitioner, calling someone the mid-stage of newly open meridians brother? What's wrong? Can I call him that? Are you jealous? If you can do it, then go ahead. You, a mere early-stage innate realm practitioner, should stop your incessant prattling, or I will take you down. Let us play some bets, stake some sect contributions, and play a few rounds. I bet Brother Jiang Han will comprehend the Breaking Heaven Sword to its full potential, just like the Blood Shadows. I wager 100 points of sect contribution. I'm in. I'm in too. I wager 150 points of sect contribution. 200 points. Bet. I wager on achieving 90 of the Breaking Heaven Sword intent. Thunderous roars echoed. A torrent of sword energy cascaded from the heavens, magnificent and resplendent. As the sword intent surged forth, those who had just been heatedly wagering sect contributions suddenly snapped back to reality. Each of them felt as though they had been doused in cold water from head to toe. Stupefied, some instinctively raised their heads, only to witness the once seemingly normal Jiang Han, now enveloped in a colossal sword shadow that began to grow exponentially in that instant. 50 zhong, 100 zhong, 500 zhong, 8,000 zhong. In a brief period, the colossal sword shadow encompassing Jiang Han surged to a height of 1,000 zhong and a width of 100 zhong, radiant like a great sun. The boundless sword intent cascaded down, leaving the disciples below the high platform shivering, as if countless sharp blades were pressed against their bodies, causing their skin to erupt with a myriad of needle-like pains. This was not merely sword intent. It transcended the tenfold sword intent. This was the Breaking Heaven sword intent, a portion of the Breaking Heaven sword intent. Those disciples of the Golden Sun sect with discerning eyes let out anguished cries, their voices trembling and distorted. How terrifying! Truly, the Breaking Heaven sword intent, a creation of an Earth-grade exceptional sword technique, is lofty in aspiration and unparalleled in power. Merely a portion of sword intent already exceeds the might of 2 or 3 portions of ordinary sword intent. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying might of the sword intent surged yet again. The thick clouds high above were instantaneously dispersed, creating an immense 300 zhong hole. Rays of blinding sunlight cascaded through the gaping hole in the cloud layers, illuminating the entire preaching square and casting a divine golden glow upon it. The sword intent continued to rise. Two portions of Breaking Heaven sword intent. My heavens! Just now was it not the limit of Brother Jiang Han? In that moment, the entire transmission square erupted into a fervent frenzy, the clamor reaching the heavens. Elder Yuan Yi was utterly stunned. Ignoring the raucous crowd, he gazed at Jiang Han, whose sword intent soared into the sky, and he could already perceive the golden light of dragon chants swirling around the towering illusion of Jiang Han's colossal sword. He was certain he had not misjudged the imperial sword intent. Jiang Han had, indeed, comprehended an imperial sword intent merely from a trace of sword essence imbued with dragon energy that he had imparted. At that instant, Elder Yuan, he was so taken aback by Jiang Han's successive breakthroughs in the Breaking Heaven sword intent that he felt somewhat disoriented. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing at this moment? Devouring countless experiences of sword intent, Jiang Han visibly witnessed his own growth, that he effortlessly mastered the full tenfold sword intent of the Breaking Heaven sword. Then he consumed the previous 20% of his attribute-less sword intent, converting it into 10% of the Breaking Heaven sword intent. The incessant rain of sword intent experiences propelled him to yet another breakthrough. Yet another breakthrough. Ultimately, the strand of golden sword imparted by Elder Yuan, he was entirely expended. Jiang Han opened his personal panel to take a glance. A radiant smile graced his face. Breaking Heaven sword intent 3077. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. It had certainly surpassed the experience one could typically gain from the teachings of an ordinary Purple Mansion elder by dozens of times. This Elder Yuan, he was evidently no ordinary figure. His cultivation realm must be significantly superior to that of the Purple Mansion elders of the Golden Sun sect. Could it be that he was a low-profile powerhouse comparable to the 3 Great Hall Masters? Or perhaps an even stronger, secluded master of the sect? Jiang Han pondered within. What is this? Jiang Han was taken aback when he suddenly noticed a new line at the very bottom of his personal panel. Fixating his gaze upon it, he scrutinized it closely. In the next moment, Jiang Han's eyes widened, his face displaying astonishment. Imperial sword intent 10? Imperial sword intent. Goodness! Jiang Han was utterly flabbergasted at the very first sight of this sword intent. Memories from his previous life while gaming surged forth. The renowned and terrifying sword technique. The Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram. Chapter 69. The Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram. Hidden Easter egg? The Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram. Imperial sword intent. Heavenly grade supreme sword technique. Countless memories flooded Jiang Han's mind. This should not be the case. Absolutely not. This formidable sword technique should never have appeared within the Golden Sun sect. Jiang Han was bewildered in his recollection from his previous life. Only by practicing the Divine Emperor's nine-sword diagram could one comprehend the exceptionally unique Imperial Sword intent and Imperial Sword energy. Speaking of the Imperial Sword energy, it was significantly stronger than the Breaking Heaven Sword intent he currently possessed, even at the same level. He had inexplicably grasped the 10% Imperial Sword intent. Though it seemed merely 10% of sword intent, if one were to assess its power, 10% of the Imperial Sword intent equated to at least 50% of the Breaking Heaven Sword intent's might. It was at least equal to the full strength of his attribute-less sword intent when he traversed the secret realm of the Tao. Incredibly formidable. This was solely due to the Heavenly Grade Supreme sword technique. The Divine Emperor's nine-sword diagram, capable of cultivating such a unique sword intent. No, to be more precise, the Divine Emperor's nine-sword diagram had always been incomplete since its emergence, even as a fragment. It ranked among the pinnacle of Heavenly Grade Supreme sword techniques. What if the 9 diagrams of the Divine Emperor's sword were united? The might of this sword technique would ascend to an entirely new level, far surpassing that of a Heavenly Grade Supreme sword technique. Such an extraordinary sword technique, the sword intent and energy it could comprehend, would naturally far exceed the Earthly Grade Supreme Breaking Heaven Sword. In his previous life, he had only heard of the emergence of the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram during the mid-game plot, which did not exist on the current map of the Golden Sun sect. In fact, the emergence of the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram had triggered a series of plot developments, resulting in a calamity that claimed the lives of many formidable cultivators. Jiang Han recalled vividly that during his previous gaming experience, the first individual to acquire the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram was a nascent soul cultivator. He was soon killed. Countless NPCs fought fiercely for it. Purple Mansion cultivators perished like rain. Even the Cave Heaven cultivators were mere trifles. As a player, Jiang Han also participated, unleashing boundless slaughter. Ultimately, he never managed to collect the complete Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram, always missing one piece. Jiang Han had once thought this was a game bug. That one diagram had been inherently omitted, preventing the technique from achieving true, terrifying brilliance. Could it be that the first diagram of the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram had always been hidden within the Golden Sun sect? Goodness, such a hidden Easter egg exists? Jiang Han's eyes widened. If that were the case, it was highly probable that Elder Yuan he had learned the incomplete portion of the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram that had never surfaced. He needed to devise a way to acquire it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han repressed his astonishment and looked up at Elder Yuan Yi, who was not far away. Coincidentally, at that moment, Elder Yuan Yi had just recovered from a shock. He gazed at Jiang Han with a complex expression. For a moment, both were rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Jiang Han awkwardly scratched the back of his hand, feeling somewhat uneasy under Elder Yuan Yi's penetrating gaze. Jiang Han spoke, Elder Yuan Yi, I have comprehended the sword energy you guided me towards. Yes, I am aware, Elder Yuan Yi nodded. Your innate talent is remarkable. Achieving a breakthrough to 30% in the Breaking Heaven Sword intent is quite impressive. Is there anything else? Does the Elder have other teachings to impart to the younger generation? Jiang Han's face bore an expression of hope, clearly referring to the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram, but hesitant to speak it outright. Elder Yuan narrowed his eyes at Jiang Han, as if attempting to see through his subtle intentions. After a moment, he sighed. Matters for the future will be discussed later. With that, leaving no time for Jiang Han to respond, Elder Yuan Yi transformed into a radiant sword rainbow and soared into the sky, vanishing from the high platform of the transmission square, as if fleeing he had not continued the subsequent teachings. On the high platform, several disciples of the Golden Sun sect, waiting nearby, looked utterly perplexed. Below the platform, some disciples who had yet to receive teachings were equally bewildered. After a while, in a corner of the Golden Sun sect amidst the numerous celestial peaks, along a narrow path between the mountains, Jiang Han shook off the throng of Golden Sun sect disciples who had been attempting to befriend him. How fervent they were! It seemed that the events of the transmission square had granted him some fame within the Golden Sun sect. Jiang Han wiped the invisible sweat from his forehead, recalling the fervor of the many disciples. causing a chill to run down his spine. Especially the female disciples, it was simply excessive. They approached him with ulterior motives. Was it merely because he was a bit too handsome? How could it be like this? Jiang Han wiped the traces of lipstick on both cheeks that he did not know where they had come from, his face displaying a hint of regret. Alas, Elder Yuan, he left too quickly. It seems learning the Divine Emperor's 9-sword diagram will require some alternative methods, at least to first ascertain the identity of this Elder Yuan. I have grasped 10% of the Imperial sword intent. He could not possibly be unaware. Running away so swiftly must be a temporary refusal of my request. How troublesome. Jiang Han rubbed his throbbing forehead. Deciding to leave it for now, he would think of a way later. Jiang Han's gaze turned towards the lush green mountains in the northwest direction, silently resolving. First, I shall head to the divine veined stone forest. With my current strength, I can effortlessly conquer many challenges there and earn substantial contributions for the sect. Once my cultivation realm increases and my strength rises, I will gradually gain access to the higher echelons of the Golden Sun sect. Someday, I shall meet Elder Yuan once more. Upon this realization, Jiang Han felt a sense of tranquility settle within him, providing a firm foundation in the next instant, a crimson shadow flickered beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, reappearing among the distant peaks and verdant trees. At a flash of bloodlight surged forth, and he effortlessly traversed a vast expanse. Within mere moments, Jiang Han's figure had completely faded from view. Mastering the blood shadow step to its fullest extent, Jiang Han's speed had now surpassed the imagination of any ordinary disciple of the Golden Sun sect. Even the elite, innate talents of the inner sect found it difficult to keep pace with him. In the grand hall of the sect, within the Golden Sun Hall, the esteemed master Yi Mu sat cross-legged atop a meditation cushion. The Xianling Dao Yin cushion, radiating a resplendent tricolored glow, was an exceptionally rare artifact for comprehension, significantly enhancing the insights of cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. He was deeply immersed in his cultivation and insights. For the past century, he had been diligently practicing a solar attribute spell, which was now on the verge of a breakthrough. Just a single step beyond that threshold would elevate his realm, thereby augmenting his power yet again. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly grand aura erupted forth in the empty Golden Sun Hall. An aged figure materialized out of thin air. Master Yi Mu's concentration was disrupted by the sudden appearance of this figure, causing the fleeting opportunity for his impending breakthrough to slip away silently. He lifted his head, poised to express his anger, but upon recognizing the visitor, he found himself at a loss for words. The fury on his face melted away like winter sun meeting snow. Master Yuan, you have emerged from seclusion? Master Yi Mu exclaimed, filled with joy. Indeed, Elder Yuan, he replied with a faint smile. I have fortuitously made a small breakthrough and decided to take a stroll down from the Supreme Peak. Chapter 70, the first strength-testing Divine Monument, generous record-breaking rewards. The Divine Monument Forest is nestled within a valley among the mountains of the Golden Sun sect, known as the Divine Monument Valley. Within this vast valley, numerous disciples of the Golden Sun sect constantly engage in testing their abilities. Both inner and outer sect disciples are present. The valley lies north of the Awakening Peak and south of the Heavenly Fist Peak. The Awakening Peak leads to the outer sect, while the Heavenly Fist Peak is entirely within the territory of the inner sect. This valley, housing numerous divine monuments, serves as a critical location between the outer and inner sects for disciples to test their abilities. Disciples of the sect always require a venue to assess their various strengths. Although outer sect disciples may possess lesser talents, they are still legitimate disciples of the Golden Sun sect. The sect does not show favoritism. In comparison to the inner sect, outer sect disciples receive slightly fewer contributions from the sect each year and have access to lower-tier techniques in the library. However, access to testing their strength in the Divine Monument Forest is not restricted. Everyone can display their skills here fairly. In fact, if one achieves a commendable result in any test within the Divine Monument Forest, they may be directly promoted to an inner sect disciple, bypassing the path of heart leading from the outer to the inner sect. Each year, a few fortunate souls from the outer sect emerge, showcasing their talents and ascending to the inner sect. Thus, the Divine Monument Forest sees an abundance of outer sect disciples from the Golden Sun sect. Many toil within, striving to test and showcase their learned skills on the mountain path. Jiang Han, adorned in the white and blue-patterned attire of a Golden Sun sect disciple, strolled leisurely into the Divine Monument Valley. Resembling a youth out for a spring outing, his gaze roamed freely over the distant towering divine monuments surrounded by throngs of people. With his strikingly handsome and fair visage, Jiang Han attracted the attention of several female disciples nearby. However, that was where it ended. Despite having stirred quite a commotion in the transmission square, this was the Divine Monument Forest. The crowd from the transmission square was still searching for Jiang Han among the mountains. And thus, the individuals here were not of the same group. Consequently, Jiang Han's unremarkable entrance did not garner much attention. Ahead, shadows flitted about. Jiang Han gently approached one of the colossal divine monuments, standing nearly 100 zhang tall. Closest to the mountain path, he raised his head to gaze at the monument. The entirely blood-red divine monument towered at least 200 zhang high, with a diameter of 40 zhang, rather than being a mere monument. It resembled a straight pillar piercing the heavens, akin to a small mountain. The Divine Power Monument. As Jiang Han beheld the towering divine monument before him, he instinctively recognized its name. Information resonated in his ears, subtly informing him about the tests associated with this monument and the corresponding rewards that could be obtained. The Divine Power Monument strictly assesses the physical strength of body refinement cultivators. Achieving a physical strength of 50,000 kilograms qualifies one to pass the first stage of the Divine Power Monument test, earning a reward of 100 contribution points from the sect. A formidable body refinement cultivator at the initial stage of the Spirit Gathering realm, comparable to the initial stage of the Qi Nourishing realm, could possess such strength. Attaining 70,000 kilograms allows one to pass the second stage, thus earning 300 contribution points, typically achievable by a mid-stage Spirit Gathering cultivator, comparable to the mid-stage Qi Nourishing realm, that if one reaches a physical strength of 100,000 kilograms, a phantom of an ancient giant elephant will materialize upon the Divine Power Monument, signifying the possession of ancient elephant strength and yielding 1,000 contribution points. Such body refinement cultivators are generally strong late-stage Spirit Gathering cultivators, comparable to the late-stage Qi Nourishing realm, mere steps away from entering the innate realm. These rewards can only be claimed once. One cannot exploit any bugs to repeatedly accrue contributions. Jiang Han stroked his chin thoughtfully that in this phase of the Divine Power Monument, his innate physical strength was at a significant disadvantage. After all, he was currently at the early stage of the Blood Transformation realm, equivalent to the early stage of the Qi Opening realm, that he appeared to be several small realms beneath the minimum requirement for the lowest reward from the Divine Power Monument, a full major realm lower. However, Jiang Han felt no fear. The Golden Sun Heart Sutra's unyielding body of the sun was an exceptionally formidable body refinement technique. Although he was merely at the early stage of the Blood Transformation realm, it granted him an impressive 3,000 kilograms of innate physical strength, surpassing many late-stage Blood Transformation cultivators and rivaling the strength of early-stage Spirit Gathering cultivators. At this juncture, relying solely on his innate physical strength would not suffice for Jiang Han to gain any advantage from the Divine Power Monument. He would not even meet the minimum requirements for the first stage's reward. Nevertheless, let us not forget, Jiang Han had mastered the Earth-tier upper-grade burning God technique to perfection. This secret method of Divine Power eruption could triple his strength under the explosive enhancement of Divine Power, yielding an astonishing 90,000 kilograms of physical power, approaching the might of an ancient elephant, drawing near the raw physical power of formidable late-stage Spirit Gathering cultivators. Moreover, Jiang Han possessed the Divine Power Might Attribute. With 4 instances of the Divine Power Might Attribute, he received a remarkable 400 power enhancement, a quadruple increase in Divine Power Might. The attributes multiply independently. This means that this quadruple Divine Power Might can be multiplied with Jiang Han's earlier 90,000 kilograms of strength, rather than merely added. In layman's terms, this means that with this multiplier, Jiang Han could achieve a staggering 12-fold enhancement to his innate physical strength. In a full-force eruption, he could unleash over 360,000 kilograms of force. manifesting the power of 3.6 ancient giant elephants. With such explosive physical prowess, he would undoubtedly secure all 3 stages of rewards from the Divine Power Monument. Jiang Han smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the few names inscribed atop the Divine Power Monument. Zhou Yunsong, Ronghu, the Wild King. Scattered names etched upon the colossal Divine Power Monument stood out prominently. These were the names of individuals who had surpassed the strength of an ancient elephant. Leaving their imprints upon the Divine Power Monument, they represented the record holders of the past century, having broken the Divine Power Monument's tests. The Divine Power Monument records only the names of disciples who have set records within the past century. Similarly, all the various divine monuments within the Divine Monument Forest also only commemorate the names of disciples who have challenged and broken records in the past century. Generally, only late-stage spirit gathering and late-stage qi nourishing disciples participate in these tests. Disciples at the innate stage are not permitted, as it would be meaningless for those above the innate stage to undergo such tests. They naturally possess superior means to showcase their strength. Jiang Han's gaze settled upon the topmost name on the Divine Power Monument. The Wild King got a rather wild title. This individual was the record holder of the past century, ranking first on the Divine Power Monument. Their record was a punch strength that left an imprint of 2.5 inches. 1 punch wielded the power of 2.5 ancient giant elephants, exceeding a force of 250,000 kilograms. By breaking their record, one could obtain the grand prize of the Divine Power Monument, an astounding 10,000 contribution point from the sect. Jiang Han gazed at the name of the Wild King, his eyes igniting with fervor, seemingly ablaze. Chapter 71. 1 punch. Silence reigned before the Divine Power Monument. The record set by late-stage spirit-gathering cultivators reached an astonishing 2.5 ancient elephant powers. Jiang Han mused silently. This Wild King appears to be a true prodigy, standing at the pinnacle of body refinement within the inner sect of the Golden Sun sect, observing this record left behind over a decade ago. I fear that the Wild Man King has likely ascended to the innate realm, and is perhaps even among the distinguished disciples of the inner sect of the Jinyang sect. It is conceivable that he now ranks prominently on the inner sect's list of prodigies. It is quite possible that, in the upcoming inner sect competition in 2.5 months, I may have to face him in combat. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary abilities of Jiang Han. Jiang Han has cultivated the Jinyang Heart Sutra, a foundational technique renowned as the strongest in its early stages, which accounts for his remarkable prowess. The sun-absorbing indestructible body within the Jinyang Heart Sutra can indeed cultivate the most flawless physical form of the body cultivation path. The innate strength derived from this cultivation far surpasses that of other body cultivation techniques. Those earth-grade and heaven-grade body cultivation methods pale in comparison to the sun-absorbing indestructible body's training regimen. Moreover, he has thoroughly mastered a high-grade earth-level secret technique, the Divine Flame Technique, to the realm of perfection, capable of unleashing thrice the might of divine power, coupled with the technique's additional quadruple power enhancement. He boasts a staggering 12-fold increase in strength. This has permitted Jiang Han, at the initial stage of the blood transformation realm, to deliver a punch equivalent to 3.6 ancient giant elephants in force. The Wild Man King, however, does not enjoy such extensive enhancements. Particularly, the power boost from the technique's additional attributes is an unimaginable advantage for the natives of this world. The body cultivation methods practiced by the Wild Man King undoubtedly fall short of the sun-absorbing indestructible body. Essentially, other body cultivation techniques, even the most formidable ones found within the Jinyang sect's library, cannot rival Jiang Han's sun-absorbing indestructible body, which at the late stage of the concentration realm can merely cultivate the primal strength of 1 ancient giant elephant, approximately 100,000 kilograms of force. As for secret techniques related to the explosive power of divine energy, as an inner sect disciple, the Wild Man King could at most learn techniques of the mysterious grade, which are significantly inferior to earth grade techniques. The efficacy of such secret techniques would be considerably diminished. Even if a mysterious grade technique were cultivated to perfection, it would likely only provide a mere doubling of power enhancement, far from being comparable to Jiang Han. Nevertheless, Achieving the mastery of a mysterious grade explosive power technique at the late stage of the concentration realm would still be sufficient to astonish the entire inner sect of the Jinyang sect, marking him as one of the absolute top talents among the inner disciples, particularly as a prodigy exceptionally adept in body cultivation. The Wild Man King, relying solely on his physical strength at the late stage of concentration, has managed to unleash a force equivalent to 2.5 ancient giant elephants, securing the top record on the divine power steel over the past century. He has undoubtedly cultivated a superior body cultivation technique and has also mastered a mysterious grade explosive power technique to its utmost pinnacle. Additionally, it is likely that he possesses a somewhat unique physique, perhaps akin to an innate divine strength, which enables him to achieve such remarkable feats. As I walked towards the crowd, I soon approached the divine power steel. Although many individuals were gathered around, I noticed that not a significant number of disciples were actually participating in the test. Most seemed merely to be spectators. Next to the steel were disciples dispatched by the Jinyang sect to maintain order and register the identities of those participating in the test. Once registered, if the test results yielded rewards, they could be claimed on the spot. This seemed quite reasonable that it appeared that someone had already tested earlier. Upon nearing the divine power steel, I observed a muscular young man with a shaved head striding up to present his identity token to the disciple responsible for registration beside the steel. Subsequently, the bald youth confidently approached the grand divine power steel. Drawing a deep breath, I raised my brow as I watched the bald youth suddenly inhale. Muscles rippled across his bare back, as if countless small creatures scurried beneath his skin. And it seemed that 1/3 of his bodily essence concentrated in his arms. In an instant, that a greenish divine energy emanated from his body, forming a thin layer of flame. This individual's body cultivation prowess had evidently reached the late stage of concentration. Green demon overhead. He bellowed, his fist enveloped in emerald flames, striking directly against the massive surface of the divine power steel. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the bald youth's fist sank 1.5 inches into the steel. The inner sect disciple, Qian Di Hai, possessing late-stage concentration realm body cultivation, unleashed a punch force exceeding 150,000 kilograms, equivalent to 1.5 ancient giant elephants. Beside the divine power steel, the recording disciple promptly began to document this achievement. Updating the bald youth's record, as Qian Di Hai withdrew his fist from the steel, the indentation quickly faded. Moments later, the steel's surface, previously marred, restored itself to a pristine condition. The divine power steel, once struck, rapidly repaired itself and would not become pockmarked through successive tests by generations of Jinyang sect disciples. Wow, Brother Qian is incredible. He actually unleashed a force equivalent to 1.5 ancient giant elephants. This must be the pinnacle of the green demon overhead technique at the late stage of concentration. He must also have cultivated a mysterious grade lower-tier explosive power technique to achieve such prowess. Goodness, that's a punch force of 150,000 kilograms. Truly remarkable. I cannot possibly compare to Brother Qian. As a fellow practitioner of body cultivation at the late stage of concentration, my utmost effort yields merely 80,000 kilograms of force that I am truly envious. A single punch from Brother Qian could likely obliterate me. At the foot of the divine power steel, numerous disciples of the Jinyang sect whispered among themselves, excitedly discussing the event that it is rare for late-stage concentration realm cultivators to surpass the force of one ancient giant elephant. And each instance draws significant attention. Your praises are misplaced that I merely possess brute strength. If we speak of true prowess, it is the Wild Man King, the foremost body cultivator of the inner sect, who is truly formidable. Managing to strike with a force equivalent to 2.5 ancient giant elephants at the late stage of concentration. How terrifying. As the bald youth departed the divine power steel, he smiled and waved dismissively at the compliments, attempting to feign modesty. Yet, the grin at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner pride. Brother Qian, do not be so humble. The Wild Man King is the inner sect's universally recognized top body cultivator, the strongest prodigy of the past century. He has now reached the late stage of the innate realm, ranking among the top 5 in the inner sect's list of talents. Such prodigies are undoubtedly formidable. Hey, look, someone else is about to challenge the divine power steel. Hiss. That energy signature seems weak. That a blood transformation realm initial stage divine energy signature. And it seems he also practices a mid-stage chi cultivation method. What does he intend to do? Is he merely here to amuse us with such low cultivation? In no time, the disciples were drawn to the figure of a young man in white approaching the divine power steel, preparing for his test. Ignoring the buzzing discussions around me, I presented my identity token to the disciple responsible for registration, announcing my name. The disciple, momentarily taken aback and astounded, watched me. I walked directly to the imposing divine power steel. Drawing a deep breath, I concentrated. In the next moment, a brilliant blaze of golden light, as radiant as the sun, erupted from my body. The divine flame technique. With quadruple divine power enhancement, I unleashed a punch with all my might. Boom! As my fist struck down, the entire divine power steel trembled slightly. Roar, roar, roar! From the top of the enormous divine power steel, 3 colossal ancient giant elephants leapt forth, roaring in fury. Their dark-skinned forms bellowed towards the heavens, as if to shatter the sky. No, it was 3.5. Alongside the 3 black ancient giant elephants, the silhouette of an additional half-elephant materialized. In an instant, the bald youth's expression froze. The multitude of Jinyang sect disciples near the divine power steel fell silent. Their mouths agape, utterly astonished. Chapter 72. Is that person Jianghan's true disciple? The stone of chaos. My heavens, 3.5 ancient giant elephant forces. What is this? After a moment, a disciple of the Jinyang sect gasped for breath. Finally regaining composure from shock, his gaze fell upon me, Jianghan, as I slowly retracted my fist from the divine power steel, observing my demeanor, as if I had merely completed a mundane task. He regarded me as if I were a monster clad in human skin. This. A joke? Who is this person? Wasn't he at the initial stage of blood transformation? He unleashed a force equivalent to 3.5 ancient giant elephants. Am I dreaming? The record set by the Wildman King has been shattered. At that moment, the group of Jinyang sect disciples before the divine power steel felt as if they were in a dream. Each one struggled to believe the scene unfolding before them, with some questioning whether they were awake or still lost in slumber. I paid no heed to their astonishment, striding directly to the equally stunned, wide-eyed recording disciple of the Jinyang sect, and inquired, "Does this count as breaking the record of the divine power steel? Considering the reward from the previous 3 phases, can I claim a total of 11,400 contribution points to the sect?" "Why, yes, it counts," the youth stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Please expedite the process. I'm pressed for time. I wish to claim my contribution points now." Jianghan nodded in satisfaction, once again extending the disciple token in his hand. Moments later, he successfully received 11,400 points of sect contribution before departing from the divine power steel. Fixed rewards and record-breaking bonuses could only be claimed once. One could not repeatedly obtain them. Naturally, Jianghan would not linger at the divine power steel, wasting precious time. That moment, the young disciple responsible for distributing sect contributions to Jianghan appeared somewhat dazed, feeling that everything unfolding before him was rather surreal. Other disciples of the Jinyang sect gathered around the divine power steel also bore expressions of half-dreaming astonishment. Was that disciple token different from ours? Suddenly, a young boy in the crowd spoke timidly. "Disciple token? Indeed, it seems somewhat dissimilar to ours. That resembles the genuine transmission disciple token that I once fortuitously encountered a true transmission senior brother and had the chance to see a genuine transmission disciple token." "What? A genuine transmission disciple token? Surely you must be mistaken. How could such a token appear in the hands of a disciple at the initial stage of the body refinement realm, who is merely at the mid-stage of the chi refinement realm? Aren't all genuine transmissions within the sect, at least at the Yuan Dan realm? And they must also be those unparalleled geniuses of extraordinary talent at that level, at the initial stage of the body refinement realm, possessing the strength to strike with the force of 3.5 ancient colossal elephants. Those true transmissions of the Yuan Dan realm would find it unfeasible to achieve such feats at this disciple's cultivation level. Wouldn't they? I think I know who this person is." Jiang Han, the newly promoted true transmission disciple of the sect. Recently, there's been much talk within the inner sect, claiming he is the illegitimate son of the sect leader who has fallen to the mortal realm. And he has ascended to the ranks of true transmissions right after joining. I also know about Jiang Han, as the new batch of outer sect disciples has been buzzing about this matter. He is by no means the illegitimate son of the sect leader. That rumor is utterly absurd. According to the tales, Jiang Han achieved all the trials set by the ancestor of Jin Yang in the Tao-seeking secret realm during the entrance examination, becoming the direct heir of our sect's ancestor, which is how he was promoted to the ranks of true transmissions. What? That's impossible. The Tao-seeking secret realm has such incredibly challenging trials, and someone actually managed to clear them completely? What an unparalleled talent. Before the divine power steel, the many disciples of the Jinyang sect erupted in a cacophony of discussion. They finally snapped out of their earlier dazed and shocked state. Forget about whether the rumors are true or not. True transmission disciple Jiang Han has gone to participate in tests at the other divine steel. What are we still doing here? Let us go see. Ah, yes, someone exclaimed, and immediately, the throng of disciples scattered like birds and beasts, a multitude of people surged forth, chasing after the already distant Jiang Han, rushing towards the next divine steel. After leaving the divine power steel, Jiang Han's figure flickered as he swiftly arrived at another divine steel testing point, located several tens of thousands of feet away in a vast valley of the colossal divine steel forest. Possessing the perfected Blood Shadow step, and having mastered the full extent of the Blood Shadow's might, Jiang Han, unperturbed by the considerable consumption of his spiritual power, moved at an extraordinarily terrifying speed over a short duration. The Chaotic Stone Steel. This was the location designated for testing the martial agility of the sect's disciples. The entire Chaotic Stone Steel was markedly different from the previous Divine Power Steel. It was composed of countless massive stones imbued with the power of the steel. The vast arrangement of colossal stones formed a chaotic array, interlinking across this expanse of land stretching 1,000 to 2,000 feet. Akin to a desolate wasteland. Any individual who dared to intrude upon the testing area of the Chaotic Stone Steel would be bombarded by the multitude of massive stones soaring into the air until they were ejected from the vicinity of the Chaotic Stone Steel. This trial primarily assessed the disciples of the Jinyang sect on their ability to evade the massive stones, gauging how far they could traverse within the confines of the Chaotic Stone Steel. The entire length of the Chaotic Stone Steel extended a full 1,700 feet. Those who traversed 300 feet would receive 100 points of sect contribution. Those who covered 800 feet would earn 300 points. And those who completely traversed the full 1,700 feet would garner 1,000 points of sect contribution. These were the 3 fixed rewards of the Chaotic Stone Steel, like the previous Divine Power Steel. It also featured a record-breaking reward, which similarly recorded only the achievements of Jinyang sect disciples who passed through the Chaotic Stone Steel within a century, basing the record on the time taken by disciples to completely traverse the Chaotic Stone Steel. The quicker one completed the trial, the higher their rank. Approaching the entrance of the Chaotic Stone Steel, Jiang Han observed several names imprinted upon the steel. Yun Lai, time taken, 5T lights, Gu Yu Li. Time taken, 4T lights, Wild King. Time taken, 1.5 T lights. Yin Li, time taken, 1 T light. Jiang Han's gaze lingered over each name, momentarily pausing at that of Wild King, before finally resting upon the name at the top of the Chaotic Stone Steel's leaderboard. Yin Li. Jiang Han smiled. He was exceedingly familiar with this name. That wasn't this the son of that old scoundrel from the punishment hall? The lord of the Yin prison? That old fellow must have sought to usurp Jiang Han's position as true transmission disciple for the sake of Yin Li. Quite impressive, indeed, to have claimed the record for the top spot at the Chaotic Stone Steel trial. It appears that Yin Li is indeed one of the leading prodigies of this generation within the inner sect of the Jinyang sect. Boom! Within the Chaotic Stone Steel, massive stones flew about like rain. A long-haired youth was embroiled in the chaos that he appeared as swift as a specter, weaving through the numerous colliding massive stones that T ended. Jiang Han shook his head. Indeed, the next moment, the youth faltered, his footing unsteady. And with a resounding bang, he was struck by a massive stone. Although protective spiritual light flickered into existence, he still coughed up blood and was sent flying out of the chaotic array. This youth had only managed to tread 278 feet within the confines of the chaotic stone steel. At the initial stage of the Chi refinement realm, he hadn't even reached the 300 feet threshold for the first phase reward. "Excuse me, my friend, may I inquire about the background of the top-ranked Yin Li among the intersect disciples? Is he a prodigy on the talent ranking?" Jiang Han casually asked a nearby white-clad disciple of the Jinyang sect who was observing the scene. "Yin Li, you must be new here. Yin Li is the top-ranked talent on this generation's intersect talent ranking and our first senior brother of the intersect." The white-clad disciple began, but suddenly fell silent midway through his explanation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the new disciple of merely mid-stage Qi refinement, who resembled a Na'vi fool, boldly stepping into the realm of the chaotic stone steel. It appeared he was attempting to challenge the chaotic array for the test. Was he courting death? Chapter 73. Breaking records consecutively, gaining a bounty of sect contributions. Under the gaze of the white-clad disciple, Jiang Han swiftly approached the entrance of the chaotic stone steel, presenting his identity token to a young man stationed there to record information. Participating disciple for the chaotic stone steel test, Jiang Han. True transmission disciple token. The young man was momentarily stunned, looking at Jiang Han with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had already stepped into the realm of the chaotic stone steel after submitting his identification information. Boom, boom, boom. Within the confines of the steel, the flat ground akin to a desolate wasteland erupted as massive stones, akin to small mountains, soared into the air. Countless tiny fragments of stone and gravel were propelled upwards, accelerating to an incredibly terrifying speed within the span of a breath. Like cannonballs, the barrage of stones hurtled toward Jiang Han, seemingly intent on crushing him into dust in the next moment. The air trembled slightly, and a series of sonic booms echoed ominously. Clearly, the stones soaring through the air had reached an extreme velocity. "It's over. Who is this fool to enter the realm of the chaotic stone steel at mid-stage Qi refinement? This kid will either be dead or severely injured." Outside the realm of the chaotic stone steel, several observing disciples of the Jinyang sect gasped in alarm. The previously addressed white-clad disciple also wore a look of pity. Even some of the bewildered onlookers, unable to comprehend how Jiang Han possessed a true transmission disciple token, were equally uneasy, believing Jiang Han was moments away from being crushed by the falling stones. Then they witnessed a dazzling surge of crimson light. As the barrage of stones approached him, an eruption of bloodlight surged beneath Jiang Han's feet, manifesting a vast, tumultuous lake of blood shadows that instantaneously enveloped the entire testing area of the chaotic stone steel. Whoosh! A massive stone, as large as a small mountain, thundered toward him, passing directly through Jiang Han's form. Splash! Jiang Han's figure dissipated like a fleeting dream, revealing that the massive stone had merely struck an illusory afterimage he had left behind. Where is he? What just happened? What on earth is this blood shadow? A throng of Jinyang sect disciples were left in a state of confusion, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "Look, there he is!" Suddenly, amidst the befuddled crowd, a black-haired disciple shouted, pointing in disbelief at the far end of the realm of the chaotic stone steel, over 1,700 feet away. There in the stillness, a figure had emerged, none other than the Jiang Han who had just vanished. Whoosh! Jiang Han's body swayed, and a burst of crimson light erupted beneath his feet. In the next instant, he vanished from the sight of the crowd, only to reappear before the young man responsible for recording at the entrance of the stone monument. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a distance of 1,700 zhong. "Surely this breaks the record, right? Please settle my contribution to the sect." Jiang Han addressed the young man. Break the record?" The young man stared at Jiang Han, utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired? It seemed as though this person had merely flickered and then arrived at the end of the stone monument, only to flicker again and return. Moreover, he appeared to hold the status of a true disciple. How could a true disciple in the mid-stage of the opening veins realm possess such speed? And what of that lake of crimson light? Was it some form of illusion? A mid-stage disciple in the opening veins realm could deceive me with an illusion. That was inconceivable. I've already reached the late stage of the innate realm. A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through the young man's mind, and he suppressed them, looking at Jiang Han with some difficulty. Esteemed Dao brother, could you perhaps perform the test once more? I did not clearly see your movements within the stone array. Unbeknownst to him, he had instinctively placed Jiang Han on a pedestal above himself. Though Jiang Han's aura was markedly weaker, he still referred to him as Dao brother. Didn't he see clearly? Jiang Han frowned. Then, I shall test again. You wish to see me within the stone array, is that correct? Then do pay close attention. With that, Jiang Han's form shattered and dissipated before the young man's eyes. Crimson light flashing as he reappeared within the inner area of the stone monument. 800 zhang in. The blood light flashed once more, and he found himself within the area of 1,400 zhang. By the time the third flash of crimson light occurred, Jiang Han had already exited the 1,700 zhang area at the end of the stone monument. Throughout the entire process, not a single stone grazed him. Merely 2 breaths of time had elapsed. Did you see clearly this time? In the next moment, Jiang Han returned before the young man, moving with a speed akin to that of a specter. The young man's mouth fell agape. A gathering of disciples from Jinyang sect, who had been watching, were so stunned by Jiang Han's series of astonishing maneuvers that they lost their voices this time. They had all seen clearly that it was astonishingly fast. In just 2 breaths, he had passed the test of the stone monument, traversing a distance of 1,700 zhang, and he was merely a mid-stage disciple of the opening veins realm. At this moment, they felt their understanding of reality shattering. What sort of speed was this? It was utterly unfathomable. The previous record holder, senior brother Yin Li, who ranked first on the intersect talent list, would be unworthy to even carry Jiang Han's shoes when it came to speed. Jiang Han had completed the test of the stone monument in a mere 2 breaths, after the young man struggled to announce Jiang Han's achievement. He quickly claimed his reward and departed. Did I know who that was? Someone exclaimed. That was our sect's newly appointed true disciple. The blood shadow phenomenon he just displayed seems to be the high-tier Earth-grade movement technique. Blood shadow step? My heavens, isn't that one of the most notoriously difficult techniques to master within the sect? After leaving the stone monument, Jiang Han went on to challenge several more tests. There were specific tests for spell mastery, for comprehensive attack capabilities, and for the density of true essence that in the first 2. Jiang Han effortlessly shattered records, claiming the top spot and earning over 20,000 points in sect contributions. However, in the 3rd test, concerning the density of true essence, he only managed to secure a first-stage reward of 100 points in contributions. Given his mid-stage opening veins realm cultivation, achieving a density that rivaled an early-stage nourishing chi realm cultivator was indeed impressive, drawing incredulity from countless disciples of the Jinyang sect. Nonetheless, Jiang Han himself was not entirely satisfied, intending to return for testing once his cultivation level increased to claim the rewards from this monument as well. Throughout this process, Jiang Han's name quickly spread among the nearby disciples of the Jinyang sect. If a cultivator were to observe the vast stone monument valley from above at that moment, they would witness swathes of disciples gathered densely in the open spaces between the monuments, all following closely behind a slender and handsome youth. Having successfully navigated several monuments, I have accumulated a total of 45,700 points in sect contributions. Thus, the rewards from this stone monument valley are nearly within reach. Finally, I arrived at the last testing location within the Divine Pulse Monument Forest, the Illusory Monument, which assesses a cultivator's overall combat prowess. Jiang Han raised his head, gazing at the imposing monument before him. His gaze fell upon it. A multitude of illusions seemed to manifest before his eyes, stirring his heart. The so-called illusory monument could draw participating disciples into a realm of illusory monuments, where they would engage in combat against numerous phantoms. Death within this illusion would not harm the participants. It would merely leave their spirits weakened for a day or 2, in Jiang Han's mind. The benefits this monument could provide would undoubtedly be the greatest among all the monuments in the Divine Pulse Monument Forest. Chapter 74. The Illusory Monument, a hidden opportunity for players. Jiang Han's gaze was slightly unsettled, his starry, profound eyes fixating on the enormous monument that seemed to beckon him with its strange power. Similar to the other testing monuments in the Divine Pulse Monument Forest, shattering the record here would yield a total of 11,400 points in sect contributions. However, there was a unique aspect to this monument. Engaging in battle within this monument would grant additional benefits. The vast illusory monument was structured like a tower, divided into numerous illusory spaces. Disciples of the Jinyang sect entering, it would need to slay countless phantom shadows. Climbing layer by layer up the illusory monument's internal tower. Only by ascending to a certain level could they obtain the contribution rewards issued by the sect. Should one fail in their ascent and be killed, their spirit would weaken. However, there were benefits to be gained from this as well. The process of recovering from a weakened spirit would serve to strengthen the souls of the Jinyang sect disciples. Should one persistently challenge the illusory monument and face repeated defeats, the continual cycle of spiritual weakening and recovery could considerably enhance the disciple's soul, rendering it more robust and their spiritual power more refined. The illusory monument consisted of 50 layers. Every 10 layers presented enemies of progressively greater intensity. That be why successfully passing the first 30 layers, disciples could receive the full contribution rewards equivalent to 3 distinct stages, with each set of 10 layers corresponding to a stage. T.O. shatter the record and secure the grand reward of 10,000 points in contributions. Jiang Han lifted his gaze toward the hazy monument, where a few scattered names were inscribed. T. the top was a familiar name. Yen Li, the son of the Lord of the Rock Prison. Time taken, 6 incense sticks. This record was set by Yen Li approximately 75 years ago when he had already attained the pinnacle of the nourishing Qi realm, reaching the 39th layer of the illusory monument. Coincidentally, the second name was also one Jiang Han recognized, the Wild Man King, who had passed 13 years prior. His stopping point was also the 39th layer, but he had taken 1 incense stick longer than Yen Li. This was quite intriguing. Yen Li had already reached the pinnacle of the nourishing Qi realm 75 years ago, and now, after all this time, he still lingered within the inner sect, holding the title of the first senior brother, with the Lord of the Punishment Hall as his father, providing endless resources and high-grade pills. Even a pig could soar quickly. Yet, it seemed Yen Li had failed to break through the innate realm's shackles to reach the essence pill realm after 75 years. His aptitude could only be deemed mediocre. And oh wonder, despite bearing the title of the first senior brother, his father had a scheme for him to secure a position as a true disciple rather than relying solely on his own merits. Jiang Han's gaze shifted to the second place Wild Man King, an expression of interest surfacing in his eyes. This Wild Man King is quite intriguing. He appears to possess remarkable talent. Having challenged so many monuments, he seems to rank prominently in nearly every monument. All records from 13 years ago. According to the discourse among the disciples of the Jinyang sect, this Wild Man King has already ascended to the innate realm, and he seemingly lacks any influential background. Much like myself, recruited from a mundane world into the sect, not a progeny of the powerful cultivators within the sect, the Wild Man King has now risen to the inner sect talent list, ranking among the top 5. This individual is indeed a true prodigy of the inner sect, likely the most exceptional talent to emerge within the 100-year testing period of the Divine Pulse Monument Forest. If time were to stretch back several decades, he might even rival the renowned true disciple, Senior Brother Ming. Jiang Han's thoughts swirled as he briefly pondered over Yen Li and the Wild Man King before deciding to cast aside such distractions. Regardless of whether they were truly prodigies, they paled in comparison to his own extraordinary talents. All present were but mere trifles. He resolved to approach the illusory monument with utmost seriousness, refusing to treat it lightly. This time, I not only aim to break records, but also to ascend to the pinnacle of this divine monument. For the other disciples of the Jinyang sect, this monument serves merely as a testing ground, a place to repeatedly challenge oneself and hone their spiritual strength through a sort of feigned death. However, for a player of my caliber, this divine monument not only yields monsters that drop items to enhance spiritual strength, but also offers hidden system rewards for every 10 levels of the illusory realm ascended. Those rewards are truly the invaluable treasures. Jiang Han stretched his limbs, and a series of crisp sounds echoed from within his body, accompanied by a wave of pleasant sensations coursing through his muscles, prompting a subtle expression of enjoyment on his face. hidden rewards, and fortuitous trials. The Divine Monument is indeed an Easter egg hidden within the early stages of the game, according to the game's Easter egg mechanics. Only the player who first challenges the Divine Monument can claim the grand prize package awarded for every 10 levels, which is a truly exceptional treasure capable of expanding the depths of one's consciousness. This enhancement allows players to increase the upper limit of spiritual strength they can contain at each level, a feat far more challenging than merely increasing spiritual strength itself. It is something that the natives of this world cannot achieve. Should one fail to conquer all levels of the Divine Monument on their first attempt, subsequent challenges, even if attempted 100 times, will not trigger the hidden reward, resulting in a permanent loss of the rewards that could have been gained from ascending to the top in one go. The hidden rewards from the 50th level, in particular, are the most bountiful. Jiang Han contemplated for a moment. His current combat strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Yen Li and the Wild Man King when he initially challenged the Divine Monument. His mastery of the Sword Dao is exceedingly high, boasting a full 30% of the Breaking Heaven Sword intent. Moreover, he possesses 3 top-tier to supreme-grade techniques at the earthly level. His combat prowess is astonishing. There is no doubt he can easily surpass the 40th level. Conquering the 50th level should not pose a significant challenge either. The only concern lies in the consumption of mana and divine power. If he proceeds with caution and steadiness, the probability of reaching the summit in one attempt should be quite favorable. With this in mind, he stepped forward. The crowd of Jinyang's sect disciples gathered around the Divine Monument immediately parted, creating a human passage for Jiang Han. There was no need to queue. Jiang Han's reputation had soared to great heights following several record-breaking challenges, and the multitude of disciples present had come solely to witness him. Presenting his identity token, he registered his name and stepped into the range of the Divine Monument's powers. Buzz! Jiang Han felt a hazy and enigmatic force enveloping him. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of numerous Jinyang sect disciples, he seamlessly merged into the colossal Divine Monument. In the first layer of the illusory realm of the Divine Monument, a misty white space materialized before Jiang Han. Suddenly, a white-furred wolf demon, adorned with a single horn on its forehead, coalesced before him. Its fur bristled, and blue flames danced upon its back, creating a mystical sight. Judging by its aura, this was an illusory demon wolf of the late stage of the Opening Veins realm. With a swift motion, Jiang Han brought his fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture. He flicked his finger, unleashing a sweeping wave of sword energy. The illusory demon wolf let out a mournful howl before being cleaved in two. The system's evaluation information appeared as the battle concluded. Slade, the first layer guardian of the Divine Monument, illusory demon wolf 1, achieved a clean and decisive victory. Experience gained, 217. Gained insight during battle, resulting in a slight enhancement of swordsmanship, gaining sword technique experience. 571. Obtained the drop. Soul Dust, Chapter 75. A surgeon's soul power, soul refinement trait. Though the illusory demon wolf was a mere fabrication of the realm, to the system, it was still a monster slain by the player, thus naturally yielding experience upon its demise. While a creature of the late stage of the Opening Veins realm was insignificant compared to Jiang Han's true combat strength, it did not trigger any punitive experience loss, granting him a normal cultivation experience and sword technique experience. While several hundred experience points may seem substantial, Jiang Han shook his head in dissatisfaction. Due to his cultivation of the Jinyang Heart Sutra, he had opened far too many spiritual veins within his body, creating an insatiable void that required increasingly terrifying quantities of mana to fill as more veins crystallized. Sweeping through various sect sign-in points, he typically acquired tens of thousands of experience points, which only barely scratched the surface of that void. The 200-plus experience points gained from slaying the illusory demon wolf could only be regarded as a consolation prize. As for the sword technique experience, while 500 points may appear considerable, it merely represented a low-tier drop within the realm of swordsmanship. Even several thousand sword technique experience points would not equate to a single point of sword intent. Assimilating into his 30% of Breaking Heaven sword intent, it caused no ripples whatsoever. Jiang Han turned his gaze forward, noticing a glimmering object approaching him. It was a small orb of light. approximately the size of an infant's hand, composed of countless blood-colored particles, reminiscent of a cluster of fireflies flickering with crimson light. This was soul dust, the drop obtained from the recently slain illusory demon wolf. An exclusive treasure accessible only to Jiang Han as a player. Other disciples of the Jinyang sect who defeated the illusory demon wolf would not enjoy such fortune. Their victories merely allowed them to progress to the next layer of the illusory realm. Utilizing soul dust could enhance my spiritual strength. Currently, my spiritual strength is somewhat lacking. I can only claim to be slightly stronger than the average person, falling short compared to most disciples of the Jinyang sect. After all, my time on the cultivation path has been too brief, and my soul has not yet had the opportunity to be nurtured and fortified by mana. If I encounter a formidable genius adept at soul attacks during the inter-sect competition in 2 months, I may be in for a significant setback. With the soul dust drop, I can effectively raise my spiritual strength within this divine monument and address this shortcoming. Jiang Han smiled slightly, reaching out to draw in the swirling soul dust. And as he made contact, he silently recited the incantation to use it. You have used a portion of soul dust, gaining spiritual strength. 5 that the Devourer trait activates, granting you an additional power from the soul dust. Acquiring the soul refinement trait. 1. His mind felt somewhat unburdened. How wondrous! Jiang Han squinted, carefully sensing the changes. Merely using a portion of soul dust had bestowed upon him a refreshing sensation akin to a cool breeze sweeping through his mind. Invigorating his thoughts, the enhancement of 5 points in spiritual strength was indeed a remarkable initial effect. Jiang Han understood that this was due to his currently ordinary spiritual foundation, having just embarked on his cultivation journey. His spiritual strength was only marginally greater than that of an ordinary person, rendering it incomparable to those formidable cultivators who had spent years meditating in their chambers, their souls richly nourished by mana. Thus, the initial enhancement was so pronounced. Using soul dust yielded particularly remarkable effects at this stage. But as his spiritual strength increases, the effectiveness would gradually diminish due to diminishing returns that he would need to slay more illusory demon wolves and acquire additional soul dust. It seemed necessary to absorb over 15 portions of soul dust to elevate his spiritual strength to that of an ordinary disciple of the Jinyang sect. Jiang Han took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. The Devourer trait, when consuming soul dust, would also refine the soul refinement trait. This ability would allow the spiritual strength within his consciousness to continuously self-purify and refine, ultimately making his soul increasingly pure, a highly beneficial passive trait for his soul. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han's gaze grew resolute as he stepped towards a portal that had materialized out of thin AI, or IT marked the entrance to the next layer of the illusory realm of the Divine Monument. Meanwhile, outside, the multitude of Jinyang sect disciples gathered before the Divine Monument buzzed with excitement that he has entered. The challenge has begun. It is truly incredible. Jiang Han, a mere disciple of the Opening Veins realm, has consecutively shattered nearly all records of the Divine Monument. If word of this spreads, it will undoubtedly create a tremendous stir within the sect. Such a prodigy. No wonder he became a true disciple upon joining the sect. Can Jiang Han truly surpass the records set by senior brother Yin Li and the Wild Man King, reaching the summit of this divine monument? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I reckon Jiang Han might struggle to push past the 30th layer before being utterly exhausted. It is said that the guardian of the 30th layer possesses strength that is almost on par with the innate realm. While ascending to the 40th layer, even intersect disciples of the early innate realm would find themselves defeated. That IT is indeed a formidable challenge. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Han is, he is still only at the mid-stage of the Opening Veins realm. His mana is limited. The myth of breaking records may well come to an end here. Before the magnificent illusory God Steel, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Golden Sun sect were engaged in fervent discussions. Some speculated that the miraculous feats of Jiang Han would come to a halt here, while others firmly believed that he would undoubtedly break the record. There were even those who passionately asserted that he would create an unprecedented new record, ascending directly to the 50th level of the illusory God Steel. This would not merely be a record refreshed once every century, but a milestone never before seen in the annals of the Golden Sun sect. On the outskirts of the crowd, three young individuals had recently arrived at the divine Pulse Steel Forest. Perhaps drawn by the throngs gathered before the illusory god Steel, they curiously approached to join the excitement. Had Jiang Han been present, he would have instantly recognized these three, Xiao Yu, Yin Yongzhong, and Tian Yong, who had previously participated in the Dao-seeking Secret Realm assessment alongside him and had even crossed swords with him. After half a month of cultivation, aided by some contributions exchanged for elixirs provided by the sect, the trio had only just begun to refine a modicum of spiritual power within their bodies, merely scratching the surface of their journey in the realm of immortality. They had not even coalesced a single spiritual vein. Hearing that the divine Pulse Steel Forest was a suitable place for new disciples to broaden their horizons, they decided to accompany each other to witness the spectacle. As they mingled with the crowd, they immediately heard numerous voices exclaiming Jiang Han's true transmission and similar phrases. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment that it seemed that both the outer disciples and the inner disciples were calling out Jiang Han's name. Could it be that Jiang Han was indeed the sect's true transmission? What an incredible coincidence! Surely, it was the same individual we know. Upon squeezing into the throng, Xiao Yu and his companions beheld the towering, illusory god Steel and noticed a luminous halo at its base, displaying Jiang Han's name. Jiang Han was undergoing the assessment at the divine Pulse Steel. Xiao Yu blinked his beautiful eyes, unable to believe what he saw, and turned to Yin Yongzhong, who returned his gaze with a look of astonishment. After merely half a month of cultivation, participating in such an assessment seemed reckless, didn't it? Humph, scoffed Tian Yong. What does it matter if he participates in the assessment? Jiang Han may possess strength, but that's merely a display of martial prowess. Like us, he has only just begun his journey. How far can he truly progress in the path of immortality? I fear he will soon be eliminated. Suffering a humiliating defeat, as they traveled, they had witnessed the harsh requirements of the steel assessments. Those who had not reached the Qi-nourishing stage received no benefits whatsoever, and many early-stage Qi-nourishing disciples had met with dire failures, unable to pass even the simplest of tests. Having suffered greatly from Jiang Han's sword strike that had left him with broken bones, Tian Yong harbored a poor opinion of Jiang Han and was naturally eager to witness his downfall. Look, Jiang Han's true transmission is ascending the illusory god Steel at an astonishing speed. Wow, 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 1 layer, 2 layers, 5 layers, 9 layers, he suddenly crossed 10 layers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd. The trio was startled by the noise and turned their gaze toward the imposing, illusory god Steel. In an instant, shock washed over Xiao Yu and Yin Yongzhong, while Tian Yong stood utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Jiang Han's name had been at the lower levels of the steel. Yet now it was soaring upward at an incredible pace. With the air crackling as if torn apart, the ethereal mist was violently cleaved, and the sword light, as delicate as a cicada's wing, transformed the space within a 10-zhang radius around Jiang Han into an absolute forbidden zone for any living being. The white mist shattered, and the air was sliced into sharp angles. An invisible force flickered with intensity. Roar! In the next moment, the final illusory wolf was cleaved in two by Jiang Han's strike, disintegrating into 108 pieces of flesh in an instant. With a silent gasp, the illusory wolf perished, its shattered remains dissipating into countless shimmering particles. As Jiang Han passed through the luminous gate before him, he landed with a soft thud into a serene and tranquil space. Looking around, he found that this area was devoid of the annoying white mist, presenting only an empty expanse. This was the 10th layer of the illusory god Steel, which also served as a resting layer. If Jiang Han wished, he could rest here for about half an hour to recover the spiritual power he had expended. I have no need to recover my spiritual power, Jiang Han remarked with a wry smile. Although his cultivation level was not high and his internal spiritual power was limited, he had opened 40 spiritual veins. However, he was still merely at the mid-level of the opening vein stage, comparable to the spiritual power of an early-stage Qi-nourishing cultivator. Within the illusory god Steel, striving for the summit required more than what he currently possessed. Yet he had only reached the 10th layer. The illusory wolves below were merely at the late stage of the opening vein realm, that he need not expend any spiritual power, easily annihilating numerous wolves with just 30% of the innate sword intent from his Breaking Heaven sword. To date, not a single drop of his internal spiritual power had been spent, and thus he had no need to recover. Reaching the 10th layer of the illusory God Steel, Jiang Han's primary objective remained to acquire the hidden rewards from the system. In his previous life, playing games, this had been a hidden level. Now, under these circumstances, he had already met all the conditions for obtaining the hidden rewards, with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Jiang Han hoped that the system would not present any obstacles that would prevent him from receiving the hidden rewards, as that would be a significant loss. Soon, a look of relief washed over Jiang Han's face as he beheld the lines of system notifications materializing before him. There were no discrepancies. This was indeed the system prompt window for the hidden Easter egg level. The dark golden, faintly glowing reward settlement information appeared line by line, with a font color distinct from ordinary prompts. Congratulations, you have successfully challenged the illusory God Steel for the first time, passing the 10th layer. Your current cultivation is below the Qi nourishing stage, meeting the prerequisite conditions to trigger the hidden level awakening the soul. You have obtained the first stage hidden reward, Fruit of the Other Shore X1. Warning, please strive to ascend to higher layers of the illusory God Steel. Ascending to the 20th, 30th, 40th, and 50th layers will grant you a greater quantity of other shore fruits. You must ascend to higher layers this time to receive hidden rewards. Failing to do so will result in the loss of the conditions to trigger hidden rewards upon re-entering the illusory God Steel. Indeed, just as in the game, only the first challenge of the illusory God Steel, with a cultivation level in the opening vein realm, can trigger hidden rewards. The 10th layer yields one reward, the 20th doubles the amount, and the 30th offers even more. The 50th layer will grant the maximum benefits. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled like the starry sky as he extended his hand, and with a soft thud, a cool, deep purple fruit resembling a dragon fruit landed in his palm. The fruit of the other shore. Consuming it would elevate the breadth of his consciousness. A top-tier spiritual item, and the only treasure obtainable through the system as part of the hidden Easter egg reward. Should the effects of this item become known, it would surely arouse the interest of the three Great Hall Masters of the Golden Sun sect, the sect leader, and even some of the true masters hidden within the sect. Jiang Han weighed the purple, icy fruit of the other shore in his hand, and immediately decided to consume it right there. The optimal cultivation realm for using the fruit of the other shore was the opening vein stage, as it enhanced one's soul foundation. The lower the cultivation realm, when consumed, the greater the enhancement to the soul foundation, leading to a transformative evolution when one's cultivation level broke through to a higher tier. A stronger soul foundation would yield even greater benefits. If used in the Qi nourishing realm, the effects would be somewhat diminished. The same applied to the innate realm. Moreover, keeping such an item would only harbor potential calamities. Hence, consuming it immediately was the wisest choice. Using the fruit of the other shore was as simple as eating any ordinary fruit, skin and flesh alike. Crunch! Jiang Han took a bite of the cool, purple fruit in his hand, and the crispness was akin to that of a fragrant pear. Though it resembled a dragon fruit, its skin was neither tough nor unpleasant. The fragrance was sweet and refreshing, and Jiang Han felt rejuvenated as if a wave of coolness flowed down his throat and spread throughout his limbs, permeating even the deepest cells hidden within his muscles. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jiang Han devoured the fruit in just a few bites, nearly biting his tongue in the process. Then, boom, a strange ethereal power erupted within him. Here it comes. Jiang Han's expression brimmed with anticipation as he felt his consciousness stirring and trembling. He quickly focused his mind, channeling his spiritual awareness toward the area of his consciousness that, in an instant, a fragment of his spiritual awareness entered the inner space of his consciousness. The commotion is quite significant. As Jiang Han gazed ahead, he beheld a tumultuous scene unfolding within the vast expanse of his consciousness, where winds roared and waves surged. The once tranquil soul mist that floated serenely in this realm was now swept away by an invisible tempest, akin to dandelion seeds caught in a gale, soaring skyward and diving earthward, traversing countless miles in an instant. The entire space of his consciousness quaked with a resounding roar. Soon, a spark of realization ignited in Jiang Han's eyes as he perceived that, under the influence of an inexplicable force, his consciousness space began to expand, his spiritual awareness detached from within the confines of this realm, soaring to the heavens above. Looking down, he was astonished by the sight that unfolded. In the midst of an endless abyss of darkness, his consciousness space shimmered with glimmers of light, illuminating an area that appeared to be the sanctuary where civilization ignited its flame, confined to a mere 100 zhang in radius. 100 zhang of consciousness represented the birthplace of inspiration, a sacred haven for the soul. For cultivators at the opening vein stage, the limit of their consciousness space typically capped at 100 zhang. And under extreme conditions, they could refine and amplify their soul power to tenfold that of an average person, thereby filling the limitations of 100 zhang's capacity. Moreover, the consciousness space could not be expanded by any means. At least, the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Golden Sun sect possessed no methods to augment the size of one's consciousness space. Occasionally, however, prodigious individuals would emerge, endowed with a naturally expansive consciousness that could reach between 130 to 150 zhang at the opening vein stage. Such beings were indeed blessed by the essence of heaven and earth, prodigies in the art of soul cultivation. Myriad thoughts flowed through Jiang Han's mind. He observed that, with the activation of the power from the fruit of the other shore tree, his consciousness space began to shatter its confines, rapidly expanding beyond the 100 zhang threshold that, in an instant, it surged to 150 zhang in size. Chapter 77. 46-fold Soul Potential. The consciousness space trembled, and the dim light of the soul expanded to a radius of 150 zhang. Jiang Han squinted in comfort, feeling a remarkable clarity wash over his mind with the elevation of his consciousness space. His soul potential ascended to an entirely new level, and he naturally sensed subtle changes in his physical body. Yet, the expanse of his consciousness space remained rather sparse, without a substantial influx of soul power to fill the newly expanded areas. The changes were not overtly apparent. After just a few breaths, the power of the other shore tree fruit had been nearly depleted, with the consciousness space broadened to 150 zhang. Jiang Han acknowledged that his soul potential now rivaled that of the prodigious souls. He nodded inwardly, his gaze unwavering from the depths of his consciousness space, with no intention of returning to the external world. Indeed, the power of the other shore tree fruit had diminished. However, there remained room for further enhancement. Let us not forget, the power of the gluttonous trait had yet to be activated. Jiang Han distinctly recalled that the refining effect of the gluttonous trait on the other shore tree fruit would be astonishing. Boom! Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The consciousness space, which had settled into stability, suddenly quaked once more. This time, the tremors were more profound than before. Boom! The hazy light of the soul, illuminating the surrounding darkness, flared brilliantly, bursting forth beyond the confines of 150 zhang. The frantic expansion commenced. 150 zhang, 160 zhang, 170 zhang, 200 zhang. When all settled, Jiang Han discovered that his consciousness space radiated with a soul light that had reached a groundbreaking height, an astonishing 240 zhang at the opening vein stage, with soul power honed to its zenith. He could now bear 24 times the soul power of an ordinary person. His soul potential had surged to 2.4 times that of other Golden Sun sect disciples at the opening vein stage. Should Jiang Han enhance his soul power to its utmost during the opening vein stage, upon transitioning into the nourishing chi stage, he would commence his breakthrough with this extraordinary 24-fold soul power. Through the metamorphosis of life, his soul potential would, at this juncture, evolve to an even higher echelon. It would far surpass the soul potential of typical nourishing chi stage cultivators, allowing him to harbor a more formidable soul power, propelling him to a realm of soul cultivation that others could only aspire to. Jiang Han withdrew his spiritual awareness from the consciousness space and turned his gaze to the lines of system prompts before him. You have consumed a top-tier spiritual item, the other shore tree fruit. The power of the other shore tree fruit begins to manifest its effects. Your consciousness breadth has been sustained at a radius of 150 zhang. The gluttonous trait has activated, and you have extracted additional special power from the other shore tree fruit. Gaining Other Shore Power 1. Merging a portion of Other Shore Power, your consciousness space undergoes another metamorphosis. Growing to a radius of 240 zhang. Jiang Han rose with a smile, radiating an air of profound ease that penetrated to his very bones. It felt as if a hole had been opened at the top of his head, letting in a cool breeze that invigorated his mind. His thoughts were sharp and ethereal. Never had he experienced a moment quite like this, a sensation of delightful emptiness in his mind, with the expansion of his consciousness space. He felt as though he had imbibed intoxicating wine, yet remained utterly lucid, a state of buoyancy enveloping him. The gluttonous trait remained as potent as ever. The Other Shore Power was splendid. Indeed. Jiang Han laughed heartily, sweeping his arm, and before him appeared a vast expanse shimmering with flecks of blood light, resembling clusters of fireflies. These were indeed the soul dust, as he ascended the layers of the illusionary god steel. From the first to the 10th layer, Jiang Han had slain countless illusionary wolves. 1 layer yielded 1 beast, the second 2, the third 4, the fourth 6, while each subsequent layer did not exponentially increase the number. The overall quantity gradually rose. By the time Jiang Han reached the 10th layer, the number of illusionary wolves he had vanquished had surged into the dozens, naturally dropping a significant amount of soul dust. The drop rate here was markedly superior to that of the Tao-seeking secret realm, and it remained stable, devoid of the absurd drop rates that plagued others. In total, he had amassed 20 portions of soul dust from the first 10 layers of the illusionary god steel. Jiang Han resolved to expend them all here. With his consciousness space expanded so significantly, it was imperative to enhance his soul power to fill the void. You have used 1 portion of soul dust, gaining soul power 4. The gluttonous trait has activated, and you have derived additional power from 1 portion of soul dust, gaining soul refinement trait 1. You have used 1 portion of soul dust, gaining soul power 6. The gluttonous trait has activated, and you have derived additional power from 1 portion of soul dust, gaining soul refinement trait 1. The system prompts flashed before him like a cascade. Each utilization of soul dust yielded varying amounts of soul power, ranging from 36 points and above. The soul refinement trait remained stable, with each activation providing a boost from the gluttonous trait. As a significant accumulation of the soul refinement trait transpired, they continuously refined Jiang Han's soul power, expelling impurities and enhancing the purity of his soul, strength. Last, everything came to a halt. Jiang Han exhaled a contented sigh, feeling a marked enhancement in his soul power. This elevation was distinct from the enhancement of magical or divine power within his body. It bore an entirely novel sensation, one shrouded in mystery. Viewing through the lens of his consciousness space, the transformation was far more perceptible this moment. Within Jiang Han's consciousness space, new patches of soul mist had spontaneously emerged. These mists were larger and denser, significantly surpassing the sparse wisps that had previously existed. After a brief assessment, Jiang Han concluded that his current soul power, having absorbed 20 portions of soul dust, had escalated to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Such an enhancement was one that would require other newly initiated disciples of the Golden Sun sect at the opening vein stage to nurture their souls with magical power for at least 2 years to achieve. Alternatively, those willing to endure hardship would need to repeatedly challenge the illusionary god steel, employing the method of pretending to die within the illusionary realm for at least half a year to obtain such a level of improvement. Yet Jiang Han had accomplished this with mere consumption of soul dust in but a few breaths. Jiang Han continued to ascend the higher floors of the illusionary god steel, starting from the 11th layer. The manifestations of the illusions grew stronger. Among the previous illusionary wolves were now serpentine creatures of illusion. Their power levels had all escalated to the early stages of the nourishing Qi realm. However, these beings remained no match for Jiang Han. He required no expenditure of magical power. The prowess of his sword in 10 alone was sufficient to rend their forms, effortlessly dispatching these illusionary beasts. As Jiang Han fought, he discovered that with the increase in strength of these illusionary figures, the amount of soul dust acquired from their defeat also rose correspondingly. Although the quantity of these formidable creatures did not skyrocket excessively in the higher layers of the illusionary space, a slight increase was indeed evident. The slaughter continued unabated, Jiang Han swiftly ascended to the 20th layer of the illusory realm, once again acquiring 2 fruits from the other shore tree, after consuming and absorbing them. Under the influence of the gluttonous attribute, the breadth of his consciousness expanded to a range of 320 zhang. As time passed, Jiang Han felt that relying solely on the power of the breaking heaven sword intent to vanquish foes was becoming increasingly strenuous. It was nearly time to expend his magical energy. Ultimately, he reached the 30th layer of the illusory realm, obtaining 4 additional fruits from the other shore tree. After ingesting them, his consciousness space further expanded. With the continuous enlargement of his consciousness, each increase in spatial dimensions required the consumption of a greater number of other shore fruits and more of their ethereal power. Nevertheless, when Jiang Han reached the 30th layer, he managed to expand his consciousness space to an impressive 460 zhang, rivaling the soul potential of an ordinary person by 46-fold. Chapter 78. Breaking Records, a speed comparable to legendary tales. With the expansion of his consciousness space, his upper limit of soul potential had also strengthened. The entire expanse of his consciousness became increasingly vacant. After all, a limit is merely a limit that he still needed to absorb a substantial amount of soul dust to significantly enhance his soul power, thereby transforming the potential that had surged due to the other shore fruits into tangible strength. Jiang Han had indeed accumulated quite a bit of soul dust as he ascended higher on the illusion god monument. The strength of the illusory beast he faced grew more formidable, and the likelihood of them dropping soul dust upon defeat increased 10 times. With a stroke of luck, he would obtain 2 portions of soul dust from slaying a single illusory beast. Thus, when Jiang Han arrived at the 30th layer of the illusory realm, he had amassed a considerable quantity of soul dust, retrieving several portions of soul dust from within his spatial realm. You used a portion of soul dust and gained 5 soul power. The gluttonous attribute activated, and you obtained an additional new power from a portion of soul dust, gaining the soul refinement trait 1. After a series of uses, Jiang Han released the remaining fine white ash from the last portion of soul dust from his palm. The ash fluttered down, shattering upon contact with the ground. At this moment, his soul power had made significant strides, reaching a total amount 20 times that of an ordinary person, filling half of his current consciousness capacity. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Jiang Han took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with desire, having become accustomed to treating higher realm practitioners as hypothetical adversaries. He knew that his soul could not become a weak point, that if a practitioner in the meridian opening stage could hone their soul to the utmost, achieving 10-fold the soul power of an ordinary person, then a practitioner in the chi nurturing stage could ultimately cultivate a soul power exceeding 30 times that of an ordinary person. In comparison, he was still somewhat lacking when measured against practitioners of the chi nurturing stage. Fortunately, he had not yet reached his limits. Onward he went. Jiang Han stepped forward, entering the grand portal leading to the 31st layer of the illusory realm. From this point onward, the strength of the illusory beast had escalated to a level surpassing that of the most formidable chi nurturing practitioners, nearly stepping into the combat prowess realm of innate practitioners. Relying solely on the inherent power of the breaking heaven sword intent was no longer sufficient to contend with such formidable illusory beasts. To slay these powerful creatures, Jiang Han would undoubtedly need to expend his own magical energy. As Jiang Han ascended the higher tiers of the illusion god monument, numerous disciples of the Jin-Yang sect were keenly observing the layers he had reached. They could see in real time how far he had climbed. Jiang Han's speed of ascent was remarkable. Collecting hidden rewards every 10 layers required little time. The attitudes of many Jin-Yang sect disciples shifted as he ascended higher. Initially, some questioned whether Jiang Han's low cultivation could sustain him against the numerous illusory beasts, doubting he could traverse more than a few layers. Then, they speculated he would reach a maximum of 30 layers before becoming utterly exhausted. Eventually, they fell silent, no longer daring to voice their skepticism, because it was astonishing. Jiang Han's speed in climbing the illusion god monument transcended many imaginations. Now, having reached the 30th layer, he was on the verge of entering the 31st. How powerful! Was Jiang Han truly only a mid-stage practitioner of the meridian opening? To reach the 30th layer of the illusion god monument, most late-stage chi nurturing practitioners could barely accomplish it. Only those true prodigies who had mastered the unity of heaven and man within the chi-nurturing stage could hope to break through to the innate realm. Moreover, his climbing speed was astonishing, and his combat abilities were extraordinarily strong that in merely the span of a single incense stick, he had reached the 30th layer, exceeding the speed of brother Yin Li, who had traversed the 30th layer by over 5 times, and surpassing brother Yuran Wang by a staggering 6-fold. Even if Jiang Han possessed extraordinary talent and practiced the Earth-tier Supreme Breaking Heaven Sword, with its formidable destructive sword energy, how could he afford to expend such magical energy so freely? The more powerful the combat technique, the more terrifying the consumption of magical energy, was it not? Unimaginable. It was truly beyond comprehension. Look! He ascended another layer, still at an astonishing speed. The illusory realm beyond the 30th layer cannot hinder him. The disciples of Jin Yang's sect widened their eyes, shock and excitement coursing through them as they discussed amongst themselves that it was akin to witnessing a living legend that in that moment, they all felt like participants in the unfolding tale. How terrifying! I once battled such a being and dared to pursue his footsteps. Xiaoyu, adorned in purple silk, stared wide-eyed, her expression one of utter disbelief as she gazed at the illusion god monument not far away. She should have come to this realization long ago. Shaking her head, she surrendered completely to Jiang Han's prowess. Proud as she was, even after witnessing Jiang Han's various performances in the secret realm of seeking the Tao. She had held onto a sliver of hope, believing that while Jiang Han's talent in martial arts was astonishing, there existed some disparity between martial arts and cultivation. Perhaps the gap in their talents on the path of cultivation was not as vast as imagined. But now, Xiaoyu had entirely abandoned that notion. Jiang Han was an utter anomaly, a monster, a prodigy. He was simply beyond human. She felt like an ordinary person. While her talent was decent, there was no need to compete with a non-human existence. Otherwise, she would only end up hurt. Half a month, Jiang Han had grown so powerful in such a short span. It was truly terrifying. Yin Yongzhong also gazed up at the towering illusion god monument, where Jiang Han's name was rapidly ascending, having crossed from the 31st layer to the 37th layer in mere moments. He was infinitely close to breaking the record of the illusion god monument. Yin Yongzhong shook his head with a bitter smile, a tinge of sorrow rising within him. To enter the Jin Yang sect in the same era as a prodigy like Jiang Han meant that everyone would inevitably be overshadowed by his brilliance. For them, this was nothing short of cruel. No, it can't be. How could Jiang Han be so strong? How can he be so powerful? Wasn't he just like us, entering the Jin Yang sect half a month ago? Is the gap between us really that vast? Tian Yang's eyes turned red, resembling a madman as he stared at the ever-increasing layers of the illusion god monument, his face reflecting a kaleidoscope of emotions. From initial shock to jealousy, and then to disbelief. Boom! The massive illusion god monument suddenly shook violently, producing a series of terrifying roars. Wow! The disciples of Jin Yang's sect exclaimed in shock. The record was broken. Jiang Han had officially entered the 40th layer of the illusion god monument. Time taken. 1 1/3 incense sticks, far surpassing the previous record of 39 layers held by Yin Li, who took 6 incense sticks. Crack! Something within Tian Yong seemed to shatter. His mouth fell open, staring blankly at the record on the illusion god monument, his gaze becoming completely vacant, filled with despair. Chapter 79. The Illusion of Innate Combat Power. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Jiang Han's situation at the 41st layer of the illusory realm was far from the favorable conditions they had envisioned. Roar, 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 in the vast expanse of a blindingly white, illusionary realm. The air reverberated with the earth-shattering roars of colossal beasts. The intensity of these sounds was sufficient to rupture the eardrums of mere mortals, causing Jiang Han to occasionally reach for his ears in discomfort. Despite his formidable physique, honed through the cultivation of the everlasting sun body, he too felt the unsettling impact of the cacophony. It is easy to imagine just how deafening those roars truly were. Should an ordinary disciple of the Meridian opening realm venture into this illusionary space, they would likely be rendered dizzy and incapacitated by the overwhelming sounds. upon ascending to the 41st level. A long sword, glimmering faintly with spiritual light, silently materialized in Jiang Han's hand. This exquisite artifact, the Qingshan sword, was a premium-grade weapon that he could claim for free from the sect's refining hall as a true disciple, allowing him to wield it with the strength befitting a peak innate realm cultivator. Even many core disciples of the Yuandan realm typically relied on weapons of similar caliber. In contrast, the average disciples of the Jinyang sect generally wielded inferior or mid-grade artifacts, far inferior to the long sword now in Jiang Han's grasp. His previous 3-foot azure blade had been destroyed and lacking a suitable weapon. He had seized the opportunity to claim this one while signing in at the sect. This moment, Jiang Han channeled a trickle of his magical energy from his spiritual veins into the Qingshan sword. With a decisive sweep, he unleashed the sword. The sword's essence erupted forth, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy to coalesce into a brilliant beam of light. The blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword chi that struck down upon the approaching phantasmal beasts. His adversaries included a spectral wolf, an ethereal python, and a creature resembling both a bull and a tiger. Without exception, their auras were formidable, far surpassing those encountered in the preceding levels. Upon reaching the 41st level, each of these illusionary beasts exhibited strength comparable to that of an early innate realm cultivator. The innate realm illusionary creatures were exceptionally powerful, a stark contrast to the previous levels that if one were to draw a comparison. Jiang Han surmised that a spectral wolf from the 41st level could easily dispatch dozens of beasts from the 39th level. Fortunately, Jiang Han was even stronger. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, and the 3 phantasmal beasts became entangled with the streaks of sword light he had unleashed. They soon fell victim to the swifter, sharper sword beams that exploited their vulnerabilities, swiftly annihilating them one after another, all within a mere span of 10 breaths. The system's assessment materialized before him. Climbing the illusionary divine steel, level 41, you have achieved a resounding victory, slain 1 spectral wolf, gaining experience 2670, slain 1 colossal phantom python, gaining experience 2509, slain 1 spectral bull tiger, gaining experience 2489. The foes you faced were unprecedentedly powerful, finally exerting some pressure upon you. Your sword skills began to reap greater benefits in battle. Gaining sword intent 101, gain soul dust X 11. Upon reviewing the system's report, Jiang Han felt a surge of joy. The formidable monsters guarding the 41st level had significantly increased in strength. The experience yielded from their defeat had noticeably escalated, making it worthwhile for him to engage in combat at this level. He had even begun to perceive insights into sword intent, a key experience that would facilitate the true enhancement of his Breaking Sky sword intent. Moreover, the quantity of soul dust dropped had also increased substantially. Having slain merely 3 phantasmal beasts, he had acquired 11 portions of soul dust. This bounty was indeed gratifying. However, after ascending to the 41st level, not all was advantageous. The consumption of magical energy had heightened considerably. Currently, while he could still easily slay the innate realm creatures due to the exceptional destructive power of his Breaking Sky sword intent, it required a significant expenditure of magical energy to do so. The effort to defeat the 3 phantasmal beasts of the 41st level had consumed a full 1% of his magical energy. The illusionary creatures manifested by the divine steel every 10 levels exhibited a tiered escalation in strength. Strictly speaking, from the 41st to the 49th levels, all summoned creatures would be of the early innate realm caliber. In his previous life, while playing games, he had encountered similar patterns. Yet, with each ascending level, the number of summoned creatures multiplied drastically. By the time he reached the 49th level, he would face a veritable onslaught of over 100 early innate realm creatures. While he could endure the onslaught, the toll on his magical energy would undoubtedly be staggering. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, the depths of his dark eyes glimmering with uncertainty. The enhancement provided by his swordsmanship was astounding. Particularly the sword intent cultivated from the exceptional Breaking Sky sword technique. 3/10 of his sword intent equated to the prowess of other sword, knife, or fist intents exceeding 50%. Although Jiang Han's cultivation level remained at the mid-meridian opening stage. With inferior magical energy quality, The 3/10 of Breaking Sky sword intent easily compensated for this deficiency. His strength had undeniably surged, allowing him to effortlessly dominate the early innate realm cultivators. Destructive power had never posed a challenge. However, the immense magical energy expenditure required for full engagement presented a pressing concern, especially when preparing to confront the ultimate challenge at the 50th level, where he would face a creature of mid-innate realm caliber. That would truly be a formidable test. Even now, Jiang Han would find it exceedingly arduous to contend with it. He resolved to conserve his magical energy. Taking a deep breath, he recognized a slight miscalculation. He had not anticipated that combat in the illusionary space beyond the 40th level would deplete more magical energy than in the game world, which left him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he remained within a manageable range and had not spiraled into chaos. Yet, he would need to exercise greater caution in future battles and refrain from reckless abandon. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Han settled into a meditative position, seeking to restore his magical energy. As he breathed, the surrounding white mist coalesced, drawing in abundant spiritual energy, which Jiang Han gradually refined to replenish his reserves. His spiritual root, augmented by the devouring nature of the gluttonous trait, had become exceptionally potent, enabling him to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy at an impressive rate. However, the multitude of spiritual veins he had opened made it difficult to recover quickly. The 1% of magical energy he had lost far exceeded the expectations of an average mid-meridian opening cultivator, equating to the entirety of a typical mid-tier cultivator's magical energy, and likely even more. This level of depletion could only be mitigated by consuming the naturally sparse spiritual energy present in the environment, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. After a minute, Jiang Han reluctantly rose to his feet. The divine steel urged him to progress to the next level. This was not a resting area, and he could not linger too long, leaving him no choice but to hasten his recovery. Jiang Han stepped into the next level. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In a mist-shrouded space, 6 phantasmal creatures coalesced before him almost instantaneously. Their strength mirrored that of the previous level, all comparable to early innate realm cultivators. Chapter 80. Soul Transformation. Clearing 50 levels. Managing his magical energy expenditure, Jiang Han unleashed several sword chi, entangling the 6 phantasmal beasts. He swiftly dispatched them one by one. This time, the magical energy he expended while defeating each beast was somewhat mitigated, yet facing 6 creatures still cost him nearly 2% of his total magical energy. Fortunately, he had slightly recovered some energy from the previous level, and his cumulative expenditure across the 2 levels remained below 3%, as usual. He seized the opportunity to recover his magical energy while also utilizing the soul dust he had acquired. In this layer, the soul dust dropped amounted to an astonishing 20 portions. After using them, Jiang Han's soul power grew even more robust. Following this battle, the insights he gained in sword intent also increased by an additional 40 to 50 points, reaching a total of 140 to 50 points. Both his soul power and Breaking Sky sword intent had experienced significant enhancements that in the 43rd level, he encountered over 10 phantasmal creatures. The increasing numbers made it increasingly difficult to contend with, necessitating the use of Blood Shadow Step to evade certain attacks. Many maneuvers that would otherwise be unnecessary began to deplete his magical energy. By the time he navigated through this level, his magical energy depletion had escalated to over 6%. In the 44th level, the total magical energy loss reached 10%. The number of creatures continued to swell. By the 45th level, it soared to 15%. The 46th level, 22%. The 47th level, 34%. With each ascent, the number of summoned creatures surged dramatically compared to the previous level, resulting in a rapid, exponential increase in Jiang Han's magical energy depletion. Such a staggering loss of magical energy had placed him on a precarious threshold of danger. That moment, after utilizing the last portion of soul dust dropped from this level, Jiang Han discovered that his soul had undergone a remarkable transformation. The sublimation and transformation of his soul's power allowed Jiang Han to discover that he could control the sword chi he emitted with greater finesse. In fact, the potency of each sword chi had increased by 30% as a result. Remarkably, the consumption of his magical energy had decreased by over 50%. Truly, heaven was aiding him, after devouring a substantial amount of spirit dust. His soul power underwent a metamorphosis, entering an initial state of divine soul transformation. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled, and his previously gloomy mood was instantly dispelled as he scanned the sea of consciousness. Jiang Han noticed that the misty, grayish soul power within his mind had coalesced into a massive cloud. That moment. The large cloud was no longer shrouded in gray. Rather, at its very center, a small area composed entirely of silvery mist had formed, occupying approximately 10% of the gray cloud region. This silvery soul mist represented a higher echelon of soul power, emerging after the continuous metamorphosis and purification of his soul energy. Such refined soul power, stripped of impurities, was exceedingly formidable. It could even detach from his soul, attaching itself to external substances and exerting force upon them. The sword Qi Jiang Han wielded was imbued with this purified soul power, which accounted for the sudden increase in its might by 30%. Moreover, with the infusion of this elevated soul energy, each sword Qi became notably easier to manipulate, and the magical energy within it became more restrained, resulting in a significant reduction in loss. Silvery soul mist is typically the realm of powerful cultivators. The gluttonous trait was truly extraordinary. After consuming a vast amount of spirit dust, it had integrated an overwhelming amount of soul-refining characteristics into his being. Such a tremendous accumulation of soul-refining traits allowed for an astonishingly formidable tempering effect on his soul, transforming 1/10 of the soul mist in a sea of consciousness into silver in such a brief span of time. He was now in the initial state of divine soul transformation. Once all the soul mist turned to silver, his soul would undergo a complete metamorphosis, elevating him to the level of a powerful cultivator's divine soul power. This was a level of soul energy that only those in the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm could access. Indeed, many late-stage Yuan Dan cultivators had failed to achieve full purification in a silvery soul mist. Jiang Han's heart swelled with joy. Commanding magical energy equivalent to the divine soul power of a formidable late-stage Yuan Dan cultivator would undoubtedly amplify the might of his sword Qi and simultaneously reduce energy consumption. It was akin to a military force suddenly acquiring a general. The powerful soul served as the commander, embodying the spirit and will of a battle-hardened army. With that, he felt assured. Jiang Han smiled faintly, slightly replenishing his expended magical energy, and stepped lightly toward the next layer of the illusory realm. Having undergone a transformation of his soul and significantly enhanced his strength, the upcoming layers of the illusionary tower posed little challenge. The remaining magical energy within him was more than sufficient to tackle the ensuing 3 levels, even against the formidable guardian monster at the 50th level, comparable to a mid-stage innate realm cultivator. Outside, as Jiang Han ascended to the 41st level of the illusory God Steel, numerous disciples of the Jinyang sect observed that his pace had markedly slowed, and no longer was he charging forward with the same fervor, swiftly surpassing multiple levels. Witnessing this, the onlooking disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Incredible! Jiang Jinchuan not only shattered senior brother Yan Li's record, but is also advancing beyond the 40th level of the illusory God Steel. The illusory monsters summoned beyond the 40th level are all at least of the early innate realm level. How could Jiang Jinchuan, who has only been on the path of cultivation for half a month and is merely at the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm, engage in battle with such formidable creatures? The disciples remaining in the divine pulse forest were all below the innate realm. This moment, Jiang Han's strength had elevated him to a status they could only admire. What a prodigy, he has already reached the 47th level. Do you think Jiang Han can reach the top? This seems unlikely. I've heard that the guardian monster of the 50th level is on par with mid-stage innate realm cultivators. Moreover, Jiang Jinchuan's pace has noticeably slowed. He must be nearing his limit. Indeed, it appears that each ascent now requires prolonged combat. The pressure from the guardian monsters of the 46th and 47th levels must be immense. Come out, you say? A youth who had been animatedly discussing suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. staring at the towering, illusory god steel not far away. He beheld Jiang Han's name, shimmering like the morning star at the pinnacle of the steel, which had previously seemed stagnant, now surged upward with incredible speed. 48 levels, 49 levels, 50 levels. In the astonished gaze of the youth and the multitude of Jinyang's sect disciples, Jiang Han had effortlessly breached the final 3 layers of the illusory god steel in a remarkably brief period, instantly reaching the summit. Crack! Hiss! Ouch, that hurts! The young lad gaped in astonishment, his jaw dropping in shock. Chapter 81. The Limits of the Sea of Consciousness, the strongest foundation of the soul. The difficulty of traversing the final 3 layers of the illusory god steel was even simpler than Jiang Han had anticipated. After partially achieving divine soul transformation, his control over the magical energy and divine power within him increased dramatically. Whether employing the burning god technique or the blood shadow step, or even the earth-ranking supreme sword technique, which had previously consumed a great deal of magical energy, all now required significantly less expenditure. Under the robust command of his soul power, Jiang Han's magical energy and divine strength became exceedingly restrained, difficult to dissipate. Previously, he could only effectively utilize 20 to 30% of his 100% power, with much of it wasted. Now he was able to harness 50 to 60%, as his soul continued to evolve. His control would further enhance. Even in its current state, the effects were immediately apparent. During the final 3 layers of the illusory god steel, Jiang Han unleashed the burning god technique, blood shadow step, and the earth-ranking supreme sword technique simultaneously, fully committing to manifesting all of his current combat prowess. The result was devastating, with high-tier techniques, overwhelming sword intent, and the simultaneous eruption of divine power and magical energy. Combined with the powers of the technique's attached traits, Jiang Han became akin to a monster. He wielded an incomprehensibly terrifying force, and the hundreds of early innate realm monsters on the 49th layer could not withstand even a moment against him. The guardian monster on the 50th layer, comparable to mid-stage innate realm cultivators, barely endured a mere 10 exchanges before Jiang Han cleaved it in half from head to toe with a single stroke of his sword. Ah, what a thrill! Without restraint, I unleash my full power. Although I am currently only at the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening realm, I have already attained combat strength nearly equivalent to that of a late-stage innate realm cultivator. However, the consumption of magical energy and divine power is indeed significant. After this battle, the total amount of divine power and magical energy within him had plummeted to a mere 2% of its peak capacity. Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head. While the partial transformation of his soul had greatly enhanced his command over magical and divine energy, leading to a remarkable reduction in expenditure, the sheer scale of his full power eruption was still daunting. After all, any Earth-tier technique, or even the fully driven Earth-ranking sword intent, was a heavy consumer, especially after being enhanced by attached traits. Such might did not arise from thin air. It required the burning of Jiang Han's magical and divine energy to fuel it. Thus, that recent bout of frenzied combat had nearly drained him dry in a short span. Fortunately, everything had unfolded as anticipated, and all adversaries had been vanquished, stowing away the shimmering Qingshan sword, a top-tier artifact whose blade remained as sharp as ever even after cleaving through numerous monsters akin to innate realm cultivators. Jiang Han gazed expectantly at the dark golden system notification gradually materializing in the air. The hidden reward for surpassing the 50th level of the illusory God Steel was being issued. You have challenged the illusory God Steel test and conquered the 50th level. Your current cultivation is below the nourishing Qi realm, meeting the prerequisite conditions for triggering the hidden quest awakening of the soul. You have obtained a 5th stage hidden reward, 16 peach of Immortality fruits. A full 16 peach of Immortality fruits. The rewards for the 50th level of the illusory God Steel were indeed the most bountiful. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, after breezing through the first 30 levels, the total of 3 rewards had only netted him 7 peach of Immortality fruits. Even so, they had expanded the width of his sea of consciousness to an impressive diameter of 480 zhang. At the 40th level, he had again received 8 peach of Immortality fruits.